In
Okay,
three.
so the way the interviews will work. Just make this. Okay.
Okay.
Just to make sure
Okay.
everybody knows about interviews. So if you are on lounge for a round, that means you're doing the interview for the previous round. So Kim and I are on lounge for round two. So that means you and I are doing the interview from the winner of round one. When we are doing those, we're doing them live recorded. So as soon as the match ends, we'll grab the winner. We will record the interview in the lounge area, and then their team is going to edit it and play it during the lounge segment that we do. saw you in Richmond, Virginia, where James Craig came out victorious with an epic 5-game Emerald Sapphire mirror match.
Now we're back for the first European Challenge of 2026.
We're coming to you live from Ghent, Belgium,
where we have the largest main event in Disney Lorcana history.
Over 4,000 Illumineers are gearing up to summon, challenge, and quest their way to the top.
For their chance to be crowned champion and qualified for the Season 2 World Championship.
Stay tuned all weekend on stream and socials for updates on the games, the community, and all the fun.
Now let's get started.
Oh my god.
Hello and welcome to Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent, Belgium. My name is Baker and I am joined by an incredible team. We have my wonderful co-host Rebecca,
Hello.
just to the immediate left of me. On the far end of the sofa, you may recognise returning from DLC Bologna, we have the wonderful Kim, and making her debut on the Disney Lorcana Challenge, we have the incredible Jen. What an amazing weekend of Lorcana we have lined up for you. Over 4,000 players will be in attendance over the course of the weekend. 3 days worth of events. We've got day 1 Friday, that's today. Day 2, which will be coming tomorrow on Saturday. And then Sunday is when it all cultivates and we will find out who is the next player going to the World Championship.
This is an exciting weekend, Baker. I can't believe that there's going to be over 4,000 Illumineers in one spot. I've been walking around the event venue a little bit and it's just so buzzing with excitement. And I have to ask, how are you feeling, Jen? This is your first Disney Lorcana Challenge. Are you excited to be here?
I'm so incredibly excited. It feels surreal. I was saying a minute ago, just before we started, sat on the couch, and I was just like, is this real? Is this real?
It's real.
I'm
You're
very,
here.
very excited. And you're right, it's buzzing in here. There are so many people. 4,000 players this weekend. It's crazy. Oh my
And what
God.
about you, Kim? Excited to be back? How are you feeling about Ghent this weekend?
I am so excited. Call me Tamatoa happy as a clam because I am. The room is buzzing. We're back. Like Bologna was big, and this time we're back. We're in Ghent. It's bigger and it's better. Not only do we have 1 day of tournaments, we have 2 days of tournaments, and then it's all gonna come together on Sunday for an amazing weekend.
Yeah.
Disney Lorcana Challenge continues to just grow and become more and more impressive as our community grows, and it's a good time to be a fan of the Disney Lorcana trading card game. There's tons of action over the weekend. Shall we have a little talk about the format before we get into anything else? Kim,
Yes.
I would love it if you would talk us through what is the tournament format for this weekend. Tell us
Yes.
about it.
We are going to have two 8-round tournaments, essentially. On day 1, we are going to have 2,000 players. On day 2, we are going to have 2,000 players once again. Both tournaments on Friday and Saturday will have 8 rounds of Swiss, core constructed best of 3. And after 8 rounds, all players with 18 points or more will move on to day 2. And our day 2 is essentially going to take place on Sunday, where players are going to play 4 more rounds of Swiss into top 32, single elimination, best of 3, and then when we have one winner from day 1 tournament and one winner from our day 2 tournament are going to face off in a best of 5 finals, a grand finals for the all-important Worlds qualification spot.
And that's what it's all about, really. I think most Lorcana players are just looking for their next opportunity to play more competitive Disney Lorcana, but there's no good tournament without some interesting prizes to
We
play
love
for.
prizes.
Rebecca, Jen, talk me through the goods. What are the players looking to walk away with?
So many amazing prizes available to our players this weekend. I am so excited about what we have on offer.
Yes, and of course, everyone who comes gets a participation card. It's that brand new foil Pegasus gift for Hercules. Have you seen it? Have you seen the Pegasus?
Yes, it is so cute.
It's my favorite.
It's a beautiful card, but
It
and
is.
that's what everybody gets. So everybody gets that. But yeah, the players are playing for some other incredible prizes this weekend. We can go ahead and take a look at these prizes that we have. We have other foil promos. We have the Simba Pride Protector. We have the foil Mulan.
Yes. So, as we mentioned, we have our participation foil Pegasus gift for Hercules. Our top 64 players will get the foil Simba that you were just talking about, Pride Protector. Our top 32 will get the foil Elsa Ice Maker. Everyone loves Elsa,
I keep
let's
trying to
be
steal it.
honest. I know. Our top 16 will get the Elsa Playmat. Absolutely beautiful playmat
A
available.
foil playmat, not
Yes.
just any playmat, foiled and
Shiny.
Stunning.
We like it shiny.
Yes.
Absolutely
all
stunning.
the glittery, yes. And also the top 32 also gets an invite to the European Championship as well. So you were talking about players want to earn that spot for the next event, and so that top 32 is a really big point that people are trying to make it to.
Definitely. And then we can go over to our top 8, top 4, top 2, top 1.
Yes, and top 8 get something very shiny.
The
It's
creme de la creme of
Yes,
the Disney Lorcana
that's
Challenge, essentially. What do you get for top 8?
Serialized golden Mickey Mouse, brave little Taylor. And I know that we all love to see those cards. It's a gorgeous card. So I've been looking
Insane.
forward to see who here is going to earn that golden Mickey. And then beyond that, we have a top 4, top 2, and our finalists going for some other incredible prizes, all leading up to that grand finals where they earn their World Championship invite.
So there is lots to play for across the weekend, qualifications for further tournaments, some nice shiny prizes,
we have some
cards,
over here.
promo cards, play mats, even uncut sheets, which is a bit of a star prize in the Lorcana community. I'm hoping to get my hands on one of them one day. So plenty to play for across the weekend. But it's not just about the main event. Of course, that's very important. But there is a whole operation going on here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge. We have a host of vendors here. Maybe you're trying to get that final enchanted that you've been looking for. Maybe you need the foil play mat. Maybe some players are crashing out over their deck decisions and suddenly they're swapping and being like, I need to find 4 copies of this and 4 copies of this. Please don't stress out too much. Trust your deck, trust your instincts, but those options are, of course, available. And something that I know we're a big fan of, the collection quest. A really
Yes,
nice
so fun.
social way to get involved with Disney Lorcana. You get a printed sheet with a selection of cards that you need to collect. You get X amount of packs given to you. Okay, I got that one, I got that one. I need this one. Kim, you've got Jafar. I need Jafar. Will you swap me for this?
He
And
always
then-
needs Jafar.
Always Jafar. I always need the villains. And if you can complete the collection quest, then of course you get the pride. But I need to show off this little booklet. Can we talk about this for a
It's
moment?
so
Is that
cute.
okay?
Yeah.
This is so cute.
This is brand new.
This is brand new. Again, it's really nicely designed, nice little lore book. And you can't see it, but on here are a bunch of quests that our Illumineers need to fulfill. Pick up your badge, participate in the jigsaw puzzle going on, play in a pack rush side event. And if you can tick all these off, there are some extra goodies available. So tons going on. Rebecca, I believe we've
Yes.
also got some wonderful artists and some game
We
devs. Tell us
do.
about that.
Yeah, and I have to say, I was walking out there, and they have a whole fan experience center set up in the middle of the room, and it was already packed full of Illumineers this
Love that.
morning. And you can meet game developers from Disney Lorcana, play some pack rush, but also meet some Disney Lorcana artists. And we have 3 incredible artists joining us this weekend: Domenico Russo, Mariana Moreno, and Augie Christensen. Augie has done that beautiful legendary angel experiment version. Domenico has done some fun cards, the Lilo Rockstar Enchanted and the Pocahontas iconic
iconic
card.
one?
The iconic
Ooh.
Pocahontas. So if you have that, if you want to get the iconic Pocahontas signed.
Love
and then
that.
Mariana Moreno, a wonderful artist who is known for some incredible work across Disney Lorcana. She has some she has
The Queen of
a
Staples.
plethora
I'm
of
just going to
cards.
say it. The Queen of
Literally.
Staple
Yes.
cards.
And
Yeah.
Dumbo, Ninth Wonder of the Universe is
Doc
one.
Bowl Knight.
Yes.
That's the one I'm excited
And
for.
for this set, Grandmother Willow is one of her cards. So if you have an epic Grandmother Willow, I know you have a play set of epics, I think.
I have 3
You have
epics.
3,
So
okay.
You'll be over at the vendors later.
There's a trading zone. There's
There
a
you
trading zone here this
go.
weekend. You'll catch me over there trying to trade maybe for my last.
If anyone wants
epic
to trade,
one. I'm
catch
there.
her.
Catch me over there.
There
Of
you
course,
go.
not that we're expecting to see a lot of Grandmother Willow this weekend, right?
Oh, yeah,
maybe a few.
You
know.
It's
You
okay.
never know.
It's all right.
Grandmother
It's slipped
Willow's
into a
all
couple of
right.
the decks. Maybe we'll see it. But yeah, there's a ton going on. You mentioned the game dev. Steve Warner, the co-creator of the Disney Lorcana trading card game, is in the building, so you can face off against him and various devs. So it is a whole operation here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Yes.
We like to think of it not just as a broadcast of a TCG. This is a show. We want you guys to be entertained. We want people in the building to have plenty that they can be getting involved in. So
Lots
yeah,
of magic.
it's looking to be magical.
And if you're missing out on Ghent this weekend, we do have some other upcoming events, Jen. Can you let the Illumineers know what they can come
Yes,
to?
absolutely. We all love playing Lorcana, so you have lots of options. We've got the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Taipei, in Taiwan on March 14th, 15th. We have the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Sao Paulo in Brazil, April 25th to 26th.
The Brazil community is so excited. I can
Yes,
tell you.
it's like that announcement was really, really cool to hear. Then we have the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Dortmund, which is the Infinity format, of course. And so that's Germany, June 5th to 7th. Then we have the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Indianapolis in the United States, June 19th, 21st, which is, it's just so exciting. So many amazing events to look forward to. Get your tickets. Make sure you get them soon because those tickets sell fast.
They do.
Disney Lorcana is very popular. June's going to be a really busy month. I love it. I can't wait.
Yes.
Yes, very exciting. But we're here. We are at Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent, and I am very excited for this weekend.
It's going to be a fantastic weekend, and as always, your casters have made their predictions, what they're expecting to take home the crown this weekend. Kim, I would love it if you'd give us a little rundown. What are the casters expecting to do well this weekend?
Obviously, we're not deep into our winter spell meta yet, so perhaps there's a few underlying decks people aren't too sure about. They've been cooking, they've been testing, there's been a few tournaments, but it's time to see. We're in Ghent and we're ready to go. My prediction this weekend, Emerald Sapphire, obviously, it's got card draw, it's got removal. I think it can do really well. I think a lot of people aren't thinking very much about it, and I think it is maybe, I've named it Cow Control because Clarabelle, you've got your card draw, and then we obviously seen it win our previous DLC.
And second place.
And second place, it got first place and second place, so I'm pretty sure maybe we can see it do pretty well this weekend again. And I know you're really excited, Baker, because Ruby Amethyst is coming back up again in the meta.
I mean, I'm going to pick it whether it's coming back or not, to be honest with you, ladies. I am nothing if not loyal to my colours, I'll be honest. Like, I do think we maybe dipped down a little bit from last set, but I still think that Ruby Amethyst could do well. It needs the right matchups. I think its main benefit is that it can have a good dogs matchup.
It
and
can,
dogs
yes.
are very feared throughout the room. We're expecting it to be popular. So I think if there's a player out there who can run into a lot of dogs, maybe sort of the aggro matchups that we want to see, then it could do well.
They're good to
Jen,
go.
what are you feeling this weekend?
I'm feeling very appropriately with my outfit. Amethyst Steel. I love Amethyst Steel. We know Amethyst has some incredible cards, some absolute staples. And of course, for me, Steel is like just, I play it so much. It's one of my absolute favorite ink colors. It has some of my favorite cards like Dark Bold Knight, who we already mentioned, Strength of a Raging Fire, obviously.
Yes.
Again, so many staples. And we've seen it win very recently, only a couple of weekends ago. Me and Baker were there in Leicester in the UK at the CCQ, and it won.
It did a pretty good job. It did a pretty good job.
It did a great job.
And I do believe that that player is on your personal fantasy draft. We're not going to talk about that just yet, but that's a bit of a tradition among the casters. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Before we throw over to our casters, Rebecca, talk us through your pick quickly.
Yeah, I'll just talk about it real quick. Everyone knows and loves the dogs. If dogs was good before, it's great now in Winter Spell between Grandmother Willow and Nani Stage Manager coming in. It's just made this deck really strong. I'm calling it, it's like a hybrid aggro control combo deck. It can do so many things, and I think it can do really well. We just saw it win in the DLC in Melbourne, right? So that's what I'm picking this weekend. It's doggone good.
Dogs are in the
Doggone
building.
good.
Shout out to Kurt Spice. Where my dogs at? Where my dogs at? But we are are very close to going into round one, but I'm sure our casters would also like to give you a brief breakdown of their predictions for the weekend. So we're going to throw over to our round one cast, which is the wonderful Joe Curley and Ross Gilbert. Talk us through your predictions, and then let's see some gameplay. Take it away, boys.
Today, Spessy, the Winter Spell meta, the first European Disney Lorcana challenge in this Winter Spell meta. What have you predicted for the victory here?
Yeah, I've gone a little bit controversial. I always like to try and pick an underdog, and I've gone for Amber and Amethyst. I think it's one of the color combinations most under the radar. I picked Monstro and Raging Storm as my two highlight cards, not necessarily because they're going to see play in that deck, but there's just so many different routes you could go. You could go very control heavy with Raging Storm, you could do some Monstro combo, or you could leave both of those entirely. Ross, I think it's fair to say you have not gone for an underdog.
I have gone for some low-hanging fruit here. I have gone for the deck most people call dogs. And you know what? I feel pretty comfortable about this. It won the DLC over in Melbourne. I'm an aggressive player in my playstyle, not in my temperament. I like a good aggro deck, and frankly, it is by far the best aggro deck. Yes, Amber Steel is out there. It is a valid aggro deck, but it's not as good as this Dogs deck, which also has a little bit of control there with Ursula Deceiver, with Mowgli Mancub, and of course, Under the Sea. You add all of that up together, I think it is the strongest deck. You could give it to, you know, your Evasives, your Amethyst, Sapphire.
Yep.
I know that's probably the most played deck at the moment.
Yep.
I don't think it's the best deck. I think the best deck, woof woof.
Yeah, I think you could be right. And I think a lot of players in the last couple of weeks have sort of come to the conclusion that maybe that Amber Emerald Dogs deck might actually be the best deck. It's always been a little bit underrepresented compared to its strength level, but we are going to be jumping in with the Disney Lorcana World Champion here in round number one. Din Cam Pham is on screen. He's certainly well known at the moment for playing Amethyst Sapphire. Of course, pre-rotation, he was all about that Ruby Sapphire, so it'll be interesting to see if it is, in fact, that Amethyst and Sapphire, and it certainly is.
And we're ready to go here. Game one is off. We've got that Royal Guard Octopus Soldier by Din Cam Pham there coming down turn one after the ink of Let It Go. And we've got Happy Vince over on the other side. Apparently, we've got ourselves Ursula Deceiver going into the ink. We've got a Bobby Samirsky Spray Cheese Kid coming down. It's Amethyst as Emerald. No, it's not. It's Amber Emerald.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say, Ross, this is not the last time we're going to see this matchup this weekend. The two decks probably going to be the most represented. Possibly Amethyst Steel could be in the mix as well. Second Let It Go into the Inkwell for the Disney Lorcana World Champions. Sail the Azurite Sea comes through, and another sail into the Inkwell. No quest from Din Cam Pham either, wanting to leave that Royal Guard at the ready.
So over to Happy Vince then, we're drawing for the turn, just a Bobby Zamirsky there in the active. We have top decked one of those many different lady cards. We're inking a Nani Stage Manager, and it is another lady coming down, a fairly decisive lady, Decisive Dog, and one of my favorite cards, it's Daisy Duck, Donald's Date.
Yeah, really interesting from Vince not to go for that Daisy on turn one, but preferring the Bobby. Very interesting early decision, as we do see Din Cam Pham inking the Iago, getting the Genie down onto the board. This is the curve we're used to seeing from Blurple.
Yeah, that wish fulfilled. When you play it, you get to draw a card. We're playing a nice fast pace here. I'm loving it. We've got Go-Go, Tomago. I think that's heading towards the Inkwell. Looks like there's just a bit of a decision to be made, making sure we're happy. Yes, it is going into the ink, and we're going to use a Nani Stage Manager. Let's go search for a small, low-cost card.
Yeah, 4 cards off the top you're going to be looking at, and you can add a character with cost 2 or less into your hand. If you play 40 cards, which cost 1 or 2 characters, you're going to be hitting this Nani 99% of the time. Extremely consistent, and very often these Dogs decks are around that 40 character mark for 1 and 2 cost characters.
And, well, we've gone and got that Lilo Escape Artist. It's a lovely Glimmer 4 we got in the gift box a little while back. That's in hand, ready to go in the future. So, DKP here, what are we thinking? We're going to be inking to start off with here. What's the decision? I can't quite see that, Spessy. We're going to see it soon enough, though, aren't we?
Yeah, we do tend to expect that Elsa, of course, on that 5 ink mark, but it's not always an option available. You don't always draw it, of course. And maybe Denkan Pham, even if he has it, might want to go for a different option. Of course, we can see there's a Hades in hand. That's quite uninkable, of course, but...
Cheshire Cat, inexplicable, seems to be the choice going into the ink here. It's a hard decision. It's a card that sees so much play in these decks, and I think he might already have changed his mind here.
Yeah, Denkan Pham taking his time, showing his experience. No need to rush. It's been a fast-paced start to this match. But these inking decisions are often some of the most tricky decisions you have to make. Happy Vince, the game plan early on is just to leave all of his characters ready, and therefore Denkan Pham not able to interact too much with Vince's board as it stands. It's actually going to be the Into the Unknown, and it will be Elsa.
That's good. You just said that's the card we're looking for. We got Rush. We got Evasive. We get to exert a character on play so that then there is an exerted character that you can challenge using Rush. And here we go. We see the double challenge there with Elsa and Genie taking down that Nani stage manager.
Yeah, really interesting. Kang could have gone for the Royal Guard, but it would, of course, have been removed from the board. And Denkan Pham now with 3 damage counters on each Elsa and Genie. I would imagine he's going to be trying to move these off in the near future if that Cheshire Cat he decided not to ink. It's going to be that Glimmerfoil Lilo Escape Artist into the ink for Vince. And for 4 ink, it's going to be the Tramp Decisive Dog, maybe the centerpiece card of this. In fact, it's not the Decisive Dog.
It's a Street Smart Dog. It's a 7 cost, but here's a fun thing. Reduced by 1 for every character you have in play. So with those 3 characters on board, it's actually only a 4 cost, and then you get to draw a card for each character you have in play, each other character, so that would be free, and then you have to discard that many cards. So you don't end up with a card advantage here, but you see 3 more cards. You get to, as I like to phrase it, Joe, you get to fix your hand.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And you get a lot of information as well if you're Kang in terms of what Vince discards. When you see that there's no Under the Sea going into that discard, you have to start expecting that it could be a possibility. Kang's board currently would be wiped by Under the Sea, but the Cheshire Cat comes through. Going to be using that boost ability as well, putting a card from the top of the deck under it and able to move damage counters from 2 damage counters from one of his own characters, and it will be Bobby taken out by that Cheshire Cat. 3 strength on the Cheshire Cat, very important, Ross, as that is not in the range of Under the Sea just yet.
Protected from Under the Sea, gets to take out Bobby Zamirski by moving over that damage. And of course, we've already seen, that Tramp Street Smart Dog had the cost reduced and drew an extra card for every character on board. So it's a deck that wants to go wide. Let's take out any characters, and that is going to hurt. We see some questing here with Royal Guard Octopus Soldier, putting Denkan Pham up to 4 lore here.
Yep. Kang, with this quest for Royal Guard, is almost expecting the Under the Sea to come through and just wanting to get out every little bit of lore possible. But it's going to be the Delamoon's Lullaby onto the Cheshire Cat. And look at the expression from Kang. I think he might know what's coming. That Tramp 7 cost is going to be perfect for Under the Sea. And that is all of Kang's characters going under the deck.
Unfortunately, you made an excellent point, Joe. You said that, a free strength is going to be protected. Well, it would have been protected had it not been for that strength reduction. Here we go with Lady Elegant Spaniel coming down. Does gain an extra lore counter when when you quest, you get an extra lore by virtue of having a Tramp in play. So that's going to be good for next turn. We're questing, I believe, a little bit here. Oh, but it's Hades. He's got a scheme. He's an infernal schemer, and he's inking one of those characters. It's obviously the Tramp.
Yeah, Tramp being removed, that does mean that Happy Vince no longer has that big 7-cost singer on the board, which was so key to that Under the Sea. And Denkan Pham just looking to regain some board control now. The longer this one goes on, the more in favor of Amethyst Sapphire you would imagine it goes. This is a really crucial moment for Vince. Can they develop a really wide board with all of that extra ink in their inkwell right now? Of course, Hades helping contribute towards a very healthy inkwell. Kang checking the discard pile as well, seeing a couple of ladies in there, which is probably the best play for Vince at this moment. But it's going to be a Tramp.
It's another Street Smart Dog. Comes down again as a 4 cost because you've got 3 characters on the board, and then it's draw free and choose and discard free. And this is one of the things that makes this deck such a difficult deck to play against. You're sitting there wondering, does my opponent have this card? Well, Tramp's going to make sure a lot of the time they do.
Yeah. And it's going to be, again, lots of information gained from Kang in terms of what's discarded. It was Ursula, Bobby, and I think another Ursula or another Bobby. Certainly it was 3 Bobbies and Ursulas combined. Kang, with that Hades only left on the board, Happy Vince could have the option to quest, but actually just decides to leave all of his characters ready, as we see the Junior Woodchuck guidebook from Din Kang Pham.
Immediately chooses to banish it to go and draw a couple of extra cards. It's a one-use item, draws a couple of cards. Why not? Now we get another Cheshire Cat coming down, but there's no damage counters that we've got to throw back towards our opponent here, which is a little bit sad.
Yep, but Kang decides to boost regardless, and the reason for this is if he can find some way of bouncing this Cheshire Cat back to his hand, that boost card will follow it. So if he's got the 2 ink spare, he decides, well, I may as well, just in case Happy Vince plays something like Mother Knows Best, for example. Why not, says Din Kang Pham. Big moment in this. 3 strength on both Cheshire Cat and Hades. Does Vince have any more strength reduction? Well, there's one.
Got Bellamoon's Lullaby. That's done it already. Does he have another? Yes, he does. It's Rhino, the 116th Rhino. There we go. And that's going to do it. Now, Under the Sea gets sung between Tramp and Daisy Duck, and it's a second full board wipe for Happy Vince.
That is quite unbelievable. The power of Tramp and Under the Sea is clear for everyone here watching the stream in round number 1. The Amber Emerald Dogs deck without the Chromacon absolutely popping off against the world champ.
We do see a Basil, the practice detective coming down here. It's got support. That is not going to be what you need to really rebuild your board that much right here. 116th Wolf was a Rhino, my apologies. He's a Rhino, he's a little bit of wolf in him. That's what we needed that last turn. Oh, it's a Go-Go Tomago coming down. You said you wanted a wide board, Joe. Are you happy about this?
Yeah, absolutely. Vince, in his deck, okay, there's a few characters which quest for 2, but actually most of them just quest for 1, often. But if you just get a ton of characters after you've used an Under the Sea, you totally overload the removal option of the Blurple deck. We know cards like Hades, Let It Go, Into the Unknown are great control tools, but a weakness of this deck potentially is when you're just faced by so many characters, it's very difficult to deal with them all at once. And it's another Basil.
Oh, that is not what you need. It's just not doing enough. You need these big characters. You need to get your control. You need to be putting on pressure. You need to be threatening a lot of lore coming down. And right now, Vince is very happy. He's just going to sit there and start questing. Quest with Lady, quest with Rhino, quest with everything. Go-Go Tomago's coming out here.
But not questing with Daisy, it seems like, or at least considering it. Wondering whether Vince needs to actually give this extra card in hand to Kang at the moment. Decides not to. Into the Unknown was the card on top, so Daisy wouldn't have put that into the hand, but that's just a sign that Vince feels very, very comfortable right now. Doesn't need to take any risks, and I really like that decision from Vince. Just safety first approach.
Oh, we got the Mickey Mouse Amber Champion coming down here. One that we are seeing apparently coming into a few more dogs decks lately, but then it's just quest, 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 quest. Grandmother Willow, Go-Go Tomago, Rhino, second Rhino, all coming out and questing here. And it's only 1 lore per character, but he's up to 15 lore.
Yep, absolutely. And still just deciding whether or not to quest with the Daisy Duck. I really like the decision-making here. Just to slow down, we'll take the quest with Daisy Duck, and that is a sign that Vince is very confident that there's no combination of cards that Kang could draw into here that would mean that Vince loses the game. It's going to be Genie for Kang, who's still digging for some answers, but it is going to be the scoop from the world champ, and that is game number 1 to Happy Vince. Let's not forget, Din Kang Pham started on turn 1 in this game, so that was Happy Vince winning despite being the player going second. I've seen Frank Carsten refer to that as breaking serve, which is, of course, an analogy comparable to tennis, but Vince going second is not the most favoured position, but they got it done regardless.
No, absolutely not. He got it done, and it was a double Under the Sea. That's what did it. Being able to pull that off a couple of times just to absolutely wipe the board, getting Tramp, and then Tramp went away, but then Tramp came back. And it was getting 3 characters to turn Tramp into a 4-cost twice.
Yes.
Playing Under the Sea using Tramp twice, and then going super wide afterwards. And there was a few turns where that game seemed very much in control before the end.
Yeah, and the Tramp really was the key card, wasn't it? Because not only did it fish for the answers, it helped you dig into your deck, discard some I think it was characters mainly that were not needed, keeping those under the seas. But then the combination with the Delamoon's Lullaby, the Rhino as well.
Yes.
We're used to seeing Rhino as a shift target in Amber Steel, aren't we?
Yeah.
But suddenly now, when you're combining it with cards like Grab Your Bow or Under the Sea, the strength reduction in a control deck is really impressive for a one-cost character.
And this is what I was talking about. This is why Dogs was my pick. I was talking about this right before we went into round one. The thing I love so much about this deck is it's got that aggro core. It can go wide, it can, well, I mean, we just saw it do that. But it's also got the control. Rhino and Under the Sea combined. And that's the problem. You play all of these free strength characters going, at least they're safe from Under the Sea. And that Rhino, it's not played in every one of these dog decks. It's very much a player's choice, but we saw at least 2 copies in the deck there, and that came out big in that game.
Yeah, I think it's just over time proving to be a more common inclusion, and you can see why, right? I mean, I've been playing some Amber Ruby as well with Grab Your Bow, and I've been really impressed by Rhino in that sort of shell as well. Just Dogs is looking to go wide. It's looking to get many characters on the board. We talked about you don't necessarily need characters which quest for 2 if you've just got tons of characters. So Rhino, it only quests for 1, but the value, turning that Cheshire Cat or that Hades from a 3 strength to a 2 strength character at the right moment cannot be underestimated. And it's also just an extra character for Nani to find into your hand as well.
Yeah, searchable with Nani is always quite the bonus. So, looks like we are getting ready here for game 2. Happy Vince, 1 game up with that Amber Emerald dog deck against our reigning world champion with this Evasives deck. This Amethyst Sapphire deck looks like we might be having a little bit of a mulligan here. Of course, the mulligan rules, for anyone that may be newer to the game or may have forgotten, you've got an optional mulligan here, and it's whatever you want. You can take any number of cards and essentially replace them. So what we often see players doing, Happy Vince here, for instance, he's keeping 2 cards and mulliganing the rest. I'm keeping these cards I definitely want, and I'm rolling the dice so the rest of my hand can get better.
Yeah, and I would imagine that the mulligan is a little bit more straightforward for Din Kang Fam compared with the Amber Emerald deck, because Kang knows they need that curve, right? You need the Sail or Tipo on turn 2, your Genie on turn 3, and then your Elsa on turn 4. Kang's going to be going through the motions quite often with this deck. For that Amber Emerald deck, usually when you're playing an aggro deck, that perfect mulligan and making every decision spot on is that little bit more tricky. It's really easy to underestimate how difficult the mulligan can be with this Amber Emerald deck, and it's probably the stage of the game which is going to separate the really good players from the very best.
And we did see that already. Happy Vince sat there, and initially it was, right, I'm going to keep these 2 cards and mulligan the rest. And then right before that decision got finalized, he changed his mind. I believe he kept 1 extra card from what he was initially planning to do with the mulligan. We've already seen that change happening. So it looks like both players have done their mulligans. We're going to be shuffling up here, getting ready for game 2. We've got 45 minutes on the clock. We've got plenty of time here. Round 1 at Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent. We've got the reigning world champion Din Kang Fam on the right. And we've got Happy Vince on the left. There's the fist bump. We are rolling here in game 2. And we are just inking a Dumbo and passing.
Yep, no Basil on turn 1 for Din Kang Fam, no Royal Octopus Guard. I'm sure they would have preferred to have played something, but of course the most important thing for Kang is going to be that turn 2 ramp option. It's going to be Lilo into the Inkwell for Vince.
And we do have Bobby Zemirski, Spray Cheese Kid, lets you draw 1, discard 1. Again, you're filtering your deck to try and get to those cards you really need. Good card.
Yep, of course, Bobby also has the option of discarding an uninkable, so there's 2 Grandmother Willows for Vince in hand. Vince right now making it a big decision on, does he actually want those 2 Grandmother Willows? Does he want that Under the Sea right now? One thing that's really interesting about this matchup, Ross, is historically, Blurple struggled because of the Emerald Chromicon, but we've actually seen in this last match that Amber Emerald just has enough power now potentially to win without the Chromicon entirely. So we've seen Kang playing Wasabi as an item removal to tech for this Dogs matchup in the past. But actually, it seems like the Amber Emerald decks can win even without the Chromicon now, which is going to be quite scary. It's going to be that amazing synergy to discard the Lilo Escape Artist with Bobby Zemirski.
Which, of course, can be played from the discard pile, hence that fantastic synergy. We do have these decisions. He's inking decisions for Din here, just trying to make sure everything's perfect. It is into the unknown, and it is that turn 2. Sail the Azurite Sea. You just get to ink an extra card and draw a card. You get to ramp, and you get to draw an extra card. That seems pretty good to me. What is the ink decision going to be?
The other thing that's interesting here is, has Kang managed to find one of those octopus guards? Have they managed to find a Basil in the past couple of cards drawn? Of course, one from Sale and drew one for turn. So there's still an opportunity to get a 1-cost character down on the board for Kang here, if only they have drawn into it, though, of course.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see. The ink decision is still being made here. It's a little bit of a conundrum going on here. There's no easy decision as to what to ink. Have we finally figured it out?
Yeah, and I really like that Kang is taking his time here. I think this is
agreed.
something for players to pay attention to. The early stages of inking, especially in a Sapphire deck, Kang is thinking like 5-6 turns ahead here with these ink decisions. Decides to go for the Sale. Often you might want to keep that second Sale in hand, as you can just sneak it in at some point. We saw in the last game, Kang used Cheshire Cat boost for sort of no reason, but anyway, the Grandmother Willow, you think that's all you're going to see on turn 2, but no, the cost reduction comes in immediately, and the Lady is also able to be played. That is a huge part of the value of the Grandmother Willow. Not only does it give you extra resources for your next turns, but actually the turn you play it, you can also sneak down an extra 1-drop.
Yeah, that Lady Decisive Dog's a 1-drop, but it became a 0-drop after playing that Grandmother Willow Ancient Advisor. So now we got the Bobby Zamirsky, we got the Grandmother Willow, we've got the Lady all down there. They're all questing for 1. But they are all questing for 1. You got 3 of them out. That is going to add up. Into the Unknown gets inked. And it is Tigger that we see coming down here. And that is the one that you're going to bounce a 2-cost right back there.
Yep, 2-cost character, item, or location. It is going to be, of course,
yes,
the Grandmother Willow in this case. A new card. It's actually going to be one of our game-changing cards, which is a little segment we've done as casters in Amethyst. It's really caught the eye of the casting team in Dinkan Fam. Great to see Tigger in the Amethyst Sapphire deck as a new addition.
Bouncing all the way right into that deck list, and why not? Little bit of removal can work absolutely beautifully under the right circumstances, and it can get a character, an item, or a location a lot of utility. Ursula Deceiver hits the ink for a second Grandmother Willow, and then Daisy Duck comes down for no cost. And I am loving this. Once again, we are going wide here with Happy Vince. Daisy Duck Donald's date is down. And now we got 5 characters questing for 6 lore between them.
Yeah, and the Tigger here for Kang was really important because he's actually just trying to deny that Tramp play for as long as possible. Before Winterspell, the earliest you could get Tramp down was going to be turn 4. But with Grandmother Willow, if you play a 1-drop alongside it, there can be a turn 3 Tramp. But this Tigger ensures that that was not possible. Kang now with the Elsa, you would imagine it's going to be a Grandmother Willow exerted. The question is, which one? I don't think it's going to matter.
It literally could not matter less, but I love where you're going with this, Joe. Yeah, you're going to exert down one of those Grandmother Willow. You need to be taking them out. They're giving so much utility at the moment, allowing you to reduce the cost of cards and go wide like this. That's what this dog deck wants to do. We've got ways to search out cards with cards like Nani Stage Manager. We've got cards like Lilo Escape Artist, can be played from the discard pile. Grandmother Willow Ancient Advisor, which can reduce cost.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see how long Kang took. I promise you he was not considering which Grandmother Willow do I go for, but he was just considering the option of maybe taking out the Daisy. Of course, Tigger with 4 strength, but also the Lady as well, denying a potential Lady shift line. But Kang comes to the conclusion that Grandmother Willow has to go. But I really like, again, to just see them slowing down on those key decision moments and really just thinking a few turns ahead.
Well, we did see the top deck there of the Lilo Escape Artist. If anyone's keeping track, that's 1 in the ink, 1 in the discard, 1 in the hand, all glimmer foil. I like it. But instead, we go for the Nani Stage Manager, which is going to allow you to go and search out one of those 2-cost cards. I think you said it's probably about 40 in your average Dogs deck.
Yeah, 40 is probably on the higher side, but if you have 40, it's 99.1% odds of hitting that 2-cost character or 1-cost character.
I love it. You're bringing the maths with me. This is I'd not worked that out, shockingly. Hadn't done it.
And yeah, as you can see, there's a bunch of options there. In fact, I think all 4 cards are 2-cost characters or less. This Tramp is a 2-cost character, Ross, but actually, it can be played for just 1 cost when you have a Lady on the board.
And we do. That Tramp Enterprising Dog can take advantage of that Lady Decisive Dog, come down there as a 1-cost. Have we used Grandmother Willow yet? Can we actually make it a 0-cost? We're not doing that now. We're heading over to Dinkan Fam, our reigning world champion, who is going to look at this board and think, this needs to be a bit different to last game.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting decision. Vince had the opportunity of playing that tramp for just one cost there, but decided not to. And Kang knows that that tramp is in hand as well. But Demona comes through. That's going to exert Vince's entire board and potentially leave some of those characters vulnerable to Tigger and Elsa challenges.
Here we go. Scourge of the Wyvern clan comes down, and now we get Tigger, who is going to challenge Lady. We've got Elsa, who's going to challenge Grandmother Willow, and now Happy Vince's board is looking a lot less happy. We've only got 3 characters down there rather than the 5, and we've lost the Lady, which means Tramp no longer gets that cost reduction. We've lost the Grandmother Willow, which means nothing gets a cost reduction. So not just taking out characters, but taking out pseudo-ink, as I like to call it.
Yeah, and the big difference in this one was Vince has not been able to get the 7-cost tramp down on the board. I don't think they drew it, but also Kang's done a great job of trying to deny it for as long as possible. That Tigger on Kang's 3rd turn denied that turn 3 tramp. Elsa also contributing towards trying to deny that tramp. Even the Demona. Everything Kang is doing here is trying to prevent Vince from getting down the tramp 7 cost as quickly as possible. Vince didn't actually draw it here, but Kang, of course, doesn't know that and has masterfully... You can see that he's really played this matchup a lot and knows exactly what it takes to win it.
We did see a Lilo Escape Artist played from hand, which makes me a little bit sad because there's one in the discard you could have played. So it just means that there was no better option there. So we do get that one down onto the board. We're back up to 4 characters. And Kang here, we've got free ink, which is being exerted. No, we don't. Yes, we do. What are we going to be using it for?
Yeah, and
No, we don't.
The scores on the doors were, Ross, as well. 1 law for Vince, which was in that very first turn.
Yes, we do.
And nothing yet for Kang. You have to imagine that Kang is in the ascendancy in this position, but it's certainly far from over as Genie comes through for 4 ink.
And yeah, Genie Wish Fulfilled comes down. You get to draw a card on play, and it is an evasive. Hence why this deck is often called evasives. There are a few of them down there. Now we get some more ink, which is being used here. And no, we're going to be inking first. We're going to be inking up that Hades, and then Cheshire Cat Inexplicable comes down. And oh, look, there's a couple of damage on that Elsa.
There
But
is,
we're not boosting.
Yeah, no ink available for
Nope.
that boost just yet, but I'm sure that Dinkan Fam is going to hope to do that in a turn's time. Happy Vince is going to pass back on over to them, but look at that, 5, 7, not enough to sing Under the Sea currently. Kang is just doing a really good job of making things awkward for Vince. No possibility to sing Under the Sea. Does mean that Kang is probably feeling nice and safe in this position, because imagine if Vince just had that 1 extra 1-cost character on the board, Under the Sea would be an option.
And that would be amazing. We do get the trap, but it's a smaller trap, the enterprising dog that comes down here. And unfortunately, it doesn't even get the cost reduction because there's no Lady on board, so you have got to pay the full. You do get to give one of your characters +1 strength for each other character in play. So that is a 4 strength boost, which is going to be coming down somewhere from this tramp enterprising dog. You can make a pretty you can make Nani very beefy here if what you want.
Yep, it's actually going to be Daisy as the option.
Don't mind
Daisy
this.
trading out Tigger, but I think as soon as you're Vince, taking trades like this, it's not a good sign to be in. Of course, Daisy, a character which quests for 2, but a nice utility to make use of this tramp in this position. But we talked about this tramp could have been played for 0 cost almost in some circumstances.
Yep.
But Kang has not allowed that to happen with the control options of the Amethyst. It is just a full Amethyst board for the Disney Lorcana reigning world champ right now.
Well, we've got Elsa the 5th Spirit has come down here. You do get to exert a character on play. It's going to be that Nani stage manager. And you do have Rush and you do have Evasive. So could come in. You wouldn't take out the Nani here with a free willpower. Instead, we are just going to go to Mona, Scourge of the Wyvern clan, into Nani, and we're building up damage so that we can boost here, and then we move the damage off of Demona. We're eyeing up the Lilo. Lilo gets taken down without even having to challenge, and here we see Genie is going to be doing a bit of questing, and now it really feels like the game is starting to turn here, Joe.
Yeah, Happy Vince in game number 1 had all the characters and Kang had just 1, but the roles have been reversed. Dinkan Fam has just been able to find that little bit of control necessary, and Vince, without the tramp, has really just stumbled here. This Amber Emerald deck, if you don't get off to a fast start, it can really look not so impressive. That's why that mulligan's so important as well, Ross,
Oh,
right?
absolutely. No, I agree. You want to try and mulligan into a hand that's going to avoid this. We do have Delamue's Lullaby here, get a strength reduction and draw a card, but we're not going to have an Under the Sea coming down. We are not in that position right now. So it's so different to where we were in game one. Double tramp into double Under the Sea, and now we've got Bobby Zemirski and a tramp.
Yep. And DKP's current board will quest for 7, which means that DKP could win quite comfortably within a couple of turns unless Vince can start removing some of Kang's characters. It's going to be a Rhino, setting down the strength of Demona to 4 until the start of Vince's next turn. But still, no sign of an under-the-sea threat. Dinkan Fam is probably feeling very confident right now.
We've had 2 strength reductions, and neither of them were combined with an Under the Sea. We see a second boost here, taking out Bobby Zemirski, healing. And we see now the power of this Cheshire Cat, inexplicable. And then we're just going to do a bunch of questing. And DKP is going to be up to 10, we're up to 11, we're up to 12, we're up to 13, we're up to 14 lore. And that means that DKP has game on board next turn. Vince has got 1 turn. He draws. What can he do? Nothing. So we are going to be tied here at 1 game apiece, going to game 3 at round 1 here of Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent.
Yeah, Dinkan Fam masterfully done. That Tigger on turn 3, that Elsa on turn 4, just trying to disrupt the game plan of the Dogs deck as much as possible. But I think also the hand was less than ideal in this case for Amber Emerald. And again, though, Ross, we talked about right at the start, the mulligans are so powerful in Disney Lorcana. The fact that you can get rid of all 7 cards if you want. Maybe you just want to get rid of 1. Maybe you want to do 6. You have full flexibility and so much choice. And with a deck like Amber Emerald, you really see if you get off to that quick start, like in game 1, you can take over the game. But if you just stumble a little bit, it can go very wrong very quickly. So that mulligan is so important in this deck.
No, it absolutely is. Look at that last game. DKP went off, had a really nice curve. Fine, didn't have the 1-drop turn 1. But other than that, a really nice curve and settled the ball beautifully, whereas Happy Vince sat there and he didn't have what he wanted. And it seems pretty clear. We've just watched 2 games. You can be brand new to Disney Lorcana trading card game, and you look at that game and you go, oh, so you need Tramp and then Under the Sea. That's how you win this matchup.
Yeah, and obviously the Tramp helps you find the Under the Sea as well, which not relevant in this matchup, but against cards like Mowgli and Ursula, the fact that you can draw Under the Sea at a later point, protecting it from Ursula is really, really exciting. So this Amber Emerald deck used to be very reliant on the Chromacon, the Emerald Chromacon. We're actually seeing some players, Ross, just get rid of the Emerald Chromacon entirely, and then we're seeing some Blood Pool players, for example, play item removal. So it's a real cat and mouse situation in the Disney Lorcana metagame.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Look, we haven't seen an Emerald Chromacon coming down from Happy Vince yet. We've seen 2 games. I'm not saying he doesn't play it.
We don't know.
We don't know, but I am saying at this stage, if it is there, it is doing a very, very good job of hiding. But we're seeing things like a couple copies of Rhino along with Delamue's Lullaby. There's a lot of other stuff in the deck which makes me think, has he had to make a bit of room for this? You know, you're going to be able to play a bunch of Emerald Chromacon alongside a bunch of Rhino 116 Wolf and everything else in the deck. I'd argue maybe not.
Yeah. This is also going to be the very first time and only time in this round 1 match where it's going to be Amber Emerald going first. So that game 1 where Amber Emerald was able to break serve was so crucial in this matchup because Kang now is going to be a little bit up against it and is going to be needing to find that perfect curve. We know that they like Tigger, we know they like Elsa, but it's going to be very interesting to see if they can disrupt the Tramp. Potentially that Tramp on turn 3 now can come through before that Tigger for Kang, thanks to that Willow. But that turn 2 Willow plus a 1-drop is what sets up that Tramp on turn 3.
And there is a fist bump. Oh, no, wait, there was a little fist bump before we were going, but maybe that was like the pre-mulligan fist bump.
Yep.
Then we're going to have a little bit of a look at mulligans, and then when we figure that out, then we get the real fist bump.
I've got to say, I'm loving the glove upgrade from Kang. We've seen him wear blue gloves before, but the all-black outfit for Kang, matching the hair and the glasses, I think he's looking very stylish over there. So very nice to see Kang with a new set of gloves. That is a really cool little outfit.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you there. Now we are back to this mulligan decision. I think you've laid it out really nicely so far, Joe, just having a look at... Now we're only mulliganing a couple there for Happy Vince, so he's liking his opening hand. And look, if I'm going to be in a best of 3, I want to win game 1. Winning game 1 is so huge, because then you lose game 2 and you're like, well, I don't really mind, Because game 2, you got the choice of first or second. You had an advantage. Now it comes to game 3, the pivotal game. We got loads of time on the clock. That is not going to be an issue. And now I get my preferred choice of first or second, which we know is going to be first. And that really does give you the impetus to go and run here.
Yeah, and one of the advantages for going second in Disney Lorcana is you do get to mulligan second. So Kang has seen that Vince has just mulliganed 2 cards. Is going to feel like, okay, I need a really good hand in order to win this. And it looks like Sail and Tigger are going to be kept for Kang. And mulligans 5 other cards, perhaps looking for that Elsa, looking for a 1-cost character, I'm sure, as well. Let's look at the facial expression of Kang, not giving too much away there.
He didn't look delighted, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it was bad, but I'm saying it didn't seem like it was particularly good. But you're right, if you see your opponent not mulliganing aggressively, that tells them they've got a good hand. Maybe I need to mulligan more aggressively because they're going first. I'm pretty confident they've got a good hand. I have got to make this work.
Yeah, and it's those finer little details that the very best players in Disney Lorcana are so good at. So Dinkan Pham waiting there for that mulligan, hiding as much information about his opening hand.
There is the fist bump, and we are going here on Game 3, Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent, Round 1, Dinkan Pham and Happy Vince, World Champion. But on the ropes a little bit here. What have we got as a turn 1 play for Happy Vince?
Yeah, we saw in game 1, it was actually the Bobby Zamiski played by Vince on turn 1 instead of that Daisy Duck. But now that Vince is going first, perhaps that Daisy Duck opener could be the way to go. In fact, there's a fistful of daisies here.
He's got both cards. He's got Bobby and Daisy in hand.
And the Willow's there as well, I believe, and the Tramp. This looks like an unbelievably good hand for Vince. Dinkan Pham is going to be feeling the pressure immediately, I fear.
And it is, as expected, Ink, Bobby Zamiski, Spray Cheese Kid, play Daisy Duck, Donald's Date, and then over then he's going to Ink sail the Azurite Sea, but no turn 1 play. We top deck that Lilo Escape Artist here for Happy Vince, and things are going exactly like he likes.
Yep, we're going to see the Daisy Duck questing. It's going to be Dumbo into the hand for Kang, but get ready for one of the most explosive turn 2 plays we've ever seen on a Disney Lorcana challenge. It's going to be Lilo Escape Artist into the Ink.
We are then going to be playing our Grandmother Willow, which means we can play another Daisy Duck for free. That is 5 lore represented on the board from questing for Happy Vince. And over to Kang, he's only got 1 card in the Inkwell, nothing on the board, and already facing immense pressure. This is the best case scenario if you're playing an aggro deck. Dumbo, Ninth Wonder in the Universe, gets inked. We play the Tipo Growing Sun. We're going to be ramping a little bit. And then we're just passing over, so Vince can, unchallenged here, just go and get 5 lore.
Yep, 5 lore. And importantly as well, 3 characters on the board with that cost reduction means that a Tramp, if available, would only cost 3 ink.
Here we go. No,
it's not.
It's a Mickey. I mean, Mickey Mouse Amber Champion is not too shabby. Let's be clear here. It's giving the extra 2 willpower to all your Amber characters, and it gets Singer 8 if you've got 2 or more other Amber characters in play. And you know what that means?
Yeah, that is a lot of willpower on those Daisy Ducks. Very difficult to contend with. Vince has the Tramp Ross, but declined to go for it just yet, which just shows you what a comfortable position they feel they're in right now. Dinkan Pham is up against it. We did see them keep the Tigger in the opening hand. Now would be the moment to play it.
Mate, if I had 6 willpower Daisy Ducks, I think I'd probably go for that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1/6 Daisy Duck questing for 2. I am down with that. So is it going to be the Tigger coming down here on this turn? First, we're going to be inking. Once again, being very careful about the decision. Is a second Dumbo Ninth Wonder in the Universe. 2 of them in the Inkwell now for Kang. And it is the Tigger. What are we going to be bouncing?
It's going to be a Daisy or a Willow, of course, 2 costs or less.
Yep.
On
Not
Tigger.
picky.
So do you go for the questing power of Daisy, or do you go for that extra cost reduction of the Willow? I have a feeling it might have to be Daisy at this moment in time, but Kang's certainly going to take his time over this decision. And this is really Happy Vince exploiting the potential weakness of Blurple. We know that it's so good in the late game with control, but it does maybe have a weakness that it can struggle with aggressive decks.
I think you have to get a Daisy here. Because the thing is, you can bounce Grandmother Willow. If you bounce Grandmother Willow, Tramp is still on the board next turn.
Yep.
You'll have 3 characters down as a 4 cost, you'll have 4 ink. You're not denying Tramp, so I think you have to bounce the Daisy Duck Donald's Date back. Then at least there's only 1/6 willpower questing for 2 character. It's not ideal, is it? Let's be honest.
And it's going to be Dinkan Fan with the Tipo, of course, could take a challenge, but with only one strength. Tipo is not tall enough yet to take out the Grandmother Willow or the Daisy Duck, especially with the Mickey Mouse Amber Champion in the mixer as well.
Yeah, we do need to remember there is just that static skill giving +2 willpower to all of those characters. Only Amber characters, incidentally. Any Emerald will not get that little boost, but right now that's not terribly relevant. So we are, is it questing with Tipo?
I think Kang is still just deciding.
It's got to be, I mean, are you doing enough? Is one damage anyway going to make much of a difference?
It could down the line. And I mean, the other question is one law going to make a difference, right? So
well, there we go.
Tipo goes for the challenge. Now, of course, if the Mickey Mouse Amber Champion is removed from the board, that costs, that willpower increase will be removed. So Kang maybe just trying to line up another challenge with Tipo next turn, perhaps.
Potentially, and of course, having damage on your board is not too bad when you're playing that Cheshire Cat Inexplicable. Right now, we're playing a Daisy Duck. We knew we had it in hand, obviously. And it is that big 7-cost Tramp Street Smart Dog. 4 other characters in play means you draw 4 cards, and then you choose and discard 4 cards. This is going to give Happy Vince access to so much of his deck at this point, and that is hopefully going to line up almost any play that he wants. There is a card I'm seeing in hand, which you might not even need right now, honestly, but it's there, under the sea.
There's 2, in fact, and this is like similar to the Mulligan decision we talk about. It's one of the most important decisions for an Amber Emerald deck. This is the other one, right? You've got so many options in terms of what you discard. So Happy Vince just going to be really careful, has plenty of time to just try and plan out the rest of the game, calculate how much lore am I going to have on which turn. Do I need the Under the Sea? Can I just get rid of it entirely? Definitely a big decision point here for Happy Vince.
Well, we got 8 lore on the board for those questers, which means comfortable game in 2. We are discarding both the Under the Sea here, so basically signaling I don't need this control. I think I'm far enough ahead. Daisy quest, and that does give a Basil Practice Detective over to Kang there by virtue of Daisy's questing skill.
Yeah, one also interesting thing is Vince could have quested with Daisy before the Tramp, which you could argue maybe gives them a little bit of extra information on the state of Kang's hand and whether or not Under the Sea is going to be needed. But, of course, you also get information from playing the Tramp. Doesn't decide to quest with the remaining characters, only with that one Daisy, which is a really interesting decision here.
Absolutely. What it means is it's going to be 2 more turns until game can be claimed. Right now, we've got 8 lore on the board. That can put Happy Vince up to 18. But I don't believe he actually could have quested beyond 11 here, so he wouldn't have had game on the board regardless, because Daisy and Tramp both came down last turn. We were waiting for the ink to dry. So if you cannot get to game on board anyway, might as well play a little bit of a slower protective game.
Yeah, maybe also Vince like telegraphing they have another Tramp in hand potentially. I'm not sure. Like if you're Dinkan Fan and you see this only quest with Daisy, Kang is certainly going to be trying to make a read over what cards Vince has in hand, particularly when he's just seen him discard 2 copies of Under the Sea. So Kang's going to be doing a lot of predicting in terms of what's in Vince's hand. We saw him do something similar with the Mulligan, right? Kang tried to read what is potentially in Vince's hand based on how much he mulliganed. And in a similar way, Kang, I'm sure, is doing the same thing right now.
No, absolutely, and you are giving the game away. Like we said, when you get rid of 2 Under the Sea, you are basically either saying, I've got 3 in hand, it's not that likely, or I have decided this is not a route I want to go down. And that's an awkward place to be when you're sitting there looking at your opponent. They've got a board like this. You're in game 3, and they're telling you they don't even need to try playing any control. That is a little bit awkward. Ink decision being made for Kang here.
And this is only Dinkan Fam's 4th turn in this game. They're going to be going up to 5 ink thanks to that Tipo. But Happy Vince has managed to amass a huge wide board here, despite Kang being so early on in the game.
Well, we do see that Basil Practice Detective going down there into the ink. And that's going to give, like you say, 5 ink to play with here. We need to start getting rid of some of Happy Vince's board. It is way too big. It is way too imposing. Within 2 turns right now, it looks like he'll be taking this round 1 victory. We know Kang's one of the best players in the world. You still don't want to lose round 1.
No, absolutely not. And Happy Vince, this last turn was so fascinating. Big decision with the Tramp, but then only questing with Daisy. Happy Vince here is predicting that Kang is likely to play an Elsa 5th Spirit on this turn, and is just assuming that Kang has it, and just sort of making the best play against an Elsa. So I really love the decision-making from Vince in this previous turn. I think it's the sign of a really high-level player when you just make an unorthodox quest with only one character in this position. I certainly, Ross, would have been tempted to just quest with everything, and that really shows the skill of some of these players to make such an interesting line and just play around the Elsa, which you almost certainly know is coming, or certainly you just play around it and expect it to come.
Yeah, expect it, and it will appear. You ink sail the Azurite Sea, and then Elsa the Fifth Spirit comes down exactly as predicted. So we got Rush, we got Evasive, and you get to exert one of your opponent's characters. And of course, you combine that with the Rush, and it basically means you can challenge whoever you want on the turn Elsa the Fifth Spirit is played. Who are we going to go for here? The problem is you've only got 2 strength, and that Mickey Mouse Amber Champion is still on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And this is Vince's genius decision to only quest with Daisy here is just making things really, really awkward for the world champ. It's going to be Grandmother Willow taken out, or no, just exerted for now.
It looked like a double challenge there with Tigger and Elsa, but then it looks like we've decided that's not where we're going, because that's a big problem here. One is not going to be enough. The Tigger alone would take out the Grandmother Willow. We're going after Daisy Duck, so it is a double challenge into Daisy Duck with Tigger and with Elsa. And again, if it wasn't for the Amber Champion Mickey, Tigger alone could have done that.
Yep. And also the T-Po, it can challenge Grandmother Willow, but it's not going to take the Grandmother Willow out just yet. Although if that Amber Champion would be removed, that will happen. So Kang, a second challenge with T-Po. Those 2 damage counters on Grandmother Willow, not removing it from the board thanks to that extra 3 willpower.
Having to double challenge to not take out a Grandmother Willow, that is not where you want to be at any point in the game. I've challenged it twice, and if later down the line I can take out another character, then it will go down. It's got 2 willpower naturally. You should not be having to put this much effort in to take it out.
Yeah, and imagine Vince in the previous turn quested with more characters, then the Elsa would have been free to have exerted the Amber Champion, and Kang would have had a bit of an easier time. So again, this previous turn from Vince, just the quest of the Daisy Duck, I think gave them the best board state against this Elsa Fifth Spirit. So brilliant gameplay from Vince so far.
Absolutely. Worth noting that Mickey does not give himself that extra willpower. It is only your other Amber characters. So a double challenge from Tigger and Elsa would have been enough. So I like your point there entirely. We've protected Mickey Mouse Amber Champion, and that has then protected the rest of the board. So now we're back over to Vince here, just trying to figure out what is the next option. I've got 4 characters down. I can get a bunch of lore. There's 6 lore represented on the board. Hand looking a little bit anemic right now. It's not looking amazing.
Worth mentioning as well, this Mickey Mouse Amber Champion, we've talked so much about the extra willpower, but with 2 other Amber characters in play, it's also a Singer 8, which is going to be great for Under the Sea.
Yeah, that was what I was getting at. It's great for Under the Sea,
brilliant.
mate.
And look at that, that's not bad either. Ursula Deceiver taking a peek at Kang's hand, lots of information, but of course also the option to discard a song card, let it go and Into the Unknown, the options, and it's going to be Into the Unknown discarded.
I love that. Those are 2 songs which we see seeing so much play in these Amethyst Sapphire decks to try and ink your opponent's characters. Get rid of one of them. Why not? Now, it does seem like we have finally got that. Is that Tramp coming down?
Yep, another
There's
Tramp
that the street smart dog. How many cover characters we got?
There's a lot of them.
There's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that Grandmother Willow also in play, reduced the cost of Ursula Deceiver to just 1. So this is a lot of stats for not much ink for Happy Vince.
Tramp was a 2 cost here, but it's not just that it's a 2 cost. You get to draw 5, and then you have to choose and discard 5, which means what you're doing here is just you're cycling so much of your deck. You are absolutely, like right now, if Vince doesn't have what he wants, it's a bit of an upset.
Yeah, absolutely. And another big decision for Vince. What card do you keep in hand? It's going to be a big chunk discarded. We see some cost reduction cards, and I see the 1 card in hand, and it's a very spicy potential finisher. Let's see if Kang can manage to play around that Go-Go Tamago that Vince has kept in hand.
Well, there we go. We are questing with Daisy Duck. We are questing with Tramp. We are questing with Grandmother Willow. And here's what I love about Vince's play here. He's going, look, I've got so much lore on the board. I don't care if you take out a few characters next turn. And again, the Go-Go Tomago, it gets a chance of what I like to call cheeky lore.
Yes.
Getting lore in a way other than questing. All you have to do is pay 2 ink, and you gain lore equal to the damage on a chosen opposing character. It's only potentially 1 at the moment, but of course what you can do is challenge, get a bunch of damage on, and then take advantage of that.
And sometimes 1 lore is all you need to win the game.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, 1 might also be enough, because you can't quest with Go-Go Tomago when you play her, but yeah, also, stop whining, woman up, great ability name.
Yeah, fantastic. And another really interesting questing moment from Happy Vince was deciding whether or not to quest with this Amber champion. Mickey Mouse decides to do it, and I love how long we're seeing these players take on some of these key decisions. The pace of play has been very fast, but when there's a big moment, a tricky decision, they're slowing down and they're really trying to evaluate those important crucial decision points.
We got 12 minutes left. We're going to finish this in the time, more than likely. Full 3 games in the time means that we are absolutely seeing. We're basically getting maximum Disney Lorcana action, and I am down with that. Now, there are decisions being made here, but where are we right now? We got Vince got 1 card in hand.
Yep, 1 in
Is
hand.
it the Go-Go Tomago?
Correct.
Haha, love it. But that's all. I don't think he's going to need anything more to finish out the game next turn. Junior Woodchuck Guidebook comes down, draws a couple extra cards for Ding Kang Fam, our reigning Disney Lorcana World Champion. Also won a DLC, not for nothing. We are now going to be singing Let It Go, and now that's where Amber Champion Mickey goes into the ink. Now we can challenge, we can get rid of Grandmother Willow, we can get rid of Daisy Duck. But I think we've still got enough lore on the board. Something else needs to be taken out. Now we are going to see Treble Basil. But can we not just quest for 5 with Happy Vince here? I believe we can just quest for 5, and that's a game. Happy Vince takes it 2 games to 1, defeating the reigning world champion in Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent, round 1. What a confidence boost that's got to be starting this tournament.
Yeah, and that's a matchup I think we're going to have to expect to see a lot more of this weekend.
You're right.
Amber Emerald
FM2
just
round 2.
about coming out on top. Brilliant to see. What a first match that was here in Ghent.
Oh, that was everything we could have hoped for. Maximum Disney Lorcana Challenge action. We saw the 2 best decks in the format presumptively coming in. We saw a matchup of the 2 powerhouses. We saw it go to a game 3. And we basically saw both the decks showing off all of their tricks. And that's what I love to see in a best of 3. I love seeing both decks do their thing.
Yeah, and a slow start for the day for Ding Kang Fam. But I think if anybody is able to start off 0-1 and make a big comeback, it will be the reigning world champion.
I'm really not worried about him. I've seen his Disney Lorcana Challenge record over the past couple of seasons. World champion. He's won a Disney Lorcana Challenge. He's got top 8 and at least 1 more.
Yep.
He has, I believe he was the only player that qualified for both the North American Championships and the European Championships back in season 1. I am not worried about his ability to come down from a single match loss.
Yeah, and I know one thing that he's really chasing this weekend is that qualification for the European Championships, which you get if you hit the top 32. I know that's something he is still looking to achieve. So he's already got it for North America, but actually in his home turf in Europe, he is not yet. So he's got a lot to play for this weekend.
No, absolutely. That's what he's going for. Basically trying to qualify for all of these events every year, because why not? When you're at that level of player, you might as well try and go for the clean sweep. I would. If I was that good at Disney Lorcana and I was winning that much, I'd be going for it.
Yeah, and again, this Amber Emerald Dogs deck, not seeing any Chromacon. Usually that was like the reason in previous metas that Amber Emerald had a seemingly really good matchup into the Blood Pool decks, because you would just use the Chromacon, you would make things awkward for the Amber, for the Sapphire Amethyst player. Cards like Elsa suddenly become a lot less impressive. Cards like Genie being bounced back to hand feels really bad.
Yep.
But actually, we didn't see a single Chromacon played in round number 1 here, and it was still Amber Emerald taking it down, despite them also being the player on the draw in game 1.
And that's the thing. We basically saw both the game plans that Happy Vince had. In game 1, it was, I'm a little bit behind, you've gone first, so I'm going to get my Tramp Street Smart Dog, but I have to combine that with Under the Sea. I don't win without Under the Sea. Game 2, it didn't go your way. You were again going second. Your opponent just had his amazing start, played on curve, went a little bit control-y. You had no chance. That was not your game. That's fine. It's a best of 3. In Game 3, similar to Game 1, but now you're going first.
Yeah.
So you can play those early Daisy Ducks and actually be questing with them. So Under the Sea became largely irrelevant. You still had Tramp. Tramp was still a huge part of the plan. But now you don't need to tramp into Under the Sea. We had that Singer 8 Mickey on the board for ages, which didn't matter because you didn't need Under the Sea. And it was just like in Game 1, but now I don't need Under the Sea. And we did see that Amber Champion Mickey came out earlier than the Tramp, giving that protection to those early smaller characters, waited a little bit for Tramp, and that really paid off in the end.
Yeah, it absolutely did. And Amethyst Sapphire definitely been one of the strongest decks in previous metagames, but actually seeing it take a round 1 loss in that fashion is very, very fascinating. A lot of people I know in the building this weekend have dropped Amethyst Sapphire at the last minute for the Amber Emerald Dogs deck, and I think from that first round we can see why that is the case. It's going to be really fascinating to see the meta breakdown at some point during the weekend. I would still expect Amethyst Sapphire to be the most represented deck, but that Amber Emerald deck, it's always been around like the 10% representation, maybe 15%. We might for the first time see that deck hit 20% meta representation overall.
That wouldn't surprise me. I am very much expecting those 2 decks at 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting a little bit of a gap. There's going to be a bunch of other stuff around here. There's plenty of other decks that have a chance in the right metagame, under the right circumstances, with the right list and the right player. But I'm expecting the 2 decks we just saw on stream to be the 2 decks coming into this tournament.
Yep.
And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm starting to feel really good about my prediction.
Yep.
I felt pretty good coming into the day. After watching that round 1,
to Evan to round 2.
I feel great.
Yeah,
Freddy
absolutely.
has won the first round.
Absolutely. So we're going to be heading into our feature match number 2 from round number 1. We are going to be jumping in to the match in game number 2. So we'll make sure we get all of the scores updated for you soon. But that's a beautiful thing, Ross. Round 1, we've seen it already, but we've got another round 1 match to jump in with. There's so much Disney Lorcana action heading in on this weekend. All sorts of players in the building, 4,000 main event competitors over the 3 days this weekend.
Yeah, do remember we are essentially running 2 events, one on the Friday, one on the Saturday, top cut for both on the Sunday, and the winner of each event will meet in a grand finals on Sunday in our last match, best of 5, to decide who is taking that invitation to the World Championships. But we are having 2 feature matches every round here.
Yep.
So are we able to jump in and have a quick look at the second game here?
Yeah, let's have a look. And Ross, I know as well, you've had the opportunity to check out the city of Ghent. You and I had a little walk around. It's a lovely place, isn't it?
Oh, I'm a big fan. I didn't really know what to expect of Ghent when I got here, but the architecture is, I cannot describe how wonderful the architecture is. Anyone who's here in this weekend, anyone who ever finds their way to Ghent, and there are a bunch of other Belgian cities as well, it's not just Ghent, but the architecture, it is a medieval city, and there are parts of the city where you can wander around and you can see the medieval roots. There is a literal castle, not a snow fort, a literal castle in the middle of the city. You can go and have a wander around. There's medieval buildings, there's cathedrals and clock towers.
Waffles and fries.
Match is running.
Waffles and fries. But here we go, our second feature match. We've got Freddie and Ely. You will notice Freddie is 1 game up there. They won game 1, and we are heading over into game 2. It looks like we've got Amethyst Emerald on the left, and it looks like we've got Ruby Amber on the right.
Wow, amazing. So Ely, of course, a Disney Lorcana Challenge champion in Season 1, someone that we've seen on stream many times. Freddie from Germany, France and Germany too. Very, very big fans of Disney Lorcana in those regions. Big turnout at local events. And Ely inking the Ursa the Deceiver and not playing a character in the first couple of turns. Freddie now inking themselves as well. And it's going to be that Grandmother Willow on turn number 2.
Not too shabby. That's going to give that cost reduction. That is going to help a lot as we go through this game. Over to Ely, we are inking that Cheshire Cat, and we're playing Prince Philip, Royal Adventurer. Hello.
Yeah, so Ely's deck's really fascinating. Seeing that Prince Philip, you're going to expect the Malicious Mean and Scary. Maybe there's some Clarabelles in this deck. There could even be Bend to My Will, potentially. I don't know the deck list, but definitely not a typical color combination in this format. Amethyst and Emerald. Going to be fascinating to see the route this deck goes. Freddie inks Ruben.
Oh, I love that Ruben card. He's making sandwiches. He's loving it. But he's also then playing a...
it's not Namari, it's Sarabi, I think the name
It
of
is
this one is.
Sarabi. I believe that is where we are going here. These are cards we are not used to seeing. We've had very on point in game 1. We are not there in game 2. We're very different. Now, Genie Wish Fulfilled, that's a card we are used to seeing hit the table. It's got evasive. It lets you draw a card. It is Sarabi, and you can exert it to give a chosen opposing character -4 strength until the start of your next turn. She's protecting the pride, Joe.
Yeah, and she's got a great stat line as well. That 4 strength, 4 willpower. Maybe combining with something like Grab Your Bow, for example, or the Headless Horseman to make use of that strength reduction. Grandmother Willow on the board means that Freddy could play a 5-cost character this turn. Once they ink, of course.
We are seeing this Amber Ruby. There's very little Ruby in the metagame right now. We had 1 in top 8 of the DLC over in Melbourne, but it's not an ink that we generally tend to see very much of at all right now. Oh, it is the Headless Horseman, Terror of Sleepy Hollow, and that is going to banish that Genie Wish Fulfilled. Luckily, Prince Philip does get to survive.
Yeah, that is quite a huge play. Again, utilizing the Grandmother Willow to get that Headless Horseman. It's a lot better getting a Headless Horseman through on turn 4 compared with turn 5. Freddy's game plan just being really accelerated right now, and it is going to be the Sarabi questing for 1, but the Elsa 5th Spirit is going to clean up that Grandmother Willow.
And that Grandmother Willow, given that cost reduction, is a bit of a pain. Now, Sarabi, is this a quest or is this a strength reduction? We're inking another Ruben here, and it looks like we're getting ready for some board space sport. It is the Carefree Snowboarder coming down from Stitch. There was a surfer there.
Yeah.
But we're on the snow, we're not on the water here. That's hit the board, and now Sarabi is, that looked like a strength reduction. Oh, I kind of like this, because now you can challenge and you don't take any damage back.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really fascinating. And it's also until the start of Freddy's next turn. So this Elsa, even though it's Ely's turn, is still at 0 strength, meaning this Headless Horseman is safe to collect that 2 lore. Ely with that Prince Philip down on the board. Of course, that Malicious, Mean and Scary and Prince Philip Floodborn is a dangerous combo. It's going to be the Hades, though. So Freddy has to decide, will I let this Stitch be banished, or is Ely going to draw 2 cards? And it looks as though 2 cards will be drawn.
Oh, Malicious, Mean and Scary. That has gone into the ink. I like that card, but it's not time for it yet. We're working up towards that potential Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, full board wipe, but we're not there yet. Now, we do get the questing from Stitch. Oh, look, I have 2 other characters in play. Now I get to draw 2 cards with the Bringing Your Friends ability.
Really awesome to see this Stitch. Card draw in Amber and Ruby is a pretty precious commodity.
Yeah.
So getting 2 cards added to hand in an Amber Ruby deck should not be underestimated how significant that is.
No, absolutely not. We got the Snitch Snowboarder and the Surfer, but right now it's Grandmother Willow coming down. Want to get that cost reduction. The Ancient Advisor giving her the advice. I love it. We got a Mulan going into the ink here. We are getting the strength reduction on Hades from... and there we go. Once again, and it's like you pointed out. I'm going to reduce your strength, and then I'm going to quest knowing that I'm not that, well, put upon yet.
I'm really impressed by the Sarabi. I had this in my sealed pool for Winter Spell, and I was quite impressed with it, but I've never seen it in core constructed.
No, never.
And it's just being an absolute menace. It's contributing towards the Stitch, it's got great stats, and it's making things difficult for Ely to control the board.
You do not want to know how many deck lists I looked at in the last couple of weeks before this event. I didn't see Sarabi in a single deck list, and I assure you we're into 3 figures of deck lists I'm digging through. I wanted to know everything people were playing. Nobody was playing Sarabi. Now, Malicious, Mean and Scary, double Malicious, Mean and Scary. That's going to take out the Grandmother Willow and another character. 2 damage on the Sarabi, 2 damage on the Stitch. Elsa takes out Sarabi.
Whoa.
Prince Philip takes out the Stitch, and we didn't even need Vanquisher of Foes, Prince Philip. That's a full board wipe, Joe.
That was quite unbelievable. What a shift in momentum in game number 2. Ely, he's won a Disney Lorcana challenge before, he's played on stream before, and he's making a show of it as we see the Milan Elite Archer entering the board for Freddie.
That was incredible. And when I'm struggling to keep up with the amount of plays you're doing that quick, you know that there is something very special happening here. Now, we've just got the Mulan from Freddie. Hopefully that's going to be able to stabilize a bit, but we've got the Dual Ink Diablo. We've got the Dumbo, Ninth Wonder of the Universe. There's a lot of different stuff coming down from Ely here, who is really putting himself in a great position.
Yeah, and Freddie at 7 ink right now, which means there's no threat of a board clears. It's Judy Hopps that comes through. Now, Mulan's going to quest for 2. A big weakness of this Mulan, Ross, is it doesn't deal with evasives very well unless Ely will exert one of their non-evasive characters, which I imagine they might not do. But Raging Storm is a threat at 8 ink. Remember, this is game number 2, so Ely's already going to have probably quite a bit of information over what's in Freddie's deck at this point.
Absolutely. If it's there, he probably knows about it by now. That Diablo Spiteful Raven is there with Challenger and Evasive. We're just questing now with Ely. Quest with Dumbo. Quest with Genie. I say quest. I obviously mean using the skill to exert to draw a card and get 1 ink. 1 law, sorry. But we are building up that law. We are building up our hand. And Ely's board is looking really quite tidy right now. We've got a lesser played Judy Hopps coming down. There's like 3 different Judy Hopps that occasionally see play. That is not one of them. I have no idea what's going on with Freddie's deck, but I am loving it, Joe.
Yeah, it's really awesome to see this. Judy Hopps did ready that Mulan, the turn that the Judy Hopps was played. So Mulan was able to quest and then be readied by Judy Hopps at the end of the turn. So instant impact from the Judy Hopps, but it's a big moment in this game for Ely. All of the evasives have exerted, but I'm not surprised to see that Hades is still ready to play around this Mulan Elite Archer as Webby joins the fun as well.
Yeah, when you deal damage in a challenge, you then get to deal damage to 2 other characters, but you've got to be able to challenge, and the evasives are just helping out. Judy, by the way, Resourceful Rabbit, she actually readies another chosen character at the end of every turn.
Yep.
So it's going to keep happening. We do see the Carefree Surfer here. You've got 2 other characters, so you draw 2 cards. Mulan is just forced, it looks like, to quest because there's no challenge that can be done here. And Freddie is up to 11 law. He's doing all right.
Yeah, and the synergy here with the Judy Hopps and the support with Mulan is so fascinating as well.
So good.
Because, of course, the Mulan can get extra strength when you shift it, but the support for Judy Hopps is particularly significant with that Elite Archer. But Ely is finding the weakness in Freddie's game plan here by just making sure to only exert those evasive characters. But it is a nail-biting game. Ely at 5 law, Freddie at 11. It is anybody's game at this point in time. I'm having so much fun watching this Amber Ruby deck in action.
Yeah, I was expecting Judy Hopps, Local Detective, Elite Detective, Judy Hopps Uncovering Clues, Jody Hopps Snowball Patrol. I was not expecting Judy Hopps Resourceful Rabbit, but we are seeing some questing here. We've got the Spiteful Raven, the Ninth Wonder of the Universe. We've got Genie coming in here as well. And now we are paying so that we can go and draw that card at the same time. And Ely's got up to 8 law. We are inking Ursula Deceiver here as well. Excuse me.
Yeah, so Ely then goes for the Elsa, taking out this Mulan, which was looking like such a threat. It's going to be Hades, Webby, and Elsa combining to deal with that Mulan, which means that now Ely is feeling more comfortable about exerting non-evasive characters like that Hades. Freddie with still 4 law on the board. And of course, that Judy Hopps is going to continue to ready that Stitch every single turn. So Freddie is getting really close to that 20 law mark. And Ely's board now is getting very wide themselves. It is anybody's game, and it is an absolute nail-biter in this game number 2.
We are challenging. Stitch Carefree Surfer is going into Hades, taking that damage back. That tells me Freddie thinks he cannot win too much just going for law. But Ohaname's family is going to heal all 3 of that damage and then immediately draw 3 cards as well. That Rafiki Mystical Fighter just getting tidied up on Ely's board that was played last turn. Now we've got so many options in hand. What is it going to be? The Horseman strikes, and he strikes down Dumbo, Ninth Wonder of the Universe. Ely now nowhere near game on next turn. only questing for 5 with 12 needed. As another Grandmother Willow comes down, this game is played at a fast pace.
Yeah, it is great to watch, but look at that. Judy Hopps going to be readying Stitch. That is the third time, I believe, Judy Hopps has readied one of Freddy's characters. That has been an incredibly impressive 6-cost character. And the amount of amber card draw Freddy has managed to achieve, Ohana Means Family, the Surfer Stitch and the Snowboard Stitch, is truly impressive and not something we're used to seeing in an Amber Ruby deck in days gone by.
I love watching a game like this at a Disney Lorcana Challenge where a card comes down and I'm like, hang on a second, I've not seen that card be played in basically any deck ever, and finding that players have found these ways to use them, it makes it so much fun. Freddy really showing that there is a lot of room here to experiment and you do other things in the metagame. It's absolutely wonderful to see. Judy Hopps and, what was the line called? Remind me the lion's name.
The lion's name?
That was reducing the cost by 4.
Sarabi.
Sarabi, thank you very much. Sarabi and Judy Hopps, they're just characters we don't see.
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
don't see playing core constructed, like, ever. But Freddy's found a way to make them work, and I love it.
Yeah, this is a big moment in the game for Ely because they're going to be doing a lot of calculating. You can see Freddy's also doing calculating in Ely's turn as well, because it's a real neck-and-neck game. Ely's at 8 lore, Freddy's at 11. Of course, if Ely at this point just decided to start questing, they could threaten to win and force Freddy to become the person doing the challenges. But here comes the Cheshire Cat. It's going to be boosted, and those 2 damage counters from Elsa are going to be moved on to the Grandmother Willow. And Ely decides now is the time to start questing with all of those evasive characters. Could also quest with the Rafiki, although not being evasive might just leave it ready, but decides that Ely has decided now is the time to quest and apply the pressure.
Well, right now, Ely does not win next turn. 7 lore needed, 6 on the board. If Freddy quests for 4 here and plays any other character, Freddy will have game on board next turn. So in theory, in a straight lore race with nothing else happening, Freddy, if he can play a character with a single lore pip, will be ahead in the straight lore race, but I cannot stress enough that there's plenty of, we'll just take out one character. You know, if Ely's, how many of these Amethyst cards have we seen? Like White Rose, Jewel of the Garden, that just gets a lore when you play it. A single card like that will put Ely over the line next turn, so if I'm Freddy, I am not relying on it.
Ross, this could be an iconic moment in Disney Lorcana Challenge history here in Europe. We've seen Be Prepared at so many challenges in Season 1. We thought the board clears were gone, but in Winter Spell there is an amber one, but it's not going to be played at this moment in time. Instead, Freddy going for the Horseman Strikes. I thought we might have been seeing 8 ink for that Raging Storm, but Freddy decides it's not necessary to push that big yellow button just yet.
No, now there's 3 extra lore, cheeky lore needed on Ely's turn. 1 is not that difficult, 3 is a lot more difficult. So Freddy can quest up to 15 here. Problem with that would be that you would then leave the Judy exerted. She would only, you know, put the Stitch back to active, which could be a bit of a pain. But Freddy is in a decent position here. What can we do with the rest of this ink?
Yeah, Freddy taking his time, still 30 minutes on the clock. We are in game number 2.
There's another Grandmother Willow. Love that.
Yeah, so 5 ink spent so far, and there's going to be 3 for Bambi, thanks to the cost reduction of Grandmother Willow. So all of the ink now spent, and it is going to be the Carefree Surfer going on a quest, and I have a feeling it might be readied at the end of the turn as well. But Judy Hopps is also now finally going to be exerted. But did Freddy just forget that trigger, potentially, of Judy Hopps not readying the Stitch? I think that was a missed trigger, potentially, unless they decided they want to leave the Stitch exerted, although I don't think there's any reason to do that.
No, you want both of your 2 lore questers there. If 2 characters get taken out, you no longer have game on the board. You can lose... You can't lose very much, honestly. If either Judy or Stitch goes down, you no longer have game on board. And Freddy's deck probably doesn't have the same cheeky lore potential that Ely's does. So I think Ely just moves into the driver's seat here. We do see Demona Scourge of the Wyvern clan. That is, doesn't matter. It's irrelevant, that trigger in the end.
Absolutely.
They're all exerted.
Maybe Freddy knew it was coming and just, he didn't want to waste any time, right?
Now we see Elsa, the 5th Spirit, is going to go and take down that Grandmother Willow, who never seems to have much luck. Never gets left there for more than 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be Elsa dealing with her. And then that Bambi, of course, does have a boost ability as well we have to look out for. But the Cheshire Cat going to be challenging into it. And the Cheshire Cat has a boost ability of its own. And that is going to be an absolutely brilliant way to deal with Bambi. And it is going to be a double challenge onto that Judy Hopps. The Carefree Surfer is the last glimmer standing for Freddy.
I don't mind this for Freddy if he plays Raging Storm. Basically, everything's gone bad and your opponent is a little bit ahead, but you can just reset the entire board. Quest for 2 with Stitch and then go Raging Storm. And then put yourself in a better position to maybe finish this up in future turns. I
believe there's only 7 ink at the moment.
Are we not there?
But there is an inkable.
No, there's 8. I can see 8. I can see 8 on the board.
Okay, you might be right. It's going to be Bambi for 4, though, so deciding not to go for it. And a very, very interesting character. I think this is like a 4/6 vanilla stat line, 4 cost.
Yes, it is. It is one of the protector cards.
It's Nakoma.
Yes, it is Nakoma. Waiting out the storm. Oh, ironically, waiting out the storm.
Brilliant.
Love that. It is just a vanilla, but it is got good stats there for a vanilla. Now, Freddy here, crucially gone up to 17 lore. If Stitch survives, that is going to give an easy route to victory. Ely here, still too far away to win next turn, with only 4 lore represented on the board and 7 left in order to go and finish this out. I love how tight this game is.
It's a nail biter. And also Freddy's decision not to go, as we see the Snowfall.
It's finally here.
For Ely. Snowfall, a very powerful item. It's giving your characters extra strength and resist 1 only during your opponent's turn. So this Demona now with that extra strength and the boost of the Cheshire Cat combine as well to take out the Surfer Stitch or the Carefree Surfer.
And that is a problem because now Freddy has 3 lore to win the game and only 2 represented on the board there with, and again, there might be some cheeky lore potential here. I'm not saying there isn't, but I am saying that right now I'm not thinking of what I would expect to see in this deck that would gain a lore when you play or things along those lines. So that's going to be a little bit of an issue. Ely, however, is not over the line yet. 4 lore represented, 7 needed to win. Here comes Dumbo.
Yeah, and I think also 1 was spent on this Elsa to draw and gain a lore. But crucially, Freddy at 17 is still 3 lore away with just 2 lore on the board. Nothing comes to mind that you would expect to see in an Amber Ruby deck that can gain that cheeky lore, as you mentioned, Ross. A Pirate's Life, Thievery. There are cards in Ruby, but I don't expect to see them in this deck necessarily.
Exactly the point I'm making here. Here we go, boosting with the Bambi here, so that then when you quest, you get to look at the top card of your deck. If it is a character, you get to add it. It is the Headless Horseman, Terror of Sleepy Hollow. So now we get to quest with that other character there, the Coma.
Are we going to see the Raging Storm? Is it the time? Freddy decided not to go for it on the previous turn.
I really like Raging Storm. When my opponent's got 6 lore remaining, I don't think they're getting over the line. Problem is, 1 cheeky lore will do it next turn for Ely.
After this, you can throw
quest
to
for
winner
5.
Freddy.
We got quest for 5. Potentially, we would need 1 other cheeky lore. But if Freddy gets another turn and there is a single character left, Joe, it's over.
It will be. And Freddy's just deciding not to play this Raging Storm, just try and cross the finish line without it. If you think about how good Be Prepared was, often it was in combination with locations like the Queen's Castle or Scrooge McDuck's Manor. Well, Freddy doesn't have access to any of these and doesn't want to give Ely the first opportunity to reset the board. So Freddy's just been holding on to these Raging Storms, just seeing if they can win without it. Elsa is going to draw a card thanks to that Dumbo ability.
Yeah, Dumbo, remember, if your character's got evasive, you can exert them to draw a card and gain a lore. So if it's a quester for 1, it is oftentimes the better option. We're going to do it again with Dumbo, who's just got that skill naturally to go and draw another card. Ely's looking for a cheeky lore here, something in the deck that can give 1 extra lore without having to wait for the ink to dry and quest. Oh, but if he's got nothing, he might as well just concede the game.
Yeah, but of course, even if you can't find that one extra lore, can they find a way of dealing with Nakoma? Well, suddenly that 4-6 stat line, it might only be a vanilla, but what an impressive stat line that surely is.
And this is a card we've seen popping up into decks. It's not a staple by any stretch, but this is a card I have seen popped into a bunch of decks over the past few weeks in this Winter Spell meta, because that's 6 willpower and 4 strength. It's not a fancy card. And there is the handshake. Freddy is going to take this 2 games to 0, taking out a former Disney Lorcana Challenge champion in the process with a deck that is playing multiple cards I have not seen in any deck in this meta. What a performance.
Yeah, and it looks like Ely had those Prince Philip Floodborns, but just couldn't find that malicious, mean, and scary combination when it most mattered.
Yeah, that Vanquisher of Foes comes down. You play Malicious, Mean, and Scary. You put 1 damage on each of your opponent's characters, and then you shift into that Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes, and then you take out every character. You banish every character with any damage on. It's a wonderful combo, but it is a combo. One piece isn't going to do it. You've got to have it all.
Yeah, you've got to have it all. And I do believe, Ross, we might have a winner's interview with Freddy from that last match who just took down Ely 2 games to 0.
Hello, Illumineers.
tight.
We are here
That was
in
really good.
Ghent for
Yeah.
the Disney Lorcana Challenge, and we just saw an amazing Amber Ruby deck piloted by Freddy here. Congratulations on your round 1 win. Tell us a little bit about this deck that you brought this weekend.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the deck I playing, I toy around a little bit with different things, and I end up playing a little bit controlling mid-range, trying to utilize Mulan, Injured Soldier, and Ruben, and also Grandma Willow for a ramp, and then going into big characters like Snowball, Stitch, going into Surfer Stitch, and also getting more card draw from Bambi. I think Bambi is amazing. And I got some removal in the form of Headless Horseman, also like Headless Strike or Horseman Strike.
Horseman Strike.
And yeah, and some protection on the form of UD Hops. And Sarabi to also protect and help me remove some other characters. And of course, a big Ohana, which is great. With all these big characters, it's just amazing.
It's Ruby Amber is a deck that I've been testing hugely because you have so many characters, and then obviously a lot of new cards we got this set. Ruben, because I love our little sandwich maker. With the use of Ruben and Grandmother Willow being able to cheat out your big cards earlier, and being able to finally use Mulan Elite Archer. I know when this card first came out, it was a huge card I was so excited about. And now, even though she comes in with damage, and you can just shift and challenge and help clear your opponent's board, how did you find in your testing? I know you said you tested on the train a lot on the way here. How did you find this deck perform against all the other decks?
So in my testing, I found that this deck is very strong against all the aggro decks or decks that are trying to get with the small creatures, small characters. So Blurple is okay. It still feel good because you still have the genies, you still have the evasive characters, you have good removals into them, and you have a soft big trades that you can do and that you need to take. Otherwise, you're getting out of value. And against control, it's really bad because you cannot avoid what they are trying to do, like remove your characters all the time. But against character-based decks, it feels really good. I also play the Raging Storm,
Yes.
and that's also really good help against these mid-raging decks, which is really good.
Well, you were telling us just before this that this is your very first Disney Lorcana Challenge, and not a bad way to start off your Disney Lorcana Challenge with a round 1 win. Are you excited? How is the weekend looking for you?
So right now it looks amazing. So yeah, I was very excited, very nervous as well to go to such a big tournament with a Rook deck like mine, and I didn't got all the testing I wanted to have because I tried too hard to make the deck work, and I could make it work just at the very end, and I couldn't test all what I wanted. But I feel confident. I feel the deck is performing really well. And if I have good luck on the berries, I think I'm gonna do well.
I am so excited to see how
Yes.
you perform. I think if I was playing, I've tested so much of Ruby Amber the last couple of weeks because I love a rogue deck as much as anyone. So I really hope that you do amazing, and I'm excited to see how you get on over the weekend. Is there anyone you want to give a quick little shout out or thank anyone for like helping you test before we let you go?
So I would like to give a shout out to my teammates. They have been so supporting, just playing Blorp against me all day long, non-stop, and also suggesting great cards like Ruben, like the Regina Storm. So this has been like an amazing part of the success today is my teammates that have been helping me a lot.
Wonderful. Well, thanks for chatting with us, and good luck to you the rest of this weekend. We are going to be back with more gameplay, Lumineers, so stick around.
Hello and welcome. We are going into our round 2 here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent, Belgium. I am very excited. How are you feeling, Baker?
I'm always excited. It's great to be in the booth. It's great to be here with you, Jen. Again, your debut. I've enjoyed your casting for some CCQs. You did Wakefield last year. Me, you, and shout out to LD did Leicester just a couple of weeks ago. But I know it's your debut. Are you excited for your first round?
I really am.
Let's go.
The energy in this room is incredible, and I'm
It is.
so excited to get going on this match.
Amazing. Okay, well, we're going to basically, I think, get straight into the action. We've got plenty of Disney Lorcana coming over the weekend. As you can see, as you've already been able to tell, we've tried to have a secondary feature match for every round. So the more Lorcana we can bring to you, the better. And you may recognize the man on the left-hand side. Yes, Illumineers, the king has returned. Artabax, a legendary player and content creator in the space. Very well respected. He's had a bit of a break from Disney Lorcana for a while. Moved over to Japan with his lovely wife.
Yeah.
So been living life over there, but I know he's glad to be back in the player's seat for some Disney Lorcana. I think this is going to be a banger, Jen.
Absolutely, the man, the myth, the legend himself. I am so very excited to see what I'm not sure what these both are
We have
playing.
a spec. We think we know what they're playing, but we're going to wait until it's been revealed.
Wait for a confirmation.
Because, yeah, absolutely, because we don't want to say, promise you one thing and then get another. But if we are correct, it should be a pretty spicy matchup.
Absolutely.
And we're off straight away with
yeah.
Inakai inking a T-Po and no turn 1 play. Pretty traditional for Sapphire, that's fine.
Yeah, because of course you wait for the round 2, the turn 2 T-Po or sail or whatever, of course, to get that ramp going so that then, of course, you can do as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, pivotal to these Sapphire strategies is ramping up, and when I say ramp, I mean putting extra ink into the inkwell per turn, something that Sapphire does extremely well, and just take advantage of that high end of the curve. But Artabax, we can see on Amethyst Steel, inking and playing that new underdog, Christopher Robin. What do you think of this card, Jen?
I really like it. I love the new underdog ability. I think it's really cool new tool for if you lose that all-important dice roll, being able to play that character still on your second turn for 1 less ink is just really cool. So I do, and I think Christopher Robin, of all of them, we have one for every single ink color.
We do.
And he is great. I mean, again,
I think he's one of the best ones.
Yeah, that 2 lore questing is really nice.
Yeah, so that's for an inkable 1-drop, and 1/3 can be a tricky stat line. But we see on the opposite side of the board some Sapphire Steel. This is an ink combination with a very passionate, dedicated fan base. Shout out to the likes of Harlan Sui, RMB, Create, the list goes on. Blue Steel, an ink combination that a lot of players are very high on, again taking advantage of ramp and that high end of the curve, which can be pretty powerful, Jen.
Definitely. So we can see there's a Captain Hook Forceful Duelist there in Artabax's hand, debating whether to ink, deciding not to.
Yeah, maybe thinking that he wants to go a bit wider in this game and maybe utilize more of those 1-drops. We'll see.
Might be able to just drop it down if he has maybe a 2 ink cost character for the next turn. He could then throw that down. But we've got that Calhoun there. I absolutely love Calhoun, one of my favorite cards, Marine Sergeant. I just love that ability of when she banishes a character in a challenge, she gains 2 lore.
Yeah, almost like the original underdog, right? This is a card that is really good on the draw, allows you to challenge the board and try and maintain some board state while still gaining lore and keeping up with your opponent who's probably already quested by then. So I'm a big fan of Calhoun, great game design, and the underdog sure to add to those on the draw benefits.
Definitely. So I want to ask your opinion. 'Cause you said
Please.
we have Sapphire Steel here, of
We
course,
do.
and Amethyst Steel. I want to know your opinion on Sapphire Steel because we've seen it quite a lot coming into this new format, I think. And I would love to just know your opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, with Steel, we are most likely playing Strength for Raging Fire, and we can actually see it in the hand of Inakai there. So that's a fantastic song they can take advantage of. And I think Goliath, the clan leader, is going to be a very pivotal piece of this puzzle. Of course, the Goliath being a 6 cost, and at the end of your turn, if you've got more than 2 cards in your hand, you discard down to 2, and if you've got less, then you draw up to 2. That's both you and your opponent. And really, we're using the Goliath to just keep gassing us up, Jem. We want to ink up to a high ink count, and then this Goliath is hopefully going to feed us Tinkerbells and Vincenzos and Hades, etc.
Exactly, yeah. So we see that genie come down there.
Satisfied Dragon, big fan of this.
Exactly. Who I believe is, during your turn, is evasive. So he can be a really, really powerful card to have. I see when he came out, I think he's got a lot of play. I think just because, to be able to help get rid of those, tricky evasives that can often be difficult to remove on your opponent's board. But yes, I think you're right with the Sapphire Steel. It is. To me, it makes sense because, of course, you've got all that ink ramping in Sapphire and then some really big bodies with Steel.
And you get to play Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, which everybody loves. But yeah,
everybody loves.
I love this Satisfied Dragon. Some people replacing it for Lexington from set 10, or indeed the new Gigi from set 11. But this Genie, no real downsides. That 3 strength is enough to take out a Dumbo. You mentioned the evasive strategies that this card is looking to involve itself in, and not impossible to raise it up to 4 strength to take out Genies. Maybe there's a Madam Mim Tiny adversary, or that would be a purple card, so I'd be surprised to see it, Naki. But in other strategies, that's something common to boost up that strength. But
yes, and so we see exactly what we thought might happen on Artibak's 3rd turn there, playing another 2-drop Calhoun, and that Captain Hook that he decided not to ink, which I think was a smart move.
I think it plays into, as we were just saying about Goliath, right? Because it makes your opponent discard their hand as well. So if you know you're playing into a deck that's going to look to establish that Goliath as soon as possible, you want to play out as much of your hand as possible and not have to discard anything. And then you can rely on the Goliath to gas you back up. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, right, Jem? Because, yeah, it's part of your strategy, but your opponent can benefit from it as well. And I think Artibak's just recognizing that and saying, it's better to go wide and get out as much lore as I can, because Inakai is going to ramp up and then probably be only playing 1 character per turn.
For sure, for sure. Having a good think here. Are we going to take out that Calhoun? I would not blame him if he takes out that Calhoun, because of course, that ability, man, you don't want them to get that 2 lore.
Yep, absolutely. It could cleanly take out this Calhoun in a challenge. Of course, the Calhoun does have resist 1, but that Genie's 3 strength is enough. But no, opting to get rid of the higher quester, the Christopher Robin. Of course, this Calhoun can challenge back and gain lore, but it would be a trade.
Yes,
and then this dragon gets a 2 for 1, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's probably what was going through their head. Yeah, clearly deciding which was the better one to get rid of. Ooh. And there we see that Strength for a Raging Fire that, of course, you mentioned, which is a Steel staple. Get rid of that Captain Hook before he can cause any trouble.
Yep, Swift as a great Typhoon, and Artifact is going to ink his own strength, and down comes Genie, Wish fulfilled, an absolute staple of the competitive metagame since he was introduced, and one of our best cards that we got post-rotation, just a 4-cost uninkable, 2/4, quest for 2, on play, draw a card. That's a pretty strong effect, and of course that evasive keyword, Jen.
Of course, definitely, and wanting to get rid of that Genie on Inake's board, of course, because it is evasive. Don't want it to attack into your nice new Genie.
Leave my Genie alone.
Yeah, get away.
Get your dragon out of here. I am the OG. I am the lamp.
I'm the real Genie.
I'm the real Genie. You're a fake. You're an imposter. Exerting 4 ink, and down comes Kida, another really cool ramp tool. 4-cost inkable, 3/3 quest for 1. She has ward, so she cannot be chosen by abilities like Hades, your welcome, etc. And she may exert, and you look at the top 2 cards of your deck. One of them goes straight into the Inkwell Exerted, and the other goes to the bottom. So a nice way of basically, you go from this turn into a 5-drop, and then you skip to 7 drops, essentially, with this Kida. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty cool. Getting rid of the Mulan there.
Yep, Elsa coming down and exerting her, the fifth spirit.
Yeah.
Another one of the most powerful cards in the game.
Yeah, truly.
Been putting in a lot of work ever since her introduction. And there's a beautiful glitter foil of this card as well, Jen.
Yeah, it's very, very pretty. So we're doing that Kida ability to look at those top 2 cards.
Looks like a hook and a Mulan to me.
I
Definitely a
think
Mulan on top.
so.
But yeah, Inaki is going to be putting one of them straight into the inkwell exerted. The other one will go to the bottom, and that will mean next turn after inking, he can play a 7-drop character. Perhaps that Hades that I've just spied in hand, Inaki.
Oh, we see another one of those genies come down.
Another one.
Get that evasive, because of course we've got 2 evasive now on Artabax's board with the genie and the Elsa. Got to try and deal with those somehow.
And if you're a newer player, you can already see just how prominent this evasive keyword is. Obviously, Elsa is evasive and rush, but has the ability to exert something. That both genies that we've talked about. And here's another genie coming down, Jen.
So many genies, we're spoiled.
What do you think of the magical researcher, Jen?
I really, really like him. We've seen quite a lot of play of him with he's got a boost 1, and he gets an extra lore for each card that is underneath him.
Absolutely.
So each turn you can boost him and just get that lore count that he can quest for even higher. So he can really build up quite a lot. But I think we saw a scoop there while I was gushing about our magical researcher.
Artabax was like, I ain't got time to talk about that, Jen. I'm taking game 1. Yeah, just able to go really nice and wide, get that nice lore burst quickly, courtesy of the Christopher Robin. Calhoun able to make some nice challenges. So, yeah, the Artabax not paid by the hour, apparently, taking that game 1 very quickly. But, yeah, we were talking about Sapphire Steel. This is a deck that can, like, it's risk-reward, right? It can lose to itself. If you miss that turn 2 ramp, then it's pretty dodgy. Don't get me wrong, like all Sapphire decks can suffer from that, but I think Sapphire still has the hardest time recovering from missing that ramp. Of course, other decks, like if you're playing Amethyst, like Blurple or something, you can at least like play a Cheshire Cat on turn 3 if you miss that ramp, which isn't as good as what you want to be doing, but Cheshire Cat's pretty good.
Cheshire Cat's pretty good, let's be honest. But I think you're right. It's very hard for a Sapphire deck. I think if you miss that turn 1, and especially we have seen before, you miss that turn 2 ramp, if you don't get a Tipo, you don't get a Sail, it is rough because I think so many Sapphire decks rely on that, of course, understandably, to then, of course, ramp up into those bigger characters that can do so much for them.
A factor in that match might have been the fact that we didn't see the turn 3 ramp. Obviously, you turn 2 ramp Tipo or Sail, and then traditionally you want to play something like that new Cinderella Dream Come True, which basically allows you to go 1, 2, 4, 6, which is the curve that Sapphire Steel decks really want to be making. Didn't see that happen in this game, so maybe Anarchy can come out of this one with a little more gas. We're going to be doing an Ultra of 4, if you're new to the Disney Lorcana trading card game. A game starts, both players draw 7 cards, and then whoever's going first does their Ultra first. An Ultra meaning that any amount of those cards in your opening hand of 7, you can say, I don't like that, or I don't want that right now anyway. You put it aside, you put it at the bottom of your deck, and you draw back up to 7 cards before then reshuffling your deck. So the Ultra, one of the most powerful mechanics of the Disney Lorcana trading card game.
Very much so. It really lets you cater your hand so you can try and get the absolutely best starting hand that you could possibly get. I mean, sometimes it doesn't quite work out, but I think for the most part.
Is that a Scrooge McDuck, the 4-cost uninkable? That is an older card. It's a 5/5 quest for 2. But again, like 4-cost characters, as long as we get ramp, we can play them on turn 3. And I do see Anarchy does have that Sail the Azure at Sea. Artabax's going to play a Diablo, just a simple 0/1, but when banished, draw a card.
Love that drawing card. It's
drawing
so
cards
important.
Is king.
So
Or queen.
important.
Inking strength.
Inking that. Play a Sail. Get that ramp. Got to get that ink ramp, of course, as we were saying, very, very important for Sapphire. So he hasn't missed out on that.
Yep.
Which we love to see. And we can see, as you mentioned before, that Tinkerbell giant fairy, which is now going into the inkwell. But it's there.
It's fun to see her. There's probably 4 in the deck, let's be honest. But yeah, that's a first chapter staple, one of the most famous cards from when our game was first birthed. We're still very young, but we're getting older. Tinkerbell's a bit of an older girl now, but was reprinted in set 9 Fable. Down comes that Christopher Robin for Artabax. This turn time just as a 2-drop, but quest for 2. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. And we did see that Lexington that we mentioned before being put into Artabax's Inkwell, which has very quickly became, I think, a steel staple. But there's that Scrooge McDuck that we saw in the hand.
Hey, nice stats.
So that's really fun. I wasn't quite expecting to see him here, but
No,
I'm all for it.
I haven't seen him for a while, but it's a great stat line, and yep, seems pretty good in this particular matchup. If Artabax wants to strength it next turn, he will have to play 2 characters and then potentially sing strength with this magical researcher, which is going to come down. You started talking about this earlier, a very popular new card from Winterspell. Of course, the boost mechanic can create a lot of interesting synergies in general, Jen. People play cards like Hades that puts a card into your Inkwell, and if you have cards underneath your character, they all go into the Inkwell as well. Or maybe Artabax is playing that 1-drop Olaf, where when it's banished, you get to return a character to your hand. And if this genie's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 17 cards under it, you get to put those 17 cards into your hand. I don't think that's going to happen, but we can dream.
But I mean, yeah, imagine. Yeah, I've seen that Olaf being utilized for that exact thing a few times, and it just feels really good when you get all those cards. You get that hand advantage. It's very nice. But we saw the Diablo get banished there, so of course Artabax gets to draw a card.
Yeah, that says to me that Artabax may be fishing for a certain card in his hand. Of course, this Diablo is normally safe to just quest away because the card is going to replace itself as soon as it's banished, and it makes your opponent force an action, right? Like, turn sideways and challenge me. Don't quest or don't do anything like that. But characters on board are very important, right, Jen, because of Strength for a Raging Fire. You want to build up those numbers. So I wonder if maybe Artabax fishing for a particular card by questing early with that Diablo, or just saying, do you know what, I'm just going to start the race, because the longer this game goes, the more you are favored.
Yes, agreed. But having 2 of those big boy Scrooge McDucks on board for an arc is a tricky situation for Artabax to deal with, potentially. With such big stat lines, 5/5 is not always easy to get rid of.
No, he's a big boy, and again, that map that he's holding, which led us across the Azure Sea to Arcasia's island, feels so long ago now that we were meeting Arcasia and learning how to dual ink, but Scrooge McDuck still making an impact here in Inakai's deck.
Yes, and we have some other notable Scrooge McDucks
many
cards that have come out since, which a lot of them I really love.
Someone on the dev team really likes Scrooge.
Yeah. He's great. But there's that Angel Experiment 624
We've got to read her. We've got to read
her. She's new. She's powerful. We love her. So when she comes to play, when you have no cards in your hand, she gets +2 resist. And her all-important second ability.
Good aim.
Once per turn, you may discard a card from your hand to deal 2 damage to a character, which is just like, I just love that idea of like, hey, I'm going to turn this card into a snowball and I'm going to throw it at you and give you some damage. I just think that's so fun, and we see it utilized really well, I think, in this current format.
Yeah, really thematic, just slogging snowballs at the opponent. But yeah, this Angel, very interesting, basically being able to turn any card into a Fire the Cannons, which is a 1-cost uninkable card that does 2 damage. Very relevant. We mentioned very briefly in our intro, Grandmother Willow is a card from Winterspell that we're expecting to be very impactful over the course of the weekend. Being able to throw snowballs and get that off the board is going to be very important, or against any of the aggro decks, really. Plus, you don't necessarily have to finish off a character with this damage. Like maybe that does a bit and then you make a challenge or something like that. So a great ability.
Exactly. And as you say, can be really extra powerful used in combination with something else, with someone, another character then challenging to finish off someone else, or even with a different, like an action, like Strength for Raging Fire, if you don't quite have enough characters on board. I think she's really, really cool. I was playing a deck with her last night, and I must say I was really enjoying that second ability.
Yeah, I think we're going to see her a lot throughout the format. Inakai playing, once again, his Satisfied Dragon, this 3/4, gaining evasive during our own turn.
Ooh, okay.
Big strength.
Yeah, get that 3rd character down, so of course you can use your strength, dealing damage up to equal to the amount of characters you have on board. So 3 damage, getting rid of that Angel.
Oh, and suddenly Inakai able to start questing. Oh, no, he's not questing.
No,
He's
beyond- yeah.
Sing Together, the Beyond the Horizon, where you can choose any number of players and they discard their hand and draw up to 3. So you can either do just yourself, just your opponent, or both players. Very cool.
Yeah, very fun, very fun. I really love that sing together mechanic
Absolutely.
as well. Like just giving that extra ability to be able to do that. But of course, in a Sapphire deck as well, you're often going to have enough ink to be able to just play it normally without singing it. So,
But there's also plenty of, like, Hades is already a 7 cost that would love
Yeah.
to sing this, or Vincenzo. Of course, Vincenzo quests for 3, so if you can get that lore, do it. But again, this is a deck that can become cloggy, and you want to dig for those big pieces, those big impactful characters. So I like the Beyond the Horizon.
for sure, but we see Artifacts there boosting our Genie Magical Researcher there, so now can quest for 1 extra lore, and that boost 1, we've talked about a little bit, that boost 1, it just feels so cheap.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, especially as we already mentioned, if you can combine the synergies of boost with things like returning cards to your hand, or indeed the Hades, which does come down for Inakai. Artifacts had played that Yzma Conniving Chemist, a nice way of refueling your hand. You can exert and feel the power to draw yourself back up to 3, which synergizes really nice with the Angel Gen, who we've already mentioned. When you've got no cards in your hand, it gains resist 2. So Yzma providing nice synergy there, but Inakai's going, nope. Is there a downside to this? I don't care. Get that thing off the board.
Definitely, we've got that Cheshire Cat, inexplicable, on Artifacts' board there. So much damage to be used with this Cheshire Cat, who of course can, whenever you put a card under, when you boost him and put a card underneath, boost 2, he can move damage. Move 2 damage. So,
and we see an example of that here, the Cheshire Cat boosting up, moving some damage from that Genie over to the Scrooge, and then Christopher Robin, who's mostly here to quest, but he can challenge if he needs to, if we just need one point of strength.
exactly. But when you see a Cheshire Cat on the board and you see damage counters, it's like, oof, there's fuel here. There's fuel.
Yeah,
Always a bit scary.
This Cheshire Cat, one of the best cards we got in Whispers. Whispers,
Yes.
really impactful set overall. A lot of great cards.
Really, really was.
Demona, Headless Horseman, the list goes on. But this Cheshire Cat, I think most of the community in agreement are in agreement that this card is absolutely bonkers in the best possible way. It completely can freeze board states, because even if there's no damage on the board at the time, if you turn something sideways, that gives the option for you to make a challenge. Maybe it survives, leaves some damage, and then the Cheshire Cat is online. So this is a card to be respected.
Definitely. So Inaki there deciding, of course, to send his Genie into Artifacts' Genie that both had damage on them, banishing both of them, getting rid of those damage counters, so there's no fuel for that Cheshire Cat. I think that was a really smart move.
Absolutely.
A trade, unfortunately, but I completely understand the choice.
I think Inakai came out on top from that, and this Scrooge McDuck able to safely quest. As I just said, sometimes it can be dangerous against a cat, but because of this 5/5 stat line, this cat would not be able to survive a challenge into it, so less chance of there being floating damage. That being said, the Hades is exerted, so that is a way that a cat could go into the Hades. We are going to see that happen.
Yep. Called it, happened. Lots of damage here.
There's the boost.
Yeah, get rid of it.
Nearly, that's going to be
Almost,
5.
yes, not quite. Oh my gosh.
And then, just like we wrote the script ourselves, just the perfect example of how impactful this Cheshire Cat inexplicable can be. It's loads of fun, or at least that's what he says.
It really is. I was going to say, like, it was so powerful, but also just a really fun mechanic to play with. I love. Oh my gosh.
Ooh, that's a heck of a swing. The Scrooge McDuck able to answer the cat that had turned sideways, and then another Hades coming down. That is going to give Artifacts a bit of extra ramp, because the Cheshire Cat had a card under it. So a lot of ink for Artifacts to play with, but he has lost the board at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Lost both Cheshire Cats, whole board gone. But we see a Lexington and a Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan.
It's a gargoyle party going on here, Jen.
Gargoyles.
Gargoyles introduced in Whispers in the Well. This Demona, one of my favorite cards in the game. 6
So
cost
cool.
Inkable, 5/6 quest for 2. On play, exerts all opposing characters. Gets round ward, because you do not choose. It's just blanket. Turn them sideways, please. and both players then draw up to 3 cards. Of course, the caveat is that Stone by Day ability shared by Lexington. At the start of your turn, if you have 3 or more cards in your hand, they do not ready. Apparently, cards equals sunlight.
yeah. Which, I mean, I like that. It feels sunshiny when you have lots of cards in your hand, you know? Very nice, very nice.
Very thematic. I like it.
But I think
he's tired.
I think that's it.
Artabax has seen enough. Yeah, it's going to go to a game 3, which we love as casters, Jen.
I mean, yeah, more Lorcana for us to see and for you to see and for us to talk about. So 1-1 here in our round 2 feature match. I mean, who knows which way it's going to go? How are you feeling about this current matchup?
I think the fact that Artabax is on the play for this last game is going to be very impactful. Obviously, you won't be able to start off with that Christopher Robin because it is an underdog. You can only pay 1 for it if you are on the draw. So we won't see that on turn 1. But if Artabax can do what he did game 1 and just go nice and wide, maybe a turn 1 Diablo, which will get a couple of safe quests out at the beginning of the game. Turn 2, I would probably like to see a 2-quester. Again, the longer the game goes, I think the more the Sapphire. But whether you're Blurple or Emerald Sapphire or Sapphire Steel, generally the late game is where Sapphire decks tend to shine, and Artabax is going to be aware of that. I need to get as much lore out as I can because I inevitably am probably going to lose the board, but if I can get high enough lore, maybe I just need one thing to stick for a turn or 2 and then I can cross the finish line. So I think it's going to depend on how much gas Artabax can get out of the gate, and of course from our Sapphire Steel player on the draw, I think they need to see everything. I think they need to go 2-4-6. We still haven't seen a Cinderella. I'm actually wondering if it's actually even in the deck.
I know, I am really shocked actually to have not seen her, but I think you're right. It's really difficult being up against, when you're up against a Sapphire deck, you really, as you say, you really need to try and get as much as you can out of the gate as quickly as possible, because you know that Sapphire deck is going to, after a while, it maybe is going a little bit slow, but then of course they do not much, and then they do everything, and you get your Hades coming down, and you get, like, everything is just being then taken care of on your board by them, because then now they're suddenly able to do everything that their deck is designed to do. So it's, I think you're right. Like, if Artabax can get his board going really well, really early, I think he'll be in a good position. But of course, yeah, it really could go either way. But you're right. I'm keen to see. But we've got that Rafiki coming down on Artabax's board. That's a nice 1-drop with the Challenger. Challenger 3, I think it is.
It is.
So that's, you know, and then we see Mulan for Inake, who, of course, lets you cater the hand even more after you know.
Yeah, she is a disguised soldier, lets you draw a card, discard a card, again, find that ramp, maybe get some of those cloggy uninkables out of your hand. I will say, though, I think Rafiki was probably the worst case 1-drop for Artabax, because now this Mulan is just checking it, and Artabax can't quest, because yes, it does have Challenger 3, but the basic stat line is a 0-2, so maybe a bit of an unfortunate 1-drop from Artabax. I would have preferred to see the Diablo or something like that could have maybe safely quested, but this Mulan shutting it down. But we're seeing the Black Heron come down, another villain, 3-3, and we're just curving out, Jen. We curving.
We're doing it. We're doing it.
We're doing the thing.
Yeah, we're doing the thing. I really like that Black Heron, like a 2 ink cost, 3-3. It just feels good.
Stats.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice stats.
It's just great stats for a low-cost character. And then, of course, we have that nice epic Genie magical research come down there. So I'm excited to see him get boosted up. Maybe get to do a bit more than we saw in the last game with that Genie.
Didn't do a lot of questing in the last game, but a lot of challenging, because again, a 3-cost 3-4 is a pretty nice stat line in and of itself. Can be very tricky. Shares that with the Cheshire Cat, that 3-4, which is beautiful on a 3-drop. But again, it's the clock that this Genie can potentially represent to get up in lore is very dangerous.
Exactly. We see a strength going into the Inkwell for Anarchy there. And we got a Pleakley. Another character card that is able to help you with that ink ramp. Because when you play this character, you can put chosen character of yours into your Inkwell face down and exerted.
Yeah, it's very cool. And again, if you've got characters under that character, then they also go into your ink well. We very traditionally, a lot of blue steel decks playing the ally package. Again, I'm guessing that's not in here because I haven't seen any Jasmines whatsoever.
No.
Maybe they are. Maybe we just haven't seen them yet. But a common play would be play a turn 1 Jasmine, and then turn 2 you can shift the 4-drop Jasmine that shifts for 2. She quests. You look at the top 3 cards of your deck. You can put an ally into your hand, and then the following turn you play Pleakley and double ramp yourself up. So we're immediately jumping to a 6-drop on our following turn. So
Yeah.
Pleakley's very cool. I like him.
I like him too.
I
He's
like
also
him.
just a fun character.
He's very cool. Genie going to boost up. So now can quest for a total of 2. And we've got our Cheshire Cat coming down. Yeah, so our 4 ink was used to put Cheshire Cat down and then 1 ink used on the Genie.
That really nice boost 1. We love to see it.
Artiback's doing some math here. Of course, going into is it a 5 ink turn or a 6 ink turn for our blue steel player? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so going into a 6 ink turn.
5 now, yeah.
So that unlocks things like Tinkerbell is a big one. Goliath could also come down. If that happens, I think Garderbacks will be pretty happy with that. He's got a low hand size here and could probably go quite wide and benefit from it. But Tinkerbell might be scaring him a little. Yeah, he's just going to pass. Nothing to turn sideways. Biding his time.
You got to keep him safe, you know.
I'll be honest, Jen, some of the best turns I've ever seen in Disney Lorcana have been ink pass.
Yeah. Sometimes it'd be that way, you know, but, you know, because also that Pleakley didn't even mention has that 3/4 stat line, which is pretty fierce, especially against the current Artifakt's current board.
Yep.
Could really do some damage. So I understand not wanting to quest with any of them, but we see that Scrooge McDuck come down again. That 5/5 stat line. He's a big boy.
He is a big boy. 4 ink spent on that. We've got 2 ink floating. Do we have something we can play? I can see there is that Tinkerbell in hand.
There's a dock. I think it's a dock.
Okay. So
Yeah, I
Inaki
think-
prioritizing putting the Scrooge down, I guess just because it's uninkable.
Yeah.
And next turn, you probably have to just... I don't know. You could ink Tinkerbell, and depends what you draw.
It depends what you draw, yeah.
If it's uninkable, then you could probably ink the Tinkerbell, and then maybe if it's a low-cost character, you play that and the dock and refresh. But
Exactly.
Inaki prioritizing getting the uninkable card out of his hand, which I respect.
Yeah, definitely. And a decent one at that, you know. We see that Angel being inked there, and the Elsa 5th Spirit coming down, exerting the Scrooge. Get rid of it. Get out of here,
Get out of
Scrooge.
here! Yeah, 2 characters going to go into that Scrooge, so it is a 2 for 1, but we gave up a 1 cost and a 2 cost for a 4 cost. Seems fine, and it clears the way for our board to start turning sideways.
Exactly. And of course, potential to get that all-important damage fuel for our Cheshire Cat. But I think Inagi knows that that's not a good idea.
There's the Tinkerbell, who does have that rock the boat ability on play. You put 1 damage on all opposing characters, and then Pleakley's going to finish that Cheshire Cat and live to tell the tale.
Very nice.
Very nice. I like it.
So now, of course, that damage is not a concern. Not a concern for Inaki at all. Great turn there. I think getting rid of the Cheshire Cat was a priority.
Oh, absolutely. It's got to go.
Yeah.
You saw what it did game 2. It's got to go. You got to get it out of here. But yeah, Inaki being rewarded for holding back that Tinkerbell, which I understand, again, the Scrooge McDuck being uninkable, you needed to get it out of your hand. Again, it's a nice stat line. Down comes another cat.
No.
A
And
glaring of cats making their way onto the board.
there's damage there immediately, popping those 2 damage from the Cheshire Cat onto the Mulan. Get rid of it. And
Very nice.
Still got 3 damage on board to utilize in the next turn.
And of course, we do need to be careful of this Tinkerbell's puny pirate ability, the secondary ability, where when she banishes a character in a challenge, you can do 2 damage to another character. So you see here, Artiback's questing with that Elsa, who is evasive, so Tinkerbell not going to be able to engage that, and standing upright with the Genie. Of course, the cat was only just played, but that Genie could have gone on a quest, but it would have been taken out very cleanly by Tinkerbell, and then another 2 damage would have gone on to the Elsa or the Cheshire Cat. So Artiback's taking his time. Let's boost this up a little bit more. Maybe we can find a strength to get rid of this Tinkerbell.
Absolutely. I mean, Inaki, I can see that Inaki's got a strength of Raging Fire in hand, clearly trying to figure out, because of course, that would only give 1 damage right now, and you don't want to play Doc yet, but putting it in the Inkwell, I think that's probably what I would have done, is Ink the Strength of a Raging Fire, play the Doc, get those 2 cards in hand and see if you can get anything better and more useful in this point. Oh, my goodness, is that an Angela?
That's
no,
Jasmine.
it's a Jasmine. See, that
is a
serves me
Jasmine.
right for not having my glasses on.
But not the one that we were talking about earlier. This is a 5 cost. She's a 3/7. You can discard a card to give her Challenger 3, and she has evasive during your turn. So can engage with those evasive characters. Exactly what Anarchy's going to need against this purple steel deck, which is going to have a plethora of evasives. 2 damage being moved from the cat onto the Tinkerbell. Elsa thinking about going on a quest. Yep, she's going to grab that lure.
Go for it, go for it. No evasive on Inaki's side of the board. Oh, wait, no, sorry, we've got the during your turn,
Yeah, but he would have to discard a card to get up to get that Challenger.
Yeah.
Because this 3 wouldn't be enough to take out the Elsa, so I guess pushing Anarchy to just spend more cards from his hand if he wants to deal with the Elsa.
Of course.
And of course, this Lexington here has the alert keyword, which means they can challenge as if they were evasive. So that's a way that, to be fair, this is quite a nice bait. If Anarchy does discard a card, boost up the Jasmine with a challenger, take out the Elsa, and then the Lexington on the crackback will take out that Jasmine cleanly and live to tell the tale because of that 4/4 stat line, Jen.
Definitely.
Is that a vision?
I think.
Yes.
I mean,
A look into the
so.
future.
Yeah. So we saw Genie get boosted there again. So currently, Genie on Artifacts' board, able to quest for 3 in the next turn if it is not taken out. And I mean, Artifacts has got a wide board here. Anarchy not doing too bad. I mean, some 3 characters on board and two with particularly good stat lines. So, you know.
Yeah, this Tinkerbell is pretty big for the board. So is the Jasmine, obviously, being able to engage the evasives. But yeah, the Tinkerbell, I think, is really what's holding Artifacts back more than anything. Anarchy, considering a Hades, the Infernal Schemer, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we haven't inked for turn, then we could ink and play Hades.
Yeah. So I think we're still trying to decide what to take into hand from the visions, is it? Or
It's Vision of the Future. Yeah.
Important decision. You can see clearly Anarchy is trying to figure out which is the best card here. Is it going to be the Hades? I don't know. I mean, what would you be looking for in this moment?
It depends if the other card in Anarchy's hand is inkable. Because I think
exactly.
after playing that Vision, it left him with 1 card. And if it's not inkable, then this Hades is not online. So,
yes.
But to be honest, even if it is inkable, Anarchy may just not be interested in it. Maybe he wants to take a different line. Does look like he's going to take that deity.
He's taking it.
Yeah, so I guess it's an inkable in hand. But is it one we want to ink, or do we wait a turn and play it next turn, Jen?
Yeah, exactly. And also...
Let's get a look.
Also... which character do you ink?
It's going to be Saudi Azarus C going into the ink. Well, yeah,
So it's Cheshire Cat. Of course, giving that all that extra ink to Artifacts. But at this point in the game, I mean, and I don't think Artifacts has anything in hand. So like, it's all well and good having so much ink, but if you then just draw a 1-cost character off the top of your deck, that ink does nothing for you. So
that being said, there should be good odds to Artifacts. He's probably playing 4 Demona. I expect 4 Doc to be in there, and we know there's Yzma in there as well. It's going to be an Elsa, which is okay.
It's not too bad. Could be worse.
It absolutely could be worse. Like you said, it could have been a 1-drop, which... I suppose Diablo I wouldn't mind seeing just because that's going to draw us some more cards. But yeah, definitely could have been a lot worse. But my point being, Artifacts still has a lot of cards in the deck that can refuel him. So it shouldn't be seen as overly high roll. If Artifacts does top 1, you put them in the deck to draw them, right?
Yeah.
Considering what he wants to do with this Elsa, though. But yeah, let's talk about that previous decision while Artifacts was doing that. Obviously, it was a choice between the Cheshire Cat and the Genie. Now, obviously, this Genie has 2 cards under it, so it's questing for 3 at the moment and can quest for even more, which is dangerous. You need to pay attention to it, but I think the Cheshire Cat's ability to move damage is just more threatening to your board state, so... I can understand why Anarchy took that choice.
I agree, and as we can see, there is damage on board, so immediately being able to use that damage against Anarchy is I think I probably would have done the same thing. So we're seeing the Elsa come down, going to exert that Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, and send both of them in to get rid of, banish that Tinkerbell, Get out of here.
That's beautiful.
Loads of damage here. So if Artifacts could get another Cheshire Cat.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I still quite like this Lexington being on the board,
Yeah.
because if Anarchy does challenge back this Elsa, either one of them with the Jasmine, would take 2 damage. So, yeah, it would have 5 willpower. So Lexington wouldn't be able to finish it just yet. So, yeah, losing that cat was huge, Jen.
Yeah, it really, really was. I mean, Artifacts would be in such a good position if that cat was still on board. But yeah, you get rid of that cat. You gotta get rid of that cat.
Gotta
as
get
soon as
it
you
off
can.
the board. That
Too scary.
inexplicable boy. What did we find? It's a big character. We're exerting a lot of ink. It's Vincenzo Santorini. Hey, look, I blew up the board. It took like 3 seconds.
I love Vincenzo. He's such a cool card, such a fun character.
I love that film. Atlantis
Yeah,
is
it's-
such an underrated gem.
I
like-
agree. It's such a fun film, and yeah, there he is.
But that was huge. That was huge for Anarchy. He really needed something gassed there, especially since he just lost his Tinkerbell. So yeah, this Vincenzo is a problem for Artifacts. 2 8s, Jen. 2 8s.
I know. And Quest for 3 lore. Just, yeah, that was such a good top draw for Anarchy there. Like, really, really, really. That's what you want to see at this moment in time.
But again, can't hold it against him. There's probably 4 Vincenzo, 4 Tinkerbell. I expect there's Goliaths in the deck, even though we haven't seen them. 4 Hades. Like, that's the point, right? You have a high density of the top end of your curve. So there should come a point where you are seeing these big characters off the top of the deck. So can't hold it against him at all. What we planning here? Oh, Lexington and Elsa going into the Hades. What do you think, Jen?
I mean, I understand it. I understand it because, you know, once that Hades is down, he can do a lot of challenging. He's got a 6 willpower, so of course, and a 3 strength. So yeah, being able to kind of be there as a potential challenger, it stops you from being able to do a lot of things. And you know, especially now we see that Christopher Robin come down. Want to be able to quest with that Christopher Robin, of course.
Finding a Lexington off the top, though, which is not what you want. Again, I just said it about Artifacts. We should be playing Docs and Demonas and stuff, so I really hope Artifacts finds one of those cards before too long. Otherwise, I feel like this might end up being a wash, and Anarchy going even wider with the Tinkerbell.
Ooh, there's Calhoun.
It's not good enough, and yet...
Oh, there it is. There it is. We see the fist bump. There it is, going to Anarchy.
Yep, Anarchy taking this one 2-1, beating the legendary Artifacts. Yeah, it just...
It's got to feel good.
It's got to feel good, but Artifacts seemingly just running out of gas there. Anarchy had the answers to the Cheshire Cat, which was checking so much down, and we saw in Game 2 just such an impactful play from those 2 Cheshire Cat inexplicable, but congratulations to Anarchy, who seems like he's not even playing... Like, I didn't see a lot of the cards that I would expect to see there. We didn't see Goliath. We didn't see Cinderella.
Yeah.
And now that you know what, actually, no, I'm not going to research the deck because this is closed deck list until we get to Sunday. That is open deck list, and that's when we'll talk a little bit more freely about the cards in the deck. We don't want to ruin anyone's surprise factor, but yeah, maybe they were just buried at the bottom of the deck, but you didn't need them. Came out on top.
No, exactly. Absolutely. Huge congratulations to Anarchy there. Well played by both these players, both fierce players, clearly. Yeah, I mean... It was really fun to watch, really interesting to see all of those decisions being made. It really tricky positions as well, I think, at various points in all matches. Tricky positions for both players to be in. I mean, you've played a lot of Amethyst. I mean, you're known as an Amethyst Ruby player.
I have a modest appreciation for the color pairing, yes.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, have you dabbled much with like Sapphire or Steel or much
Goodness, no. I have brought a fun deck with me this weekend because I plan on beating Steve Warner on stream on Sunday. I mean, facing Steve Warner on stream on Sunday, undefeated against him at DLC, just saying. And I've brought a Ruby Sapphire deck with Pete's. The 5-cost Pete goes to Christmas Future, and then the 7-cost Steamboat Rival. So I've been dabbling in that sort of Sapphire. As soon as it got a little worse, I was like, let's go. We're cooking. So I've been dabbling with a little bit of Sapphire and a fun deck. Steel's never been a very me color. I respect it a lot. It's not really me, but again, Sapphire Steel is not the deck that we're expecting to be among like the top 3, even the top 5, but we expect a player in this room, I think, will make day 2 with Sapphire Steel because its game plan is just so incredibly strong. Like if you can get that 2-4-6 curve, if you're playing Cinderella, we didn't see Goliath there otherwise, but we did see the impact of the Hades, the Vincenzo. Just removal is just so very good. Of course, there are some ward characters in format, but not a lot, really. So, yeah, but we're ready for another game. Production are on it. They're ready to throw us straight into another game. So let's keep it cooking. Let's go into our second feature match. Let's see what we've got on the table. I'm excited to find out. I definitely made some requests of some decks that I would like to see. Not sure what was provided. Oh, baby.
I'm excited.
I was just talking about some Ruby Sapphire. Just going to keep my voice down a moment because obviously the players haven't...
Your noise voice?
My noise voice. then again, they're on game 2. Oh, they know. Okay, so our player on the right, we've got Friedemann playing Ruby Sapphire. It's probably not the version I'm playing with Big Pete. Well, I'm playing the 5-cost Pete, the new one from Winter Spell. Very cool card, allowing for some much-needed card draw. But heck yeah, Ruby Sapphire versus Dogs. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see this matchup. I mean, what do you think about, Dogs is one of those decks that I think a lot of people, when they are deck building, are thinking, right, how do I defeat Dogs? If I go up against them, how do I defeat them? So if you're playing a Ruby Sapphire deck, what's your kind of game plan if you're up against Dogs?
Yeah, so I'll be honest, I don't think this is a great matchup for Ruby Sapphire. I would very much have favoured Dogs, but Friedemann winning game 1 with Ruby Sapphire. Again, I think you have to go 2-4-6. I know I've said that a lot, and I will probably say it a lot over the entire weekend because these Sapphire strategies often need to do that to be able to keep up with these aggro decks. So if we can get a turn 2, I think it needs to be Tipo. I think we need a body on the board. Obviously, only being a 1-2 isn't great at challenge, but at least it's something that can combine with something else to maybe finish off. So I think we need to do that. We need to go Cinderella. And then when we get to that, again, we will have access to Hades. Maybe there are Maleficent Monstrous Dragon in the deck. But honestly, my honest answer to you, Jen, is I'm not really sure. I do not favor Ruby Sapphire in this matchup whatsoever. The one card that might be in the deck that could be extremely impactful is Spooky Sights that came along in Whispers in the Well. 6-cost uninkable. All characters of cost 3 or less go into their player's inkwell. So I'm imagining that is in the deck, and I would like to think that it was a reason why Friedemann won game 1. We're going to see a turn 1 drop of Lady, the Elegant Spaniel, and Friedemann going to utilize an underdog character of his own, something I'd actually just forgotten about when I was just doing that little bit of chat. This a new underdog which can be impactful in this matchup. You can pay it for a cost of 1 if you're on the draw. Nice 4-2 stat line and Reckless, so it does have to challenge. And we also see, making its debut, Grandmother Willow.
Yeah, there she is. Such a highly talked about card that came out in Winter Spell. Really feels like she and a couple of the other new Amber cards, which of course are very important, but it definitely feels like it's given Amber that kind of much needed comeback. I think that it was needing that, So I'm really excited to see her on the board. She just does so much, being able to let you play a character for 1 less ink can be so powerful.
And you don't even need to turn it sideways or anything.
Exactly. It's just like a
static ability.
Static ability, exactly, yeah. And I've seen sometimes you manage to get 2 out and it's crazy.
This Maui Shark is very cool. Maybe you're playing something like a Pirate's Life, which is another nice way that you can keep your opponent off game. And of course, the Shark, when he makes a challenge, you may return an action from your discard to your hand. And of course, whenever you play an action, gain 1 lore. Big fan of this Maui Shark. Definitely very good in this deck. And we do see that Cinderella. So are we going to see that here? This... Liquidator is doing a wonderful job at just checking this board, though. I think I'm understanding why Friedemann won game 1, because he was just able to hold Lorebot off and then access the higher end of his curve.
Yeah, definitely. Something like Liquidator having such a strong strength, even though only 2 willpower, against something like Dogs, where a lot of those characters only have 1 strength, or even sometimes only a 0 strength, like Lady Family Dog, for example, I think only has 0 strength, or I'm thinking of a different lady. I get them mixed up in my head.
There's a lot of ladies.
There's a lot of ladies. yeah, like really, really, really powerful against this kind of deck. That Liquidator, and of course having Reckless, you know. So it's like, well, if I quest with all my little guys here, then I know what's going to happen. So yeah, I think you're right. But we see that Cinderella finally, dream come true. It's a dream come true. We're
It's
seeing
finally
Cinderella.
a dream come true. Yes, she reads, at the end of your turn, if you played a princess character this turn, and spoiler, Cinderella is a princess, and she does trigger herself, then you can put a card from your hand into your inkwell. Doesn't even have to be inkable. Doesn't need that inkable flourish. It can just be any card, and then you draw a card. And of course, on subsequent turns, if we can play more princesses, potentially the new Moana Curious Explorer might be in this deck. A lot of Sapphire players enjoying that, allowing you to ink from the discard, but also another princess. So you can keep triggering this Cinderella, keep ramping up, but keep drawing cards, which again can be the Achilles heel of these Ruby Sapphire decks.
Very much so. So we see Lorebot there coming in with a very wide board, which is to be expected with an Amber Emerald Dogs deck. We've got that big old tramp come down.
Yeah, the key to the puzzle, as it were. No offense, Keeda, that's the name of your ability, but very much feels appropriate. This Tramp Street Smart Dog, you can pay one less to play him for each character on the board. And of course, Grandmother Willow also reducing the cost of these characters. So the Street Smart Dog going to draw cards equal to the amount of other characters on board, which is 4, and then discard that many cards. So we're just digging through the deck, Jen. We're finding the key pieces. We're probably looking for that all-important Under the Sea, which is actually not great in this match.
No, but
Give it to Cinderella, sure, but
yeah, in a lot of cases, that of course that Under the Sea is very, very, very important. But yeah, like that tramp, being able to pay only a few ink for that tramp is just
2 ink, Jed. Look, there are 2 ink on the board. 10,
It's
11,
wild.
12. Yeah, 14 ink worth of characters on board, 2 ink. And it's been more than that before. I think it was Richmond where it was 22 ink
And we see
worth of characters.
our Daisy. She's, again, another Amber staple.
Yeah.
You very rarely, I think, see an Amber deck that doesn't play Daisy.
Tell us what she does, Jen. What's this Daisy doing?
Whenever she quests, the opposing character looks at the top card of their deck, and if it's a character, it goes into their hand. If it is not a character, it goes at the bottom of their
Okay,
deck.
the big prize potentially for the opponent, but that is the drawback on what is an incredible set of stats on a 1-drop character. 1/4, quest for 2, and not a lot of decks set up to be able to hit this 4 early, so Daisies really can run away with the game.
However, of course, I mean, Liquidator absolutely can deal with that Daisy in one fell swoop. But we see the Maui Half Shark come down there for Freedom Man.
Yep, this half shark immediately going to threaten to return actions to the hand, but Lorebot showing incredible patience is what you need with this deck. Dogs can quest early if, like, the situation arises. Like, we're going to play Della's Moon Lullaby, a nice card that combos with Under the Sea. It lowers the strength of a character by 2 into the start of your next turn, and you draw a card. So maybe we are going to be a sea and Under the Sea. Won't hit that Maui Shark, though.
No,
7 strength.
Unfortunately not, but I think both players, you know, needing some actions, needing some songs to try and deal with each other's boards because, of course, as you say, you know, incredible patience from Lorebot here. I think oh my gosh, okay.
Maui down to 5.
Another Della's Moon Lullaby. I think he's trying to search his deck and trying to find those all important cards that he needs in this situation because, yeah, it's, as you say, dogs not being able to quest is rough, I think.
It's
rough. Pun intended.
Rough, there you go. I was going to ask you if that was intentional. But yeah, like, this is that Dogs really is a combo deck or a control deck masquerading as an aggro deck. It has those aggro options. Like, if Liquidator hadn't come down on turn 1, then you bet that this lady and stuff would have started turning sideways. But lucky that Freedomman had the Liquidator, so adapting the game plan here for lore, but again, the characters on board represent more than just lore and stats for Dogs, because they represent reduced cost for this tramp, which is huge, and of course the enterprising dog that can boost strength depending on how many other characters you have on board. So just having things on the board is inherently valuable for Dogs.
Of course, we see that little 1-drop Rhino come down when you play this character. Chosen opposing character gets -1 strength until the start of your next turn. And of course, being able to then lead into the shift Rhino,
Mm-hmm.
if he can find it.
I don't think it's in the deck, probably,
No?
for two reasons. One, it's an Amber Steel dual link, so you wouldn't be...
Oh, gosh,
you
of
would,
course it
You would
is.
be disqualified for including
Of
that.
course it is.
But even
Wow.
if you could play it, I don't
forgot
think...
that it's a dual
Yeah,
link.
yeah, it's been a while since we've had some dual links, right? But even if you
Yeah.
could play it in this deck, I don't think you would. I think the only reason that the 1/16th Wolf Rhino is here is because of that -1 strength
Yes.
to get
Yeah.
more characters into the range of Under the Sea. And of course, it's just
Of
another
course.
one-drop character. We want to go
Yeah.
wide. We play it for free, potentially, with a Grandmother Willow on the board. So, yeah,
course.
1/16th Wolf is enough of Wolf, apparently.
Yeah,
That's all
yeah,
we need.
yeah. Of course, you are correct. Wow, I just completely forgot that Rhino is a dual link.
yeah, no, it's...
Oh,
We haven't
gosh.
seen it much for a while. Amber Steel
No.
not in its former heyday at the moment. I say
No.
that, there's probably some people in the room today rocking it, and they could do well.
But that Rhino is difficult to get rid of.
Okay, so Friedemann is going to make that challenge, puts the
Yeah.
dice on the shark, and then returns the sail. Technically, you should return the character before putting damage on the character, but not something that we're going to be too biggy about right here. But just a little fun fact at home, if you're in a super high stakes situation, you should return the action before you put damage. That's the order of how things would work.
Good to know. Good to know.
But no harm done, still returning that Sail the Azure at Sea to the hand, and then finally able to go on some quests. Obviously, Lawbot had to turn a lot of stuff sideways to do some singing there.
Yeah, got to banish that Grandmother Willow as well.
Gotta go.
Doing too much. Doing too much.
And there's the Infernal Schemer, as Kim likes to say.
Schemer.
I'm sure you'll hear that a lot this weekend.
Yeah, what are we going to put into the inkwell? What do we want gone?
It's got to be the tramp.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
got to be.
yeah,
It's,
yeah.
it's got to be that tramp. Let's get that street smart dog out of here, man.
Too
Get
powerful.
in the kennel.
Too powerful. Still quite a lot on board for Lawbot though, but Freedom has done a very, very good job there of clearing some of those problematic characters.
This Liquidator, man, it just held things down to allow Friedemann to get to the point where he's now at 7 ink. We do see that Pirate's Life in the hand.
Yeah.
And of course, that Peak, the Ghost of Christmas Future, which can provide some very nice card draw. And
Yeah,
a 5/5 is a big body.
Yeah, and another Winter Spell card that I think.
Maybe he is playing the big Peak, Jen. Maybe he is playing the Steamboat Rival. I would love it. I would lose my mind.
That would be so fun. Imagine.
It's not an awful choice,
No,
because
no.
the Peats are worth playing anyway. If you're playing 4 Peats, I think a 1 or a 2 of
just chuck
Steamboat
one in
Rival
there.
it's inkable.
Yeah, chuck
like
one in there for
it's a
fun.
7-cost Maleficent Dragon, man. Like let's cook quite literally with Dragonfire. Look, thanks, Lawbot.
Oh, thank you.
thanks for the look. Appreciate
Whoa,
that.
Seasoned,
Was a,
seasoned stream
Doing
player,
his
I
best
think.
DKP impression. Yep. Yeah, we see a Street Smart Dog. And what was the other card in the hat? Oh, I think it was the Mickey Mouse Amber Champion. Another
Yes.
card. Go on.
Another card that we are seeing.
Talk to me
like,
about
we're
it.
seeing
Talk to
this,
me.
this variation of the dogs where they're adding this Amber Champion, and we saw one on the stream in the last round, I believe, which is it's just that really fun addition. And I really love, like, there's that set of those cards is really fun. There's one of them in every single color. I love the Pluto Steel Champion. I think,
Yep,
yeah,
cease
also
play.
I love Pluto.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just
yeah.
great.
And
But
that's a
it's
very good
really
card.
great card.
Can remove items, can give you some Lore Burst if you banish a character with another steel card. So
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
him and the Mickey putting in the most of the champions so far. I've seen the
Yes.
Goofy do some stuff though as well.
Yeah. They all have, you know, these.
They're
really
all
interesting
interesting.
abilities. Yeah, and that kind of, I think it was also, if I'm correct, the introduction of actually referring to specifically to an ink color in text of a card.
You may be right. You may be right.
I may be incorrect, but I think it's cool.
We'll pretend.
yeah, we'll pretend to make me feel better.
It's our headcanon. No,
Yeah.
but you may very well be right. Oh, I do see another card in Friedeman's hand, which is going to be very good for this matchup. Actually, my reveal card, Jen.
Oh.
Grab your bow. Absolutely, which can banish 2 characters of 2 strength or less. So this Mickey is primed to be sent back to the storybook. Lawbot, you see the expression there. Probably not overly impressed yet. There it is.
Oh, there it is. Grab your bow.
Not-
Very unimpressed.
Not what he wanted to see. Of course, this Mickey Mouse Amber Champion was boosting the willpower of characters by 2. The Shark's going to go on a challenge, then we're going to return the grab bow to the hand.
Get it.
Are we just going to pay the hard
Use
cost
it
for it?
again.
Oh, look at this. I think I'm starting to understand why Friedemann won this game 1, because his deck is ready for this matchup.
I am not surprised. That was so cool. Do the grab your bow. Get it back with the shark. Play it again. Oh my gosh, that was
Do it
really,
again.
really good. Do it again.
Yeah, that was huge. That was an
Absolutely cleared Lobot. Just, yeah.
Oh
wow.
no, this is
What
a
a great
blowout.
time.
Is this going to be a 2-0 to Ruby Sapphire going up against Dogs?
I think it might be.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not count him out yet. But because he, Lobot is on 11th law, but really in not a great position. right
Yeah, but his dogs aren't in the race anymore. There's a single lady down there, which questing for one at the moment. And that, no, not even that. Back to the kennel with you. And I think Friedemann is well situated to just run away with this. We're going to sing Pirate's Life. Of course, that Liquidator cannot quest because of the Reckless keyword. And Cinder only earned a quest for one. And it puts it into the discard, so our shark can potentially get it back if Lawbot dares to turn something sideways.
Yes, oh my goodness. We see that head, and I love that Headless Horseman. I really do. Terror of Sleepy Hollow. Just, I love it for the artwork as well. Like the artwork of that card, I think, is one of my all-time favorite legendaries. But also, like, such a cool ability.
Yeah.
And as very well executed there. Just get rid of that lady before it can even do anything.
Be gone.
Yeah,
Be gone.
But we see a tramp and a Daisy Duck come down on Lawbot's board. I don't know if it's enough at this point. I think you're right that those dogs are out of the race, I think.
Yeah, and we're
And
even...
ducks.
And the dogs and ducks are out of the race. Yeah, it's a foul board state. Yeah, shout out to Liam. That's his joke that I've stolen. Vision of the future. Going to take a look into the future. 5 cards worth, to be precise. And look at this gas. There's a Let It Go there. A new reprint of the Chapter 1 card. There's a Hades there. There's a Pete. I think that's a marching off to battle on the far end there as well, which is card draw for Ruby, which Ruby's drawing cards now. What are we?
What's happening?
Without Amethyst? Yeah, I think Friedemann is... This has been a very, very impressive showing. I would have not favoured Friedemann at all, but Liquidator holding down the dogs and just able to get that 2-4-6 ramp, and you're seeing the results here. Horseman, Hades, Shark.
Yeah.
Let it go.
There it is. Get rid of that Daisy. Get rid of it.
And that's another law for the Shark.
Yeah, and as we said when we were going into this, we were talking about this matchup, and I think, I was saying, I think so many people are like, right, I'm building my deck, how do I deal with dogs? And clearly, Friedemann has thought about it and has planned for this exact matchup, and I think planned really, really well, because there it is! There's the handshake. Friedemann has won this round 2-0. Wow, well played. Both players, but that was such a difficult position at the end there. Just a complete board wipe for Lawbot there. I mean, yeah, Friedemann clearly...
I found a wild Steve Warner out in the wild. I was just talking about you.
I just came by to say hi.
Oh.
Awesome.
Hi, good to see you.
Good to see you, Steve Warner. We will see him again across the weekend.
I was really surprised by that. Wow.
He does that occasionally.
I love it. I love it.
What a match. That was
yeah,
fantastic. Spooky Sight was the card that I was putting the faith in, what was going to do most of the heavy lifting there, but maybe it's in the deck. But Liquidator holding down the fort, we're playing those grab your bows, and yeah, Ruby Sapphire, are we on the up and up? Are we coming back?
I mean,
what a match.
Maybe. I think that, that was a great show of
showing.
It. Very well played. And as I said, clearly planned for that exact matchup. So,
a lot of fun.
I think we have
an interview?
Player interview that we can throw to from that very first match that we were commentating on before. So we're going to pass over to the guys in the lounge. See you in a bit.
Illumineers, we are here with Inaki playing an excellent blue steel deck. He just won his round 2 match, coming back from a game 1 loss. How are you feeling after losing game 1?
I think I was. I'm really happy. I managed to pull the next 2, but I think I was a bit lucky. I mean, the deck has a very good top deck, so that helps sometimes. But he didn't have so much draw, so then I was a bit lucky, which you have to sometimes. But I think first game was I couldn't do anything, so yeah. That's good.
So you're playing Sapphire Steel, which is not maybe the most typical deck in the current metagame.
What was it that made you decide on Sapphire Steel as your deck list for this weekend?
So mainly, like, I'm very used to it. I think I know that many other decks like Blarpole and so on, like they work very, very well. But for some reason, like for me, it's not so, like, I don't feel so comfortable playing them. So it's just, yeah, I think like sometimes you need to go with the deck that you feel okay playing. So that's why.
It's the deck that you know that you're going to play the best,
Yeah,
really.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and your deck had some fantastic cards in it. We saw Tinkerbell doing a lot of work there. The Jasmine from a couple sets ago, and Vincenzo coming in there at the end, and I think that he did a lot of work. When you were looking at building this deck, what was the central strategy for this blue steel deck?
So mainly it's like it's about Vincenzo and Hades and then the Beyond the Horizon. So that's the key card really.
Yeah.
Even like the other ones help you like control the board, and then so that you can play the song, and then it's built around that basically. So then all the ramp up is for that. So like all the Tipo and the Azurite Sea and so on to go to that stage where you can start playing Tinkerbell and then Hades and Vincenzo. The only other thing is that Jasmine and the Genies are because I was struggling a lot with evasive, and I needed something to deal with that as well.
That alert.
Yeah, I was going to ask, I would imagine you probably feel quite confident into Amber Emerald Dogs, and maybe that's like one reason you would play it. Like, just if you could give us a picture of your matchup spread, like, are you confident into Blurple and Amber Emerald? Do you have any best matchups, any worst matchups?
I think Blurple is very difficult. It's very, very complex always. It depends on how much control I can get quickly. But most of the times it's a difficult matchup because they have more resources to control the board than I do, so I need to be a little bit quicker there. And then the really the really quick decks are also like a struggle sometimes because I don't have some. That's also a bad matchup, especially if I don't go first.
Yeah, and how long have you been playing Disney Lorcana for?
So I've been playing now around 3 years or so.
Oh, since the beginning.
Yeah, it was just a bit after the beginning I started playing. So I was a bit more active in the first few challenges and so on, and now I'm very happy that I managed to come here as well.
Yes, well, and you're doing well so far today. Yeah. It's exciting to see a Sapphire Steel deck, so I'm sure that all the Illuminators at home enjoyed watching that match play out. And before we let you go, is there anyone that you want to give a shout out to?
Mostly to the friend I came here with, to Xavi. He's a fantastic player, and he helped me all the way with the deck, so to him.
Fantastic. Well, thanks, Illuminators, for joining us. We're going to go back to the booth.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Great interview there with Inaki, the winner of that previous feature match that we were commentating on. And I think now we're going to throw straight over to our very own Joe Curley to chat about the meta breakdown.
All right, we do love a meta breakdown. So, Joe Curley, Spessy, take it away, my friend.
In the Illuminators Lounge, and I am joined by Joe Curley here. It was great talking with the players from the last round. Some really fun decks. There's a lot of excitement this weekend.
Yeah, there certainly is. And I've been told we are going to be taking a look at the meta breakdown from the Friday main event soon, which we haven't seen. So we're really excited. But before we do that, Rebecca, I know that you've had a little bit of an opportunity to see the local area here in Ghent, Belgium. What's been your impression coming over from America to Belgium?
Belgium has been beautiful, of course, known for things like chocolate and waffles, which I did have a little bit of, as well as some French fries. treats, and they were delicious. But Belgium is gorgeous. The architecture here, amazing. I know that you got to go down to the city center a little bit as well, and the buildings, and I got to go inside a castle. So I felt like a real Disney princess, you know?
Amazing. There's also a lot of bikes, is one thing I've noticed.
Bikes.
Yeah.
I love that it's very walkable, bikeable city, which is something that is really wonderful. There's just loads and loads of bikes everywhere.
Yeah, I've been really impressed. I think it's definitely a destination I would love to come back to for more Disney Lorcana challenges, and great to see a local player as well in the last round feature match. But
yes, I've heard a lot about the Belgium community, and I know that they have a lot of players that are here because it's here in their hometown, and this region is just so passionate about Disney Lorcana, and it's been fun meeting the players. And of course, we do want to get to that meta breakdown. Do you want to look at it?
Yeah, I would love to. Oh my goodness, here we go.
Okay, wow.
That is a big surprise. The most represented deck, actually Amethyst Steel. Amethyst Sapphire has been dethroned in terms of the most popular deck, which I think is a big surprise.
I actually am surprised by that. I would have flipped those for sure. And then we have Amber Emerald, which is the dogs deck, coming in behind that. I would have maybe thought that would have been a little higher, but maybe people just knew that it kind of has a target on it, you know, because it's kind of the boogeyman of this set. And so maybe people were opting for another deck that they know can beat that Amber Emerald deck.
Yeah,
so
I think that's maybe one of the highest meta shares we've seen of Amber Emerald. Usually it's around like the 10%
10,
mark.
12, yeah.
But I was expecting maybe we could get closer to 20%.
Yeah.
Of course, this is only the Friday main event, so these numbers could change on the Saturday main event as well. That's going to be fascinating to see.
Anything else that's surprising you here? What's jumping out?
I think I'm really happy to see that every single color combination is represented.
Yes.
We've got 3 players on Emerald Ruby and 3 on Emerald Steel. I think that's great to see. 7 brave players on Ruby Steel as well is amazing.
You know, Ruby still has some fun stuff, you know, don't discount it. It could surprise you know. But yeah, we have that Sapphire Steel there at about 6.5%, along with Emerald Sapphire. Emerald Sapphire, of course, we know was a huge deck in the last meta. It kind of dropped a little bit here, but you can see, even though it's just at 6.7% of the meta, it is the 4th highest represented deck here in the room.
Yeah, and then Amber Amethyst, just about more represented than Amber Steel. I think that's got to be one of the least meta share representation of Amber Steel in Disney Lorcana Challenge history, but still quite popular. But Amber Amethyst is my sort of underdog deck prediction to take the tournament. Going to be very fascinated to see the different builds on that. And also Amber Sapphire, which is a ink color combination which got quite a lot of support with Ohana Means Family, as well as Raging Storm. So great to see 71 Illumineers confident in the power of Amber Sapphire.
Yeah, but really it's a 60% about of the meta today is those top 3 decks, which is to no one's surprise that those are the top 3 decks what are represented here in the room. It is, of course, always going to be interesting what converts, though, what actually makes it to day 2. And we might see some rogue decks. We might see some Ruby Steel or Amber Ruby, you know, breaking it through to day 2. But we're going to see a lot of Amethyst, a lot of dogs.
Yeah, I think also the Amethyst Steel, the reason it might have just gone up slightly is we saw in that round 1 Dinkham Fam on Blurple really struggling against dogs in the end. But the Amethyst Steel deck, you have that little bit more flexibility to build it in slightly quicker way, slightly slower way, depending on the meta. Whenever you're playing Amethyst Sapphire, you sort of have that clean curve of Tipo or Sail on 2, Genie, Elsa, and you can be a little bit slow to get going. Whereas with Amethyst Steel, you can build it to have a bit of control, but also some big questing power early. And I think that might be why players like Artabax that we interviewed before have actually ended up going for Amethyst Steel instead of the other decks, because you can have that bit of flexibility and just be good into every matchup. Rather than have one bad matchup.
Yeah. Now, if you were playing this weekend, what deck do you think you would have brought? I know sometimes you like to play some things that are a little spicy, but what would you have brought this weekend?
I think if I wanted to pick what I believe to be the best chance of winning the whole tournament, I would probably have gone for Amber Emerald.
Okay.
But yeah, realistically, I'm usually a bit of a hipster, so I've been working on a Amber Ruby Locations deck with the Sugar Rush Speedway. I would be remiss if I didn't play. It's just so much fun. And you can get some great wins with it too.
Yeah. If I was playing this weekend, I would have also been playing Amber Emerald Dogs. It's such a fun deck to play. And we've heard a lot in the community about how it's not an easy deck to play, though. In theory, it is easy. You know, you flood the board, you get your tramp out, and but there's a lot to that deck, and it isn't something that you can necessarily pick up and play and do really well with, because there's a lot of tiny little micro decisions. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we saw it in the round 1 match, the Amber Emerald player masterfully mulliganing. Like the mulligan is so important with that deck. If you just make one mulligan sort of, not mistake, but like something you could have done slightly better, it can really have a big impact. Like the big question is, how aggressively do you mulligan? Do you play it safe? Maybe when you go first, you might play it a little bit more safe. And if you're going second, maybe you take that slightly bigger risk and a more aggressive mulligan to find your perfect curve. And also the discard decisions when you play the tramp. Often you're drawing 5 or 6 cards, but have to discard the same amount.
And looking at which cards do you actually keep in hand.
Yeah, and also the subtler things as well, like when to quest, when to leave your characters ready. It can all make such a big difference. But even in the deck building as well, Rebecca, we've seen the Emerald Chromicon really be a centerpiece card in that deck recently. But actually, some players have decided to cut it entirely, which is really fascinating.
And going to play more of Under the Sea. I've seen that a lot. And there's quite a few players, actually, that I know that are in the room this weekend that aren't playing with Chromicon at all. They are opting for more copies of Under the Sea. And with this deck being so widely played, of course it is third, I think that we're seeing in some of those other decks like Amethyst Steel and in the Amethyst Sapphire decks are cards teched in just for the dogs matchup, like we see in Blurple that they're playing those Rafikis that are the challengers, and even we saw the player that we talked with earlier, they had the Liquidator that they were playing, because with the dogs you want to be able to have some early control, and some of those Sapphire decks that are a little slower, sometimes the dogs run away.
Yeah, and that's one of the really cool underdog cards. I think it's maybe my favorite new, it's not a keyword, it's an ability in Winterspell. Every ink color has one. Christopher Robin has sort of been the talk of the town. But to see Liquidator is really, really fascinating. And I would personally love to see some more underdog cards in future sets. I think it's a great addition to Winterspell. It also was so much fun in Sealed. Usually when I do Sealed, I actually tend to skip out on 1-cost characters. And I still did in this occasion, but when I went second, I could sneak down some 2-cost characters as well on turn 1.
Okay, so there are 6 underdogs that came out in Winterspell, 1 for each ink. Which one would you say is your favorite? Is it Christopher Robin?
I would say my favorite has to be the Angel.
Yes.
I really like Angel.
She's great.
It's really, really fun. And there's a lot of like Angel synergy as well that you can potentially do. So it's I really love the underdogs in general, I have to say. I think it's a very, very awesome mechanic. We've had like the green 3-cost Hey, I think it's the Bumbling Rooster in the past, which it didn't have the underdog ability, but it was like this card which is better going second usually. So I would love to see more things like that. I think it's a really awesome step. And again, for the Sealed, which I think Winterspell is my favorite Sealed
I have heard a lot of players say that. And I know that, of course, we have tons of side events going on here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge. And there are tons of Sealed events going on. So hopefully players are enjoying the underdog cards out there in Sealed. But we know that you at home are enjoying the gameplay and are excited to see more Disney Lorcana matches. And we are ready to get into round 3 of our Friday main event. We're going to throw it over to the booth and bring you some more Disney Lorcana games.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm back. I'm Ross. I'm back here with Kim. How you doing, Kim?
I'm doing great. I've got a chance to wander around the hall, go see loads of people, check out some cards. There's jigsaws, Ross.
What are we talking about jigsaw-wise?
Disney Lorcana jigsaws.
Are we talking the big ones for the promo or the little ones like my boy?
There's the ones of each ink color.
Oh, the big ones.
The big ones of each ink color.
I may have started picking them up during the holiday season, and I'm not even embarrassed. I just don't have anywhere big enough to build them. We can worry about that later. Interesting seeing the metagame there.
Yes.
Dogs is there. I still think that's going to win the tournament. And your Amethyst Sapphire still there.
Yeah.
But Amethyst Steel, I may have been... Well, I might have been doing that deck a little bit wrong. I might be underestimating it.
I think, because Jen picked it as her prediction to win and take it all down. I think it's a really solid pick. I feel like its matches into each of the other decks is quite like even, 50-50. It can go each way. Dogs, third most represented deck. I would have thought there might have been more dogs represented in the room, but it's still being in the top 4 position. And my prediction to take it all down, the Emerald Sapphire is in 4th spot. So, you know, I'm pretty happy about it. It has card draw, it has removal. It's doing stuff. It's doing stuff.
There is still a chance. If I was a dogs player, if I'm coming to this tournament to play, I would be thinking dogs because I love me a good aggro deck. But there are lots of hyper-specific counters for that deck in a way we don't see for other decks. Things like Headless Horseman, Terror, Sleepy Hollow, things like Under the Sea. We've got a bunch of, you know, even like the Wreck-It Ralph over in Ruby. I'm not sure how much play that's seeing, but if it does see play, there's a lot of cards that can board wipe specifically smaller characters. And I think that might be making a few people go, not so sure about dogs.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying dogs. I brought dogs to play at the Leicester CCQ, and I did quite well. It's really fun. I personally like it when I come from playing a lot of Ruby Sapphire to being control-y, because I like dogs, because I feel like no matter what deck you're against, you can change your playstyle.
Yeah.
Whether it's the get your tramp out, sing Under the Sea, or maybe you're playing the Chromacon version and you want to get your Chromacon out and you're going to do a load of fun bouncy shenanigans and get rid of all their cards back to their hand. So I feel like I like it so much because there's different play styles to be able to do and perform no matter what deck you're against. But I'm not surprised to see it in the 3rd spot of the most represented decks here in the room.
I still think it's going to win the whole thing. I still feel very confident about my deck choice, which I've just named Woof Woof. I think it's going to win. I do think there are going to be a bunch of them that are taken out because they play against too many of these counters, but I think it's an inherently strong deck with some control aspects as well, which really set it apart from your average aggro deck, and I do think that is going to carry the day. We saw it on round 1, and we actually saw kind of both styles as it 1-2-1. We saw Tramp into Under the Sea, board wipe twice, let's go win this. We also saw I'm going first, couple of Daisy Duck early doors. We're going to have a Tramp, but we don't actually need Under the Sea, and we are just going to race you in true aggro style. I think that deck's got pretty much everything. So I feel. Do you feel good about your prediction, though?
I do feel good about my prediction. I feel like, obviously, we've seen it win the previous DLC in Richmond. It came not only first, but it came first and second. And I feel like it just has a really good spot because obviously, you have Prince Philip, Mean, Malicious and Scary combo. You'll be able to clear the board, but also has the ability to also play Spooky Sights. And also, people could tech and play Under the Sea as well. So there's a little bit of everything, not to mention also a dash of item removal that sometimes people forget about in the form of the 1-drop Clarabelle when you can pay the extra to banish the Chromacon if you're against dogs, per se.
She's a clumsy guest, but she can get rid of those items despite her or maybe because of her clumsiness. Spooky Sight, by the way, another excellent counter for these weaker aggro decks, at least in terms of power and cost. But there's one deck we haven't talked enough about in our little chat here, Kim, and that is Blurple, as some people call it. Amethyst Sapphire, so I think it's about time we learn a little more about that deck.
Hello, Lumineers. We are here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent, and we are getting ready to take a look at a deck that everyone loves, or maybe loves to loathe. Baker is joining me here in the lounge for a closer look at the Amethyst Sapphire deck, otherwise known as Blurple. What do you think of this deck in Winter Spell, Baker?
Yeah, I mean, Winter Spell did introduce a couple of new toys. It's a very exciting set. Lots of fun cards in there for both theme decks and for the competitive metagame. And yeah, this Blurple list looking kind of similar to how it did in Whispers in the Well and Fable, but we do have a couple of new toys. But yeah, this is a deck that I think most players have pretty high on their list of top contenders to perform very well this weekend. We're consistently seeing it making top cart at both DLCs and third-party events. And it's just the power level of this deck, Rebecca, is incredible. One card I want to highlight straight away and get your thoughts on. A reprint from the first chapter. As if this deck did not have enough removal, we now have the 5-cost Inkable, Let It Go, where you just put a character straight into that player's Inkwell. And it's a song at that. What do you think of the return of Let It Go?
Yeah, you can sing it, you could play it, and there are plenty of characters in this deck who could sing it. And Let It Go coming back, to me, has just made this deck even more consistent than it was before, which is one of the reasons why players love to play it, right? Is that consistency. I love Let It Go. I am glad that it's back, I will be honest, but I'm not so glad that Blurple got this tool back in its toolbox, because it is really, like you said, the power level of this deck is just insane. We saw Demona joining the crew last set, and she's still seeing lots of play along with that Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable. So there's just some really fantastic cards in this deck. But I want to hear you, Baker, talk about our new bouncing friend. Tigger is the one brand new card that we are seeing in this deck.
Yeah, Tigger bouncing all the way. Big fan of Winnie the Pooh. Anytime they print one of those cards, I'm going to be excited. But this one is actually very relevant to our metagame at the moment. This is a 4-cost Ingable character, and on play, you can return a character of cost 2 or less to that player's hand. We've had a couple of cards that have done similar things like this. In Ruby Amethyst, I'm a big fan of the Madame Medusa, where you can bounce a 2 cost or less, but you have to do chip damage. But Tigger doesn't need that.
No,
will
he's just bouncing. He's bouncing all day.
Yes. But one very important interaction, and why I think we'll see this card in a fair few Blurple decks over the weekend, is that it's very good into Amber Emerald Dogs, which is a little bit of the boogeyman of the weekend and most weekends.
I think so.
Dogs is, again, looking very well situated to be incredible. Had an power increase of its own. We'll talk about that later. But the point is, Dogs is very, very good. And this Tigger is a nice way of being able to just mess their tempo up a little bit. If you can bounce back that new Grandmother Willow, the Ancient Advisor.
Oh, yes.
That card in particular enables a turn 3 tramp from Dogs. So that's one very important interaction if you can get rid of that quickly. And of course, any decks that are low to the ground, bouncing a 2-cost like a Calhoun or a Ruby Diablo, something like that, can be very strong. So yeah, I think Tigger is a nice choice for the weekend if you're expecting to see a lot of Dogs.
Yeah. Now, Blurple, it is a strong deck. It is a powerhouse. What decks out there, though, do you think that the Blurple players are trying to avoid?
I think Dogs
Yeah.
more than anything. I think Dogs is the absolute counter to Blurple. Obviously, Blurple, you talked about their 12 removal pieces, and they're looking to dominate the mid to late game. There are a couple of other decks like Emerald Sapphire. It tends to be the Sapphire decks.
It's all those Sapphire decks. Yep, this one in particular. Yeah, just ramping up to all those big characters.
And they dominate the mid to late game. So that's why if you're an aggressive deck like Dogs, then perhaps you can sweep out a victory before they're able to really turn their deck online. Plus they get things like Under the Sea, which a lot of characters in this deck, like Genie and Elsa, that could be sweeped under the deck. So I think Dogs is probably one of the hardest matchups for Blurple. And just anything aggro. Maybe we'll see some Amber Steel aggro in the room
you
this
never
weekend.
know. And I do want to point out that the Rafiki card in this deck is actually a card that has been teched in for those more aggressive decks. So that way a Sapphire Amethyst player can put down a card like Rafiki to take out some of those early threats so that those dogs can't run away with the game.
Yeah, you can check a Calhoun or the dog, the lady, the 1-cost lady. She is a 0/3, and she can potentially quest for 3 pretty early. So you want that like stat line, a nice beat stick in the form of Rafiki to check that. Basil always also here in the 1-drop slot with that support keyword, which is so good working along with Elsa.
So good.
If you've got a Basil on board and they play a Genie or a Dumbo, immediately Elsa comes down, exert the character, quest Basil, support Elsa up, and suddenly she's hitting for 4 and taking out most of our oppressive, evasive characters.
Yes. Well, Sapphire Amethyst doing a lot of work.
It's an incredible deck. It's going to be consistent over the weekend. You see this version we're showing here is just 2 lines, super consistent, but also some interesting text that might make their way into this deck. The new Sven, the Leaping Reindeer, is
he's a very fun card.
Very fun card. Amethyst, 4-cost, and has Rush and Evasive and Challenger 3, so it's perfect for those evasive matchups where you might need him. So yeah, we might see some spice, some cool toys, but I think a lot of players are going to go for max consistency, and I can see Blurple doing incredibly well over the weekend.
Yes. Well, I can't wait to see how Blurple does. I don't know that any of the casters picked this as a winning deck, though.
No, this deck, it seems to be always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yes.
It's always doing well. Normally ending up in at least the top 4. There was a CCQ recently where Blurple was able to take the victory. Maybe this is the DLC
Maybe this is it.
to be Blurple's heyday. But a deck like this has got a target on its shoulders. There's going to be a lot of people in the room. Like, if you think your deck can't beat Blurple, I'm not sure you've brought the right deck.
No, I would agree. I would agree with that. You need to be able to beat Blurple to win this weekend. So, and maybe that's Blurple itself.
But you also need to be able to eat Dogs. So this is the thing where you sort of split your attention between trying to beat both. Maybe you just say, okay, I'll have a better matchup into one or the other and hope I have a favorable bracket. But the fact remains, Blurple, it's going to be popular. It's going to do well, I would say, as are many, many other decks. So yeah, Blurple looking like it's going to do very well.
So hopefully now we all know a little bit more about that Blurple deck, that Amethyst Sapphire. And the wonderful news is, now we know more about that, Well, the game's ready, so we can jump pretty much straight into our next game. And we've got some decks here you might not be expecting. There's some surprises coming out early today, Kim.
It has. And I've really liked the amount of variety in the room this weekend. And not 2 decks that we've seen so far, I don't believe, but also one of them. I'm going to have to speak quietly just in case they can hear me. One of them is actually Baker's prediction to win.
Which is not a deck we really expected to see. Baker, the way he put it was, no, I am not going away from this. This is who I am. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. That's essentially what he said. Well, turns out Timberwolf might be agreeing with him here, because Timberwolf on the left, you can have a sneaky look at the hand there, and I'm seeing some purple and I'm seeing some red. It's Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, and it seems like the other deck is Amber Amethyst, which looks like Timberwolf is actually playing Amber Amethyst, and Homage is going to be on the Baker's favorite pick, Ruby Amethyst. And I really think people have underestimated this Amber Amethyst deck, because it having a lot of quick kind of ramping tools, but in the form of Lantern and in the form of Grandmother Willow, meaning that they're going to be able to cheat out big cards like Demona, like quite early on in the game.
That's going to be fun. That's what I get for being colorblind. I should not try and guess colors from small images of people's hands. It's happened before, Kim. I should just wait to see the cards. Colors. Me and colors, we ain't great friends. I'm going to be honest with you. But the mulligans have been done. The shuffling has been done. We are getting ready here for round 3 at Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent. The question is, who's going off, and are we going to have a nice friendly fist bump to get rolling? Well, looks like Homage is going to be going first. We're inking Cheshire Cat Inexplicable, and we are rolling.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Homage had a 1-drop there. We could have seen it in the form of perhaps Royal Guard, or even maybe they had a Palace Guard, perhaps. But it's not going to seem good there for Homage, but it's going to be magical maneuvers into the Inkwell for Timberwolf. And does he have a 1-drop?
He does. It is that Royal Guard Octopus Soldier, one we've seen so many times over here in Amethyst. Back over to Homage then, playing that Ruby, which we did not expect to see much of. It is the downtrodden ink this set. Or is it, Homage looking to prove it wrong, again inking magical maneuvers, and here is that Diablo.
Yeah, what's really going to be fun about these 2 matchups is that they're going to be playing a lot of similar Amethyst cards. All of these control-y Amethyst cards in the form of, you know, Elsa Fifth Spirit. We'll see some Demonas and very similar Amethyst cards. And Amethyst is going to do the thing that Amethyst does best, obviously draw a lot of cards. But with the addition of Amber and Timberwolf's build, he's going to be able to perhaps get a Lantern out, or like this Grandmother Willow to be able to get out cards for 1 cost less, like this Alonwi, which Timberwolves were able to play here for free.
Yep, Grandmother Willow, Ancient Advisor, brings out Alonwi, Princess of Elia. I've been checking my pronunciation on that the past couple days, but all of a sudden we're going quite wide. That Grandmother Willow, we're going to be seeing that all weekend. Diablo, Watchful Raven for Homage there. It's a free quest for 2. Decent stats, but we are inking the Belt Accomplished Mystic so we can play the Cheshire Cat Inexplicable. But we don't need to boost right now.
No, we don't need to boost. And what's really nice about this Cheshire Cat, particularly teaming up with another ink color like Ruby, is that you have cards like Mulan and other cards that come in with damage. So the Cheshire Cat, if you just boost it already, you'll be able to move damage straight away if Homage is playing this Mulan in their deck.
Absolutely. Well, Alonwi here is going to go, and are we questing or are we challenging here?
Is this going to be a World's Greatest Criminal Minds
Are we
on
supporting
the Cheshire Cat? Did we support the Cheshire Cat?
I think we might have. We're inking the Elsa Fifth Spirit right now. It is World's Greatest Criminal Mind, and that was such a good little play, using support to boost the strength of Cheshire Cat, because World's Greatest Criminal Mind can only get a 5 strength or higher.
Yeah, and this is the removal cards that we haven't seen a lot of play in Amber, but using this Alonwi and the support ability that Amber has in a lot of cards to be able to play cards like World's Greatest Criminal Minds, because obviously Cheshire Cat only has 3 strength, meaning the Alonwi gave her strength. You're supporting the Cheshire Cat. Sure, why not? Support the opponent's characters to be able to banish it with World's Greatest Criminal Minds. And then it's a double Diablo on the board for our Ruby Amethyst player here.
Double Diablo, Watchful Raven coming down. It does quest for 2. It is, as I like to phrase it, a well-statted card. 2 cost, uninkable, but free questing for 2 is quite nice. Takes out that Royal Guard Octopus Soldier, takes the damage back, but we know Cheshire Cat could take advantage of that in a minute.
Yeah, could definitely. And I do like the decision here to take out Royal Guard. by our Ruby Amethyst player, because Amethyst does the thing that Amethyst does, draws a load of cards, meaning there's a possibility if Genie is played, or even look at Stitch, when this Stitch quest.
No, Carefree Snowboarder,
Yes.
and that is one of those Stitch on those wooden boards that go on some kind of precipitation that draws 2 cards right now. Diablo has gone down, and Stitch is there threatening to draw and quest as we go along here.
Yeah, and it's more than likely, well, Timberwolf is most definitely going to play another card next turn, and then perhaps quest with our Stitch Snowboarder here and be able to draw a card.
2 more cards.
2 more cards.
2 more cards. 2 other characters. 2 cards drawn. Why not? Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan gets inked, and we're playing Elsa, 5th Spirit, who is going to exert that Grandmother Willow and immediately challenge it with Reckless. He gone.
Yeah, so it may not be the case now for Timberwolf being able to quest with this Stitch next turn to be able to draw a card, unless he plays perhaps 2 cards next turn. Does he have another Grandmother Willow and then cheat out another card for maybe that costs 3 perhaps and only have to pay 2 for it? What kind of cards will we see Timberwolf play?
Certainly made things more awkward, and again, it's those little things like, wait, if I take out a character, you need to have 2 to quest and draw with Stitch. I don't think you're going to play 2. Let's take one of them out. Homage doing what Ruby Amethyst has done for so many years in Disney Lorcana, controlling your board. Where do we get another Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan being inked? We are matching. Elsa comes down and exerts Diablo Watchful Raven. And then we are going to challenge with the Carefree Snowboarder, but you don't get to draw if you challenge.
No, and then another card that is in Amber, which Timberwolf may be able to use to his advantage perhaps next turn if he does have it in hand, or maybe if he has it in his deck, is Ohana Means Family.
Oh, yeah.
So even though he's not going to be able to draw quest because he doesn't have enough characters on the board with this Stitch, he could be able to heal 3, which would let him then in turn draw 3 additional cards, Ross.
Yeah, that Ohana Means Family, such a good card. Healing and drawing as much as you healed, absolutely wonderful. So back to Homage here. We are inking a Bell Accomplished Mystic, and we are using a bunch of ink to play the Headless Horseman, Terror of Sleepy Hollow. Down goes Elsa, the 5th Spirit, and then the other Elsa, the 5th Spirit on Homage's side goes and takes out that Stitch Carefree Snowboarder, and it's kind of a board wipe, but hey, I've still got my big dude here.
Yeah, our Ruby Amethyst player really showing the control of how Ruby Amethyst has it back. It has a thing to do things, and then being able to clear the board completely. Did our Timberwolf here just have to draw a card and pass?
I did not see much else happening. Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan comes down. Now that will actually give a little bit of draw to Timberwolf here, which will help a little bit. But now we see another ink, Elsa, the 5th Spirit. We see the Headless Horseman is going to presumably quest?
Yeah, presumably. It's really interesting now if Timberwolf is able to keep that Grandmother Willow. Maybe he had a bigger card to play, because maybe he had a Demona of his own he would have been able to play, but now he does have the Demona of his own. Like I said, he is going to be able to play it, meaning that he is going to exert his opponent's glimmers on the board. Unfortunately now, because our Ruby Amethyst player has more than 3 cards in their hand, our Demona is not going to ready at the start of this turn, thanks to the Stone by Day ability.
No, unfortunately, that means you don't ready, and also you didn't get to draw any either, so not ideal there, but hey-ho, can't win them all.
Yeah.
You still do have that there for the future. You got the Headless Horseman there, who is providing a little bit of a threat in terms of certainly gaining some lore. We are going to be inking here. Oh, it's that Mother... I love that Mother... I revealed that Mother Gothel, but alas, ink it is. Oh, it's another Demona!
Yeah, and it is only 2 lore to 2, Ross, meaning the game has only just begun. It is not far off either, and it's 2 Demonas on the board to 1 Demona. And then because our other Demona on the board for Homage was still exerted, meaning they was not going to be able to challenge our Amber Amethyst's Demona. Oh, and here's the Lantern finally coming into play for Timberwolf, meaning he is going to be able to pay less for this Hades here coming out, and it does seem like he is going to choose the Demona to target, meaning a Ruby Amethyst player can either choose to put that Demona on the bottom of their deck or let its opponent draw 2 cards, which would really help our Amber Amethyst player here get back into the game.
Yeah, Hades is looking for a deal, and Timberwolf is going, can I get some cards? Yes, I can. And we see this a lot. We've already seen it earlier today. Players not willing to give up their big characters on the board. So it's really just a draw 2, which is so powerful. Timberwolf's getting some cheeky draw here, as well as a normal draw you'd expect. We're inking a Tigger. but we haven't got anything to use it with. We're just passing over.
Yeah, and it does seem like we're on 7 ink right now, and I believe one of the cards that Timberwolf got off the top of his deck was that all-new card we got, that new board wipe, Raging Storm.
Oh, we have not seen a Raging Storm come down on stream yet today. Feels like next turn you're up to 8 ink. It might be time for the first one.
That's not only, sorry Ross, that's not only one Raging Storm. There's actually 2 Raging Storms in his hand.
Oh, we could go back to back. And certainly, you look at Amaj's board here. Demona, Headless Horseman, Demona. That is a board you would want to wipe. You're getting rid of was that 17 ink? No, 15 ink worth of characters. That's worth an 8 ink Raging Storm for now. Oh, this is a character we do not see very often at all.
No, one of the new characters we got this set in Winter Spell. Homage going to be able to use it to exert the Hades looking for a deal.
It is Isis Vanderchill, Ice Queen of St. Canard. Very long-named card.
Yeah, and now if our Ruby Amethyst player, Homage, chooses, he can choose to challenge with his Headless Horseman, but Headless Horseman is going to be banished in return, but it does mean he is going to, they are going to be able to clear Timberwolf's board.
I mean, if ever I've seen a board that was begging for a Raging Storm, it looks like it might be this one. You've got nothing else going on. You've got no board. Your opponent's got 4 bigger characters. Isis Vanderchill, by the way, when you play this character, you exert chosen opposing character. Other than that, it is just a 4/4 quest for 1. But here we go. Raging Storm. Amaj had a wonderful board. Now they've got nothing.
Yeah, was able to ink a Princess Alonwi into the inkwell to pay 8 ink for that all-important Raging Storm. Is this our first Raging Storm of the weekend?
I think it's our first Raging Storm on stream, at least. I'm sure there's been some out there in the hall that have come down. So we get the Junior Woodchuck guidebook, drawing a couple of cards. Iago, Giant Spectral Parrot comes down. It's just a big body, basically, Kim.
It is. Will we see a Princess Alonwi, perhaps in a World's Greatest Criminal Minds, to perhaps banish this once again? Because he's done it once. Maybe we will see him do it again.
Well, it has got vanished, so it is slightly easier to take out there. Just need to pick it with something, and it's like, no, I'm good. I'm done. We're here. Okay, here we go. Oh, and here we go. Hades looking for a deal. Goes and chooses that Iago. And then you are just going to be able to draw a couple of cards here again.
Oh, and then not to mention this Iago does have evasive, meaning the Horseman Strikes is going to be able to choose it. But of course, Iago has vanished, so he was being zip-zapped that way anyway.
He was.
But also meaning Timberwolf will be able to draw a card off that Horseman Strikes, really helping him get back into the game and playing an additional Lantern.
Yeah, 2 Lantern in one go seems a little bit cheated. That's essentially 2 extra ink. Now we do see... Is that Blizzard coming down here?
We've got a Slushy, and it's none other than the 9th Wonder of the Universe, Ross. Who's the 9th Wonder of the Universe?
That would be Dumbo. I want to know who the 8 other Wonders of the Universe are. We can worry about that later. For now, it's Dumbo, one of the most impactful cards. What's better than 2 Lanterns, Kim?
3 Lanterns! And then being able to exert all 3 Lanterns, meaning did he only play 1 for that Genie Wish fulfilled to draw another card? So not only did he draw 2 cards off Hades, he just drew previous turn. He now just drew a card and paid 1 for this Genie.
And this is going beautifully. This is, if you ever wondered, hey, why would somebody play Amethyst with Amber? This is why they would. So Amaj under a little bit of pressure here, but does have a couple characters out. How can we continue to build that board? Well, first, Dumbo gains a lore and draws a card. All right, that's a good start. Where next? We're paying more ink, and it's Isis Vanderchill coming back down, and that is going to immediately exert and then get rid of that Genie with that challenge, and apparently Iago, Giant Spectral Parrot, back again.
Yeah, Homage doing a great job there to build back up their board. However, we do know that Timberwolf does have another Raging Storm in their hand. Are we just going to see this Hades quest, and will we pay 8 to do another Raging Storm? Yes, we will! We're going to see it happen again. 2 Raging Storms in one game so far, and we had 2 1-drops to play for free, not to mention for free because of the Lantern here, Ross. We were able to play a Princess Alonwi and a Royal Guard to the board. Yeah, what a show of how controlling this Amber Amethyst deck is, and this is why people are playing it, because you have things like the lanterns to be able to come in and cheat out these characters, and then you have Amethyst cards like the Elsa, which both players are playing, which Homage just played here. The Elsa to exert the Princess Along Me was able to challenge here this turn.
And now we get Demona Scourge of the Wyvern clan coming back down for Timberwolf, building up his board. I love the fact that you could board wipe with Raging Storm, but Lantern still let you play characters afterwards, so you still get first chance to start re-establishing. Tigger gets popped in the ink, and it's a second Demona Scourge of the Wyvern clan. Every time you play it, you draw into, you got 3 cards in your hand if you don't already. So played a couple of cards, played another one, drew more cards. Now we get to Quest, I believe, with the Royal Guard. Timberwolf's got a good turn roll in here.
Yeah, and definitely if he managed to draw into Horseman Strikes, or was that another Elsa he had in his hand, perhaps to help him exert whatever Homage is going to play to the board next. But definitely getting these Demonas here on the board helped him be able to draw cards. We could perhaps see his own Elsa come out by our Amber Amethyst player, and then he has a Cheshire Cat of his own to be able to move damage to perhaps clear off this Elsa 5th Spirit on Homage's board.
I was going to say, we do have ink immediately. We're not using it. It is Scrooge McDuck instead. And we are boosting Scrooge McDuck. Remember, we get +1 strength and +1 willpower for every card under. That builds up very, very quickly. Now we're boosting Cheshire Cat, moving that damage over, taking out the Royal Guard Octopus Soldier with Cheshire Cat Inexplicable's boost skill. And now Homage is turning this game round. Olaf Helping Hand comes down here as well. And it looks like we're just going to quest with Elsa, just for one lore.
Yeah, just for one, because why not? It's evasive. These Demonas are not evasive, but can Timberwolf do anything else? We've seen him do 2 Raging Storms already. Can we see them do anything else? But of course, we've got 3 Lanterns, meaning he's going to play 3 less for the next card he plays this turn, meaning the Genie Wish Fulfilled is going to be played once again for one. For one ink. He's just going to pay 1 ink, you know?
A 1-cost 2/4 with evasive that draws a card. Oh my word, that is incredible value. We're now paying a couple of ink, and Grandmother Willow comes down because apparently Timberwolf wasn't reducing his cost enough. Now we see another Genie coming down, fulfilling another wish, drawing another card, and that board is looking imposing. 2 Demona Scourge of the Wyvern clan, 2 Genie Wish fulfilled, and I don't think we're done yet, Kim.
No, I don't think so. There's still ink to play with, and we see World's Greatest Criminal Minds going into the ink. Well, interesting here that Timberwolf chose to ink it. Obviously has a plan to do something else, because we could have waited until this Scrooge McDuck was boosted enough to be able to be targeted by this World's Greatest Criminal Minds, but obviously Timberwolves have another plan, and that plan might be Elsa 5th Spirit. It is indeed Elsa 5th Spirit coming in, going to be able to exert an opposing glimmer on Homage's board. But what glimmer is that going to be?
Well, I mean, Ghostly Ebenezer is the one we're watching that could be building up. That Scrooge McDuck, the ghostly looking one, hence Ghostly Ebenezer. But we do have a few different options, only 2 strength on the Elsa. So you do have to worry a little bit about what you can actually take out. Olaf, the only one that would go down straight away. And you worry about putting much damage on, because if Cheshire Cat can start coming back, that could be a pain. So here we are exerting Cheshire Cat. But where do we want to go? Nowhere for now. Oh, we're just going to get rid of it with Demona, because you do not want Cheshire Cat to survive there and start throwing your damage back.
No, that Cheshire Cat can definitely be a menace, moving all the damage, and we don't want that to happen. Obviously, Timberwolf recognizes that and definitely chooses to exert that card and get rid of it there, showing once again the power of how all of these Amethyst cards teaming up with these Amber cards like Grandmother Willow and Lantern, being able to cheat them out early. But there's only 1 card left, it seems, in Timberwolf's hand, and that is a Cheshire Cat of his own. Meaning next turn, if this Demona survives, or if any of the other characters on his board get damage, Cheshire Cat could come into play. He could boost it and move some damage across to its opponent's glimmers.
Absolutely could. I'm also having a little peek at Timberwolf's board here. There's 10 lore represented between those 6 characters, because 4 of them have 2 lore pips on. That could get Timberwolf over the line here very, very quickly. So Homage having to play a little bit of keep away here, but does have some decent characters with which to do so. Seems like somebody's being eyed up here.
It's seeming like there's 2 cards in hand for Homage. We know he has nice targeting cards like Horseman Strikes, and damage moving cards, will we see another Cheshire Cat come into play, but also could choose to boost Scrooge McDuck once again and be able to perhaps challenge something else. But of course, only both Demonas are exerted, meaning it would be pretty much a trade.
It would, unfortunately, yeah, and there is the trade. You would boost up to 5 willpower. That wouldn't be enough, so don't boost, just challenge. We see Scrooge McDuck, Ghostly Ebenezer, and Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan trading, but we do have Madame Medusa, a dual ink card coming down, and then Ursula, Whispered of Vanessa as well.
Yeah, some great cards we got previously, and obviously just showing how Ruby Amethyst can come together to be able to play this Madame Medusa back in. But of course, Timberwolf obviously has so much ink to play with, it seems like. And also, not to mention, there's a Grandmother Willow and 3 lanterns on the board.
Yeah,
and can essentially, if he has another genie, instead of playing 1, he could play nothing for a genie. No, instead, it is going to be a Cheshire Cat for free.
Yeah, that's not too shabby at all. Getting that down for nothing. And this is a point of the game where Timberwolf should be able to start questing pretty aggressively, building up that lore, getting over the line. In theory, this turn and the next turn could get there. Amaj still sitting there on 6 lore, but not as much. There's only 5 represented on the board. So here we go here. It looks like the questing is going here with Timberwolf. Already up to 8 lore, 9 lore. Now we quest with Grandmother Willow and Elsa 11, 13, 14. I love this Lorcana on the left-hand side, Kim. It's making my life easy. We're up to 15. And the lesser play Demona here.
Yeah, Demona. Scourging?
Betrayer of the clan.
Yes.
I wouldn't trust her, frankly.
I wouldn't trust her. She's good. But now, Timberwolf is close to winning this first game. It is best of 3, folks. So if he gets it,
We're already done. Timberwolf takes game 1. Amaj looks at the board and goes, no, you know what? I am not stopping you getting over the line next turn. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, wasn't able to play that Madame Medusa to move the damage off the Demona first to maybe take out something else, because unfortunately, we had to leave the damage on one of the Demonas to be able to take it out with Scrooge McDuck, you know?
Yeah, unfortunately, we did. It's a little bit of a pain. We saw, and this is what I'm kind of loving, we've seen a lot of deck lists I saw kind of in the few weeks leading up to here. They were all starting to get quite similar, and it really feels like a lot of players have come to, this Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent. It's this big tournament. It's essentially 2 2,000-player tournaments running side by side, one Friday, one Saturday. Winner of each plays for a World's Invite on Sunday.
Yeah.
And players are bringing the tricks coming in here. We're seeing cards like that, Madame Medusa, Deceiving Partner, which we don't generally tend to see. And some of these are making a bit of a difference.
Yeah, and there's not only one in the room. There's like such a variety of...
Oh, I'm loving it.
And I can't wait to see what tomorrow's like, because there's so many decks in the room today. Tomorrow, this weekend, guys, we're essentially having 2 DLCs, and at the very end, a winner from our Friday tournament and a winner of our Saturday tournament are going to face off for the all-important Worlds qualification. But we're already ready going in to Game 2. We're here in Round 3. I'm excited. Are you excited?
I'm a little bit excited. First, I'm gonna quell my excitement for a second, because we've got a mulligan.
We do have to mulligan.
But then I'm going to wrap my excitement back up again when we get into the game. Of course, for those that may be less familiar, you start with your opening hand, and you have a choice to keep as many as you like, and then give as many as you like back to your deck and draw replacements. It is an optional, but it can be a partial mulligan, which essentially means if you've got one card you're particularly looking for, you can mulligan everything, or you can just keep 1 or 2 cards that are particularly good and mulligan for everything else. There's a lot of different ways to do it.
Yeah, and it seems like our Timberwolf here, the Amber Amethyst player, already has that turn 2 lantern in hand. Seems like he is going to keep it and alter. It seems like he's only going to alter 1 or 2 cards out of his hand, and I'm not sure what cards our Ruby Amethyst player chose to keep.
It's going to be interesting to see. Generally speaking, if you don't mulligan many cards, that means you've got a good opening hand. You're liking where your curve is going. If you mulligan aggressively, it generally means you had a look and it did not go well. So you're basically trying to have a hard reset. But if your new hand is still a little disappointing, then that is going to be less than ideal. So, looks like Amaj is going to be going first here, and we are off in game 2 of round 3, Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent. Olaf Helping Hand into the ink, Olaf Helping Hand onto the board.
Yeah, exactly what Amaj wanted to see game 1. Unfortunately, didn't get that 1-drop game 1, but they do have it this time round, and that is followed up by a Royal Guard on the other side of the board for Timberwolf.
Yeah, those octopus soldiers coming in absolutely handy. We ink a Junior Woodchuck guidebook so that we can play. Here we go, Ares, a lesser seen card, but it's got Reckless, and this can be a very fun card.
Yeah, and now if Timberwolf chooses to, we can challenge this Olaf with the Royal Guard. Unfortunately, Royal Guard will be banished, but then, of course, Ares here, being reckless, will, if by any chance the Royal Guard was able to survive, Ares is just going to challenge it. So not even going to want to quest with this Royal Guard.
There we go.
Because Ares would have just challenged it if we were to quest. So I think it's fair to be able to challenge this Olaf away. Homage choosing not to bring the Ares back to their hand. They're going to want to keep it on the board and try to build back up their board presence, as Timberwolf just played a Lantern turn 2, meaning we could see a 3-cost card being played, or a 4-cost played.
It could. There's Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable. It is a 4-cost card. It is Tigger bouncing all the way, bouncing that Christopher Robin joining the fun straight back to hand. Homage only played it last turn. They've already, and they've not really done anything, because Ares can't challenge anything, and Christopher Robin got bounced straight back to hand.
Yeah.
But maybe Isis Vanderquack can.
It can indeed. Isis Vanderquack going to be able to exert that Tigger, meaning Ares is going to be able to challenge and banish it. Of course, he is banished in return, but not for long. There's no cards on the board because we have Genie Wish Fulfilled, meaning Timberwolf is going to draw an additional card off Genie's ability.
Vanderchill. It's Webby Vanderquack, Isis Vanderchill. Sorry about that one. Either way, Genie is down, fulfilling wishes, drawing cards, being evasive, doing what Genie does. Elsa the Fifth Spirit goes into the ink for Homage here, and they play the Headless Horseman, Terror of Sleepy Hollow, and down goes Genie.
Yeah, Homage really taking control of the board this time around. Definitely something they wanted to do first game. They did get to do it, but of course Timberwolf being able to use the lanterns. There's another lantern in his hand, I see. Being able to use these cards to cheat out bigger cards like Demona. We could see an early Demona coming in, then perhaps the turn after to be able to exert these characters' challenge. But of course, Headless Horseman being able to banish this Genie, meaning there's no cards on Timberwolf's board anymore.
Well, we got double Lantern down. We got 3 last game. I'm kind of hoping we get 4 this game. Right now, we're using them to play a Genie a little bit cheaper. Hopefully more Lantern coming down the way. There is a Hades Infernal Schemer. Sorry, looking for a deal going into the ink. And it's the Eilonwy?
Yeah, Princess Eilonwy.
There we go.
Coming back into play. Will we see another Princess Eilonwy supporting our opponent's characters to be able to banish them?
That's my favorite play we've seen on stream this weekend. That was a beautiful play. World's Greatest Criminal Mind. You know, you can only go for 5 strength characters, so support your opponent, but it's not really support. It's the bad kind of support. It's really just a trick.
Yeah, and of course, Princess Eilonwy, she doesn't have the hugest of stacks. Like, she is only a 1-cost 2/1, but of course, her ability to be able to support cards, especially teamed up with World's Greatest Criminal Minds. In my mind, it was like, oh, maybe they intended this was what she was for, but of course, it doesn't seem like she may be on the board for very much longer as Demona comes in, and Timberwolf is going to have to exert all of his glimmers on the board, and Homage really going to be able to take out that Eilonwy. Unfortunately for Homage, Genie is evasive. Headless Horseman is just going to quest out. We're not going to challenge it. Sure, Timberwolf, you can have a Genie left on your board.
You can keep 1 character. Isis Vanderchill did go and take out the Eilonwy there, and there is some damage on the board, which can be very useful for future turns. Elsa, Fifth Spirit comes down, is going to exert that Demona Scourge of the Wyvern clan. And now the question is, do we have a way to take it out, or are we just going to buy a little bit of time? We are going to attack or challenge into that Headless Horseman, so that's gone, which is good. That's an annoying card.
It's really good, and obviously, if Timberwolf does have perhaps a Ohana means family, perhaps.
Oh, that'd be so
we could
good.
see him heal this 4, especially if they're struggling for cards. Could heal the 4 off the Elsa and stop any Cheshire Cat shenanigans Homage might be able to do, perhaps next turn if they play the Cheshire Cat.
Well, right now, there's nothing coming out to heal that Elsa, so it's back over to Homage. They've got the 2 damage on Isis Vanderchill, so Cheshire Cat, this would be a great time to do so. Right now, it's just deciding what's going to go into the ink.
Yeah, and of course, if this Demona or Isis Vanderchill cannot challenge this Genie or Elsa, as they're both evasive, but no needing to. We have an Elsa Fifth Spirit of our own, and Elsa going to be able to challenge into the other Elsa and send it to the discard.
And does survive with 2 damage onto again. We're just waiting for that Cheshire Cat. Inexplicable could absolutely start doing some damage here if we find it fast enough. We are using both Lantern to pay 2 costs for a second Genie Wish Fulfilled, drawing an extra card at the same time. We're paying 3 ink here, and it is going to be the Horseman Strikes taking out that evasive card, and that means that all of a sudden things are looking not quite so nice for Homage. Are there any other tricks Timberwolf can pull off before the end of the turn here?
Yeah, very nice play for Timberwolf there. Getting another Genie onto the board, using Horseman Strikes to get rid of this Elsa, meaning there's no evasives on Homage's board unless he plays another Elsa Fifth Spirit. However, Elsa only has 2 strength, meaning he's not going to be able to challenge and get rid of this Genie Wish Fulfilled, meaning next turn, if this Demona will most likely still be on the board. I did see a Hades looking for a deal in Timberwolf's hand, so maybe if Homage wants, he can get rid of this Demona, or let his opponent draw 2 cards.
And that is something we're going to be looking for. There's no Stone by Day characters on the board, so having a bigger hand is not going to punish her right now. Dumbo, Ninth Wonder of the Universe, comes down, joined by that Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable, who now can, if you've got the ink, and you do... No, do we have enough ink to boost? We've not boosted yet.
So.
No, it looks like we're just unfortunately questing. Up to 7, though. Homage is sneakily getting up. They're up to 8 lore now.
Yeah, up to 8 lore. We could definitely see Timberwolf here play the Hades, of course. Or I did happen to see a Raging Storm in his hand. We could choose to quest out and then play the Raging Storm if we really want to deal with Homage's board. Obviously, it's 4 lore to 8, but it is going to be a Grandmother Willow coming into play, and then the Hades looking for the deal. And it does seem like he did target the Demona?
Yeah, that is the one you suggested. You're absolutely right. And Homage once again saying, as they have every time, fine, draw 2 cards, see if I care. I feel confident we're not going to have a Raging Storm here because Timberwolves built up one heck of a board. Couple of Genie Wish Fulfilled, Royal Guard Octopus Soldier. We've got Grandmother Willow, Ancient Advisor. We've got the Hades looking for a deal. Now we are going to have Isis Vanderchill taken out by that Royal Guard.
Yeah, because especially when the Hades looking for the deal, Homage choosing not to banish their Demona, meaning the Royal Guard was going to be boosted up again because we drew 3 cards this game. Meaning
yeah, we did.
Meaning at one point, this Royal Guard Octopus was a 4-2 at one stage, meaning he was going to be able to just take out
anything, pretty much.
Anything, basically, if he really wanted to.
Yeah,
if we drew 2 more cards, that Royal Guard could have taken out Demona if we really wanted to.
That would have been fantastic. Of course, it gets Challenger 1 every time you draw a card. That means 1 extra strength, but only when you're the one doing the challenging. So you draw enough cards, and that Royal Guard gets sneakily very big. Looks like we are going to be inking the Mother Gothel, are we? Which makes me a little bit sad on a personal level. I want to see that card come down and do some good. But I do think it's probably going to end up in the ink sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and Homage could definitely...
Tiago goes in.
Tiago goes in, and Homage could definitely use Dumbo's ability here, breaking records, to be able to gain a lore and draw an additional card. However, choosing not to do that, we are going to challenge with the Dumbo and use Cheshire Cat's ability to be able to move the damage and banish this Genie Wish Fulfilled.
And Homage doing a great job of dealing with the board, but I kind of like where Timberwolf is here, because look, if your board ends up being really good, yay. If your opponent's got a way better board, just kind of push the big yellow button, Raging Storm, and just kind of do that big hard reset. So I'm kind of down with that. Cheshire Cat right now is going to challenge and take out that Grandmother Willow, and then pass back over to Timberwolf. And we are seeing a big disparity in boards here.
Yeah, it's definitely...
Not time yet.
It's not time yet. Clearly not time to do the Raging Storm. We don't want to do that. It seems like he drew into a Horseman Strikes, which is really nice. We were able to banish that Dumbo and draw a card, meaning that perhaps we are going to play a Demona of our own, meaning Homage's characters are all going to be exerted. And we could choose to challenge here. I don't think we will, because we're not going to be able to banish anything, and then putting more damage on any of the characters, meaning our Ruby Amethyst player next turn will be able to move that damage over with Cheshire Cat's ability. So we are just going to quest for 2 with our Genie Wish Fulfilled, and we are back over to our Ruby Amethyst player.
And they've got a couple of Demona, but unfortunately Stone by Day is not doing them any favors right now, stopping those Demona Scourge of the Wyvern clan from becoming active at the start of your turn, which is a little bit annoying. They remain exerted. So now what can we do instead? We are eyeing up some ink. Does not look like we got an easy option here, though, is the problem.
No, and too many cards in Homage's hands, meaning those Demonas are going to stay exerted, meaning we can't challenge, but of course we weren't going to be able to challenge anyway because this genie is evasive.
You're going to quest it for 2 with each of them. That's 4 lore. That's not too shabby.
That is, and it is 10 lore to 8 to our Amber Amethyst player, so not far off. Not far off. We could see this going to a game 3, but of course our Amber Amethyst player is currently in the lead. We could choose to boost a Cheshire Cat perhaps and move some damage. Oh, that is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to be able to move some damage onto the genie. And do we have anything else we can do?
Well, it looks like we are going to play all that magical maneuvers. So that's going to bounce Demona to hand to rest down that other Demona. Don't mind that too much. Now we're going to be playing a little bit more ink here, and we are going to be playing that Diablo Watchful Raven and a second Diablo Watchful Raven. Amar's potentially building up here for some big questing turns.
Yeah, definitely just like threatening a lot of lore here, meaning next turn, if obviously they don't have a lot of cards in hand, Demona will be able to ready, and then there is a potential of being able to quest for up to 7 lore.
I like questing for 7 lore. That's like 1/3 of your victory condition. Just a teensy-weensy bit over, but that is going to get you over the line in just 2 turns, even if you do lose a character at some point. So Timberwolf, and I love seeing the players do this. You know you're in the business end of the game when you see the player kind of counting in thin air, trying to think, well, who's actually going to win if we both just race for lore?
Yeah.
I got bad news, Timberwolf. Right now, Marge is going to win if you just both race.
Yeah, right now, and it seems like questing with this Genie Wish Fulfilled does seem like he is going to play Raging Storm, and it does. He is going to play that Raging Storm to be able to banish all characters. So Homage's big board there does seem like no more. However, we do know there is a Demona that they did previously bounce back to their hand.
So at least a little protection from that. But yeah, that's the time you want to play Raging Storm, when your opponent's board looks so much better than yours and you're just like, okay, you know what, this is not working right now. Hard reset. Eilonwy, Princess of Valyr comes down. At least you've got something established. But Amaj is going to be looking at this board going, oh, I was so happy right then.
Yeah, it's so close, so close. It's all these little micro decisions going for Timberwolf and both our Ruby Amethyst player and our Amber Amethyst player obviously taking the time to, like, it's so hard, folks. We're going to choose to ink Woodchuck's Guidebook and play the
Mother Gothel, Vain Sorceress. I love this card. It's not a card we see very often, but I got to reveal it. And there's always a bit of a rush when you get to see those cards coming out. It's not too shabby either. Whenever one of your characters challenges, you can move a damage from a chosen character to a chosen opposing character. Does allow you to move damage around your opponent's board if you wish as well. So this could be something which is used to finish off a few characters. Amaj clearly thinks it could put in a bit of a shift.
Yeah, I like to call this Mother Gothel, in my decks, I like to call it a bit of a flinger-dingers package because you're like moving damage and you're flinging it here and you're flinging it there, and it can cause an awful lot of problems.
And you're dinging your opponent's characters.
You're just moving damage everywhere and you're getting rid of stuff. Like, I really love this Mother Gothel. I'm so happy to see it get to play more games with it and like be in the meta right now.
It
so
deserves more love.
Let's see. Hopefully this Mother Gothel, it doesn't seem like Timberwolf is going to be able to get rid of it right now.
I mean, right now it's not threatening very much. There's no damage to be flung around or used to ding your opponent's characters. And, of course, there's no one to challenge right now anyway.
Yeah.
But hopefully next turn we can start seeing this come out. It's only been inked so far.
Yeah.
So now we can see if it can work. Now we do see the Horseman coming here.
Oh, we are going to play a Horseman Strike. Unfortunately, no evasive cards in hand, in play, meaning he's not going to be able to banish anything, but does draw a card. Unfortunately for Timberwolf, maybe perhaps they were searching for Elsa 5th Spirit, because of course if we had an Elsa 5th Spirit we would have been able to support the Elsa with the Princess Eilonwy, and we would have been able to take out this Mother Gothel, stopping any of these damage moving flinging dingers shenanigans going on. But of course we might see something happening now.
Yeah, maybe we could. So we are what we're looking at is another Horseman Strikes over on Timberwolf's side, but you don't need that just yet. Has gone down to 2 cards in hand. That's the other reason why you would play that card. Even though it didn't do much, does mean that your Demona will be able to become active and won't remain exerted during your turn. So we have another Demona in hand. Not relevant this turn, but could be next turn. Start stirring them up. So Homage here, paying free ink, and there is the Slushy. But apparently one's not enough, so why don't we have another one? I really wanted that to be a third one there, but it's an Olaf hoping hand instead.
Yeah, and this is where Timberwolf is going, gosh darn, I wish I did not get rid of that Horseman Strikes. But however, there was still another Horseman Strikes in hand, meaning we can definitely get rid of one of these Slushies.
Yeah, that Glacial Guster coming out with Evasive and frankly causing a few problems. One has gone down, so at least you've only got one left to deal with in the future. Now, you can always tell you're getting late in the game when you start checking your opponent's discard pile. You're basically trying to see what have they used, what options do I think they have remaining? Well, one of them, Elsa Fifth Spirit.
Yeah, I definitely, probably most likely searching for the Elsa Fifth Spirit, and it does seem like Timberwolf has only played 3 of Horseman Strikes, most likely playing 4 when you're against so many evasives. But Elsa Fifth Spirit going to be able to come in. Seems like Mowgli Mancub is going to be able to challenge our Olaf. Who knew? And not only that, but we had Dumbo, the 9th Wonder of the Universe, coming in, meaning next turn we could use his ability Breaking Records to draw perhaps 1 card off Dumbo if Dumbo survives, and then we could also trigger his ability to tap our Elsa and gain lore and draw an additional card.
We absolutely could. We saw Mowgli taking down Olaf. We saw Elsa, unfortunately, taking down the Mother Gothel. So Homage's board looking a lot less healthy than it did just a couple of minutes ago. So what can we do to rebuild this? We've got Slushy, we've got Demona, we've got Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, which always gets immediately banished to draw 2 cards. I don't think I've ever seen it not.
No, definitely such a powerful, because of course Amethyst does what Amethyst does. We're going to draw a lot of cards, which definitely helping Homage here get back into the game, because how else are you going to deal with these 2 evasive characters and a Demona? But of course, we have Slushy, who is an evasive, will be able to challenge and banish this Elsa if our Ruby Amethyst player here chooses to do so. But of course, we just drew 2 cards off Woodchuck's Guidebook, so we could choose to do an abundance of things, no matter what cards he has in his hand.
Well, luckily the Slushy is sitting there at a 5/5 evasive. Like you say, could take down not the Demona, but anything else. It's a Dumbo of our own, followed by an Olaf helping hand. And now we are going to see the Slushy there going in to take out that Elsa. 2 damage back, but we know those damage can actually end up helping you because we've got characters that can throw them back. We've not seen it actually at the board yet, but we've seen Homage ink a bunch of Bell Accomplished Mystic. That's another thing that could be used to throw that damage back.
Yeah, especially if there was a 3rd damage on this Slushy here, we would have been able to play our Bell Accomplished Mystic to be able to move the damage onto our Dumbo and stop anything happening. But of course, just 1 card remaining in Timberwolf's hand, and that is a Demona. So if Homage does not get rid of this Dumbo, if Timberwolf chooses to, we could play the Demona and perhaps even challenge into the Slushy here with Dumbo to be able to banish it.
Absolutely could. We could make that trade if we want to. Now we draw a card for the turn, 2 in hand, but Demona will let you draw after you play it. So we are just using Dumbo for the time being. Draw a card, gain 1 lore. We're up to 16 for Timberwolf here. We are very close to the end of the game. We are inking an Elsa. We're using 2 Lantern and paying a little bit of extra for that Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. We exert all of Homage's characters here, and we get to draw as well. More ink being paid. It's a Mowgli Mancub. So your opponent reveals their hand. There's only characters there, so nothing's getting discarded. But now Timberwolf putting themselves in a very good position. They've only got 4 lore left to finish out this game. We're not done yet, but we are very close. Could be as early as next turn.
Yeah, and we could even choose to just play out this Cheshire Cat, which I believe Timberwolf is going to do, meaning next turn, if Homage is not able to clear this Demona, Mowgli, or Cheshire Cat, meaning Timberwolf will quest to win the game.
Absolutely. You now got a little bit of a buffer. A couple characters could be taken out. I believe any 2 characters could be... No. No, if both the Demona went down, you wouldn't win the game. Any other 2 characters, you could still go. If one Demona survives and 2 others, you're in a great position here if you're Timberwolf.
Yeah, and Homage having 4 characters on the board, but I don't believe it's enough to get them up to 20 this turn, meaning Timberwolf is just going to quest up to 18, leaving Homage the responsibility to be able to either clear their board or Timberwolf is going to take the win.
Yeah, Homage has a lot to do here. Essentially, if they leave either the Demona there, Timberwolf wins. If they leave 2 of the other characters there, Timberwolf wins immediately. So we are going to see Dumbo. This is more drawing a card than gaining lore. You are not close enough to the win for this to be really relevant. It's just that vein. Oh, come on. Maybe if I just draw 1 card, I might have the answer. But I think Homage knows they do not have the answer in hand. And they're doing that thing. You look at the board. We're not over yet, but it does feel like Timberwolf might have sewn this up.
Yeah, there's not going to be, it doesn't seem like there's much in Homage's hand that can help them go through between Olaf and Slushy. We could clear this Demona, which has the ability to quest for 2 next turn, but of course, unless the other Demona and the Mowgli and the Cheshire Cat, actually, even if we just leave the Mowgli and the Cheshire Cat on the board, Timberwolf will, all he needs to do next turn is quest for 2.
Yep.
Meaning that we really do just have to clear all the whole
and
board.
there we go. Timberwolf is going to take this 2 games to 0. Careful, you're going to start a howl. Sitting there at 3-0 here. Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent with a deck that a lot of people might not have been expecting, but I think we might have just seen the power of it on full display.
Yeah, 2 decks which aren't widely represented above, like in the top 4 of the meta breakdown for this weekend, or for today anyway. We might have a completely different breakdown for tomorrow, but definitely unexpected outcome, which is interesting between Amber Amethyst and Ruby Amethyst because both play very similar Amethyst cards.
Yep.
However, it's just showing the power of Amber in Amber Amethyst and why you play Amber over Ruby. Or maybe you play Ruby so you can play more cards like the Diablo quests for 2. You have, obviously, the Headless Horseman to be able to challenge. But then, obviously, shows us the power of Amber and Princess Alonwi and cards like World's Greatest Criminal Minds to be able to just support your opponent's characters and be able to use World's Greatest Criminal Minds to be able to banish their glimmers.
That was a wonderful play, but I'll tell you what, one of the things which I think was most impressive there, the lantern.
The lantern.
Multiple lantern, but again, we've now got that Grandmother Willa, the ancient advisor. So you combine your lantern, your lantern, your lantern, and your Grandmother Willa, which did happen at one point. And now all of a sudden you've got that cost reduction of 4, so you've essentially got 4 extra ink in addition to your actual ink, and it's so hard to deal with that. I mean, look at the board they built up there.
Yeah, and it's not over, Russ, because not only this weekend do we have 1 feature match, we also have 2 feature matches.
Whoop, whoop.
So we are going to be able to bring you a feature match 2, like, very shortly.
I think it might just be like now, Kim. I'll be
Very
honest
shortly,
with you.
like right now.
I think
So
it might
not
just be
only-
cutting right now.
Not only did we have crazy action from
Right now.
Amber Amethyst and Ruby Amethyst, we also have 2 more decks we get to showcase this weekend. And I don't believe they're also normal decks.
I feel like I had game 1 with Joe earlier where it was just dogs against Sapphire Amethyst. And it was like, okay, so I know exactly what's going on here. And every deck I've seen since then has just been like, yeah, let's see some weird stuff. Looks like we do have... No, you know what? I'm not going to try and guess the colours because that went really wrong last time. Let's just wait for the game to start, Kim, or you can use your, eyes that can see colours to fix it.
We have one of my favorite decks. I didn't pick it for my prediction because I really wanted to do well, and I felt like if I picked it as my prediction, I was going to jinx it. But Sapphire Steel versus, once again, Ruby Amethyst.
Oh, so we've got another Ruby Amethyst coming out. We've just seen one of those. And Sapphire Steel, this is another deck which... It's got so many fun tools in it.
Yep.
I do think, you've got a lot of ramping in Sapphire. That's kind of Sapphire's thing. But Steel, there's a lot of cheeky tricks, whether you're talking about things like Dock to refill your hand. Pluto Steel Champion is one I've been loving lately as well. There's so many fun things.
Yeah, and especially when Sapphire obviously is really good at ramping, sometimes you can you can find yourself struggling, but obviously you've to draw cards, but obviously you've got cards like Vision of the Future, and a new card we got this in Winter Spell is Pete, Ghost of Christmas Future.
Oh, I love
which
some Pete.
you can just look at whatever the number of cards that's under him, look out of your deck and put one into your hand. And obviously for Sapphire Steel, we're going to be aiming to go the turn 2 ramp, the all-important Tipo Growing Sun. Mom, I think I'm still growing.
Well,
And
he
it
is.
does seem like Lena has it in her hand.
That's going to be fun. Of course, we've got these allies coming in with Jasmine now. We've already got one down. There is that Tipo Growing Sun, which is going to allow you to get that extra ink down straight away here. So a decent start. We're playing on curve. We're doing all right.
Yeah, definitely what you want to do in Sapphire decks in general is perhaps get a 1-drop out, definitely hit turn 2 ramp, and then turn 3, you're most definitely going to want to hit your Cinderella to be able to ink an additional card and then draw another card at the end of your turn.
Well, we've got that Lumiere. That is your fiery friend who's going to give +1 strength to all of your other characters. And we do have that Jasmine Resourceful Infiltrator. When you play a character, you can give somebody resist 1. That's just going to be working the whole time we're here. Oh, what, was it Cinderella you wanted?
It was Cinderella I wanted.
I've got excellent news for you, Kim.
What's that?
It's here! Cinderella, dream come true. Another way Sapphire can be ramping ink just so long as you play a princess.
Yeah, and we are going to use Tipo to challenge into that Tinkerbell Fancy Footwork. Tinkerbell being a 1-cost 3/1. It does have a bigger target to be able to shift upon, but obviously just having 3 strength to be able to challenge, and obviously Tipo in turn going to be challenging that, meaning both are going to be banished, but of course it doesn't matter. We're just going to build a blue steel, sapphire steel princess board right now.
Yeah, Sisu Emboldened Warrior comes down. This is a very different build, you've already probably noticed, of Ruby Amethyst and what we saw in the last game. So we do see Captain Hook coming down, and there's my boy, Doc Bold Knight. I love Doc.
Yeah, Doc Bold Knight coming down at such a great moment in time to be able to, we were able to play the Captain Hook to the board and then play Doc Bold Knight, meaning we had no cards left in our hand, so we were going to be able to draw 2 cards, but of course, Cinderella's going to do a bit of singing for us.
And apparently he hurled his Thunderbolt right into Sisu. And unfortunately that Emboldened Warrior went down. 4 damage being done. 4 willpower on Sisu. Fit perfectly. Sisu goes down. And now, I mean, look at Lena's board. Although we've got 2 players both called Lena, spelt differently. We might need to find another way to tell them apart.
Is it Lena and Lena?
I honestly don't know.
I've no idea, but this Lumiere left on the board is now joined by Genie Wish Fulfilled, meaning this Genie right now is no longer a 2/4, he's currently a 3/4.
That makes such a difference. When we make these decks, we build for the stats we see, and when those stats get put off, all things get different. Now, Jasmine Resourceful Infiltrator comes down again, which means 2 of them are now down. So when you play this character, you give resist 1. Well, now we get another resist 1, in addition to the one we got a couple turns ago. Bit of survivability coming down.
Yeah, and not only that, but because Jasmine is a princess, meaning Cinderella is going to be able to use her ability at the end of Lena's turn if she chooses to be able to ink a card from hand and draw a card.
See, it's so much better than just inking. You're replacing that card in hand. So good.
Yeah.
We see Diablo, Watchful Raven being top decked by Lena here. Our Amethyst Ruby player. And counting up that ink. There's a decision about to be made. Are we inking? Are we playing? Are we thinking?
Are we inking? We definitely could ink here and perhaps play an Elsa 5th Spirit. I know a lot of Ruby decks are running Headless Horseman. Doesn't seem like Lena has it in her hand. However, if she did, could definitely target any of these characters because they all have 2 strength or less.
They do indeed. We ink the Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Cat. We play Cheshire Cat, but there's no damage to throw around yet. But Genie can at least challenge the Cinderella hit, which you need to do. That Cinderella was ramping every turn. That is not fun for you. And now that there's damage on the board, now we boost Cheshire Cat, and that takes out one of the 2 Jasmine Resourceful Infiltrator.
Yeah, and something that our Ruby Amethyst player really has to be fearful of is the Jasmine Shift line, which it does seem like that is exactly what's going to happen right now, meaning whenever this character quests, we can do a little bit of ally synergy, we're going to be able to search and perhaps draw an ally card.
Yeah, this is your steady strategist, Jasmine, Duel Link. But yeah, you just search in the top 3 cards of your deck for an ally whenever you quest. And in theory here, you know, a large percentage of the deck have that little tagline, that little trait of ally. And that gives you not just draw, but what I like to call targeted draw. You're grabbing the best of the 3 cards.
Yeah, I think there's multiple ways to build a Sapphire Steel deck. And one of them is this build, and it is an ally build. But of course, coming into play is that new card I talked about earlier, Pete, Ghost of Christmas Future, which kind of, if you can boost it straight away and then quest next turn, it kind of acts, and then boost it again next turn, kind of acts a bit like a develop your brain on a body. And perhaps, maybe even if you get enough cards under it, can kind of act like a vision of the future, because you're going to be able to look at the number of cards in your deck that he has underneath it.
Absolutely. 3 cards under, look at the top 3 cards, but you get any card whatsoever. It's better than your Jasmine Steady Strategist. It's better than your Bambi Ethereal Fawn in some ways, although Bambi can get multiple characters, but they're very similar kind of cards. Boost and then search according to the number of cards under. But certainly Pete Goes to Christmas Future, really strong card. And when you can go searching out whatever you want, that's such an advantage.
Yeah, and we do know Lena does have, we do see that she has that Elsa 5th Spirit in hand. Could definitely choose to play it. Maybe we'll challenge with something and then move some damage with Cheshire Cat to be able to get rid of something else. It's all these little decisions going, how am I going to deal with this? Because obviously seeing this Jasmine, we're going to want to get rid of it. They're going to be able to search their card and draw cards. But of course, we know that they did get the Tinkerbell Giant Fairy off of the Jasmine, so we know that's in our Sapphire Steel opponent's hand, but it is going to be Elsa 5th Spirit coming into play, meaning we're going to exert that Captain Hook.
The forceful duelist. Yeah, I'm having a look at the willpower here, and the problem is, you know, Jasmine's got 5 willpower, Pete's got 5 willpower, even Doc's got 3, which is, you know, out of a range of just an Elsa coming in and challenging. So the characters on Lena's side of the board here, a little bit out of range.
Yes, but thanks to our Lumiere, which gives all the other characters +1 strength, meaning this Elsa is currently not a 2-5. She is a 3-5, meaning can definitely challenge in and get rid of maybe this Doc or this Captain Hook if we really want to.
Doc and Hook are absolute options, but they're not the ones you want. You want Pete and you want Jasmine.
Yep.
This makes me a little bit sad. So here we see Lena just doing a little bit of counting, trying to figure out, well, if I do this and do that much damage, and then if I boost Cheshire Cat and move that, what can I take out this turn?
Yeah, we could definitely see Elsa here going into Jasmine to leave 3 damage. And of course, she has 5 willpower, meaning we would be able to move the damage from by boosting Cheshire Cat. But of course, we don't have enough ink to be able to do both. So we might have to challenge with both the Elsa and the Genie, or the Elsa and the Cheshire Cat to be able to get rid of this Jasmine. Because obviously, Lena doesn't want to let the other Lena, or the other Lena, to be able to quest next turn with this Jasmine and draw another ally card.
No, you really, really don't. Here we do see it as a double challenge. Cheshire Cat coming in, helping out as well. And if nothing else, that's a nice little pool of damage for Cheshire Cat to use. We see Genie coming in, using that boost from Lumiere, taking out was that Doc or
Captain Hook?
It was Captain Hook that went down. There we go. Using that little bit of a boost there, taking out Captain Hook, and it is Doc and Pete remaining. And now, you know, Lena, our Amethyst Ruby player, building up a nice little board of threats in. None of those characters are tiny.
No, not at all. And it does seem like Lena is going to boost this Pete Ghost of Christmas Future. And if they so choose, they can quest and be able to look at the top card of their deck and put it into their hand if they like. But maybe we'll choose to challenge this Cheshire Cat and get rid of it, because we know the amount of damage on the characters on Lena's side of the board for a Ruby Amethyst player could do some damage next turn if we move it with Cheshire Cat.
Oh, it absolutely could. So Lena here, we've got Steel Sapphire. We're eyeing something up. There is that Tinkerbell Giant Fairy in hand. Right now we're going to ink sail the Azurite Sea. Oh, that's a lot of ink. It can only be for Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. And now the damage comes down. 1 damage on everything. But then this can be compounded later on. We see Doc taking out Cheshire Cat. We see a trade. They both go down. And now things are starting to turn. That Tinkerbell Giant Fairy can put in a shift.
Yeah, definitely teaming it up with cards like Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, meaning that now the Cheshire Cat had 3 damage on it. So Doc, bold knight, and he's a bold knight indeed, flying in to save the day there to get rid of Cheshire Cat, meaning that no damage was going to be able to move to the for our Ruby Amethyst player to do more damage on the other side of the board. But of course, instead, we don't have another Cheshire Cat. We do have a Diablo and an Iago. 2 birds coming into play instead.
A giant spectral parrot and a watchful raven. Well, when I said Tinkerbell was going to put in a shift, do you think anyone got my pun there? Because it's a shift, Tinkerbell.
Oh, it is. I didn't get it.
Oh, hopefully some people watching appreciated it. I worked hard on that one. Lena's working hard on her board here, though. We've got Iago, we got Elsa, we got Genie, we got Lumiere, we have got Diablo. There's a lot of things there, and it seems like we're going after Pete first of all, and it's a double challenge with Lumiere and Elsa, taking out the Pete. And it was Tipo that was under, if anyone's interested. But now Lena's kind of cleared the way. But there is one big downside. She didn't get rid of Tinkerbell.
No, she didn't get rid of Tinkerbell. However, Tinkerbell is not going to be able to challenge and use her ability to put 2 damage on something else because this Genie is evasive, and it's going to be quite difficult for Lena to get rid of this unless she has perhaps a Let It Go or a Hades Infernal Schemer, and could that be what we're seeing? No, we don't need it. We have a Goliath, meaning this is really going to help Lena be able to draw up to 2 cards at the end of her turn, because it does seem like she's running a little empty on cards, perhaps hoping to draw into a Let It Go or a Hades to be able to deal with these evasive cards.
Yeah, that Goliath clan leader making sure you're always at 2 cards, so that Stone by Day is not that relevant, but it also means if you empty your hand enough, it can keep boosting up, and that's lovely. Lena here is playing Elsa 5th Spirit, is going to exert the Tinkerbell, and it is a double challenge from Iago and Elsa. So my one small, tiny little, almost insignificant criticism is now no relevant longer, because Tinkerbell's gone, and now Lena's in a great position. Look at that board compared to her opponent.
Yeah, and it definitely would have been interesting here if Lena did have another Lumiere to be able to play onto the board, which meant...
Well, there is one, but it's gone in the ink.
But it's gone into the ink. Instead, choosing to play the Elsa 5th Spirit, we could have also seen the Lumiere coming into play, which would have given Iago the extra strength it needed to just challenge and banish the Tinkerbell itself. But choosing instead to take a different play, obviously getting another evasive on the board, meaning Lena is going to need something else to deal with this. But of course, we see the Angel coming into play, a new card we got this set, and of course also a Jasmine, meaning it's also going to help Lena draw more cards, but still the Goliath in play, meaning we are going to be able to draw up to 2 cards at the end of our turn. But of course, there's still 2 evasive cards left on Lena's board.
We did take out the Genie. That was Angel Experiment 624. We got the skill, lets you discard a card from your hand to deal 2 damage. That's what took down the Genie. We have got the Shift Jasmine, the steady strategist, which was played not with Shift, just normally. And then we've still got Goliath Clan Leader sitting there. And we're seeing a very swingy game. Both players sitting there on the 7 to 9 lore range, not that close to finishing. And both players are really focusing here on, I will control my opponent's board.
Yeah, and we did see Lena there at the end of her turn draw up to 2 cards, and those 2 cards were Hades Infernal Schemer and Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, meaning if this Elsa is left until the next round, until the turn passes back over to our Sapphire Steel player, and this Elsa still has 4 damage on her, we could see Tinkerbell Giant Fairy coming in, being played, Elsa is going to be banished, and then, of course, we can use Angel's ability to be able to discard a card and deal 2 damage to the Iago, leaving only Diablo, the other Ruby Diablo, left on the board.
Yeah, that Watchful Raven would be sitting there all alone, which is really not where you want to be. And this is what I mean. We've got this swingy game going on here, Kim, where both players, they're not rushing to get up to 20 lore. They are trying to keep their opponent's board in check. We are inking the Hades, looking for a deal. No deal here. Getting the ink, we'll worry about you later. But what have we got left in hand? If Hades is being inked, I've got to think there's something fun coming down. There's 5 ink. Oh, shockingly, it's an Elsa 5th Spirit. Stop me if you've heard this one before. So what's that last card in hand, you know?
I have no idea, but I do know that we will be able to either challenge exert the Angel or the Jasmine. It is going to be the Angel because we know we don't want Lena to be able to use its ability next turn. And of course, It is only 7 lore to 9. The game's not over, but our Ruby Amethyst player did previously win game 1, meaning if they are able to win this game, it is going to go to our Ruby Amethyst player.
That's what they're looking to do. Nice, clean 2-0 victory. One going first, one going second. Both wins. Ruby Amethyst, I mean, Baker's going to be happy if this carries on. I'm just telling you that much. Over to Lena here. We do have that Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, the lovely Enchanted in hand. Could it be time for another one of those?
Yeah, we won't be able to use Angel's ability to get rid of the Iago as well. However, we will be able to play the Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, deal 1 damage to everything.
We'll take out the Elsa.
Banish the Elsa 5th Spirit. But will we choose to quest with the Jasmine first, look at the top 3 cards of our deck and find an ally card to put into our hand? Or we also have a Hades Infernal Schemer we could play to be able to send one of our Ruby Amethyst players' cards into their Inkwell.
Well, we are starting off with a quest with that Jasmine Steady Strategist, which I like. You know, let's get the maximum amount of information we can before we start playing cards. If I can have an extra card in hand, let's see what it is before I make my decision to actually expend some of this ink. Having said that, I still want to see Tinkerbell come down. How much ink are we doing? Well, there's at least 4 ink.
There's at least 4 ink. Will we see it go up to 6, or will we see it go up to 7 for either a Tinkerbell or a Hades?
It is Hades Infernal Schemer, and there is no deal to be made here, no choice for your opponent. You just ink one of your opponent's characters. Bye-bye, Elsa. You had a good run, but now we're inking the Tink so that we can play Strength of a Raging Fire, dealing 3 damage to the Iago and taking that out. And then it seems like Goliath clan leader is just going to quest for 2?
Yeah,
yes,
we're just going to quest for 2, and then it is just the Elsa 5th Spirit. She has 4 damage on her left on the board for our Ruby Amethyst player, and 2 cards left in hand. We're going to draw another card. It doesn't seem like there's many cards in hand, right? Very helpful cards. Oh no, they are indeed very helpful cards, because that card is Demona, meaning Nina's going to be able to draw another card, but also making her opponent draw up to 3 cards. So this Goliath is not going to ready at the start of our Sapphire Steel player's turn.
And that's, well, it's a 6-5 that quests for 2. It's great for challenging and it's great for questing. Well, now it's great for nothing, at least until it can, you know, get back to nighttime and turn from stone back into something a bit more useful. Right now, we are going to be using 4 ink from Lena. We are going to be playing that Genie Wish Fulfilled, drawing a Cheshire Cat Inexplicable. That goes to hand.
Yeah, but unfortunately not going to have enough ink to be able to play it and move some damage off this Elsa to be able to fully get rid of this Jasmine this turn. However, we could still choose just to quest Elsa 5th Spirit is evasive, meaning our Sapphire Steel player is not going to be able to get rid of it straight away. And we did previously see her ink the Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, so our Ruby Amethyst player knows that's not coming down unless she did draw another one.
Is there any chance you see Scuttle Birdbrain comes into hand? I'm not, however, seeing another Tinkerbell Giant Fairy in hand.
No, but instead we do have our Angel, new set from this new card from this set of Winter Spell, meaning we could choose to play the Angel. Perhaps we're going to play the Scuttle as well and an Angel. And then we still have loads of cards in hand, meaning we can discard our hand so that Goliath will help ready at the start of our next turn. And
Here
we can deal 2 damage to deal with this Elsa 5th Spirit.
Oh, we're playing Doc to discard nothing because you have no hand and draw 2. It's an Angel Experiment 64, and all the Scuttle apparently coming out in one. We've just played one, we've just inked one. We are discarding an Angel, keeping the Scuttle if anyone's interested, so that we can take out that Elsa. The game has swung very firmly back here to Lena.
Yeah, Scuttle is a 5-cost 5/5 with Ward, meaning it's you know what? It's just a great body to have on the board, but also meaning next turn, if our Ruby Amethyst player wants to target it with something, it can't. For example, like Elsa 5th Spirit to exert it, we can't do that because it has Ward, so it can't be targeted by abilities.
Well, we are questing up with Lena here. We're already up to 15, and look at the board. There's 2 lore there on Hades. There's 2 lore there on Scuttle. 1 on all the others except for Goliath, who's also 2. Easily enough lore to have game on board for Lena. So what can our Amethyst Ruby player do? Can they start playing keep away because they are not close enough to race for lore at this point?
No, we won't be able to challenge a whole bunch here. We do know there was a Cheshire Cat in hand. We could play the Cheshire Cat and do a bit of damage moving shenanigans if we choose to.
Oh, there's a Demona coming down. It's going to rest everything. Now everything is a valid target. Unless it has evasive.
Unless it has evasive. But we do have our Genie Wish Fulfilled. We could challenge it. But of course, nothing has evasive on our Sapphire Steel board, so we will be able to target whatever we like.
Oh, yes.
But is it going to be enough to get... Do we have enough glimmers on our Ruby Amethyst players' board to be able to deal with this wide Sapphire Steel board to stop Lena being able to quest for win next turn?
I'm not 100% sure whether we do. Because the problem is, like, you look at Scuttle, there's 5 willpower. Hades, 6 willpower. Now, Demona is able to take Scuttle down. That's a good start. But 5 willpower on Jasmine, 5 willpower on Goliath.
Even Doc Bold Knight having 3 willpower. Genie Wish Fulfilled only has 2 strength. However, if we could see a Lumiere come in to give this Genie an additional strength to be able to challenge this Bold Knight. But of course, we could see the Genie challenge here the Angel, and we could see, we could boost Cheshire Cat to be able to move some of the damage to fully clear off this Angel.
Seems to be where we're going here. And it's... And we are just being told, unfortunately, we are running out of time to play the rest of this game. We are told that Lena with the black hair, which I believe means our Steel Sapphire player, is going to be winning the rest of this game. Look at the board that they have set up here. That tells you that they're in a very good position. And right now in this game, you can see they've got game on board. They've got 6 lore there. Oh, no, they've only actually got 4 and they need 5.
Yeah,
but we do know they're going to win.
Yeah, because there's not enough cards in... There's too many cards.
Too many cards.
This Goliath cannot ready, meaning Lena, our Sapphire Steel player, is only going to be able to quest for 4. We're going to quest up to 19. But you know what? There's so many cards in her hand. She's just going to be able to flood the board more. And our Ruby Amethyst player obviously doesn't have enough cards.
Oh, Vincenzo, the explosives expert, takes down the Genie. And here comes another Scuttle. Tell you what, Joe, our co-caster, he loves Scuttle. Might be his favorite Disney character, honestly.
Yeah, but he's also just such a great glimmer to have on your board, especially when you're trying to keep at least a lore on the board, meaning next turn, even if our Ruby Amethyst player was able to clear anything else, this Scuttle has wards, so it's not going to even be able to target by any abilities.
Absolutely not. That Scuttle is a sneaky, very, very strong card. Quest for 2, great stats. It's got ward. Absolutely doing just a huge amount of work here. It's going superbly. And Lena here, our Amethyst Ruby player. We do see the Headless Horseman coming down, and that's going to take out Vincenzo. But there's nothing else to be done. And there is Lena taking game 2, even it up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, and it did go to game 3, and I believe Lena was able to take the win, meaning Sapphire Steel was able to crawl back after the Ruby Amethyst took the win in game 1. Obviously, I'm really happy. I love Sapphire Steel. But of course, Ruby Amethyst doing amazing things. They were able to take game 1. Ruby Amethyst, we've obviously seen it previously in our both feature match 1 and feature match 2. Baker better be around watching this because I'm sure he's going to be really happy to see Ruby Amethyst do really well this weekend.
It feels like Ruby is not... It's not gotten a lot of love up till now. However, feels like it might be turning around this weekend. But now, how about we turn around and have an interview with one of our winners?
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent, Belgium. Just coming off the back of a huge round 3 match. We have Lena here who took a 2-1. Congratulations to you on that performance. I would love to pick your brain for a little bit. I'm sure the community would love to hear. Why did you bring the deck that you brought today? Justify it for us.
Well, I've dabbled in Sapphire Steel a lot, and I decided not to play it in the last set, but picked it up in this set, won a tournament back home with it, and convinced 2 of my friends to play it as well.
Amazing.
And now we're playing the ally build.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I love that.
I love
you got
that
Jasmine's and everything.
Jasmine, questing,
Ally
getting those
version.
allies.
I love that.
Is there anything from Winter Spell that you think was particularly impactful in this deck and useful?
Yeah.
Go on.
I love Angel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's such a great card.
She's a beauty.
In combination with Goliath, it's like, filling your hand and discarding to put damage out. I love her. And also the Pete.
Yeah.
He's an ally, not a villain, so...
Sounds kind of weird that the
Yeah,
Ghost of Christmas
yeah,
Future
yeah.
is an ally, but
Yeah.
he was helping Scrooge, right? He was trying to guide him through.
Yeah.
So shout out to Pete doing the most. Jen, anything you'd like to ask?
We love that. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned you had 2 friends, I think, who you convinced to play Sapphire Steel as well. Were you like practicing with them beforehand in preparation for this, or?
Yeah, a bit. Just like sharing deck lists and getting the thoughts on like which card we should put like in. Do we like Plickly or do we like Lexington and such?
Sure.
And are you all playing kind of basically the same list, or are there differentiations, or?
There's small peaks and tweaks and
Small personal player preference. sort of
Right.
thing.
Yeah. I get that. But that's cool. It must be really nice to have other people playing like the same deck as you preparing for
I
it.
love that.
Because like being able to share your thoughts on what cards work, what cards don't work. Like that must have just been really, really helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd love to ask, what's the matchup that you want to see the most, and what's the matchup you least want to see?
The most, I think, I love to play against Blurple.
Okay, yeah.
Like shift on 2, questing, outvaluing. And I hate to play against Emerald Sapphire.
Okay.
Fair. That's fair.
Because
That's fair.
they're messing with your hand and stuff, and yeah, I don't like that.
Amazing. Love to hear more about like your history in Lorcana. How long have you been playing?
Since the beginning, we like
Got an OG right here. You love to see it.
Me too.
Yeah, nice.
I love it.
Yeah, we pre-ordered it, saw, Disney got a new TCG, so we went right into it and found a little community in Switzerland. And pretty much all of our group, or most of our group, came together, and it's like the whole thing. It's
You've made a
all
family.
here.
Yeah, I
You're
made a
all-
family,
And
right?
they're all here this weekend?
Yeah, most of them.
That's amazing. I love that. That's such a like huge thing, I think, for this game is like the community. I've made so many friends as well through this game, and it's just everyone is so lovely. Like you don't hear about bad experiences
Right.
with it. It's just awesome. I love that.
Yeah.
I'm so happy that like most of you made it. Like, and I hope all your friends are doing well as well.
Yeah, speaking of friends, like the match you saw, Lena is like a close friend of mine.
Oh, okay.
my gosh.
So it was a bittersweet win. But yeah, we said at the beginning, so yeah, one of us is going to make...
At least one of you got that dub, so you're happy for each
Sure,
other.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
exactly. I bet she's so pleased for you. That's the thing. And like, but what are the chances as well of being matched up?
Yeah,
You too.
yeah,
like,
we like took a selfie at the table, and then the guy came in. He said, "Yeah, you were on stream on the second stream," and we were both like, "Oh no!"
wow,
Yeah.
that's crazy. I mean, yeah, well done, to both of you.
Yeah,
but truly,
shout out
like,
to her.
Absolutely.
yeah,
well
absolutely,
done.
yeah.
You said you're a Disney fan, so we'll finish off. We love a touch of Disney. Favorite film? Disney film,
It's
obviously.
it's a hard question.
You
It's
can
a
you can
very
name
hard
2 or
question.
3 if that's
Two or
easier.
three.
Yeah.
All right, I love the Cusco one. I don't know.
Emperor's New
New
Groove,
Groove.
a fantastic
One of my
choice.
favorites as
Chad
well.
Breezy.
I love that, and also like Ochi, Lion King.
Lion
Yeah.
King, classic.
obviously.
Yeah.
Classic. Yeah, I love Scar, so that's.
It's a woman of taste right here. Lena knows what she's talking about. She was prepared. Amazing. Jen, anything you want to finish off with?
No, just another congratulations.
Thank
I
you
mean,
so
yeah,
much.
just well played, and well played to your friend as well. And I really, really hope all of you do well for the rest of the weekend. And
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for chatting to us.
Absolutely. So huge congratulations to our Illuminator. Moving on and hoping to go all the way in the Disney Lorcana Challenge. Will this be the next competitor qualified for the World Championships?
I think so.
I absolutely believe it could happen.
I don't know.
Thanks for having a chat with us. We'll be back very soon with some more Disney Lorcana.
Oh, we're not going to be back soon, Baker. We're going to be back right now. Also, Jen, bold prediction after round 3 to call the winner of what is essentially going to be a 4,000-person tournament. But I like your style. Ross Gilbert back here with the lovely Kim. How you doing, Kim?
I'm doing great. I'm so happy Sapphire Steel won that one. Definitely a deck that not a lot of people are going to play, but we got so many new cards in Winter Spell, which just made it better and better. And obviously, Lena showing showcasing there how powerful Sapphire Steel can be indeed.
Yeah, coming together a game down, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, started out obviously losing the first game and then was able to crawl back and scuttle Birdbrain, taking it for the win.
So much scuttle at the end there. It's a card I'm really intrigued by because it's one of those cards, you know, you see like Angel with really exciting cards. You play it down, you discard cards, you do damage. Hades looking for a deal, really exciting card where, you know, you're drawing cards. Scuttle is very much a kind of like, what doesn't really do very much initially. But you're like, well, it's a 5/5, that's pretty good.
Yeah, he's a good body. He's a bit of a bird brain.
Yeah.
But he's got ward, so meaning he can't be targeted by opponents' action cards and abilities.
And he quests for 2. So when you play him down, nothing really happens. But then hopefully over the next couple turns, you've got a you know, Glimmer that's really good for challenging, and a Glimmer that's really good for questing, and one that's much harder to get off the board. And don't sleep on the 5 willpower. 5 willpower combined with ward, that is hard to get rid of.
Yeah, not to mention he's also a 5 cost 5/5, meaning he can sing Let It Go, which is also one of the cards we got reprinted this winter spell, meaning he can sing Let It Go if he really likes to.
And Let It Go, you combine Let It Go with the thematically very appropriate card Into the Unknown, bit of Hades Infernal Schema if you're so inclined as well, and then all of a sudden, you've got multiple different ways to take your opponent's characters and put them into the inkwell. And sure, they are then in the ink, so your opponent does get extra ink, but then also on the same token, they don't have that Glimmer that they really wanted to keep on their board.
Yeah, but you are giving them ink, which also is a downside, but you did get rid of the Glimmer on their board, so, you know, there's upsides and downsides.
That's what I'm saying. It's it's a bit of a weird one, but a lot of the time, getting rid of, you know, take something like a Demona and pop it in the inkwell. Your opponent is unlikely to be going, yes, I got an extra ink. They're probably like, oh, I really wanted that, you know, big body sitting there on the board. But we've been doing a special little thing this weekend, Kim. We've been doing a caster draft. We stayed here late last night, and we drafted 5 players each from day 1 and from day 2. And look, we're going to have a little bit of a check-in. I want this on the record. I don't care what the results say at any point this weekend. My draft is spectacular. However they perform, I need it on the record how great this draft went. Do you think we should go and have a bit of a check-in?
I think we should. I think we should.
Well, there you have it. Ross clearly very, very confident with his caster draft picks. And I'm not going to lie, he does have an impressive-looking team. We'll get there in a moment, but I don't know. I feel like just those comments of... I don't know if you deserve the victory today, Ross. I know he can hear me from somewhere across the board, but yes, we have the return of the Caster Fantasy League, a tradition that's been ongoing throughout Season 2 of Disney Lorcana. A bit of fun, a chance for us to spotlight some players or maybe put some extra pressure on our players.
Yeah,
I remember recently I picked, over in America, I picked Kendall Badette, and he got to a point where he couldn't top cut anymore. He was going to drop, but he was like, for Baker, I will keep playing to try and get some more points.
I love that.
We love that. We're going to take a little look at the Caster Fantasy Draft. I will start off straight away by giving you the breakdown of my own team. And would you, Adam and Eve it, Team Baker, Team Lorcana Villain, out in first place. Eat that, Ross. I am destroying you. 27 points for me. What a team here. I got Jake Quincy, a very accomplished player from the UK, already qualified for the North American Championships, courtesy of DLC Richmond, with a very, very impressive showing. Jake Quincy, someone I think this could be his breakout year. I've got Artabax. We showed him a little earlier, a legend among the community. The king has returned, the original king of Emerald Amethyst, but today playing some Amethyst Steel. We already had him on feature match. I know Artabax is going to have an incredible day. I've also got Atlantis. I've gone on record before, Jen, the greatest female player in Europe. And I think it's important to highlight the female community. We have some incredible players in Lorcana. So I'm very, very happy to have Atlantis over there. I've also got another wonderful lady. We've got Asker here. She has been putting in some incredible work over the course of Season 2. And I fully believe she will be one of the first qualified for the World Championship. And finally, I have Alberto Salaz, actually won the the first UK CCQ in Cardiff, earning his qualification
nice one.
for the European Championship. So I've got a heck of a team. I'm very happy with them. 27 points for me. But Jen, please give us a breakdown of who you've got repping Team Jen.
I love my team. I think my team is the best team, no matter what Ross says, no matter what you say. I have the best team because they're all my friends and I love them so much. And actually, they're doing well. I've got 18 points. I've got more points than Ross.
You're in
and
third
Rebecca.
place.
I'm in third place. Go team. So I have a wonderful team of people that I know personally, and I have met all of them, every single one of them, through playing this game.
That's
so
beautiful.
it's a very, very special team to me. They're very special people, and you know, we talk about this community, and this is a great example of that. I'm so excited to have them all. So we have Andy Chung and Dominic Critchley, who we featured Dominic on the feature table at Wakefield CCQ
Lovely.
in the UK, which I casted near the end of last year. And they're both, I put them together because in my head, they're like a pair. I always see them together, but they also are both fierce players who love playing weird decks. And I love it because they play these really weird rogue decks that are really, really fun and interesting, but they also actually like do well with them.
Winning in style.
Exactly,
I like it.
exactly. And they are both, I don't know what Andy's playing this weekend. I know what Dom's playing. I'm not going to say it. I know what Dom's playing.
Don't out him.
But neither of them are playing. I think neither of them are playing their like standard Ruby Sapphire decks. They both have an affinity for Ruby Sapphire, but I don't think they're playing that. Then we have Donald Mack, another friend of mine. All of these friends are from the southeast of England, so we all know each other, and it's great. Donald Mack, who is just a wonderful person, and he gives these little like I think they're called adorables. He gives them all to the people he meets who play the game.
You showed me one the other night. They were super cute.
Yeah, he gave me a Benja when I first met him because I was playing the Steel Benja, and then he gave me a Hercules recently. Not Hercules. He gave me Meg, and he gave my partner James a Hercules.
That's super cute.
Yeah,
Love that
super
for you.
cute. And then I have Ginny Jones and Neve Stewart, who are both fierce women in this game. They're so great, and I'm really, really excited to see how they do. I feel bad because I tried not to tell any of them because you said you put the pressure on.
You put the pressure on, yeah.
I didn't want to tell them all that I had chosen them for my team, that they all found out, I think, one way or another. There's group chats and all sorts, and I think they found out. But I said, like, I have you guys on my team because I have faith in you, and I love you, and I don't want you to feel the pressure. Just play and have fun. But yeah, I love my team.
I love that. And from one end to the other, you picking your closest friends and family, Ross going for all stats,
I know.
all accomplished players in Lorcana. You can't knock him for picking first round the Disney Lorcana World Champion DKP. A first round draft for Ross. Unfortunately, DKP taking a round one loss, but we know this is a very skilled player. I'm sure he's going to do his best to claw his way back. Also, Illy, a previous Disney Lorcana Challenge champion from season 1. We've got Reese there, who came second at the first ever DLC in Lille, losing to Frank Carsten, and then top Swiss at the European Championship. So another very accomplished player. Also, Lucas, another player very well known in the community, a Worlds player. And at the bottom there, we have Johan Tecker. So Team Ross looking pretty stacked. Jen, give me a breakdown of another team here. Who takes your eye? Who takes your fancy?
So I like Kim's team.
Okay, let's hear about
so
it.
she got Justice, who I know personally. I met him first time I met him. He lent me some cards that I needed for a
He's
deck.
a great guy.
So yeah, he's just a lovely person and a really, really good player. She's got Autumn Burchett, who do you know much about?
I do her. She's wonderful.
I'm not as fluent, let's be honest. I lose track. I'm bad with names. But anyway, Luke Smythe I do know. And we saw him recently at Leicester CCQ in the UK, and he was on the feature table. He did really well.
Love that.
And then we've got Jeff Harley and Ryan Walker as well.
Again, players, well-known players that have been performing really, really well.
Yes.
Another stacked team for Kim. She's in second place with 21 points. And then very quickly, just to round us off, because we want to throw over to our next match, of course, my co-host, Team Rebecca, Fumbles, a clear breakout star of the year. Angelina, another incredibly talented female player. Harold, Cree Gunning, also known as Cower.
She stole him
She
from
stole
me.
him from you.
He was
Alex
mine.
Kirk. And then Team Spessie's got Zan Zayed, Jacob
Great.
Frank, Dezenum, William Chong, and Vanessa, someone very close to Mr. Joe Curley. So, yeah, an
Yes.
incredible looking team. That's the roundup for our Caster Fantasy Draft for the Friday. We'll be keeping an eye on that. I hope I'm going to come out victorious this time. And, of course, we've got new teams for tomorrow for the
Yes.
Saturday portion of our
So
DLC.
exciting.
But, yeah, that's just a little breakdown of the Caster Fantasy Draft. Team Baker, Team Villain is taking it home this time. You heard it here first. But we've got more Disney Lorcana action. Casters, I hope you're ready. We're throwing it over to you.
3 Disney Lorcana Challenge champions. 3 top 8 finishes in the Disney Lorcana World Championships. 1 actual world champion. What am I describing, Joe?
That would be the team that's joint bottom of the Caster Fantasy Draft right now.
My team, I'm so happy with my, and I'm telling you right now, I'm telling you my Saturday draft, yeah? I'm not ruining the surprise. I'm telling you my Saturday draft is almost as stacked as my Friday draft. We can worry more about that later. Right now, we've got round 4 action and a fantastic Judy Hopps hat. We've got Fumbles and we've got Mick 25, and we are getting ready for round 4 action here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent with myself, Ross, and the lovely Joe. Hey,
yeah,
Joe.
great to be here, Ross. Hi, Ross. We've got 2 players on 9 points, which means a record of 3 wins and 0 losses up to this point. France and America, so 2 players representing different continents here, and also both players on Amethyst, but we've got Mick 25 on Amethyst with Steel, and Fumbles on the Amber and Amethyst deck, which is one I'm really excited to see this weekend. It was my rogue pick to win the whole tournament. I always like going for a slightly off-meta pick, but I think it's a deck which has some of the most untapped potential in the game. So very, very excited to see what kind of build this will be. You expect to see Grandmother Willows. Do you see Raging Storm? Do you ever see the Monstro combo? All those are things I'm excited to find out, Ross.
While we saw it in the last round and it did look pretty tidy, maybe we can see it 2 rounds in a row doing quite well. And honestly, anyone that's rocking that hat on stream, I'm kind of inclined to cheer for them, honestly.
Yeah, that's impressive, especially with the headphones on as well. It's no easy feat, but I appreciate them sticking to it. That is quite some hat. I think I might need to get one myself.
And a matching hoodie as well. Visit Zootopia. I saw that sitting down there. So we have gone through the altar phase here where players get a chance to put cards back and redraw them. That means we are rolling here. Round 4 action, the Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent. And Fumbles there. We are inking a Rafiki Mystical Fighter and playing an Eilon Wee Princess of Ilir.
Yep. That's right, and she is very similar to Basil, which we know from Sapphire, 2-1 with support. Definitely look out for the world's greatest criminal mind as Mick inks the Olaf and plays the Diablo Obedient Raven. Yeah, this is the support character on turn 1. Doesn't seem too daunting, but when you combine it with the Amber, World's Greatest Criminal Mind, you can get some really good value out of this card.
We did see that previously. My favorite player of the weekend so far, Tigger, bouncing all the way, does get inked. Mowgli Mancub comes down. Now, the good news is Mick C25 does get a choice of what to discard. The bad news is there's only 1 target, so it has to be Strength of a Raging Fire.
Yeah, and often that first turn ink is one of the toughest decisions in Disney Lorcana trading card game. And Mick decided not to ink that Strength of a Raging Fire, but instead going for that Olaf, and that did open them up to this Mowgli punishing them. So Fumbles with a really good start to this game with that Mowgli, getting rid of that Strength of a Raging Fire, which is, of course, one of the most powerful song cards in Disney Lorcana.
Yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal. Does 1 damage to one of your opponent's characters for each character you've got in play. So if you've got 4 characters, you deal 4 damage. Wonderful. We get Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist gets inked, and one of my favorite cards, Calhoun, Marine Sergeant. If you can challenge and take out a character with this, gain 2 lore, no big deal.
Yeah, being able to challenge while gaining lore is a really good way to catch up in the game, particularly when going second, as we see Fumbles inking the library and playing down that Cheshire Cat. But of course, exerting any characters now when Calhoun is staring you down is definitely a little bit risky. It's going to be Mowgli challenging the Diablo, but that does mean that Calhoun is surely going to be challenging this next turn.
I feel very confident Calhoun is going to be going after Mowgli, and frankly, I think if it came down to it, if they did have a challenge, I think Calhoun could beat Mowgli. I mean, canonically, that would make sense. Regardless, we're back over to Mick. We are making our ink decision right now. It's going to be, I can't see it, it's at the wrong angle.
Yeah, and Ross, this Cheshire Cat is so good against Calhoun, as we do see the giant cobra being inked.
Yes. And here we see the Lexington small in stature coming down with alert.
Yeah, this Cheshire Cat is able to challenge the Calhoun potentially and then move damage counters elsewhere. Or if Fumbles can just get 2 damage counters on, it's a way of bypassing the Calhoun. And can you believe it, Ross? Calhoun has not challenged the Mowgli. And I think that's all because of the pressure from this Cheshire Cat.
I think you might be right. We are inking out of the 5th Spirit. We're playing Genie Wish Fulfilled, drawing a card at the same time, playing nicely on curve here. And Fumbles going, I don't want to exert any characters. I don't want to put anyone in harm's way. Let's just go back to you, Mick.
Yeah, and right now this is an Amethyst matchup with both players with a different ink color, but we haven't seen any ramp. There's not been any lanterns, there's not been any Grandmother Willow, so each player just playing on curve, as we do see the Diablo from Mick, as well as a Cheshire Cat of their own. So no Genie here from Mick.
No, just see Diablo, Obedient Raven, Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable, good cards in their own right, but like you say, not maybe what we were looking for. We pass back over the Fumbles here. Very cautious game so far. Neither player actually doing very much right now, just playing out characters and then passing over to their opponent.
Yeah, Fumble's going to be inking, of course, at 5 ink. You often expect to see the Elsa come through, but it's going to be Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe instead, and 1 ink is going to be spent on that Making History ability. So Genie, instead of questing for 2, is going to exert to gain 1 lore and draw a card.
That's wonderful. I mean, you do lose out on a lore, which is a little bit sad, but you do get to draw a card instead, so it's not the end of the world. We got Doc Bold Knight being eyed up. First, we are going to ink the Elsa, and then we're going to pay all of our ink for another Elsa, because, I don't know, why not?
Yeah, and also love to see these glimmer foils on the main stage here.
I love the glimmer foils.
Yep.
I have nothing else to add. I just think they're fantastic.
No, they are absolutely beautiful. And, of course, this Elsa is going to be able to rush in and challenge as well. But first, they are going to decide which character to accept. It's going to be that Cheshire Cat, and I love the look of that. Cheshire Cat, Ross, I think it might be the best card in Disney Lorcana right now. So being able to exert this card and remove it from the board potentially could give Mick a real advantage, having their own Cheshire Cat, particularly if Fumbles doesn't have another in hand.
I think you might be right, honestly. Well, Lexington, small in stature, takes out that Genie Wish Fulfilled. Oh, it almost looked like it was time for Calhoun there, but not quite. And, of course, there's nothing you can take out in a challenge anyway. So here we go with Elsa. And now Calhoun can finish off Cheshire Cat. And it is a trade, but it's a trade that leaves Mick up 2 lore based on where they were before, and with damage on the board that can be moved with Cheshire Cat as well.
Yeah, and this goes back to Mick not taking that challenge on Mowgli on the previous turn and just waiting for a slightly better opportunity to make use of Calhoun. Calhoun's biggest weakness in the metagame is this Cheshire Cat. It has resist, but if you move damage counters, that bypasses the resist. But there's another for Fumbles. Another Cheshire Cat was in hand, and Mick is probably not going to be too happy to see that right now.
No, absolutely not. Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, is going to take out that Elsa. We are boosting up Cheshire Cat to move damage over to Lexington and take that out. Mowgli Man Club takes out Diablo, Obedient Raven. We are challenging and throwing damage around, and Fumbles working on a board wipe here. Now we do see the Horseman striking back, but only into the ink.
Yeah, and it's back on over to Mick with just a Cheshire Cat Inexplicable left standing, which is quite remarkable considering the amount of characters they had in the previous turn. Fumbles with that second Cheshire Cat making a real splash. And Mick now, the pressure is back on them to try and answer this board for Fumbles. It's 4 lore to 2. It's very early days in terms of lore. Really, at the moment, the players are fighting for board control.
Well, there's an Iago Giant Spectral Parrot, which is going to help. And then we just pass back over to Fumbles. They've done an excellent job the last couple turns, really clearing Mick's board. Do they have anything they can do here with active characters, not exerted? Well, Damona's going to help, because now they are exerted, and now we can start going and challenging them. Nah, only joking, we're passing.
It was actually the draw for Demona in the end, so not a pass coming through just yet. That's
my apologies.
That extra little bit of draw from Demona for fumbles. It's going to be finally the quest from the support Elenwe, and it's going to be adding extra strength to Cheshire Cat, and it's Cheshire Cat taking out Cheshire Cat.
Only possible because of the support from Elenwe here. Now Mowgli and Dumbo look like they are... Was that questing?
Yeah, I think Quest, I don't think there was enough ink available there for the Dumbo ability to come through. So no card added into hand, but Fumbles has taken the slight lead now, 5 lore to 4.
Yeah, there we go. We are now nice and updated. I love these little lore trackers. They make me very happy, and it makes it easier to follow where we are. So now we're back over to Mick. We got 5 ink available for the time being, although they can ink another card if they're so inclined.
Yeah, that Christopher Robin in hand is an underdog, but of course, only going to cost 1 on the first turn when you go second. So it is a 2-cost character at this moment in time, but 2 ink available. So we will see the Christopher Robin joining the party.
Yeah, quest for 2, not bad. It's better as an underdog, turn 1 going second, but it's still not bad at any other point in the game. So we pass back over to Fumbles now. We're using a couple of ink. Down comes Grandmother Willow, Ancient Advisor. That is going to make a card a little bit cheaper. Which card? It's Hades, and he's looking for a deal, Joe.
Yep, and it's Hades on Genie, so Mick has the option to either allow Fumbles to draw 2 cards or banish the Genie, and Genie has been banished. Hades doesn't draw those cards he was looking for, but it's not too bad to remove a Genie while developing a 5-cost character on the board.
I think that's the first time so far on stream today we've seen a player not allow their opponent to draw, and look where it ended up. Look at Mick's board.
Yep.
Now have a look at Fumbles' board. Those are not the same.
No, and Christopher Robin joining the fun. Well, it doesn't look like they've joined much fun in this position, as they are now the last glimmer standing as the Genie on the job comes through to try and help Christopher Robin just get that board control back for Mick.
That's what he's going to be looking to do. We've got Genie, we have got Christopher Robin. Now having a little bit of a think. There is an Angel, Experiment 624 in hand. But I don't think we've got enough ink to play it. Might have just enough.
Don't believe so. I think it's 2 available.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be possible on this occasion. And Ross,
not there now.
This turn from Fumbles, where they played that second Cheshire Cat, I think was the moment that this game really swung in their favour.
Agreed.
But it's certainly not over just yet. Fumbles was going first in this game, number 1 as well.
Well, right now, we're going back over to Fumbles. We've got 4 lore for Mick. We've got 9 lore for Fumbles with a significantly better established board up and rolling here. We're paying 1 ink for another Grandmother Willow.
And of course, that's going to mean just 3 for the next Genie as well. So a really wide board for Fumbles here, utilizing the Grandmother Willow and all of these Amethyst cards as well. And that's a big quest coming through, suggesting that Fumbles feels confident they can win in the very next turn.
Wow, that puts them 6 lore. That should put them up to 15 if my maths is holding up here. And that means that they only need 5 more. And by next turn, they're actually going to have 9 on the board, I think. I don't know. It's a lot. Maybe it's 8. No, it is 9. It is 9. You've got 6 characters, 2 of which quest for 2. So Fumbles is going to have to be a few characters that have to hit the discard to not win the game next turn. Does Mick have anything? This would be a great time for a Raging Storm, but that's in Amber. Fumbles could have it. Mick is not going to have it.
Yeah, Mick just doing the maths here, working out how much lore they can possibly prevent. Of course, that Angel Experiment 624 could help remove 1 of Fumbles' units, but it's looking like a tall lore. It will be that Angel Legendary from Winterspell that enters the board, but is there going to be enough strength on Mick's side of the board? Well, that's going to help. It's a blast from Hercules from the skies.
He hurled his Thunderbolt. That takes down the Genie. Now Christopher Robin can take down the Eilonwy. Now we've also got Angel. We are discarding a card from our hand here. It's Olaf Helping Hand. And that is going to take down the Grandmother Willow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not enough, though. There's still 5 lore available on Fumbles' side of the board, so he should here be able to just quest, and that is going to give game 1 to Fumbles. They are up 1-0 in round 4 here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent, and I'm starting to become an Amethyst Amber believer.
Well, maybe you should have considered predicting it to win the tournament, Ross.
I still think Dogs is going to win.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's very fair. Really interesting to see the matchup dynamic here. That was Amber Amethyst going first.
Yep.
And we know that Blurple or Sapphire Amethyst has been one of the most popular decks for a long time. And a big reason for that is in Amethyst mirrors, you're one step ahead of the curve, right? Because of your Sail and Tipo. Well, that's something you can also do in Amber Amethyst, whether it's Lantern on 2 or the Grandmother Willow. So you would imagine in an Amethyst mirror matchup, the Amber Amethyst player would have the advantage, and that's certainly how it panned out in game 1.
I mean, you say about Cheshire Cat Inexplicable maybe being the best card in Disney Lorcana. I might agree with you, incidentally. But I would like to raise, you know, just for the board's consideration, Grandmother Willow Ancient Advisor.
Yeah, it's up there, right? It really is up there. It's certainly a game-changing card. And we're going to go into game number 2. It will be Mick on the play. Fumbles on the draw. Was the other way around in the previous game. So Mick going to be feeling a little bit more confident compared with game number 1, I would imagine.
But if I'm Fumbles, I'm kind of all right with this, because I see game 2 as a freebie. Like, look, I'm not going first, so maybe I win. If I win, whoop whoop, I'm you know, another win. But if I lose, then we'll go to game 3, and I will be going first in game 3, and then I'm going to be feeling a lot more confident. Pretty aggressive mulligan here from Fumbles. It's at least 3 cards.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect them to mulligan even more if they don't have access to that turn 2 Lantern or Grandmother Willow. If I'm going second as an Amber Amethyst player, that's the main thing I would want, because that means I can play my Genie before my opponent, and I can importantly play Elsa before my opponent as well. We often talk about in these Amethyst mirrors how it's an evasive battle, how it's the Genie Wars, some people call it. Well, if you can play your Genie and play your Elsa first, that goes an awfully long way.
No, absolutely agreed. It really does. That's the altar phase where players can essentially take cards from their hand, put them back, and not quite mold their hand how they want it, but they can keep any cards they want and essentially re-roll any cards they don't. Might go badly, might go well. And it is nice to see players coming and repping their favorite franchise. I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say I think we've got a Zootopia fan, or Zootropolis if you are in certain areas. I know in the UK we call it Zootropolis.
I think we call it Zootopia in the UK, do we not? I'm not sure. I watched it in Germany.
It's
so
Zootropolis.
And
UK, 100%.
I believe it's also called something different in Germany, so I'm going to have to brush up on that. But I've got to say, Ross, one of my favourite Disney films that I've watched recently.
So good. Well, here we are going into game 2, and we have, I think it was an Angel getting inked and a Captain Hook. And we do have that lovely, is a resourceful fighter? Forceful fighter?
Forceful duelist, maybe?
Thank you, Forceful duelist. There we go.
And it's going to be the Elenwe for Fumbles, so both players finding that turn 1 character onto the board. And it's going to be back on over to Mick. Of course, Mick not going to have any ramp cards available in their deck. They are just going to be playing on curve. So you would maybe be expecting something like a Calhoun on turn 2, but it actually looks like no turn 2 character for Mick at all.
That is not ideal. When you're going first, you want to really press the advantage. Never Captain Hook Forceful Duelist goes into the ink, but unfortunately nothing to use the ink for. We see a Demona getting inked there for Fumbles. They do have a turn 2 play. It is Mowgli Mancub. Is there anything you can hit? No, it's all characters. There is unfortunately no target. Mowgli doesn't get the discard.
Yeah, I didn't catch actually the inks from Mick here, but we saw in the previous game this Mowgli was able to discard the strength of a Raging Fire. So immediately a big difference in game number 2 here.
I believe it's 2
not
characters.
happening.
The second one was Captain Hook.
Yep.
I think the first one was Angel. It was very quick.
Sure. Back on over to Mick for their third turn. Of course, can ink and go up to 3 ink. Fumbles didn't find that Grandmother Willow on turn number 2. Perhaps they did, but decided not to play it if that's the case. So I would imagine if they had it in hand, they probably would have played it.
They probably would, unless there's something you really desperately want to hit with Mowgli, which I don't think at this point of the game there is. So over to Mick then, we've got an opportunity to ink up to 3. You imagine they're probably going to take it. It is the Elsa getting inked, and we are paying the free ink for that Cheshire Cat Inexplicable, and then passing back over to Fumbles. And we're back in the start of game 1. We did see a lot of characters being played with no interaction for a few turns. Might be back there now. Tigger goes into the ink. He's bouncing all the way to the inkwell. But do we have anything to use this ink on?
Yeah, and this is where that turn 2 Grandmother Willow would make a big difference, right? Fumbles has the Genie in hand, but that cannot come down yet.
So we saw Mick did miss the turn 2 play, but Fumbles missed the turn 3 play here. Mick gets the first Genie, even though they're not playing any of these cards like Grandmother Willow that can accelerate those characters coming into play. And now it's Genie, Cheshire Cat, and Captain Hook for Mick. Fumbles with Mowgli and Eilon Wee. It's not a very threatening board right now, and it seems like we're just questing for 2 with Mick here, and then passing back over to Fumbles.
Yep, Genie on the job for Mick. You would expect it's going to be the same for Fumbles. And it always comes back down to those mulligans, right? Could these players maybe in this position think, I just wish I was mulliganing 1 or 2 extra cards? The thing with the altar phase in Lorcana is you don't know if you've made the right altar until after you've already done it.
No,
You're kind of in
not.
an impossible position sometimes. But there comes the Genie on the job. It's a Genie on each side of the board, and it passes back on over to Mick. 2 lore to 0 in Mick's favor currently.
The problem here is that Mick can now kind of challenge Genie into Genie. Oh, I've done 2, you've done 2. Wait, what if I throw the 2 back at you with Cheshire Cat? Then I've got no damage on and you have been banished. Like you say, getting that first Genie down, pretty gosh darned big deal. But is that where we want to go? We're going to... Oh, we're not paying 4 ink. I thought we were paying 4 ink, Joe.
It looked like it for a minute, but Mick just considering their options. I can see Strength of a Raging Fire in hand. It's going to be Cheshire Cat into the ink. It will be Elsa, but not going to be able to boost the Cheshire Cat this turn. They're going to need 2 more ink. So they actually go for the Exert on the Eilon Wee instead, and leaving that Genie on the job ready. But it's going to be Strength instead from the Cheshire Cat, Genie on the job, and Captain Hook. Quest for 3, and that is a big moment in this game for Mick.
Absolutely huge. Strength of a Raging Fire with 4 characters down, deals 4 damage, like hurling a Thunderbolt. We do see the Horseman striking back, taking out that evasive Genie. So Fumbles is striking back literally and figuratively. And now we get the Grandmother Willow. Little bit later than planned, but better late than never, as they say. We see another ink coming down. I'm afraid I didn't catch what it was. And now we are in a much better position. Mowgli Man Cub is going to be questing, just getting Fumbles 1 more. Actually, no, his first lore of the game, I believe.
Yeah, and also worth noting that Fumbles did spend that 2 ink, which is still ready. That was spent 3 ink on the Horseman Strikes Back, and then 2 on the Grandmother Willow. It was not exerted, but it has been spent, just to clear that up. Fumbles would have been able to play a 1-cost character still after the Grandmother Willow, but that was not forthcoming. So Mick, 5 lore to 0 ahead. Can they really press their advantage here with another Genie?
Well, they got the Genie down. Did Fumbles not quest with Mowgli?
I think so.
Because there's no laws come up on Fumbles' side yet. That should be on 1 law, presumably.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Hopefully that will get fixed in just a moment. For now, we've got Mick there. He's having a good think, but he's already got a Genie, and he's got an Elsa, and he's got a Cheshire Cat, and he's got a Captain Hook. It is a nice board of glimmers coming out there. Angel hits the ink. That might be the second one of the game. I'm tracking that one. And then we do just see Captain Hook taking out the Mowgli there.
Yeah, and then a quest from Elsa, a quest from the Cheshire Cat as well. Mick very much pressing their advantage. We have got that 1 lore on the board now for Fumbles from that Mowgli quest the previous turn. So it's 7 lore to 1 in favour of Mick as play passes back on over to Fumbles.
I'm glad that lore came in, because the Mowgli being exerted meant he got challenged and removed. Would have been bad to get nothing from it. Finders Keepers, just a flat draw 3 cards. It is one we see starting to creep into decks lately. One we actually revealed on a Season 1 Disney Lorcana challenge. Nice little bit of trivia for people.
Yep, and Fumbles has only 1 ink available, but the Grandmother Willow, and it gets a take back, just asks if they can, and the judge, I think, confirms the law guide, my mistake, and it's going to be Mowgli for just 1 ink coming down thanks to the Grandmother Willow.
Yeah, very nice indeed. That Grandmother Willow still putting in a shift, getting all that, you know, that kind of pseudo ink. We see Demona coming down into the ink well as actual ink, and now we've got another card being played. It's Doc Bold Knight discarding that hand of 1 card and then drawing a couple new ones. Oh, I love that Doc Bold Knight.
Yeah, it is quite a card, and Diablo Obedient Raven as well. Just for good measure, there's a Lexington. That is a wide board from Mick with lots of character glimmers Fumbles with just Mowgli and Grandmother Willow. They're at 6 ink as well. So Mick knows that they're safe from that Raging Storm for at least another turn. That is the difference between Raging Storm costing 8 and the 7 of Be Prepared, right? If Raging Storm cost 7, Mick probably wouldn't feel so comfortable going this wide at this stage.
Well, we do have the Horseman Strikes Back taking out that Genie. I believe we've still got game on board.
Wow.
Oh, but they never come back. It's a bit of a lie. They actually come back after one turn. But they don't come back for now, and this is what Fumbles needed to do. You take out the Genie, you take out the Captain Hook, the challenge from Mowgli. 2 characters will remain exerted by virtue of that action card. They never come back. They will not ready up at the end of the turn, and that means that Mick has gone from, hey, I can challenge, quest to win the game, to, I get like free law.
Ross, this was my favourite play I've seen so far in day 1 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent, because Fumbles has just bought themselves 1 extra turn. We talked about, okay, they can't go for the Raging Storm just yet, like they would have been able to if it was Be Prepared, but they just bought themselves an extra turn. The Horseman Strikes Back removes 2 law from the board on the Genie. They never come back, slows Mick down as well. And you say they might come back, well, not if they get lost in the Raging Storm.
Then I will accept that they do, in fact, never come back. So, are we going to see it? We ink straight away. It is a Tigger. We are questing. That's often a precursor to a Raging Storm. And that is going to take every character out. Mick had a phenomenal board built up. It is all for nothing. Fumbles does lose a couple of smaller characters that have already quested, but that hurt Mick. But he does get the first chance to rebuild his board now.
Yeah, which is so important. Again, if you think about Be Prepared, you think about the synergy it had with Scrooge McDuck's Manors and Queen's Castles. Well, there's no locations in play here for Fumbles. So Mick refilling the board first, but you also have to be careful not to overextend into a second Raging Storm.
Yeah, back-to-back Raging Storm, always a fun play. Tigger is going to bounce. Well, we do actually have a library here, and Tigger has bounced all the way over into that library and just kind of set up shop, having a bit of a read.
I like that one, Ross. I'll give you that one. That was good. Elsa, 5th Spirit, the last glimmer for Mick, but a few more available in hand. The library with 8 willpower is not going to be easy to deal with. It is a 15 law to 4 lead for Mick, though. Mick's just looking to close out the game quickly, and Fumbles is just trying to deny every single law. So Mick could challenge the library, but unsurprisingly, now just moves to 4 law away as play passes back on over to Fumbles, gets that law for the library, of course.
Yeah, that is going to, passive law is going to tick up 1 at a time. Fumbles is very far behind here. 12 law needs to be made up. It is far from ideal, but all it's going to take is just a little bit of this. To play Elsa 5th Spirit, and then Tigger can go and take out Christopher Robin. Then we can maybe work on getting rid of that Elsa. There's a little bit of damage. It's not enough yet, but now we can move Elsa into the library. It's a book club going on, but can they find the answers in the library? Because Fumbles is still quite far behind. Mick can go up to 17 law this turn.
Yeah, Elsa with 2 damage counters, or both Elsas with 2 damage counters. Tigger also with 1. So it would be very interesting if some Cheshire Cats are in play. It looks like 2 cards in hand for Fumbles, but that could, of course, increase quite quickly with the library. And for Mick, the big question here is, do I think they have a Raging Storm in hand? And at some point, you just have to say, if they have a Raging Storm in hand, I accept that I lose. And sometimes you just have to play into it anyway. And this is like a really key decision point for Mick. They say, do I respect the Raging Storm? But look, Mick's got the Giant Cobra in hand, Ross. That gives them 2 law reach potentially. So they're going to go for...
He hurled his Thunderbolt, takes out the Tigger.
But that's a card drawn for Fumbles.
That is a card drawn because the character got banished when in the library. They do get that extra card. And right, so right now, game is not on board for Mick. There's only 2 law available, 1 for Calhoun and 1 for Elsa. What has Fumbles got here? We really want more keep away, more board control. Hades goes into the ink.
Can Fumbles play around the Giant Cobra? There's the Raging Storm again! And that is going to wipe the board except for the library, which means Fumbles draws a card. And Mick is 3 law away, but they have 2 law reach in hand with that Giant Cobra. But of course, the Giant Cobra, in order to trigger the ability, you need to discard a card. And I think, was it a Strength of a Raging Fire drawn by Mick?
I think it may well have been.
So Mick forced to go for the Cobra, gets to 19. They are 1 law away. But Fumbles, therefore, has to deal with this giant Cobra. It is an illusion. It has the vanish ability. Can Fumbles remove the Cobra from the board?
I think it has to. If Fumbles does not get rid of the Cobra, that's it. That is game. We will be going to a game 3. We are inking that Cheshire Cat. We are then going for the Elsa, resting down the Cobra. This will not be enough. But Cheshire Cat combined will do it. You boost it up. 2 damage from Elsa. 2 damage move from Cheshire Cat. And this is the point of the game where Fumbles can start turning it round. Double Raging Storm. Mick has got 1 card in hand. It's he hurled his Thunderbolt. It's good for taking out Cheshire Cat. But no lore will be generated by that card. And now Mick is in full top deck mode. Needs 1 lore to get over the line, but it's not there yet, and Fumbles is basically free to do whatever he wants. Dumbo, Ninth Wonder of the Universe, Genie wish fulfilled. Could Fumbles make this phenomenal comeback here?
It could be happening, and Mick also had a really interesting decision to go for the song there when they could have just kept it in hand and tried to draw into a giant Cobra. So it'll be really interesting, depending on what Mick draws here. They might just hold it in hand in case they top deck the giant Cobra. It's going to be Calhoun. They go for it. Now, Fumbles, if they have to answer this Calhoun, Ross, do they have another answer? A Cheshire Cat would do it. An Elsa would do it. But do they have access to it?
Well, they're looking at something for the time being. It's a Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, which tells me they do not have it, but they are trying to dig for it. Did we honestly just see Raging Storm?
We did. Is there enough ink? I think there's 7 ink available. Do they have an inkable card in hand? It's going to be the triple quest for 4 lore. And then I think there's just about enough. Look at the big side, the pressure.
This is not an efficient play, just to be clear. Raging Storm to get rid of a single Calhoun, not an efficient play, but Raging Storm number 3 comes down. Fumbles is hanging on by his fingertips in this game, but that might be what it takes to get over the line. Oh, wow. But it's a Demona, and now and it's not just Demona, it's also drawing 3 cards, which Mick desperately needed here.
Yeah, but that library is continuing to tick along. Fumbles is going to go up to 16 lore. The library's added some more cards into hand, but suddenly Fumbles' deck doesn't have as many answers to Demona. A Cheshire Cat will not do it anymore, and Elsa won't do it anymore. And it's a triple Glimmer board for Mick. Is there the 4th Raging Storm?
No, there is not. It looks like Mick is going to be taking game 2, and we are going to be going to a game 3. Oh, that was a very nerve-wracking game we just watched, Joe.
That was an absolute nail-biter. Now, did Fumbles draw off the top of the deck at the end there? Because you could potentially, if I'm playing against Fumbles and I see that, I think, okay, they only play 3 Raging Storms in their deck. I don't know. I've not seen the deck list.
That's a good
shout. But the fact that Fumbles didn't draw even to see, if I'm my opponent, I suddenly probably make a pretty good read. So maybe Fumbles could have still drawn and then scooped, just to prevent as much information as possible. They might have actually done it, but I think they didn't. I think they scooped it up.
Essentially what you're saying is, you know you don't have an out in the deck, so you concede, but rather than just conceding because you have no outs, you take one last look.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't draw my last out, which I definitely had. And then, okay, I like that.
Yeah, almost certainly not going to make a difference, but it is these like small, subtle things which definitely can. The mind games in Disney Lorcana are very easy to underestimate. There's lots of little things that you can do, and it's very fascinating. That was my favorite game of the day so far, Ross, but it's going to be Fumbles going first in game number 3.
And this is what makes a big difference. I said at the beginning of game 2, if I'm Fumbles, I basically see that as a free game. And look, you got that down to the wire. You came very close. If it wasn't a Demona top deck, you may well have been able to take that game, but it's irrelevant. It was a Demona top deck. You had a good go. You played well. You just fell a tiny bit short at the end, but now you get to go first.
Yep. It's going to be a fascinating game, number 3. We haven't seen Fumbles hit that Grandmother Willow on turn 2 yet, have we?
No, I don't believe we've seen the turn 2 Willow, so that could also make a little bit of a difference. If you can hit that and kind of have your perfect game. Here comes Finders Keepers. That's going down into the ink. Way too early to play that card. Do we have a turn 1 play for Fumbles? Probably not, or it would have come down by now.
Yep. It's not, but I did see that Grandmother Willow as is going to be the Captain Hook Forceful Duelist being inked, and Diablo Obedient Raven, the turn 1 play for Mick. Now, Fumbles inks the Mowgli, plays the Grandmother Willow. That is an explosive start, as that does mean that turn 3 Genie could be a possibility if Fumbles has access to it.
And that's what we're looking for. We're looking to essentially play cards earlier than they should be able to. Turn 3 Genie, turn 4 Elsa, playing cards when you shouldn't normally be able to. As a Captain Hook and a second Diablo Obedient Raven, but essentially flooding the board with 1 cost for now, because I don't know what else have we got to do. We are going to ink the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, and it's a Tigger.
Wow.
It's still a 4 cost, that's not bad. That bounces the Captain Hook. Grandmother Willow takes out the Diablo Obedient Raven. And then, you know what? Yeah, not a bad little start for Fumbles here.
Tigger bouncing all the way is really impressing me. It's got a great ability when it enters play, but also the stat line, 4 strength and 3 willpower, is incredibly impressive. Grandmother Willow also getting some value from that 1 strength, being able to challenge Diablo.
Absolutely. Grandmother Willow been able to challenge and remove that Diablo, banish it. Good shout. Lexington, small in stature, comes down. Diablo goes and quests for 1. And then Mick is going to pass back over to Fumbles with a very slim 2-0 lead. But it is rather early in the game.
Yeah, and we did see Fumbles inking that Mowgli. And we have also seen Mick liking to hold those copies of Strength of a Raging Fire in hand. With Lexington down, Mick might be trying to get a Strength of a Raging Fire through soon. So Fumbles removing those Diablos is really nullifying the potential value of that. And there comes Elsa to exert the Lexington. Tigger actually not taking the trade, though, instead leaving that Lexington, which I'm maybe a little bit surprised by, Ross, because of the potential of Lexington singing Strength. But it just shows you that Fumbles is not really concerned about that at this moment in time.
No, absolutely not. Keeping Tigger for some bigger threats to come down the line, essentially going, Lexington's fine, but there's other things. You know, Tigger's got 4 strength. Let's really take advantage of that in future turns. Now, Mick is eyeing up what is going to be inked to begin his turn here. Was looking at Elsa the 5th Spirit. Nice, really healthy hand of cards there. Looks like it is going to be Elsa hitting the ink. Yes, there we go. So now we got 4 ink available. Nothing to cheat like we got with Grandmother Willow. So what are we going to spend that 4 ink on? We're eyeing up a Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, and I do believe the Lexington should be ready at this moment in time as well. So hopefully that gets fixed. It's going to be Angel, Experiment 624, a legendary winter spell card. Also has a beautiful Enchanted. And it's going to be the Captain Hook, which is discarded, and 2 damage will be dealt to that Grandmother Willow.
And then we see the Rafiki Mystical Fighter hitting the ink. Elsa 5th Spirit comes down, and they are going to combine. Both the Elsa 5th Spirit are going to work together to take out that Angel, and Tigger's going to quest.
The Lexington, of course, my mistake, everybody. It is, of course, a gargoyle.
It's got Stone by Day.
With that Stone by Day ability, which makes an awful lot more sense. My apologies.
I forgive you.
Thank you.
I assume everyone else does, but they might not. I can't speak for everyone watching, but I assume they do. We do see the Giant Cobra, the Spectral Serpent coming down. Elsa is then going to take out Elsa. There was some damage, of course, left from the challenge on the previous turn. And, I mean, Fumbles has had a nice start here, but the board is not looking perfect. But Damona's going to help. Scourge of the Wyvern Clan draws a couple of cards, exerts everything, and Fumbles has been doing a great job of board control and board clearing this game. Is he going to carry that on this turn?
Yeah, and also like this decision not to challenge the Lexington with Tigger earlier, now does it when that Stone by Day ability is probably ready to go through and ready it. Fumbles just got some extra questing with this Tigger and then made the trade. So absolutely brilliant stuff from Fumbles, really showing that they know, unlike myself, the Stone by Day ability and how it works.
Well, Cheshire Cat is going to come down, and it does look like, we see the boost moving the damage from Elsa to Elsa, which will banish the Elsa by virtue of the damage from the Elsa being moved onto the Elsa. And then we're going to be paying a couple of ink here. Oh, maybe more than a couple of ink. No, not yet.
And Fumbles, all the while, is just chilling there with his absolutely gorgeous hat on. It is so good.
I am loving that hat. Honestly, like if there's a winner interview, one of the questions I want to know is where did he get that hat? I'm not saying he's going to win. I'm saying if he does, I want to be asked that. We do see the Horseman striking back, taking out that Elsa, banishing it to the discard pile. We are inking a Rafiki Mystical Fighter, and then we see another Genie, and oh yes, that will draw a card when it comes down. And then Demona is going to go and quest for 2. It does look like Fumbles is starting to maybe get a little bit established here. When you can finally start questing, that's a good sign.
Yeah, and Fumbles Inc. is looking quite healthy as well. Of course, Fumbles has that 8-cost uninkable action Raging Storm in the deck, and they're getting ever closer to that becoming a bit of a threat. And part of the value of that card is just the threat of it, right? You don't even necessarily have to play it, but your opponent has to respect it.
And, you know, Mick knows there's at least 3 copies in the deck. Thinks it probably is free. That would be a fair assumption at this point. But that means, well, if I ever go super wide, I'm just waiting for Raging Storm to come down. So I have to not play Glimmers onto the board that I want to. And if your opponent's ever not doing stuff they want to hurt you, that's a win. We see Strength of a Raging Fire get inked. We see Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist, and Doc Bold Knight hitting the board.
Yeah, and this is a big moment because the strength, okay, it's inked, it allows you to help get the dock down, but in an ideal world, you would be singing that Strength of a Raging Fire to take out a Genie or something like this. So Fumbles has done a really good job just keeping Mick's board very short on characters, and it's 2 Genies on the board now for Fumbles and just 1 on the other side for Mick. But that Cheshire Cat should not be forgotten about.
No, absolutely it should not. You've described it as one of the best cards in Disney Lorcana. I think you might be right. We are paying some ink here. They Never Come Back has gone into the ink. Somewhat ironically, that card will never come back. But what are we using it for? We're counting.
Looks like it's going to be 3 ink for the library.
Love
Fumbles was thinking about a Rafiki. They are still going to play the Rafiki. They just decided to play the Rafiki to the left side instead of the right side.
That's something nice. We're not seeing a lot of locations in the meta game at the moment, but being able to use any spare ink at the end of your turn to move characters to a location to get those bonuses, there's just something really comforting about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the location synergy there with the Raging Storm is great to see. The library, a really impressive location. Obviously, we had Queen's Castle pre-rotation that was sort of dominating these Amethyst decks for a while. But the library is surely a card which is not seeing as much play as it probably deserves to. It's a very powerful card, and I'm really happy to see Fumbles using it to its full potential here.
And I really love the fact that now, you know, last game it came down far too late when Mick had a huge lead. Now, Fumbles has got 4 lore and Mick's got 3, which means that library getting that passive lore turn after turn is going to have a much bigger impact. And we've seen this game go back and forth now. We're like 40 minutes into this match. And what have we seen? They really have to focus on taking out each other's characters. The library's got 8 willpower. Is Mick ever going to get a chance to actually challenge and take that out?
Well, it's a second Genie for Mick, so 2 Genies for each player now. Fumbles does only have 1 card in hand, so if Mick can find a way of dealing with this library and clearing up the board, they could find themselves in a really good position with Dumbo in hand, although it looks like it might be Dumbo in ink.
Yeah, Dumbo, unfortunately, is going to go into... No, it's not. It was going to. But instead, we are actually going to go playing the Giant Cobra Ghostly Serpent, and then the Dumbo is going to get discarded so that we can use that skill. Not too shabby. Couple of extra lore.
Yep, couple of extra lore, an illusion on the board, but 4 strength and 4 willpower is great. And also that 3 cost means it's a great option to sing Strength of a Raging Fire. It's going to be the Demona, which is going to ready despite that Stone by Day ability. Fumbles, I think, now up to 2 cards in hand. It's going to be a Tigger, which is going to bounce back the Captain Hook into the hand of Mick, and it will be a Cheshire Cat as well. And it's now time to be using that spare ink to move into the library, Ross.
Yeah, Demona's flown on in there using that spare ink. And now, if you get banished, you at least get to draw a card. I know Amethyst draws a lot of cards anyway, but I think card draw, unless you're going to deck out, card draw is just always good, frankly.
Yeah, and this is a very, very delicate position because Fumbles is now down to 0 cards in hand. So if Mick can find a way to remove this library and start clearing the board, you would imagine that Mick has more draw options off the top, cards like Doc. Having said that, Fumbles plays Finders Keepers we've seen. So we could go into a position where it's really about the top decks here. But for now, there's loads of decisions to be made about how to start gaining control of the board.
And yeah, there is a big board from both players here. We've got, I think, 5 Glimmers on the left for Mick. We've got 6 Glimmers on the right for Fumbles, combined with that library location as well. That is... We don't normally see this many characters kind of flooding the board. Angel is going to be inked, and we're going to play... Is that Eilon Wee?
It was Captain Hook.
Oh, it's Captain Hook. It's hard to see. It's underneath our little round 4 thing. But then we see Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. And at some point, someone needs to start challenging and taking out some of these characters. It is getting out of hand. And I'm not joking. We're literally running out of room on the board. Someone challenge something.
Yeah, Fumbles takes a big quest and has now taken the lead in terms of lore. It's a big... Oh, no, was it... Oh, Demona's played. My mistake. So Demona's come through, and that's why now, of course, Fumbles' entire board has been exerted. So no questing for Fumbles just yet. But this is the moment now, right? You've exerted all of the characters. Can you make some favorable trades? Can you take out the library? That Rafiki with 0 strength is surely going to be something that's dealt with. It's going to be Cobra singing strength, and the Cheshire Cat, the highest priority removal, is very, very fascinating to see.
And then we see a Cheshire Cat. Now, is this going to be a quest or... Oh,
Is
no.
it another one? Whoa!
Yeah, it's another strength of a Raging Fire, back to back, taking out that Genie. Now we see, I think we might just be going on a little bit of a quest here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore coming down. That should put Mick up to 10 in total. And a little bit of a hybrid turn here, using a couple strength of a Raging Fire to take out a couple of key characters, but then also making sure you take a little bit of a lore lead going into this turn. Oh, but the Horseman strikes back, takes out the Genie for Fumbles, and it's back to back here, taking out, well, weirdly, another Genie.
Yep, the Horseman strikes.
I'm getting deja vu.
Twice, and dealing with 2 Genies. It is a very fascinating match here. We've got the Horseman Strikes versus Strength of a Raging Fire in many ways. Those 3 cost actions. It's going to be Grandmother Willow for Fumbles, which does mean the next character played will be reduced. That Cheshire Cat's exerted. Surely Fumbles is going to want to remove that because the Cheshire Cat moving damage is a real menace. It is inexplicably good.
I like what you did there. I noticed and I appreciate it. Here we go with the Genie getting exerted. Looks like we are just going up to 10 lore. We are evening up. We've then got Rafiki, Mystical Fighter, is going to take out that Doc Bold Knight. We're going to trade the Tigger for
the Cheshire Cat.
And the Cheshire Cat.
Strength of a Raging Fire was the card which had been boosted underneath it, and you only find out that information once the Cheshire Cat leaves play.
Yep, the boost is absolutely it's a secret information you don't know. When it leaves play, you can finally see. And that is relevant for seeing which options you and your opponent have available. So, information we need to know. Now, over on Mick here, what have we got to deal with? We've got
10 lore apiece as well, Ross. It is a real nail-biter here.
Oh, it absolutely is. Boards are looking fairly even. Lore is looking entirely even. Ink is about even. But here comes Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. Is there anything Mick can do for board control here?
Yeah, Demona exerting. I think it also drew Mick a card as well. There's another Cheshire Cat in hand. That library, you haven't really seen much value from it in terms of draw, but it is just ticking away slowly in getting 1 lore every turn as well.
It's huge. I love cards like that because your opponent's not going after them. So you're doing your regular game plan. Your opponent's doing the regular game plan. You're both playing the game like you normally do, but your lore counter is ticking up. So Captain Hook goes and challenges Rafiki. Rafiki gets banished. Demona does go and quest, as does the Cobra. We're up to 13 lore and passing over to Fumbles. And that extra lore just ticks up a little bit. Is that 3 or 4 we got for the library now? It's getting value.
Yeah, and Demona doesn't ready because of that Stone by Day ability. And we're going to see a couple of Elenwees. And we're also going to see a Demona for Fumbles, which is going to draw them 3 new cards, including an 8-cost uninkable action, which might be coming through in the next turn with another library.
Oh, I love this, because now you can still get 2 lore every turn. And what you can do is move a few characters into the library, then play Raging Storm, and then all of a sudden you're getting your draw, and you're getting the passive lore ticking up for the library every turn, while your opponent is getting nothing. We are a bit too close. The good news for you is Mick is not winning next turn, although they are very close. 1 lore away on board, 2 lore away on board.
Yep. There is 13 minutes left on the clock. Fumbles, instead of questing for 2 with the Genie, has to challenge the Captain Hookers. Fumbles is aware that the Giant Cobra is in Mick's deck, and they need to keep them as far away from that 20 lore mark as possible. Mick also, after seeing that Demona, hasn't seen a single copy of Raging Storm in Fumble's deck in Game 3 is surely going to be expecting that it's very likely to be in Fumble's hand. So it's one of those positions, again, do you just say, okay, I can beat Raging Storm, and you do lots of calculating at this moment. If I play this card and a Raging Storm, can I win? If the answer is no, the key thing to do in that position is just say, I hope they don't have it, and if they don't have it, I find an opportunity to win. It is incredibly delicately poised right now, and really Mick is the one that's having to answer all the questions, and Fumbles can respond to what Mick does in this position.
And that's where you want to be. I got to point out those two Demona not being made ready again because of that Stone by Date. That is absolutely huge. Could have gone up to 18 lore, which means a Giant Cobra then wins the game. But unfortunately, because of that Stone by Day ability, they both remain exerted, and that means that you're too far away. Elsa Fifth Spirit does hit the board here, though.
Yeah, the Demona versus Demona is such an interesting situation, and I think Fumbles having access to that board clear, it really favors them. Demona is looking so strong in this Amber and Amethyst deck in combination with the Raging Storm, particularly when played against other players' Demonas. It is going to be a double challenge. Elsa and the Cobra taking out Demona. And now Mick just going to be like not wanting to overextend into Raging Storm, but suddenly now Fumbles just has so many characters themselves.
And that's going to add up. That lore over time is going to add up. He hurled his Thunderbolt into Genie, so that means that is banished. But the thing is, you're 3 turns away. If you do nothing else in terms to gain lore, you're 3 turns away from winning just with your 2 libraries.
Could we just see the Raging Storm anyway and just closing it out with the libraries? Fumbles is just 1 lore away.
Legitimately, I do like that as a plan. We see Elsa coming down. Oh, we're moving everyone into the library. Book club is in session. And the first thing we're going to deal with is that Raging Storm. And that is not only going to clear the board for both players, it's going to draw Fumbles 1, 2, 3 cards. And that passive lore is going up. We're up to 19. Fumbles will win the game next turn. The library will guarantee it. And that is how Fumbles takes a 2-game-to-1 victory. Amethyst and Amber starting to look very tasty, and I think it's time we all spent a bit more time in the library.
Yeah, that was so good to see. I am so fascinated in seeing how our Illumineers are building the Amethyst and Amber decks, and Fumbles put on a masterclass there with the Raging Storm. I was so impressed with the synergy between the Demona and the Raging Storm. I was so impressed with the library, Ross. I was so impressed by the Grandmother Willow and, of course, the Horseman Strikes as well. So many amazing cards in that deck. It was my favorite match of the tournament so far.
Yeah, that was an absolute nail-biter. It was back and forth. We saw some absolutely huge plays coming out over there. You know, the 3 Raging Storms in 1 game. I mean, come on, that was nice.
Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. You might think that's all the action for round number 4, but I can confirm we've got another feature match ready and waiting for you all, which is going to be so exciting to see what else we have in store. Ross, I picked Amber and Amethyst as my choice to win. It's not looking so bad.
It's not looking so bad. I've been impressed. And when we see things like Grandmother Willow kind of coming out so often, it really is starting to make a big difference. Looks like we've got some more Amber coming out in this match, though.
Yep, we've got Tobias from Germany, and we've got Jim from Belgium. So actually, Tobias, someone I have played against at my local game store in Germany recently. Really friendly guy. He actually pulled a enchanted The Cold Never Bothered Me Anyway on the Winter Spell release of of our sealed, and he was extremely excited to see that. So great to see him with a nice three wins to start off the tournament.
And 1 game up going here. We are heading into game 2, and Tobias is 1 game to the good. So we can go and have a look and join in game 2. Bonus Lorcana action here, because look, we're at this Lorcana challenge. We're going to show you a game, but what if the game finishes a bit too quickly? What if we got time to show you extra games? Well, our wonderful crew here has found an answer to that. Well, why don't we just have a second feature match, and then we can show some of that if we've got some time remaining.
Yeah,
it's a good shout.
Yeah, absolutely. And both players with smiles on their faces, which is what we love to see. Really, really excited to see this matchup. Both players shuffling their decks and having a little chat as well, Ross.
Absolutely, getting ready for game 2, and at this point, both players have seen each other's deck, and this is a point in the game where you know either, yeah, you know what, I think I'm feeling pretty good about this matchup, I think I've got this, or, oh no, things are going wrong. And sometimes you lose game 1, and you lose it in such a way you sit there going, I'm not winning this matchup. But we don't know if that's where we are here, so let's head on over into game 2, and we can figure out who is going to be favoured. We do have Tobias up by 1 game, but that doesn't mean too much. We can see this turn around in a heartbeat. So Jim goes first here, and we see the Steel Tiana being played, which I think might be a shift target.
Yeah, you could be right. It's not one we see all that often.
It really isn't.
I think it might honestly just be being played for the 1/3 stat line as a 1-cost character. It's Amber Steel for Jim. Something we don't see. Also, it's a princess, so some Aurora synergy there potentially.
Oh, nice.
I imagine that might be why it's in there.
Diligent Waitress, if you're wondering. Which is quite nice, because then you go up into Tiana Restaurant Owner.
Hold on.
You see the whole arc. It's an underdog story.
How have they played a 2-cost character on turn 1, Ross?
It's an underdog story.
I see.
Yeah, it just means that you get to reduce the cost by 1 if it is your first turn and you are going second. One of those advantages now for going second. Really nice game design update in Winterspell. We do see that David going into the Inkwell. And we've got Lilo being played, and Pudge, who controls the weather incidentally. Play it for free if you've got Lilo, but Lilo bundled up is Lilo, hence Pudge comes down for free. Jim is playing this Amber Steel aggro deck, and it's going a bit aggro.
That is so fun to see. We've seen Tiana and Pudge enter the board from Jim. The card that was inked, I honestly don't even know what it was.
No idea.
It was a card that I'm not sure I've ever seen played
Oh, no, that was
before.
David, I think. David, Protective Snowboarder.
Okay, David, Protective Snowboarder.
It does see a little bit of play in these. I believe it's got Bodyguard, if I remember correctly. It does sneak into some of these aggro decks occasionally. It's a lesser played card, but I have seen it popping up.
Yeah, and we do see Pocahontas. She's following the wind. Pudge is controlling the weather, while Pocahontas seems to be following shortly behind as Christopher Robin is joining the fun and questing for 2.
Does that mean that Pudge can kind of lead Pocahontas anywhere he wants to?
I suppose that might be the case.
Although that's giving Jim an advantage.
I don't think that's going to matter in the gameplay.
Well, we are back over to Jim. Now we see Rhino 116th Wolf, which is being... Oh, no, that's the Shift Rhino, which is being inked. And it is Tiana Restaurant Owner, which is coming down. It is a little bit of a party in Tiana's restaurant right now, and it's going quite nicely. So Rhino Power Hamster gets inked, and Tiana Restaurant Owner comes down, and you want that exerted as fast as possible.
Yeah, and the David Protective Snowboarder that Jim inked on turn 2 is a 1/4 2-cost Bodyguard. So Jim decides to quest, which is interesting, because often when you have a Tiana down at this stage, you might just decide to delay the quest for that 1 extra turn.
Absolutely, because Tiana says if Tiana is exerted, your opponent basically has to get a -3 strength reduction when they challenge. That's pretty big, but we do see a Palace Guard Spectral Sentry and a second Pocahontas following the wind coming down from Tobias here. Worth noting that Pocahontas can essentially copy somebody's lore value, and between Christopher Robin and Lilo and Tiana, there are a bunch of 2 questers.
Yeah, and it's actually even slightly better than copy. It's like copy and add it on to the Pocahontas' 1 already existing lore. So Pocahontas is going to quest for 3 here.
Each of them is going to quest for 3.
Yeah.
Well, not this turn. 1 this turn, 1, you wait for it to dry. I mean, every turn from here on.
Yeah, and worth noting, you can't like stack Pocahontases with Pocahontas, because Pocahontas, as the card, doesn't gain the lore pips, it just gains the lore.
Exactly right. It is copying, it is not actually gaining it. So we're back over to Jim here, and this is where you really want to exert Tiana and make your opponent pay for having to challenge you. You are slightly behind on lore. We do see Lilo, Escape Artist, being inked so that Lilo bundled up can be played. And then here comes Doc Bold Knight to just draw 2 cards. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, just draw 2 cards. No big deal,
No big deal. 2-cost card that draws 2. Oh, that Doc's absurdly good.
Yeah, and look at the curve here for Jim. You couldn't really ask for much more if you tried. The Tiana came down on turn 3, the Lilo and Pudge came through on turn 2, and then on turn 4, how about an uninkable Lilo bundled up and an uninkable Doc, just perfectly curving out with no cards left in hand?
Well, we do have Pocahontas being challenged and banished there by Tiana with a little bit of help from a friend, and then we're back over to Tobias here, who is going to try and do something to deal with this burgeoning board of Jim's.
Yeah, because even though we're super impressed by Jim's board, Tobias is still very much in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Christopher Robin quests for 2, Pocahontas right now can quest for 3, and the Palace Guard for 1. So Tobias could just decide to go down the route of questing and trying to ignore Jim. Of course, if they want to challenge, they're going to have to heavily consider the Tiana restaurant owner, giving -3 strength to anything that challenges one of your characters unless your opponent plays 3 ink. And that Lilo bundled up is also difficult to deal with Ross, because the first time she's dealt damage, it's pretty much ignored.
It absolutely is. So what Tobias can do here, Tobias needs to play 1 more character, because then essentially you've got, you know, 7 lore on board, and that will get you over. So with Genie here, Tobias can quest out here, and then next turn can win the game just by questing. To put it another way, questing with these 3 here forces Jim to answer. It forces Jim to do something to Tobias's board.
Yeah, and I think really for Tobias here, it's almost as if Jim is just forcing them to take this quest, right? Even if Tobias wanted to challenge, this Tiana is so awkward to deal with that Tobias probably left with either the option of, okay, I either do nothing or I quest.
I mean, given that choice, I would quest. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Well, we are on Jim here. We have a Rhino in hand, but I don't think that's really going to move. Oh, we have both Rhinos in hand, 1/16 Wolf and Power Hamster. So it is going to be the Power Hamster coming down here, but that's not getting us over the line yet.
No, certainly isn't. And for Tobias, the board is questing for 4, 5 plus Pocahontas, which is a potential 3. So Tobias could win the game here.
He's got game on board.
If Jim cannot answer some of the threats. And really the Pocahontas following the win has been the star of the show in this one. And let's not forget about the underdog Christopher Robin, who has joined the fun and has continued to enjoy the fun.
He's having the time of his life out there right now. And it does seem like we are getting close to the end of this game. Here comes Tiana, and that is going to put 1 damage on Pocahontas. We then are going to take it out with Doc. We don't have game on board anymore because Pocahontas was what we needed. We would need 2, what I like to call cheeky lore.
Yeah.
Lore gained in a way other than by questing. And I don't believe... Well, has Tobias got anything in his deck that could do that, do you
It would
reckon?
be the Giant Cobra.
Yeah, Giant Cobra would do great here.
But of course, for the Giant Cobra, you do need another card in hand. It's going to be Daisy Duck, Donald's Date, being utilized by Jim for that last sync. I mean, the fact that Tobias is really in such a good position here, despite Jim hitting this unbelievable opener, is truly impressive as Lilo bundled up quests for 2 each for a total of 4.
Do we see the Giant Cobra here? That would win the game. We can go up to 18. Giant Cobra would get us from 18 up to 20. So we are questing up to 5. Now, it's worth noting, Jim does have game on board right now. So we actually do need to do something. Show me Giant Cobra. Discard a card from your hand. 2 extra lore, and Tobias takes it 2 games to 0. And it was exactly what we wanted. That big, scary snake gets us over the line, and a 2-0 victory. That was very nice.
There was a really impressive way to win. Like, I looked at the curve from Jim. Amber Steel was going first in this as well.
Yep.
And let's think about the curve. It was a 1-drop into a Lilo bundled up plus Pudge on turn 2.
Yep.
Turn 3 was Pocahontas, I think. Oh, no, it was Tiana.
It was Tiana, yes.
And then turn 4 was a Lilo bundled up and Doc. And Amber Steel, despite being the person going first, the player going first, still couldn't quite cross the finish line. That's an unbelievable performance from Amethyst Steel and Tobias.
I mean, 2 things. Firstly, unbelievable performance, no argument there. Secondly, that game backed up all of my worries about being an aggro player for so long in Disney Lorcana. There are so many games where I start going off, and because my opponent's able to take out a few characters, I'm not going to win the lore race. And this is what sets Dogs apart from all the other aggro decks. Dogs has ways to control your opponent's board a bit and give you that kind of second gear. And as much as I love Amethyst Steel Aggro, I think it's a really fun
Amber
deck
Steel
to play.
Aggro.
Thank you. Aggro Steel, Amber Steel Aggro, there we go. It doesn't have that second gear. It is just aggro, and you're basically relying on Tiana to stop your opponent challenging you, which is fine. But if they can outrace you on law, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I think probably the key thing missing, I'm talking about how good the curve was, but Strength of a Raging Fire was nowhere to be seen.
Agreed.
And that's usually been that staple card for Amber and Steel as their way of taking over the mid-game. And that was really what was lacking in that one. But it was an absolutely fascinating match to watch nonetheless, Ross. What a round 4 that was.
That was an excellent round 4. But look, we have winners. Seems a bit rude if we don't have a winner interview, but I think we've got a way to fix that.
Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent, Belgium, and I am joined by one of my favourite members of the community. I don't care, I'm just going to say it. We have the legendary Fumbles. How are you doing, my friend? Always a pleasure to see you. I have one question before anything else.
Go ahead.
So I have a little issue. When I pick you in a fantasy draft, nothing. But when Rebecca takes you, nothing but dubs. Do you want to explain yourself?
I want you to know that's quite rude. We're aiming for 3 for 3 on day 2s. Just want that to be said. No, yeah, I mean, so far so good. Game plan is going according to plan. Yeah.
I love to hear that. I've got to ask, I know firsthand that you test every deck under the sun. You want to know what everything does, weigh up all your pros and cons. What led you to the decision of playing Amber Amethyst today?
So I want to say about a month back, I had a friend send me a similar version to this list, which is with Raging Storms and Library. Me and my friend Aaron, we tested this deck into the ground. We found it to be basically 90% into Blurple, 100%, I would even argue. Pretty good into Purple Steel, maybe like 70-30, and really good into every other thing that wasn't dogs. So at the end of the day, that was kind of the game plan. If you could beat up on the other 85% of the room and try to dodge dogs, that was the reason to lock it in. So.
And have you dodged dogs so far?
So far, 4-0 dodge dogs. So yeah,
we're looking good.
Yeah, again, it's coming. I expect it to get under the seed at least once this event. But I gave myself the cushion of at least 1 dogs pairing, and 2 I still make day 2 kind of thing. So yeah, I think this is the kind of deck that could either win the event or die to dogs. So.
Crash and burn, but so far it's going very well for you. You make a very good case for it, having good matchups into basically every other deck in the format. Yeah. I'm not sure if there's another deck that only has like 1 bad matchup for it. Would you agree with that? Is there anything else that you considered along those lines?
The spiral before this event was either pick up dogs and feel more confident in it, which I never did, even after probably like 300 games of it. Blue-purple was my always go-to. I've played that in Richmond and Milwaukee. And then I found that blue-purple did not feel 100% into purple steel anymore. That was always my worry. And I felt like if I ran into a blue-yellow matchup or even something else, like people are expecting to beat blurple when they bring their decks to this event. So it has a big target just as dogs. So I went with kind of an underdog pick, which I believe was like 5%. So I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, and it's working out for you so well. Can you talk us through that match you just had? Any pivotal turns that you're already thinking around in your head, or any interesting moments that you think were deciders?
Game 1 went exactly as an Amethyst matchup goes when I'm on the play. You get to play Genie, Elsa, and turn sideways and kind of control the board, which is what I felt like I did. I never even inked past 6 because I never needed to. And I also drew a lot of uninks. Game 2, I think I made a lot of incorrect decisions, and that's going to probably sit with me for the rest of the day. But overall, I had a lot of outs to draw into, and I knew my opponent had a few Demonas left. I had like no Elsas left in game 2. I had like no cats left. So I could have found something, but I felt like if I start triggering Dumbo, then I can't Raging Storm. So I put myself in a little bit of a hole there. And then game 3, it got a little scary there for a second, but once I found my first Raging Storm, I knew I won the game. So that's the plan.
And then in that game 3, it did actually look like he was potentially going to turn the corner on you, but that double Horseman strikes to remove the 2 Genies. Is this, in your opinion, one of the reasons to be running Amber cards?
Yeah, I mean, Amber is the best color into Amethyst now because of cards like Horseman Strike and Raging Storm even, because people slightly overcommit, but overall it's just a tough matchup for them because they have to play the Genie in their hand. They have to play like the Elsas to attack. So either way, they're forced to play their evasives. Purple Steel has gotten a lot of evasives removed from their deck, but even then, like, you still can get the Genie and, you know, still maintain advantage. So.
And I now have to turn off the professionalism and turn up the excitement because you did one of my favorite things to do in the Lorcana trading card game. Wiped the board. It has been too long since I saw someone move characters to a library, Raging Storm, take the draw and just let the library stick away. That must have felt good, right?
It's the best feeling in this game. Honestly, this deck was picked a lot more for vibes than anything because drawing 4 or 3 off of a library after you wipe the board is just chef's kiss. Yeah, it's great.
Winning with style. So there was some talk about when Raging Storm was revealed that it was perhaps just a little bit too slow and the fact that it can't be sung, but seems to be performing very well for you. Do you think the card is a serious contender going forward in our metagame?
The difference between 7 cost and 8 cost seems to be a very big difference in this game, and not being a song, which never really mattered too much with Be Prepared. But the bigger thing here is it needs to be paired with Amethyst cards, I think. Blue, we saw, was like a little bit too slow with it. Even though you have like all these big cards, you can get to it quicker, but you don't have the draw power afterwards. And where the Amethyst cards, like if I wipe the board or I play a Finder's Keepers before I wipe the board, then I redrew my hand, and I don't care how many cards I have in hand for their Demona, for example. So.
Amazing. Well, it was so much fun to watch that. It was a banger of a match. I know the casters are enjoying it. Hopefully you'll enjoy watching it back. Or maybe not. You said you're already kind of punishing yourself for some misplays, but it's all learning, right?
Yeah. Learning until I get to top 32, and then I could hopefully keep going, because I think I want to take this entire event. So.
Absolutely, and vibes will take you the rest of the way, if nothing
Maybe.
else. Fumbles, my man, it's such a pleasure to always chat with you. I'm so glad to see you doing well. I'd like you to join me as we reminisce of times old, because we can't sing the El Classic anymore, but I think we can sing with our new board wipe. So we're going to say goodbye to the audience in a 3, 2, 1. Raging Storm! We'll see you soon.
Well, it's always nice to have that blast of the past from Baker now, isn't it? But such an impressive victory there, such an impressive hat, just so much good stuff going on around there. I might be being convinced.
Yeah.
Again, Dogs is still going to win.
Yeah, I picked Amber Amethyst as my deck to win, not because I necessarily think it will win, but because I think it's got a real chance. And there's some really fun stuff going to be happening right now in the lounge before the next round, Ross. What's going on over in the lounge?
Well, we just seen a bunch of drawing cards with Amethyst, so we figured we'd take that, but we turn it on its head, and we are going to be literally, I say we, I'm not doing it, we're going to be literally drawing cards. I'm talking marker, I'm talking whiteboard, I'm talking, we're going to draw some cards and try and guess them. And again, I cannot stress enough, not me, I can't draw.
No, me neither, but we are going to be going over to the lounge now for some Draw the Card.
Thank you, Ross and Spessy. And yes, I am equally terrified because I also am terrible at art, but that's part of the fun. I'm here in the lounge with Jen, and we're going to play a game that has proved quite popular. Draw the card and then guess the card. How confident are you as an artist, Jen?
Ish.
Ish. That's
Ish.
more than me.
I studied it at school, but I'm much better with like arts and crafts.
So
like,
I'm up against an art student.
No,
Great.
no,
Thanks for that, Rebecca.
No. I studied it in school, not like degree or anything.
Well, I didn't study it at anything,
Okay.
so I still think you've got one up on me.
But I'm better at crochet than I am at drawing. So
we'll have to do crochet the card next
Yes,
time is what you're saying.
absolutely.
But we are going to have some fun with it. I have some cards here on God, I have not seen these cards before in my life.
No idea.
Part of our production team, Emma, chose these cards. I'm hoping that she hasn't been too cruel. But yeah, basically, we're going to pick a card at random.
Yep.
We're going to draw the card and see how long it takes it for the other person to guess. So do you want to shuffle
good.
those up?
Yeah.
Again, I haven't seen them, but give them a shuffle up anyway. I will pick one, and then I will do my weather best to draw it in a way that is vaguely recognizable. We will see. Okay, let me have a look. I'm not even going to show the audience. Let me see. Okay.
Am I going to know it? That's the question.
I probably wouldn't have, and I call me arrogant. I like my Disney knowledge, but I probably wouldn't have guessed this one, but we'll see how you can do. Okay, so I'm going to put the mic down, and you're going to talk as I'm doing it through it, okay? You're going to commentate.
I'm really scared now. I'm concerned because I feel like if Baker wouldn't have guessed it, I stand no chance whatsoever, and I'm gonna have to have a conversation with Emma about this afterwards. It's an ear. It's maybe a mouse. It's maybe a rabbit with very round ears. More mousy than rabbity. Stitch. I think it's a Stitch. No, he's shaking his head. But those are Stitch-shaped ears, right? Like, tell me I'm wrong. Okay. Oh, it's like a hat. No, it's like a mask. I'm just gonna make noises now. What is that a mouth? What?
What it looks like and what it's meant to be might be completely different.
Okay. Oh, okay. I need to like. What? Thing is, as well, I don't know if it's a character or if it's like an action or a song or even an item. So it's really actually looking at it. There's a TV. Looking at it in the TV is helping me. So it kind of looks like a hat. Looks like an animal hat. Those look like whiskers. And it's on top of a weird shaped plate rock. What? I'm so confused. Wait, is it like an edible? Is this like a cake or something? It looks like a cake. It's like a cake with a weird, sad mask on top. Spacey, help! I have no idea. Ratigan? Is it Ratigan something? No, he's shaking his head. See, I thought a mouse, but I mean, I love it. It's a masterpiece, but I have no idea what it is. Is that it?
So I'll give you a clue. A franchise that only just came to Lorcana.
Oh, no. Oh, is it like a Miko's biscuit or something? No?
None of those words are on this card.
Okay. A franchise that just, because I was thinking Pocahontas.
Yep, that's one franchise that we just got. There's another one.
There's the Lilo and Stitch the series. We just got lots of those cards.
Sure, but not Lilo and Stitch. It's a very cute but sad film. Sad ending.
Oh.
A lot of people cried at the end of this film.
A Fox and the Hound.
Hi, I'm People.
Fox and the Hound. Oh no. I feel like it's an item.
It's not an item, it's a character. I'll tell you that much.
Is it really Baker? Is it a character?
I mean, not the way I've drawn it necessarily, but I'll give you the sub-name. The sub-name is Forest Friend.
I said Fox and the Hound. I already got that. This is Joe shouting Fox and the Hound at me.
Sub-name is Forest Friend.
I don't think I'm gonna know.
You're not gonna get that.
Is it a rabbit or a mouse?
It's not a rabbit. It's a fox.
It is a fox. Oh, Vixen.
Hey, what? It's Vixie.
Oh, Vixie.
Let me show the camera so they can judge if I did any sort of decent job of drawing that.
I understand it now. This is her tail.
No, well, yes, and then that's the snow. Yeah.
Oh,
I haven't done a very good job. I'm just going to put my hands up to that. I'm not claiming this as worthy of submission to the Disney Lorcana artist team. Shane Hartley, are you watching? Are you ready to hire me? So there you go. Let me know if you guessed it along in the comments. Let me wipe that off.
I should have got that. Everyone at home screaming at their screens.
I bet they weren't. I bet they were.
I should have got it. That's cute, though. I like it. I like your rendition. I think you could be an artist. I mean,
wow. I appreciate your faith in me. I'm not sure if the community will agree, but it is now your turn to completely show me up. So let's swap places. You come sit in the villainous chair.
I'm coming in
my villainous throne. I'm
sitting here.
She's sitting. And then
you give those a shot. I have no idea what they were, so you don't even have to shuffle them, I suppose.
All right, but I'll just mix them up just anyway.
Now I'm scared. I'm really scared as to what the rest of them are going to be. Okay. I'm going to go for 1, 2, 3. I'm going to go for number 3.
Okay, she's confident. She's feeling confident. Maybe not.
I mean... Okay. Yeah, okay, we'll do it.
We'll do it.
We'll do it.
I'm ready.
I feel like I've got I'm putting down the wrong thing. I feel like I've got a slightly easier, way that I could portray to you.
Okay.
This.
You're going to cheat, basically.
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, let's see what
the features of the card. Okay, I'm putting the microphone down.
Okay, put it down. Let's see what she's got. She's going to absolutely school me. You at the end of this, give my drawing marks out of 10, and then Jen's marks out of 10, and We'll see how much Jen beats me by. Okay, so we've got probably what is a head of some description. That looks like a nose to me. Yep. Okay. This looks like a pig straight away. I feel like this is an oink oink. So I'm going to guess. I'll tell you what. I do have one guess, but I want to see a little bit more. I want to see a bit more of your artistic talents, Jen. Debuting today at the Disney Lorcana Challenge, and here she is showing us why she is the next official Disney Lorcana artist. So you can see where that art school training went to. Okay. Yep. Okay. I think I've got a decent idea. Okay. And if I'm wrong, then I probably have no further guesses and we'll have no idea. Okay, we're erasing a little bit of his head, and we're giving him a little. Is that what is a hat? It's a hat of some description. Okay. Oh, okay. So maybe it's not what I thought. Is it Dumbo? Is it Henwen? It's not Henwen. Okay. Well, that was my most confident of guesses. Can we get a little bit more? I don't know how much is going to help, but can we get a little bit more? Okay. And it's not Dumbo. It's not Dumbo. I was closer with Henwen. Pig. With pig. Okay, well Henwen is a pig from the Black Cauldron. So what other pigs are there in Disney Lorcana? That is a question, okay? You're giving me a body. Oh, goodness me. Okay, we've got some trotters down there. Chat, I hope you've got some ideas because I am completely bewildered. I'm sure I'm going to see the card and be like, yep, of course, it's absolutely perfect. Can I get a clue? Can I get a clue? 3-letter name. Okay. 3 letters. What sort of pig is in Lorcana with 3 letters? Because I know Henwen from the Black Cauldron. I'm trying to remember what other franchises from Disney feature pigs and ones of those that are actually in the Disney Lorcana trading card game as well. She's adding more to the No, Pinocchio gets turned into a donkey. That's not a pig. Yeah. I mean, I'm loving your artwork. I blame my lack of knowledge more than your drawing. Okay. I feel like I don't feel like I'm any closer to it, and we could be here all day, and the chat have told me off before for not knowing when to let go. So, chat, type your final guesses right now before we get the reveal, because I've absolutely failed in 3, 2, 1. Go on, give me the flavor text. Give me the flavor text. Oh, wait, what's the, There's also a pig in Moana, isn't there? Is it Moana? Okay, it's Moana. What's the name of the pig in that? 3 letters.
I would draw more, but I don't think it would help you.
Oh no, Pua. Yes. Yes, I got there. Oh, let me have. Oh, isn't he cute? There you go. That's a great chat. Can we get some points for Jen? Goodness me, absolutely smashing me out of the water.
It's not terrible, but it's not great.
So please, chat, I will check. Marks out of 10 for my drawing, and then marks out of 10 for Jen.
What is happening with this body, though?
I mean, it looks perfect to me. As far as I'm concerned, you copy-pasted.
You're far too kind.
I'm really not. But there you go. A little bit of draw the card, just a little bit of fun between our competitive matchups for the Disney spirit. But yeah, we might do a little bit more of this tomorrow or the day after. Let us know. But yeah, let us know in chat who won. Draw the card, guess the card. I will check. But we've got more Disney Lorcana action. We're going to throw it over to the casters for the next round of Lorcana.
Hello, Illumineers! We are here in the booth. I am joining Kim for our next round, but my goodness, draw the card. What did you think of our friends over there in the lounge?
I was guessing along the whole time.
We were, yes. Kim, A+.
Yeah, A+. I got them. Baker, I don't know how you didn't guess Pua because I was shouting it from across the room.
Pua! We were shouting it, yes. But great job. Neither of them are likely to become Disney Lorcana artists anytime soon.
I can see Jen taking a Disney Lorcana.
The Pua was impressive.
The Pua was impressive.
I will tell you. And that was so fun. I hope that you all enjoyed playing along with Draw the Card. But I'm ready to get into some Disney Lorcana, Kim. Are you ready?
Yep. And we've got already, we're on round 5. Is it round 5? I believe it is
round 5 already.
Feature match 1 ready to go, and you may recognize a familiar face, Zan Zayed, well-known player among the Disney Lorcana community, and he's on none other than your prediction to
Yes.
take it all this weekend?
I am a fan of dogs. I think that the Emerald Amber Dogs deck is so good, and it looks like Zan Syed agrees with me because he has brought it here this weekend. He is a world champion qualifier, and I can't wait to see how he pilots this deck because we've talked about this a lot, that the deck, you can pick it up and play it, but there's a lot going on with the deck, and so Zan, I am sure, knows this deck inside and out, and we're facing off with Vanek, who is on, looks like, Sapphire Amethyst.
Yeah, and going into this, obviously we know it's dogs versus Amethyst Sapphire, and of course it's going to be a more favorable matchup for the dogs deck into Blurple, as you have tools like Chromicon to bounce them all back. But not only that, a lot of the glimmers in these Amethyst Sapphire decks have a lot of low strength. You have Elsa the Fifth Spirit, and you have your Genie Wish Fulfilled, which can all be targeted by the Under the Sea, which is a great tool with other cards like Delamoon's Lullaby to be able to Under the Sea them. And we've none other than Mickey Mouse Champion, which we've seen a lot this weekend going into the Inkwell. For Zan, we're going to play Lady Decisive Dog to start it off.
We have all the ladies in this deck, and that Amber Champion, Mickey Mouse, he is so strong. I love seeing him in Zan's build. That's not a card that maybe everyone is playing in their deck. So Zan on the play, Vanek thinking here what he wants to ink. Of course, these inking decisions can sometimes make or break a game. So he has quite a few different choices in his hand here, but I know for this Blurple deck, the really important thing is getting the ramp on turn 2. Turn 1, if you can get something on the board, especially against a dog's deck, probably what you want to do.
You're going to want to do it. If you've got a Rafiki or you've got, like this, a Basil going in, and then Vanek here inking a Tipo makes me think he has another way to ink turn 2.
He must have something else in his hand. Zan, back over to him. Ooh, and getting a Mowgli. I don't know if he had that in his opening hand. I didn't see if he just drew it, but such a great card. Mowgli, little man cub. He will take a card out of your opponent's hand. They get to choose.
Yeah, they do.
So there is a little bit of a disadvantage there. And we do see it going into the Inkwell, but against a deck like Amethyst Sapphire, that could come in handy. And we have Grandmother Willow, Ancient Advisor coming down, and with her ability to discount the next character you play, we get a Bobby Zimmerowski being played for free.
Yeah, we're going to discard the Lilo Escape Artist, exactly what you want to do to get your Lilo into the discard, so then you can start playing it next turn if Zan doesn't have anything else to play. But the best thing about Grandmother Willow is you can pay less for the next character you play each turn, meaning next turn, and which is so vital for the dogs deck to get this tramp out on the board, to be able to filter through, find the cards you need, especially if it is Under the Sea, to be able for Zan here to clear these Basils off Vanek's board.
Yes. Now, interesting here, we do see a Junior Woodchuck guidebook going into Vanek's Inkwell, and we don't have ramp here, actually. We have another Basil Practice Detective coming down, so unfortunately not able to get that ramp here on turn 2. What do you think about that, Kim?
Yeah, very interesting, because normally always with Sapphire decks, the key thing you want to try and do is ink turn 2, unless perhaps he's playing another form of ramp card. May that be, I don't know, Mickey Mouse Detective or Pleakley, and he's trying to go that strategy in order to help. Obviously, he knows now he's against an aggro, fast-paced moving deck, this dog's deck, and obviously, you know, probably played a lot of them this weekend. And these Basils hoping perhaps to use them against something like maybe boost each other up, because a lot of characters in the dogs deck have quite high willpowers. They have 3, so at least being able to put 2 Basils on the board here, he could choose to quest next turn, support another Basil, and at least take out perhaps the Daisy or the not the Daisy, but the Grandmother Willow or the Lady, and perhaps stop a potential shift Lady, Miss Park Avenue, if that does come to it.
And Grandmother Willow, you know, it's one of those cards where you think, oh, maybe I can leave it there for a turn or 2 and then I'll take care of it. But honestly, in this dogs deck, and I think we've already seen it on stream today, if you can get a few turns out of that Grandmother Willow of being able to bring in a character on your turn at 1 less ink, that makes a huge difference in how the game plays out. So getting rid of Grandmother Willow quickly is probably something that he's going to want to do.
Yeah, which is quite interesting for the Blurple player here, choosing not to ramp.
There's that tramp, though,
There's that tramp. There's that tramp we talked about earlier.
Street Smart Dog coming down, and of course, you get to play him at a discount.
I tell you, Kim, it is wild to me that you could play Tramp on turn 3 with the Grandmother Willow having those other 3 other characters. So it's so much discount here. And then Zan just being able to filter through his deck, find the cards that he wants. That is huge for Zan.
Yeah, and especially next turn then. He already has a 7-cost character on the board, meaning next turn if he keeps a 7-cost character and even the lady, he can sing a song. What song might that be, Rebecca?
Oh, maybe a little song that Sebastian and friends sing to Ariel where they are under the sea. I forget the name of it though. It's under the sea.
Under the sea,
Yes.
and it might make all those. It might make those very 2 Basils on Vanek's board go under the deck.
Yes, and like you were saying earlier, this Blurple deck has a lot of characters like Genie, like Elsa that have really low strength. So Under the Sea is going to be really key for Zan. We have Cheshire Cat now, Inexplicable, coming down. That wonderful Whisper card. You can boost it for 2 and move damage. So Vanek hoping to use that to his advantage to take care of some of those characters on Zan's side.
Yeah, such a great card in these Blurple decks, or just even any Amethyst decks in general, being able to manipulate and move the damage around. I like to call it a bit of fling-a-dinging, because you're flinging the damage around and just having a bit of fun. But here's those Lilo Escape artists.
This is
already
really
coming in.
fun, super fun. They were in his discard, and the first one, he got to pay just 1 ink to play the first Lilo out because Grandmother Willow's ability, and then he played the second one. And I tell you, this deck, he only has 3 ink right now. You can do so much on so little ink.
Yeah, especially being on 3 ink, meaning there's a potential for Zan, if he has it, to shift perhaps Lady next turn and bring back perhaps even the Rhino or the Bobby, so that perhaps he'll bring back the Rhino, meaning next turn, if Zan has an Under the Sea, he could also sing Under the Sea, play the Rhino, target the Cheshire Cat, and be able to just send all of those cards under the deck.
Under the deck, yes, we do. Oh, interesting. We have Elsa, the legendary Elsa that was reprinted, coming in here, or into his hand, the Spirit of Winter. That is not a card that you typically see in your your standard stock Amethyst Sapphire deck. What are your thoughts on Vanek's inclusion of this Spirit of Winter?
I really like it. I feel like it was a great reprint. I'm really glad it's reprinted because it is such a beautiful card. But also being able to shift it on top of the likes of your Elsa 5th Spirit, you can do that, exert 2 of your opponent's cards, but also you're playing it in Sapphire. Sapphire gets so much ink, you could just play it. And sometimes it's the game-changing card you need to be able to exert 2 characters and be able to challenge them. And here's a new card we got this set.
That Tigger, he is bouncing away, and he is going to send that Grandmother Willow back to Zan's hand.
Yeah, it's such a great new card we got. But of course, Amethyst already had so many great removal tools or bouncy tools. Well, Amethyst in general didn't have very many bouncy tools, but being able to use these cards like Tigger and Cheshire Cat, really taking back control of this board, bouncing that Grandmother Willow back to Zan's hand, meaning Zan can no longer just play a Lilo for 1.
For no longer for 1. He could replay Grandmother Willow if he wanted to. At this point in the game, though, I'm not sure that he actually would. Let's see. He is exerting 2. He is going to play the Grandmother Willow. Coming back down, Ancient Advisor. We are playing another 2, and we're going to play shifting Our Lady, Miss Park Avenue. Normally, she would shift for 3, but because of that discount, we're able to shift her for just 2 ink, Kim.
Yeah, and what we were talking about earlier, Rebecca, he did choose to take back the Rhino. So potentially next turn, we could see an Under the Sea, but a Rhino coming in to target perhaps one of either the Cheshire Cat or the Tigger. But of course, you have to bear in mind, now next turn, Vanek, playing Blurple, obviously he's going to be on 5 ink. Now next turn, could play an Elsa 5th Spirit, exert this Grandmother Willow, or any of the cards if Zan chooses not to quest, and will actually be able to take out most of his board.
Yes, now Zan choosing to challenge here to get rid of that cat. Cheshire Cat is just such a big threat, so I understand Zanning wanted to take care of him right there.
Yeah, I really like this play by Zan, because you realize that Zan obviously played this deck so much. Both of our players here know how to play these decks, recognizing I can't leave this cat here. If Elsa's going to come in next turn, there's going to be so much damage floating around, especially when you've got such low willpower cards, can easily be just dealt with by moving damage around.
Yes, now we saw Rhino go into the inkwell here on Zan's side of the board, playing the Bobby Zimmerski and able to draw and discard a card. Again, just continuing to filter through his deck, find the answers that he wants. You know, that's a lot
lot of people, in the past at least, that the Dogs deck has been considered aggressive, but
Yes.
that's not what this deck looks like in Winter Spell meta.
No, I think that's why I've enjoyed playing Dogs so much since we got Winter Spell, because depending on what deck you're against, you can really change your game plan, whether you're going to just flood the board or whether you're going to have an Emerald Chromacon, and you can really just change it depending on what you're going to do. And like we saw here, Zan was able to shift the lady, and now Vanek only has a Tigger. We saw Genie Wish Fulfilled coming in, gonna be able to draw an additional card. Interesting here that he chose to play the Genie and draw an additional card instead of inking a card and perhaps playing the Elsa to get rid of this Grandmother Willow, because we know how good this card is, and it could help Zan play a load more cards to the board next turn.
Yeah, it really could. I mean, I don't know what Vanek is looking for, what answers he might have. I know he has, like you said, that Elsa Spirit. He also has the Elsa Spirit of Winter. He did draw Demona off the Genie, but we see that going into the Inkwell, and we're singing Into the Unknown with our Tigger, and that Tramp Street Smart Dog is going into Zan's Inkwell.
Yeah, so with 7 cost 2/6, there wasn't going to be much Vanek was going to be able to do to challenge to get rid of that. Next turn could have challenged with the Tigger and the Genie, but recognizes, no, okay, I'm not going to play my Elsa. I'm just going to sing with Tigger because he's bouncing all the way to sing Into the Unknown.
I mean, Tigger loves to sing. He loves to bounce. He loves to sing. He loves all the things. Zan is also loving those Lilos in his discard and continuing to bring them out onto the board. And we have quite a board here on Zan's side. I'm kind of surprised that Vanek did ink the Demona, because I know that in this matchup that the Demona can be really nice to exert everything, because a lot of times the Dogs players won't exert because they're waiting for that just the right moment.
Yeah, most of the time you see a lot of Dogs players playing Chromacon and stuff like that to wait till the Chromacon comes into play to be able to quest and stuff like that. But when you've got so much cards on the board like this, and this is exactly the card you want to see come into play to help refill your hand, Nani Stage Manager, you can look at the top 4 cards of your deck and put a character card that costs 2 or less from those cards into your hand, and which in a deck like Dogs, when you play so many 1-cost, 2-cost cards, there's an abundance of them out there.
Yes, and oh wow, look at this. We have another Tramp Street Smart Dog coming out. Did he just play that for free?
I believe he played that for free.
He played it for free. Now what's interesting here is he didn't have any cards in hand though, right? So he got to look at all those cards, but then had to discard all of them. And we are going to head and use Bobby Zimmerowski to take care of banishing Tigger. He's going to bounce all the way to the discard, and then we're questing here with Miss Park Avenue.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Zan wants to see. He knows that Vanek has used an Into the Unknown on his Tramp.
Yes.
Meaning that maybe he has another Into the Unknown in his hand, but definitely one has already been used. So the only way that Vanek can get around these Lilos coming back every single turn is by using an Into the Unknown or a Hades or a Let It Go. Like Blurple now has so many removal tools, but these Lilos, unless Vanek is able to send them into the Inkwell, they're just going to keep recycling until Zan is able to perhaps find another Lady Miss Park Avenue, refill his hand, or exactly the Nani Stage Manager. Such a great card when you're in top deck mode, like I believe Zan is in now, because he's no cards in hand, to be able to find. And you're more than likely to find a 1 or 2 drop, and with the amount of 1 or 2 drops that the Amber Emerald deck plays.
Yep, we are going to go ahead and use the Genie to banish one of those Lilos, but like you said, she's probably going to see her way back on the board. There's now 9 lore on Zan's side of the board, and he's already ahead 7-0. Vanek still has just been trying to keep Zan in check and not questing at all. Zan in really, really good position here to win in another turn or 2 if Vanek can't find the answers. We're going to quest. I'm going to go up to 16, I believe.
Yeah, I believe it may be 16 or 17, meaning no matter what, next turn, Vanek is going to have to deal now with this massive board. Even if he leaves 2 Lilos, Yep. Zan is going to be able to quest to win. So I believe game 1 is going to Zan Syed. Game 1 for dogs. Rebecca, you got to be feeling pretty good about that as your prediction.
It is my prediction, and I love to see that dogs deck at work. We really saw it doing what it was meant to do. And I know that you said earlier, Kim, that sometimes that the Blurple deck can be a bit of a tough matchup for dogs, but we saw Zan pilot that deck wonderfully, and unfortunately Vanek just not able to find the answers that he would have wanted. What are your thoughts about him missing ramp on turn 2?
Very interesting. I think had he played the Tipo, because him inking the Tipo originally made me think, oh, maybe he has a sail, so then he could do a sail and play the Basil. He could have done both, so that made me think, oh, maybe he has that. But perhaps playing the 2 Basil, he wanted to do more of an aggressive start. But it makes me think, had he played the Tipo, that could have been an entirely different game, because it would have meant a whole turn earlier he could have played Elsa 5th Spirit. We didn't see an Elsa 5th Spirit come in at all. He chose to play a Genie instead of the turn that he could have inked to 5 ink, which is very interesting. So it makes me think, had he not inked the Tipo, but maybe he drew into the Basil and didn't have another inkable card to be able to ink and had to ink the Tipo perhaps. I wasn't sure what was exactly in his hand, but definitely interesting choices. And it's so hard when you're, obviously we've got 8 rounds of Swiss. It's so many hard decisions. It's tense. Players want to do best, and obviously these players are both currently 4-0.
Yes.
You need a total of 18 points to make it into day 2, and day 2 is going to be taking place on Sunday. So of course both of our players are going to be trying really hard to make it to day 2.
That 18 points is 6 round wins. We are here in round 5 if you're just joining us here live at Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent. And both of these players that we're watching, Zan and Vanek, like you said, are 4-0. So they're looking for those next 2 wins to guarantee their spot on day 2 for Sunday. And Zan is looking pretty good. Of course, Vanek is going to be on the draw, or on the play, excuse me, this time. What do you think Vanek's strategy is going to be on the play going into this next match?
I would definitely hope to see him hit the turn 2 ramp for sure.
Let's
whether
hope
it be Tipo, whether it be Sail. Ideally in this matchup, you kind of want to get your Basil out. I don't know if he's playing. We didn't see any Royal Guards. We didn't see any Rafikis, which is why I like if in a Blurple match you kind of like to see the Rafiki or the Royal Guard, because it helps you deal with the early threat when these aggro decks can put so many cards on the board so quickly.
Yeah, that Royal Guard is a really great card. Of course, it boosts his strength every time you draw a card. And then Rafiki, I love because he's just a challenger. And as an early, answer to keeping a dog's deck in check, I think you're right that would be something really good. We are here back at the table. Looks like we are altering our opening hands. Vanek putting back, it looks like 3 or 4 cards maybe. We're finding a Basil, and there's that Elsa Spirit of Winter, which is not a card that you want to see in your opening hand. That is a high-cost, uninkable card.
Yeah, definitely the kind of card you want to have Tipo paired up with Mong. If it's just sitting there in your opening hand, an uninkable card, especially when a lot of the time, like, Amethyst decks have a lot of uninkability counts with the help of Sapphire when you're ramping so much in cards like Tipo. But I did see Vanek did keep a Sail in his opening hand. He drew into a Basil, which makes me think we'll definitely see a Basil turn 1 into perhaps a Sail and maybe even another Basil once again.
Okay, that's great. I did see Zan draw into an Under the Sea, which is I mean, you don't always want to see it in your opening hand, but it can be good. But I don't know that he has that Tramp Street Smart Dog, so I know that he's going to be looking for that because that is going to be key.
Yeah, and definitely with cards like Bobby Zimmerowski, Spray Cheese Kid can definitely be used if that Under the Sea is just chilling in his hand and annoying him and wants to try and filter through to find better cards. Can definitely just discard the Under the Sea then, turn 1 if it is bothering him, or then he may draw into the likes of the Tramp, which then maybe he'll keep the Under the Sea and draw into more cards which can help him. So maybe he'll need to sing the Under the Sea to deal with these early Basil threats.
Yeah, I can't tell. I think that is Lady. We do have the Royal Guard coming down here. We were just talking about that Octopus Soldier coming down on Vanek's side of the board. A nice answer to this very aggressive deck that Zan is playing.
Yeah, because I know a lot of the times people choose over Royal Guard or Rafiki. Rebecca, are you a Royal Guard or a Rafiki kind of girl?
I am probably a Rafiki. I'm a Rafiki because I like that guaranteed challenger. I know that he doesn't have that strength when he's being challenged, but it's there, whereas Royal Guard, you have to depend on the cards that you're drawing to boost him up.
Yeah, but Amethyst doing the thing that Amethyst does so well,
Yes,
draws cards.
it does
So
draw
there's so many
cards.
possibilities
That
of
it
how
does.
Royal
Oh.
Guard could be.
And this looked like off of Bobby Zimmerowski that Zan did draw that Tramp Street Smart Dog. Looks like Lady went into the discard, so we are looking good on Zan's side of the board.
Yep.
And just like you said, Kim, we have Junior Woodchuck Guidebook going into the Inkwell and playing Sail here on turn 2, able to get that all-important ramp, and hopefully he'll be able to get out some of those cards like Genie and Elsa a turn earlier than we saw last game.
Yeah, and Zan here choosing to discard a Lady Elegant Spaniel and keep the Under the Sea like we were talking about earlier, obviously hoping to go into the Tramp and then hopefully sing Under the Sea, because a lot of the glimmers in these Blurple decks can be targeted by the Under the Sea, which can really help Zan get ahead.
Yeah, he also has some fun cards in his hand that will lower the strength of opposing characters. He has that Rhino, 1/16 Wolf, and he has Delos Moon Lullaby, which looks like it might be going into the Inkwell here. Oh yeah, he didn't ready his ink at the start of his turn. You got to ready,
set, draw.
That is the start. Thinking through here what he is going to want to play, we are putting Delos Moon Lullaby into the Inkwell and playing out another Lady. Is this the Lady? Oh, 2 ladies.
Oh,
we have Lady Decisive Dog and Lady Family Dog, both coming down here.
Yeah, Lady Elegant Spaniel,
Elegant
I believe.
Spaniel, sorry, yes.
And then Lady Decisive Dog. Coming back over to Vanek, I do see a Wasabi in his hand, which Rebecca, obviously, Wasabi teched into these Blurple decks to help deal with the threat of Emerald Chromacon, but I haven't seen one from Zan. Makes me think maybe he's playing the full 4 Under the Sea kind of version, leaning into we saw a Mickey Amber Champion kind of going in, and this is the kind of the way people are building Amber Emeralds to deal with a lot with the mirrors, and it's more helpful because now a lot of people are teching for the item removal.
Yeah, and we saw that Elegant Spaniel getting bounced back to Zan's hand with Tigger bouncing all the way, just doing all the bouncy things.
Yeah, he's so fun.
He is, and it's that Splendiferous bounce ability. I love the name of that, Splendiferous.
Yeah, it's such a great card to be used against decks like these Dogs deck, these quick aggro decks, because a lot of them are really low cost.
Yes.
So a lot of the characters on the board anytime Blurple's probably against a dog is more than likely always either 1 or 2 cost.
Yep. And it also just really disrupts the tempo, right? And being able to play out that Tramp Street Smart Dog is what these players are trying to get to. And so if you're able to delay that even 1 turn, that could make or break the game, really.
I also feel like it sets up really well for the turn after you play Tigger then to play Elsa Fifth Spirit, because more than likely the card that you bounce back could be played again, and which meaning it won't be exerted, so when Elsa comes down you can exert it and then challenge straight away.
Yes, and we have the Tramp Enterprising Dog, right? Is this one here who gives extra strength to a character, and I believe that has some synergy with another lady on the board, but she's not questing this turn.
She's not questing. We know that she could easily be taken out because well, we've got a Tigger on the board that has 4 strength, and this Royal Octopus, this Octopus Guard on the board, you know?
It's a scary octopus. He has 8 legs.
Yes, he's got
around.
8 legs. And it's not going to be Elsa Fifth Spirit we talked about, Rebecca. It's going to be Genie Wish Fulfilled. Perhaps Vanek doesn't have the Elsa, and maybe he's looking to draw into one.
Yeah, or maybe he is stuck with a lot of uninkable cards in hand, and so he's playing that Genie, hoping to find something else that he can ink. We know that he does have that Spirit of Winter. I haven't really been able to take a look at what else he has in hand. Have you seen any of the other cards, Kim?
No, he's keeping it very close to his chest. Doesn't want to let anything out.
No.
We can't see anything. It's all very secretive, but it makes me think that maybe that Elsa is causing him trouble in his hand, and he has a lot of uninkables.
He doesn't have 2 in his hand, does he? Okay, we have Wasabi going into the Inkwell this turn, and I bet he's just hoping that he doesn't see Chromacon,
he doesn't see
because that Wasabi, I don't know how many he's running. I would say that most Blurple players, if you have that in your deck at all, you're not running 4 of those.
Nope.
You just have maybe 1 or 2 just for that Chromacon, and if it comes down, if Zan is playing it, he's going to wish that was in his hand. And here we do see Tramp Street Smart Dog getting to filter through, look at 4 cards, and then discard 4 cards, looking for the answers that we're going to want. We do know, Kim, that Zan does have that Under the Sea in his hand. He's had it since the beginning. Right now, he could get rid of Royal Guard and Genie. We are discarding an Ursula, Deceiver, and 2 Lilos, which we know we're probably going to see those again.
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of cards you want to discard with Champ, and it's exactly your Lilo Escape Artist, because you want to be able to keep bringing them back, cycle them back, especially against Amethyst Sapphire, because you want your Amethyst Sapphire players to use the likes of Let It Go and Into the Unknown on the Lilos and not waste it on all the bigger cards.
Yeah, and it does. I thought maybe I saw 2 Spirit of Winters in his hand earlier, and he does. He has 2 Elsa Spirit of Winters in his hand. That's why
That makes
playing.
sense.
That is why he's playing Genie. He is looking for more ink. He's looking for more cards that he can play on the amount of ink he has. So he did have a second Genie in hand. That wish fulfilled. I don't know if his wish was quite fulfilled here. He drew into the unknown, but nothing is exerted to even use it on. So it's going into the inkwell because that's all he can do right now.
That's all he can do.
That is for a Sapphire deck that wants to ramp. We do see a reindeer. There was a Sven.
There was a Sven Leaping Reindeer, one of the new
Leaping.
cards we got in Winter Spell, which also is evasive, so there wouldn't be much Zan could do about that unless he's playing the likes of Horseman Strikes, which not a lot of Dogs decks are.
Yeah.
But then we have the likes of Under the Sea. Now, if Zan is going to be able to sing Under the Sea here, because he didn't discard it, Rebecca.
No,
we
he
could
didn't.
see him sing Under the Sea here. He will be able to target the Genies and the Royal Guard. Or does he have perhaps 2 Rhinos he could target this Tigger with? Or even what would be beautiful is Delamoon's Lullaby would perfectly put Tigger in the range to be Under the Sea with Vanek's entire board.
That would be so fun. We do see Tramp and Bobby Zimmerowski. Spray Cheese Kid is getting ready to sing Under the Sea, and we do see those 3 glimmers going to the bottom under Vanek's deck, and that is beautiful. I love to see it.
I love to see it. Who knew Bobby Zimmerowski was such a singer? Just leaving it, Tigger bouncing all the way on the board for Vanek, but Zan hasn't even used any of his ink.
Oh, and here we have Lady Miss Park Avenue being shifted with the ink that Zan used. We're bringing back another lady and an Ursula Deceiver, which is getting inked to play that lady straight out onto the board, just really keeping that board presence. There is, some characters here exerted that Tigger could challenge into, but Zan, I think, is just ready to press the gas and start questing.
Yeah. It's what dogs do when they just go, go, go. And especially if Tigger challenges into something and there's damage left over, we could see Zan just quest out and maybe top deck a go-go Tamago to be able to take the win later on.
We did draw into a Sail the Azurite Sea for Vanek. He could play that. Take a look at another card. He has that Reindeer in hand, which Sven does have Rush, and he has Challenger 3, so he could come in and do some damage. But with only, I believe he has 7 ink right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 ink. So
is it 6 or 7? If it is 6, he ideally wants to play the Sail if he has enough inkable cards in his hand to be able to ink up to 8, so he can play the Elsas that are stuck in his hand. Or if it's 7, he can just ink it.
No, he has 7 ink.
So he's 8 now.
Inking. No, now he could play an Elsa Spirit of Winter.
Yeah, and that might be the exact reason people are cutting a lot of Elsa Spirit of Winter, because it's just getting stuck in their hand, but not choosing to do that. We are going to play Sven, Leaping Reindeer, and he is evasive and has Challenger, meaning he will be able to challenge straight away. He has Rush and will be able to challenge the Lady Elegant Spaniel?
Yes,
straight away.
Spaniel, all the dogs. And Zan not able to do anything back because he does have that evasive keyword, but I don't think that Zan wants to be challenging here. He wants to keep questing. He wants to keep putting characters out. We do see both Lilos coming down out of the discard here at the start of his turn. And now we know that Vanek only has 2 cards in hand, and they're both Elsa Spirit of Winter. Zan questing out here with the 4 characters that he had on board for another 5 lore. We're going up to 10.
Yeah, even playing Elsa
11.
Spirit of Winter here, he will be able to keep 2 characters exerted depending on what Vanek top decks next, or will he just play this is nice. Okay, we like this.
And
Into the Unknown can choose to play sing Into the Unknown and an Elsa Spirit of Winter, instead going to just ink the Into the Unknown. And we're going to play an Elsa.
We are hopefully going to play an Elsa.
Yes.
Here it is. Maybe he did only have 6 ink on the last turn.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, yeah,
That
you're
makes
right.
sense.
Yes,
That's
okay.
what happened.
It's, sometimes it is hard to see, so I apologize for that.
Yep.
It was, that
Our bad.
makes
Oopsie.
sense.
It was one or the other. That makes sense now why he did not
Why
play
he didn't
Elsa last
Yes.
turn.
Yes, and we're going to challenge in with Sven into the lady, and I think that Elsa froze. Elsa froze. some
I believe Elsa froze the Tramp and the Lilo, which really good for our Blurple player here. Zan will not be able to quest for that extra 4 lore.
Yep.
However, he still will be able to quest up for 4. He won't be able to gain 8, but he still will be able to get 4. So Zan here just needs to play more characters to the board. He doesn't even need to deal with Vanek's board.
Nope.
Because all you got to do is play more cards to the board, just threaten the game here.
Yep, and we are playing out a Nani stage manager, going to look at the top 4 cards, find another 2-cost character or less, and he does see a Mowgli or an Abami Zimaruski there that he could put into hand, and I think you're right, Kim, he just wants to keep his foot on the gas, keep on questing. He doesn't really particularly care about dealing with that Sven. He just wants to finish this game out at this point.
Yeah, and making the really smart choice there by Zan to keep the Mowgli Man Club, and then he's going to play the Mowgli, making sure that his opponent doesn't have any actions or items in play. So I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, there we go. We're back. But making the play to play Mowgli Man Club to make sure that there's no actions or items in his opponent's hand, so he can't target him, meaning that he can't really get rid of many of his characters unless he plays the Elsa. He can freeze 2 once again, he can challenge 2 more, but of course, Zan only needs to quest another 5 lore to take the game.
Yeah, I mean, Vanek, I think, could probably last here 1 more turn, but I'm not sure if there's a way out for him at this point, Kim. Like you said, he could play another Spirit of Winter, freeze a couple characters, challenge a couple, and keep Zan from questing all the way to 20 this turn, but then there's still a lot of glimmers there that Vanek has to be concerned about.
Yeah, because another Elsa can come in, we can freeze perhaps we obviously keep the Tramp and the Lilo frozen, and then we can challenge the other Lilo, meaning with between Sven and Elsa, we can challenge the other Lilo and perhaps a Bobby or a Tramp, meaning Zan is only going to be able to quest 2 more.
Oh, interesting.
So he can go to 17, but choosing to keep Nani and Tramp frozen. Oh, and we're going to challenge both Lilos.
He must be wanting to challenge the Lilos, put them in the discard so they're not on the board at all. So Zan is going to have to replay them if he wants to bring them back out. So, yeah, I think that is good. Now he just has 3, so we're going to go up to 18 this turn.
Yeah.
But then next turn, he's going to win.
Who knows?
Unless Vanek can do something. I'm not even sure at this point. He's played out both Spirit of Winters. Is there anything that Vanek could pull out of this deck that would help him here?
If maybe if he has a Spooky Sights, I don't know. That would definitely help him here, but of course it's still going to leave it's still going to leave the Tramp on the board at least. But Vanek here choosing to keep the Nani exerted, meaning Nani can't challenge in or do anything. But of course, if Zan manages to get a go-go, there is 1 damage on the Elsa. We could potentially see that to win, but of course we are going to challenge and get rid of one of the Elsa's Spirit of Winter. It does seem like we are going to quest up to 17. Then going back to our Blurple player is going to have to deal with the remainder of Zan's board.
Yeah, I just want to real quick call out. We didn't see it in play, but we did see a Finnick Tiny Terror go into
did.
Well, that's a card you don't see. And we have the handshake there. Vanek surrendering, saying, your glimmers got the best of me. The dogs have come out to play. And unfortunately for our Blurple player, not able to find the answers that he needed. And getting stuck with the Elsa Spirit of Winter from the start, and then a second one also in his hand. That was so unfortunate for Vanek.
Yeah, and unfortunately, fortunately, it's only round 5 for a Blurple player. You only need to win 6 in order to get 18 points to get to day 2, which is essentially to get forward to Sunday. So Zan going forward now, he is on 5-0, needs to still win 1 more in order to secure his spot in day 2.
Yes, and I'm sure he is feeling really good about that. I'm feeling really good about that because I picked dogs to win this whole weekend, and so it's really great to see that deck do really well. That was such a fun match. What did you think of it?
I loved it. I feel like it's really fun. I feel like it can go 50-50. Obviously, dogs is way more favored into a Blurple matchup, especially when there's so many characters that are like have low strength that can be targeted by Under the Sea, and we're joined by none other than
Steve Warner making another surprise appearance.
Come by and say hi.
Oh, how's your day going?
Looks like they turned us up.
I think we're still live.
I think we're still live, but we can no longer see the stream or anything that's happening.
It's been great. I mean, there's been so many people running around, playing and coming and talking to us, and it's just. It's great to see, and we've got all the buttons and
Oh, the
everything.
buttons
It's
are so fun.
Yeah,
I love to
just
see
having
it.
a blast.
Yes. Well, thanks for popping in.
All right.
We hope to see you pop in
Hope we
more
see
the
you
whole
later.
weekend. Yes.
Bye, Steve.
There's nothing like a wild Steve Warner sighting here at Ghent.
Yeah. And there's so many game devs, so many artists, and everyone's just out there having the Disney Lorcana trading card game. Community vibes are immaculate.
Yes,
and
yes.
not only that, we have another feature match
Yes,
to jump
we do.
straight into.
I'm
and
ready for some more gameplay.
Excited. I'm excited. I've no idea what these decks are, but we're about to find out, and it
Yes.
is none other than.
Okay,
it
so it looks,
doesn't.
Yep, we have a Blurple player on the right-hand side of the screen, and then it looks like maybe it might be an Amber Emerald, but you never know. We do have Emerald out on the board. They are, I think, just production let us know that we are just a few minutes into this game, so it looks like our Blurple player was on the play. We have a Basil and a Royal Guard down, which, if this is a dog's deck, 2 cards that we would love to see there that can have some early control, and we have Romain here on the left playing down a
Lewis.
Lewis.
I have a sneaky suspicion, Rebecca, that perhaps this is not an Emerald Amber deck, but perhaps this is an Emerald Steel deck.
Oh my goodness. If it is an Emerald Steel deck, that would be something fun to see. I mean, I love dogs, I do, but I know that our Illumineers who are watching at home would like to see a variety of different decks, and there are so many different decks in the room. As we saw in the meta breakdown, actually, every single of the 15 different ink combinations that you can have are represented here in the room. In some cases, some ink pairings only have a couple players, but my goodness, yeah, this Lewis, so fun.
Yeah, and we'll be sure to get those visuals fixed. So I believe maybe it's a mono Emerald deck, who knows, but it is definitely against an Amethyst Sapphire deck for sure. It does not seem like our Blurple player here did manage to hit his turn 2 ramp, because it looks like either Royal Guard or Basil was played turn 1. And then Royal Guard or the Basil, another 1-drop was played turn 2, and then obviously turn 3 we've seen Cheshire Cat comes into play, meaning next turn, if our Blurple player chooses to, can boost and will be able to move damage off of the Louis onto something else.
Yeah.
But of course, this Webby has ward.
She does have word. Lewis, also, I believe it looks like he did give the Reckless to the Basil, since Basil did challenge in, which is smart there because of that support that Basil has. That can come in really handy, and so being able to get that character off the board. And what do we have here?
Oh, it's a Snow Fort. Okay, I have a sneaky suspicion. It may not be. It may be Snow Fort.
Amethyst Emerald. Yes, we said the backwards. Emerald.
We said
Amethyst.
opposite way around.
I think you might be right. It looks like the card is in another language, and so I didn't. So I was looking at the name. I'm going.
Fort of Snow.
That doesn't say Snow Fort, but it is a Snow Fort, and this item is so much fun. It gives all your characters 1 extra strength, and on your turn they get resist.
Is it on your turn or on opponent's turn?
Excuse me, on your opponent's turn.
Yes.
So that way, when they're being challenged, there's that resist there. It's such a fun card, and it's definitely one that we are starting to see a lot of play, especially in, like you're saying, this Amethyst Emerald deck, which is likely what we are seeing here. And it does look, I see a Dumbo.
I see a Dumbo. It is.
Dumbo
We got it
spotted.
right.
Dumbo spotted. Oh, and a Flynn Rider. Just that Whisper Flynn Rider going into his Inkwell. This is going to be fun. That Dumbo, 9th wonder of the universe, coming down into play. This is going to be fun. I can't wait to see how this game plays out.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I've actually been really excited, so excited about this deck coming into play that I actually themed my outfit
Yes,
today
you did.
for Amethyst Emerald, because I just think it has so many possibilities, especially with Snow Fort. Obviously, has so many of these Amethyst package cards like Dumbo, like Elsa. It's going to play all these similar cards as our Blurple deck player here. But unfortunately for our Emerald Amethyst player, that Elsa 5th Spirit from our Blurple player coming in to exert this Dumbo, and then Iago was able to take it out.
Yeah, that giant spectral parrot has evasive. He does have the illusion keyword, so he could be banished just by being targeted by an action, but 4 strength, 6 willpower. Iago can do so much damage and easily able to take care of Dumbo. Of course, that Dumbo also did have resist because of Snow Fort plus the extra damage, so Iago took 4 damage back, and we have a Robin Hood.
A Robin Hood.
We do. This, I'm going to have to look this up. This is a card that I think the only time that I've ever played it is in like a Robin Hood theme deck that I've played, but he quests for 4.
He does quest for 4. Yes, definitely causing some mischief here. And that Robin Hood maybe not on the board for long, but it seems like we're just checking stuff. Our Blurple player did try to play Hades on the Robin Hood, but clearly the Robin Hood has Ward.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he has Ward, and Tag Me In is his ability for each damage, 1 damage on opposing characters. You pay 1 less to play this character. So I knew there was a discount, and so it's based on damage. So there's 4 damage on Iago, so he exerted his 5 ink that he has in his inkwell to play this 9-cost character out. And here, for 6/6 body, questing for 4. That is incredible. I don't know that I've seen that card.
I don't believe I've ever seen this card in play, but you know what? I really like it.
I love it.
And I think I am now going to start playing Emerald Amethyst. And especially because both this Robin Hood and the Webby have Ward, meaning Aitor was not even able to use Cheshire Cat's ability to move the damage off Iago. So will we see another Robin Hood come into play for even less?
Oh my goodness, that would be incredible. We do see a Go-Go coming down though, and then paying our 2 ink to gain 4 lore off of the Iago. I love this. It seems like Romaine's deck has a lot of synergy with damage, and that is so fun. And then questing for an additional 4 lore here, pushing his lore total up to 12 already, and Aitor, our Blurple player, sitting at just 2.
Yeah, and now all of his glimmers on his board is going to have resist 2 when it turns back over to our Blurple player's turn. And of course, we can use Cheshire Cat's ability this turn to move the damage onto either the Go-Go or the Olaf. But of course, if you move the Olaf, Roman can choose to perhaps bounce a card back to hand. And of course, if you're bouncing any card back to hand, it's going to be the Go-Go, so you can replay it.
Absolutely, yeah. Olaf Helping Hand, such a fun card. This is one that we saw in last set, Whispers of the Well, and his bounce ability is just super great, and it gives you control, right? So the Aitor, if he chooses to banish Olaf, he doesn't get to decide what character that Romaine will bounce back, so that could be pretty dangerous of a decision for him to make there. But you're right, he does have 4 damage he can play with if he wanted to boost one of these cats that are in play.
Especially playing another cat to the board, we will be able to get rid of both the Go-Go and the Olaf. But of course, if you remove the Olaf, like we said, we'll be able to bounce something else back to his hand if he likes.
Yes, we are out of ink now, though, it looks like. And he is thinking here what to do. We're going to go ahead and challenge. Challenge into our Webby. And man, that resist on your opponent's turn is really doing a lot of work here. It is a 2. He has to take 2 glimmers to take care of Webby. And now we are boosting again. Oh, I didn't see that ink up at the top of the screen, so he inked for turn, and now we are able to boost again and take care of Olaf. And Romaine's saying, well, I'm not going to bounce back Robin Hood. He's going to stay on the board.
He's got 4 lore, meaning like if this Robin Hood sticks to the board, we're going to quest up to 18. Maybe he top decks another Go-Go.
That would be
amazing. So much damage on your opponent's board. I really like how Romaine built this deck. Perhaps I hope, hopefully our fellow casters will get the chance to talk to him about this deck, because it's not one that we've seen yet so far on stream, I believe.
It is not, and is it a go-go? No, it's an Ursula Deceiver, and we have just a Hades Infernal Schemer in hand, so nothing that he can discard, but that is dangerous because Hades could for sure take care of our Robin Hood, so you got to quest now while you can, right?
But Robin Hood has ward,
oh,
right?
he has ward.
So,
yes, thank you.
So he's
Robin
not going
Hood has ward.
He's not going to be able to do it.
You're right. See, I forgot about that ward already. And plus we have the resist going on here. We are going to quest pushing up to 18 now. He just needs 2 more lore to win. We're going to go ahead and pass the turn. Romain, unfortunately, no other cards in hand though. And back over to our Sapphire Amethyst player.
Yeah, so our Blurple player here can choose to move some damage, but of course has to move the damage onto Ursula. Clearly doesn't want to do that. Could choose to play his Hades onto the Ursula, most likely, and then challenge the Robin Hood. But of course, if he goes to challenge the Robin Hood, his characters are going to take a trade. It's a bit of, do I do this or do I not do this? But the question is, what did he draw, and is there anything that can help Aitor to take the win?
Yeah, I think that Aitor is in a difficult position here. A lot going through his mind, I'm sure. All of our players here. We're halfway through the day. Round 5 at Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent. Everyone is trying to get those 6 wins, earn their 18 points to make it to day 2. And we are going to go ahead and quest with 3 characters, Kim.
Yeah.
3 characters.
No, did we challenge with 3 characters?
Challenged. Yeah,
yes.
he challenged.
All
he
that
challenged.
resist.
Because of the resist,
yes.
He had to use all 3 characters to challenge in, and then Hades going ahead and putting Ursula Deceiver into the Inkwell.
Yeah, really showing the control that Amethyst Sapphire has, but of course, I don't believe there's many cards in the hand for Roman, but even just 1 character to stick the board, like Dumbo, what a great card to draw here as well, unless Aitor has another perhaps Hades or an Into the Unknown he could have, or Let It Go to get rid of this Dumbo. Roman will be able to use his Breaking Records ability.
He does have Let It Go.
He does.
Singing it with Elsa and Dumbo going into the Inkwell and hanging on for 1 more turn. Romain would love a top deck go-go right about now, Kim.
That he would indeed. But what did Roman draw, and is it going to help him? Does it have
Exerting
2
5,
lore?
It does not. We are exerting, and we're going to challenge into that Elsa 5th Spirit on his side of the board. Unfortunately, does leave Elsa open to a challenge, but Genie would not be able to take him out between the 5 willpower that she has plus the resist from Snowfort.
Yeah, and also stops the possibility of, if he does draw that go-go, like you were saying, to be able to take it and win. But of course, it doesn't matter, because this Elsa says no more. Hades Infernal Schemer going to be able to come in and send it into the Inkwell.
Is there a downside to this? And Aitor says, nope, there's no downside for me. I get to clear your board. And he is slowly inching his way up in lore. Also, now sitting at 10 lore behind Romain's 18.
Yeah, no damage on his opponents. Oh, but no damage on these characters. However, there could be damage coming in now that Louis came in to be able to give one of Aitor's characters Reckless. It does seem like he chose the Genie wish fulfilled, meaning Genie is going to challenge, will be banished in return, as our Louis is a 4/3.
Yes, and Louis won't take any damage at all because Genie only has 2 strengths. He's not a very strong Genie.
He's not a very strong, but you know what? He fulfills wishes.
He does. Usually, it depends on the card you draw.
Yeah, it depends on the cards. Depends on the cards, but he does fulfill some wishes.
And we are going to. Interesting. So we are challenging with both Hades into our Lewis. So Genie doesn't have to challenge now.
No, Genie does not have to challenge, but that in turn means both Hades has 5 damage, which leaving Roman open to that go-go. We want to see it take the win.
Top deck go-go, top deck go-go. I want to see it. I mean, it's one of those things that is just so fun to see in Disney Lorcana, honestly. A top deck go-go is so much fun.
Yeah.
And we are exerting 2.
We are exerting 2.
It's we're going to draw a card.
Hypnotic Strength, but nothing on the board to be able to give the challenger +2/2, but we did draw into a Cheshire Cat, which means we will be able to boost it.
We can boost right away, move 2 damage over from one Hades to the other, and say goodbye to that Infernal Schemer. The cat doing some damage there.
Yeah, and definitely if this cat is able to... But Aitor didn't play a single card his previous turn, which makes me think all the cards in his hand are perhaps removal cards.
Yes, we do have a Dumbo coming down here now at 9th Wonder of the Universe. We are going to pay 1 and exert Genie to draw a card and gain a lore. Of course, that's the ability that he gets from Dumbo, the breaking records, making history, that gives all your other characters that have evasive that ability to do that.
Yeah, and then he did seem to play another Royal Guard as well, leaving the Cheshire Cat on the board, it seems. So Roman will be able to quest up to 19. Can he keep in this to be able to last another turn to be able to quest out to win?
We are playing down a Christopher Robin. This is our little boy who is joining the fun, and he has that underdog ability, but he quests for 2.
He quests for 2.
Right? So that's not bad, I will say. Aitor is at 13. He has 6 on board, so he wouldn't be able to win next turn. And Romain just choosing here to pass, keep his characters upright and ready to quest for the win next turn. Does Aitor have an answer here?
Yeah, very interesting as well from our Emerald Amethyst player, choosing not to, when he had an ink available, choosing not to boost the Cheshire Cat to move the damage onto perhaps the Royal Guard to be able to get rid of it. But of course, Aitor will not be able to quest to win this turn unless he has, I don't know, plays a crazy card like White Rose or something in this purple deck. I don't know. I've seen it before.
Right? You never know.
But first, we're going to use Dumbo's 9th Wonder of the Universe ability, Breaking Records. We are going to pay 1, and we will be able to draw a card and gain a lore.
Really just looking for answers here. He needs to get that Christopher Robin off the board. That's what he needs to be able to do. I mean, if he can get rid of both, even better. But if he can at least get Christopher Robin off the board, that will ensure that our Amethyst Emerald player can't win next turn. And he finds an Elsa, and he's able to use her ability to exert Christopher Robin when she comes into play. Royal Guard, it looks like he's thinking about how many cards he drew this turn. I believe he drew for turn, and he drew for...
he drew off Dumbo.
Off the Dumbo.
So currently,
yes. So
it is a 3-2.
3-2 character. We could easily take out... Well, no, because of that resist.
But yeah, because of Snowfort.
Oh, but we are able. Okay, so he must have drawn enough cards here where he could go in, and we are going to quest up here to 17, 18. Oh my goodness.
So just a Cheshire Cat left on the board for our...
and there it is!
That's what we were talking about.
Top deck go-go. I heard the crowd over in the other room all exclaim. We are all abuzz here. That is, I mean, what a way to win the game. That's what that deck does, though.
That's what that deck does.
Amethyst Emerald does the thing. It pulls a go-go off the top, and there is all that lore sitting over on the other side of the board, and he is able to take the win, Kim.
Yeah, you have amazing cards from the Amethyst package, like that draws cards, all the evasives, but then you have all of these key cards from Emeralds that aren't seeing a lot of play, like the Webby, which is included in some decks, but we haven't seen it much. The Webby and the Louis to give Reckless to make the pairing up of Louis to make the opponent's Glimmers Reckless, so then they have to challenge, so then they have damage on them. Okay, you have Cheshire Cat, but I have Cheshire Cat too, so I can move damage, but also something you have that I have that you don't have is Go-Go Tamago.
Yes, and that Snowfort, I tell you, Kim, that Snowfort is a new card in Winter Spell, and it did so much work for our Emerald Amethyst player. Really key to him being able to keep his characters on the board. The Blurple player was having to trade in 2 and sometimes even 3 Glimmers just to get rid of 1 Glimmer on the other side of the board, and that is what Snowfort is there for.
Yeah, a lot of Blurple decks in general were teching for items. When they were teching for items, they were considering Emerald. Chromicon, an item they didn't think about a lot was probably Snowfort. So we could have potentially seen a Wasabi coming in to banish the Snowfort, but of course that would have given the his opponent an extra lore.
Yes, yeah. Well, what an exciting game. It was so fun to see a deck that we haven't seen all day. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of Emerald Amethyst as the weekend goes on. Let us know what deck you think is going to take it all. I know that I am rooting for dogs. You are rooting for...
I'm still rooting for Sapphire Emerald.
Oh, that's right, Sapphire Emerald. Well, besides the decks that we picked to win, we also have our super fun fantasy caster draft.
Yes, we do.
And I believe that we have some updates here. Hey,
Whoa.
Baker pulling out, still staying in the lead with 51 points. And guess who is in second place right now?
That's you, Rebecca.
Me. That's me.
That's you.
42 points.
You crept up
I
there.
did.
You were last with Ross.
Ross and I were tied for last place the last time that we had an update. Can we put the graphic back up there again? I think I'm in second place. 39 for you,
Okay,
Team Kim.
I'm in third.
Oh, third. You're tied with Spessy, and then we have Ross and Team Jen. Let us know in the chat what team you are rooting for. But man, Baker really doing well. I'm glad. I'm excited to see that my team has done some work for me over the last few rounds. So that's super fun. Are you enjoying the fantasy draft?
I am really enjoying the fantasy draft. However, Kree gave out to me because someone else stole him from my team. But you know what? I won't spoil it, but he's doing pretty well, so he's kind of carrying your team. So I didn't want to pick him on purpose also because I didn't want to jinx him.
Okay, that's
so
fair.
it kind of works. It kind of works. But also Baker's still sailing away up there in first place.
Really? He is sailing the Azurite Sea with his team. He really is. They are doing very well. I asked out on social media a couple days ago before the event started who you would pick if you were creating your own fantasy draft team. And it was really fun to hear from the community, all these different players, especially for me, from the US and coming over here to these events in Europe and getting introduced to so many players. It's in the Belgium community and across Europe. It's been really fantastic being introduced to people and players like really rooting for their teammates and community players. It's really, really fun.
Yeah, it's been really beautiful. And I did want to ask you, Rebecca, because I know you've been here since like Tuesday.
Yeah,
Monday or Tuesday, and you've got a chance to explore a little bit, and I really want to hear about Belgian food.
Belgian food. Okay, there's 3 things that you need to know that I've learned. Okay, this is what I've learned. You've got waffles.
Oh, I like waffles.
You've got chocolate.
Oh, I like chocolate.
And you've got fries.
Oh, I really like fries.
Yes. So if you like any of those things, you'll like Belgian food.
Okay, I think I like Belgian food. I think I'll have to go explore more. I'm hoping on Monday.
There you go.
I'll get to go explore more. I know you got to see some of the beautiful sites, and I know they have some beautiful, beautiful sites to see. And the Belgian community is just a lot of fun. And I did see a few local game stores, and I think you got to go into a local game store.
I was gonna try to make it there. I didn't end up being able to go, but I would have loved to. But I'm really so happy that I'm able to come and travel to these events. Of course, for those of you who are looking forward to the next Disney Lorcana Challenge, we have more coming up. There's one happening in Taipei. There's one happening in Brazil, and then in June there are 2 Disney Lorcana challenges happening. The Infinity events. We have Disney Lorcana Challenge Dortmund in Germany happening at the beginning of June, followed up by Indianapolis, which is happening June 19th through the 21st. So there are plenty of opportunities for people to come out, make your way to a Disney Lorcana Challenge and play some Disney Lorcana, interact with the community. These events are so fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm so excited because not only is Dortmund Infinity, but in Indianapolis is also Infinity. So if you're going, I don't like Core Constructed, I want to play my Be Prepared, and I want to play my
Lucky
Hiram, and I
Dime.
want to play my Tamatoa, you can, because they're going to be Infinity. And what's really exciting, like this tournament, we have 4,000 players.
Yes.
I believe Dortmund is also going to have 4,000 players.
Yes, Dortmund is for sure. I don't know about Indianapolis, so don't take, so that might just still be about 2,000 players. But Dortmund, I know for sure, is going to be another 4,000 players. Infinity, I think, is going to be really exciting. But right now, we're still in winter spell. We're core constructed. There are some Infinity side events going on out there, but we are in winter spell. I know that we've been sharing a little bit on the stream about some game-changing cards and looking at different deck profiles. So I want to know, Kim, what has been like your favorite card from Winterspell?
My favorite card from Winterspell?
Yes.
I would have said...
Or like a top 2 or something.
Okay. I would have said, well, Grandmother Willow.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
But my favorite out of everything is Ohana Means Family, because it gives me set one Rapunzel nostalgia, and it's very beautiful. And
Ohana Means Family is a wonderful card, and the enchanted art for that is so beautiful.
Yes.
Well, that's fun. I think Grandmother Willow would be mine. And
Yours?
as far as like my favorite art though is the Enchanted Bell Snowfield Strategist.
Yeah.
That is my chase card. I love it so much, and I hope that I can get my hands on it one of these days. But we are ready now for an interview, so we are going to throw it over to that and hear from our player.
Hello, I am here with Omar, the winner of our round 5 feature match. How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. I feel great. I mean, even a bit suspicious because just yesterday I was saying to my fiancée that I'm going to lose everything, and now I'm in 5-0. And
incredible.
Yeah, I don't believe it myself, so it's fine.
Believe it, because you're doing it. It's amazing.
I'm like just one more and come back on Sunday, but
yeah, amazing. And so for time constraints, we weren't able to show your whole round of matches. We just saw the last one. So do you mind just giving like a little overview of the first couple matches for us?
yes. So I was on the play because I won on the dice. That's
Nice.
really important in this game.
Yeah, very important.
And I did not find my Webby for the shift.
Ah, okay.
So I was like on the first turn, Webby, then Flynn, then Cat, and then Genie, just to find everything I need. And I think the turn when I get the lead is like, I don't know the word in English. I'm sorry to
That's okay.
slide down.
Oh yeah, exert.
Quest.
Yeah.
Exert.
The
That's
quest,
it.
Yeah.
And I play the Chernabog 5 uninkable
Oh,
green.
nice. Yeah.
That shuffle a card in the deck, and he has nothing in this card. So I kill his Elsa, his Genie, his Basil. I had 3 creatures on the board, so I was like, okay, keep like this. Value, draw, and ward. That's really important in this matchup.
Very, very important.
And that's it. I went to go high in lore, and I inked in the start of the game, in the beginning of the game, 2 go out of my 3, and I still had 1. So even if he could manage to kill all my characters, I had this one instead.
You still saw her. That's awesome. I love that because she can be so important. There's like pivotal moments where, a go to Margot or, for example, in an Amethyst Steel, you might want to see your giant Cobra just to get that extra little lore there and tick you over into 20. That's awesome. So, I mean, how was this matchup for you? You were against Blurple, yeah?
Yeah, because of Webby. Just her, all the ward people.
Yeah.
Even the Robin Hood, the big guy to 9 uninkable. I just have 1 in this deck, and still I can thank him for all the matches before.
Amazing.
And I feel very lucky because his deck is doing great against blue.
Yes.
And I had only this today. I'm afraid a bit of dogs. It's even against PS, but it's fine.
Yeah, nice one. And have you been practicing the same list for a while? Have you made any changes recently, or?
Actually, 2 weeks ago, I was like, I don't know what to play. Because I'm like, I don't like to play Blurple, Dog, PS, because everyone is playing it. And I feel like lots of people are like me on this way.
Yeah.
And I saw this guy in Vernon, tournament in France, like 2 weeks ago, playing this deck. And I was like, I want to play this.
I love that.
I made some change for me, like the Chernabog, especially the Chernabog because I needed some blasts in this deck.
Yes.
And that's it. Now I'm here. So I don't know if he will hear me, but thank you for your list. And that's it.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. That's awesome. I love that. And it's always really interesting talking to players about, their process with a deck when they're preparing for a tournament like this, because I feel like there are so many times where even just a couple days before, everyone is like, they're umming and ahhing about what to play. Do I make this change? Do I make that change? So that's like, I love that you saw a deck and you were like, I want to play this. And then you made it your own, because everyone has personal changes that they might want to make. So that's really awesome. Do you think will you make any other changes after this tournament, or are you feeling you must be feeling pretty good about it? You're doing well.
Yeah, I have this genie, the cost 3 that you
Okay.
can boost and
Yes,
lure a
the
lot.
magical researcher.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know what to do with this card because
Yeah.
on turn 3 you hope you add Wabies so you can play it on 4, or maybe I don't know, the cat, and I never played it. So I was thinking about another ward because people love playing against ward, and I'd see.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Well, I'm feeling positive for you about
you.
the rest of this tournament. You're doing incredibly well so far,
Thank you.
obviously. And I wish you all the luck for the rest of this tournament. Thank you so much for chatting with us, and good luck for the rest of it.
Thank you.
We're going to throw back to our casters for some more gameplay.
So fun to hear from that Emerald Amethyst player. I'm so glad that we got to see that deck in action. Sounds like we didn't see all of it, though.
No, we didn't see all of it, but it sounds like it was eventful, and I'm really excited to see how well that Amethyst Emerald deck does in the rest of the tournament. But we don't have another game right now. But we do have something else that we really want to talk about.
Yes, we did talk about it this morning a little bit, but we just want to highlight this again because it's new here at Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent, and it is so fun. And it is this little quest book that all of our attendees are getting. So whether you're a competitor or just an attendee, you get a quest book, and then you can go around and get stamps. And some of the things on here are super fun. Playing the main event, pick up your badge, participate in the community jigsaw puzzle. What are some things that stand out to you on this, Kim?
Collect all 6 ink color button badges.
Yes.
So if you go around, I think there's a table, there's like a little fan experience place near the jigsaws, and you can go and get little badges, and you can collect 6, one of each color. So they'll give you 6
of the
and
same
then
color.
The best thing is that you get to go around and make friends with loads of random people because they're giving different colors to everyone. So you have to go, hey, trade, go make friends, and it's just beautiful, and it's really just showcasing the magic of of this game, the magic of the whole community in general. It's beautiful.
A really great activity for extroverts.
Yes, yes, it is. But also the best part about it, you don't have to complete all 8 tasks. I believe.
Yeah,
you only have to complete 5, and then you get a special promo. We don't know what the promo is, so somebody
let us know.
Somebody
what promo
go
it is.
complete it and let us know what the promo is, because I'm intrigued.
One of the things that you can do on here, Kim, I don't know if you saw this, but you can participate in a Disney Lorcana TCG quiz.
No.
So I had the pleasure of actually hosting the first quiz time earlier today with a whole bunch of Illumineers out there, and there's 20 questions, and they are doing that quiz each day. Tomorrow Baker's going to be hosting, and then I'll be hosting it again on Sunday, and there's questions about Disney, and there's also questions about Disney Lorcana, and I have a couple questions that I'm going to ask you right now.
Okay.
I think you're going to get them.
Okay,
I think you're
I'm
gonna
ready,
get them.
I'm ready.
Okay, ready? Here's the easy one. What character made their very first appearance in Disney Lorcana trading card game in Winterspell?
Oh, Pocahontas.
Pocahontas. There you go. That was it. That's it.
Yay.
Okay. Okay, now I have a Disney-related trivia question for you. Actually, it's a two-parter, okay?
Okay.
Do you know what year the very first full-length feature film was released by Disney? Do you know? It's earlier than most people think. If you're in chat, let us know in chat. Let us know in chat if you know.
And then
somebody yell it at Kim. She's thinking.
19.
Yes. So far, you're good.
1936.
Oh, so close. 1937.
Oh!
1937, and you know which one it was.
Snow White.
Snow White, yes. Okay, and the next one was Pinocchio.
Okay.
Okay, and what was the third full-length feature film from Disney? It's not one that you might think.
Can I ask a question?
Ask questions. Yes.
Is it in Disney Lorcana trading card game?
Yes, it is. It's kind of a tricky one.
Phantasmic isn't.
Oh.
It is?
Fantasia.
Fantasia.
Yes.
Yes.
It's Fantasia.
I was like, that's not full length feature film. Oh my god,
it is. It is. And that was the
Whoa.
third one that was released by Disney.
So, whoa, mind blown. So earlier, Rebecca, we talked about some game-changing cards. Our
We
favorite.
did.
We talked about Ohana Means Family, which is my favorite, and obviously Grandmother Willow. But now we are going to go over to Baker and Jen, and we're going to find out more about Ruby. Game-changing cards.
I can't wait. Let's see what game-changing cards we have.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent. I am joined by the wonderful Jen, the newest member of the team. It's great to have you on. I want to pick your mind a little bit, Jen. We're going to talk about some more game-changing cards, and we're going to feature an ink color that is very sentimental to myself, Ruby. But I know you're a Ruby girl as well, right?
I am, yes. I played my Ruby Steel deck, which I think I got a little bit known for a long time, but then it got destroyed by set rotation, and I miss it so much.
I mean, you beat me with it at set championship a couple of sets back on my classic Ruby Amethyst, so I know that deck was very well handled by you. But yes, we're in a brand new format now. Ruby maybe struggling a little bit compared to its former heyday, but there are some cool cards that we got introduced in Winterspell, and I'd like to talk to you about a few of them. So the first one on this screen that I'm going to just jump in and talk about is the new 7-cost uninkable Wreck-It Ralph Raging Wrecker. This is a big boy, Jen. He is a 3/4, quest for 3, count them 3, and he is a Whisper. So he has that new boost mechanic. This is boost 1, and for every card under Wreck-It Ralph, he gains an additional strength. So we can pump him up to be even bigger than he already is. But wait, there's more. When this character is banished, banish all characters with strength equal or less to Wreck-It Ralph. This is the closest that I can get to a Be Prepared these days. I can't get a board wipe to save anyone, but Wreck-It Ralph is a way to potentially do it. Talk to me about Wreck-It Ralph. Do you like him?
I do. I think he's really fun, and I genuinely think that like a boost 1 is so good. Like it's so cheap. It's so cheap. So yeah, it's really easy to boost him up, I think, because of that cheap boost cost. And yeah, as you say, like it is the closest we have to a Ruby board wipe at this point. And we did see it at the recent CCQ in Leicester in the UK. We saw it happen on the feature table, and it was a wonderful moment. It was very, very cool. But yeah, I think he's just so fun as well. He's just such a fun card, I think.
I think the only potential problem is like, how are you banishing him, right? Like if you're sure you can just challenge, or if your opponent challenges, but if your opponent challenges, they're probably going to try and play around that board wipe a little bit. Maybe they won't play a character until after they've dealt with Ralph. So really, we want ways to be able to remove him ourselves. Shout out to a member of the community, Taris, who presented a Ruby Amethyst deck playing Wreck-It Ralph, and the new Lonely Grave, which is an item card where you can banish one of your own characters. So that's a nice bit of synergy to be able to work with Wreck-It Ralph. And as we said, if we can get his strength nice and high, boost him up a couple of times, then there's a lot of characters we could remove. 3 is already pretty relevant, right?
Yeah, definitely. Like, yeah.
So I'm a big fan of this Ralph, plus Whispers and the boost mechanic has synergies with, like, if you return the Ralph to your hand, then you get the cards under him. So I'm a big fan of Wreck-It Ralph, but another card with the boost mechanic, Jen, that I'm going to ask you to talk to us about. But this one is not a Whisper. Talk to me about Scrooge McDuck.
Yeah, we have this 2-cost uninkable Scrooge McDuck, a Ghostly Ebenezer. Also a boost 1, so again has that really cheap boost cost, which we love. And this character gains +1 strength and +1 willpower for each card under him, which you can really, really boost him up. Like, he's already got that 3/3 stat line, which is already pretty decent.
Pretty good for a 2-cost.
Exactly, especially as a 2-cost against a lot of current decks. He could do a lot, but then as soon as you're able to boost him and boost him and boost him, he might become unstoppable. Who knows?
One thing I really like about this Scrooge is that there's a card in format, been around for a couple of sets now, that is another boogeyman, which is the Cheshire Cat Inexplicable.
Yes.
This is a very important card in the meta. You don't want to feed the cat. If there's ever an opportunity for your opponent to have damage floating, then they can utilize the Cheshire Cat and move that damage around. And this Scrooge McDuck, just from a boost of 1, he is now a 4/4, meaning the Cheshire Cat can't necessarily create these awkward moments where there's damage floating. So stats are good overall, and as we've already mentioned, any card where you can put cards under them, if they play a Hades, that's extra ink. If you return this to your hand with the 1-cost Olaf or something like that, then that's extra cards to your hand. So I think Scrooge is pretty well situated. Would you be playing it this weekend?
I think I would be, to be honest. I got him I did a sealed event when Winterspell
Love a bit
first
of
came
sealed.
out, and I got him, and he did a lot for me. He really did. I really, really like him. And as you say, yeah, like I think as well, if you were playing Ruby Amethyst, you might have your own Cheshire Cat, and the bigger he gets, the more able he is to hold damage for you to use your Cheshire Cat for. So yeah, I think he's really cool.
Yeah, a couple of community members already putting this card to good use. Shout out to Raymond, another experienced Ruby Amethyst player who's doing exactly what you just said, combining the Scrooge with things like Cat, and even Bell, accomplished Mystic.
Yes.
And shout out to Sky, second place at the DLC in Richmond. Had a pretty good run at a CCQ not too long ago where he was playing Ruby Steel, playing the Scrooge McDuck. He went 5-0 and then lost 4 in a row. But he said that he felt like he got a little bit unlucky in those last couple of rounds. And Sky, very well known, respected. If he says it, I believe him. He's not someone that I think is going to make excuses.
No.
So maybe there's some more gas to the Ruby Steel deck, which I know you'll enjoy.
I'm so excited.
In particular.
I looked at that deck list and I have to play it. I have to play it. I'm going to play it. I'm so excited.
We're going to get it built for Jen. But moving on to our actions that may be game changers for set 11 going on. We've got a couple of very cool ones. First of all, we've got Marching Off to Battle. Amazing song. I love this song from Mulan. This is a 4-cost inkable action song. And if a character was banished this turn, draw 2 cards. Ruby has always lacked in the card draw department, not something that we do very well, unfortunately, but marching off the battle we can be pretty good. Again, just getting to draw 2 cards is nice, and the condition of a character has to have been banished that turn isn't the hardest thing to fulfill.
No, I feel like especially in Ruby it can work really well because you've got a lot of challenger cards, you know, you've got your Mulans, your Mushus, etc. So I agree. I think the condition could be tricky, but I think in Ruby of all colors, it's definitely easier to meet that condition.
It's funny because the top players always talk about if you can draw first, draw first. When you have a turn and you're weighing up your options, if there's a way to draw a card, always try and do that first so that you've got all of your options.
Yes.
But this marching off the battle, you have to have banished something first, either your opponent's or one of your own. So you have to commit to a game action and then you get the 2 cards, but that can be good enough in a deck that doesn't have a lot of draw. I expect us to see some play in Ruby Sapphire decks as well. Don't know how popular that deck's going to be this weekend, but it is certainly some card draw that they could utilize. So any card that says draw a card is definitely worth a look, right?
Definitely, definitely. And then the other action we have here is Grab Your Bow, a 5-cost uninkable action song, and banish up to 2 chosen characters with 2 ink cost or less, which of course going to be very, very good in certain matchups. For example, against those pesky dogs.
Lots of small characters in dogs, any aggro deck like Amber Steel, and even mid-range stuff like Genie, that's 2 strength. Elsa, that's 2 strength. The Tramp Street Smart Dog, that's 2 strength. So a ton of characters very relevant for this song. This was actually my reveal card, actually. So
I know.
I have a tenderness towards this one. It is uninkable, but it can be sung. We know singing is very powerful in Lorcana.
Yes, very much
and it's
so.
a 2 for 1, right? Like you gave up 1 card and you hopefully took out 2.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think it has a lot of potential to be very powerful in certain Ruby decks, and as you say, being a song as well is very important because I think there are a lot of actions which it would be really nice if they were songs as well.
If we could just exert a character to pay that cost, that would be
Yeah.
amazing. But yeah, I think this card could absolutely surprise some people this weekend. Again, Ruby not so much in its former heyday, but I think it's better than people are giving it credit for. There will be people out there in the room today that brought Ruby and are looking to do the most with it. So yeah, plenty of potentially game-changing cards for Ruby. Again, not in its former heyday, but I'm a believer. I know there are players out there that are believers in Ruby and are looking to make an impact with it this weekend.
Definitely. We have faith. We really do. So let's go and see some more games here at the Disney Lorcana DLC in Ghent.
Thanks, me. I'm here with Joe.
How did you do that?
I have no idea.
I think
it's
that's
magic.
it's a different outfit as well. That was so quick.
I know. I'm a very fast changer.
That's very impressive. I need some top tips.
Thank you. So we are going into round 6.
Round 6?
Round 6.
Or is it round 5? I think it's round 6.
I think we're going into round 6.
I think so.
I'm lost.
It's a busy day. Jen, I've not had a chance to ever cast with you, so I'm really looking forward to it. But how has your first Disney Lorcana Challenge experience been on the broadcast side of things? How's it treating you so far?
Really good. Really good, thank you. I definitely feel a bit all over the place, but I think
Nobody would know.
It's fun and it's fine, and hopefully it doesn't matter. But we are going into round 6 now. We have our players here. It looks like a mirror match, I think.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. And I always do enjoy a mirror match because it really tests you in a different way. It's going to be an amber and emerald, dogs as we call it, the amber and emerald mirror matchup. But of course, we don't necessarily know that the players are playing the exact kind of decks, although it seems to be the case. But what's important to recognize is that the players are not going to know that they're in a mirror match until that first card hits the inkwell. So this opening mulligan is a blind mulligan. You don't have that information, and that can definitely change a few things, Jen.
Of course, and as you say, we don't know that it's unlikely they're playing exactly the same list.
Yep.
But we've also been seeing this variation with the Mickey Mouse Amber Champion, that's it.
Yep.
Forgot the word completely. Which we've been seeing quite a bit today. I've heard people talking about it, which is a really fun card. I mean, how do you feel about that addition to this deck?
It's a really interesting one. It's got like a couple of bits of utility, right? It can become a Singer 8, which is great for Under the Sea, and also giving your other characters extra willpower is fascinating. I think the fact that you can play it on turn 3 with Grandmother Willow makes it a lot better. Like turn 4, it's a little bit slow. But you know what isn't slow? It's Daisy Duck for Patrick on turn number 1. And Fabrice probably knows when they see that Delamoon Lullaby, okay, it's an amber card. But if you see that Delamoon's Lullaby and that Daisy Duck, I imagine Fabrice is fully expecting the mirror matchup. I'm quite interested to see the facial expression of Patrick here when Fabrice inks and realizes that they might be in a mirror match. Now, an Amber Emerald mirror match is all about who can get the Under the Sea through.
Yes, which of course, with Patrick going first, is slightly more likely that he would get it, but...
Yeah, okay. That's Patrick, like, yep, I know what's happening.
I love it. I really love it. What a good card. We love her. We also don't like her if we're against her. And of course, these guys both have her and are against her. So they're definitely both in a love-hate relationship here, I think.
Yeah, how long is the true mirror going to last as we see the Grandmother Willow and the Lady Elegant Spaniel as well? That is about as good an opening as it gets. I think the only thing for Patrick missing would be a second Daisy Duck, arguably, instead of that lady. But this is the really, really key opening for Patrick because a turn 3 tramp, that 7-cost tramp, is now a possibility thanks to this Grandmother Willow opening.
Absolutely. I'm really keen to see what Fabrice plays here, how different it is to what Patrick has opened with. Is he going to have the Grandmother Willow or...
Oh.
Yes, he is.
Wow, look at that. It's not a true mirror anymore. They've both got ladies.
Yeah,
but they
ladies,
are
but different ladies. But that's really, really fun. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, both players have hit the best opening possible, really. But the big question now for Patrick is, does he have that tramp available? That is the key card to add into the mix at this point. Ink, tramp's going to cost just 3 thanks to the Willows.
Yes. And can you speak to that in terms of the tramp? Because we know it is a key card for this deck. So can you talk a little bit about why that is?
Yeah, it's a 7-cost character, which helps sing Under the Sea. And you can also just dig for all of your other cards, like finding the Under the Sea. As we actually see, Fabrice does not find that tramp. Oof. And instead goes for the Grandmother Willow and the Go-Go, which means that there's no threat here of Under the Sea in the next turn, unless Fabrice was able to shift in a lady. That would turn that Under the Sea online. And I mean, if Patrick has the tramp here, we're going to see the instant difference in situations, right? One other thing that's really interesting about tramp is because you're digging into the deck, you can potentially play around cards like Ursa the Deceiver, right? You don't need to have the Under the Sea in your hand. You can dig into it and then sing Under the Sea later down the line. So it's an extremely powerful card. You get to filter your deck. You get a big, high cost character for song singing on the board. It just does it all, really.
Agreed, definitely. And as you say, you know, because he has that first ability that for each character you have in play, you can pay one less to play the Tramp. And then, of course, if you have a Grandmother Willow in board, you can play even less for Tramp. It feels almost just broken to be able to play a Tramp when you only have like 2 ink. You're playing a 7-cost card. It's just crazy.
Very fascinating decision from Patrick off this Nani, because there was the option of an Ursula Deceiver, but goes for the Bobby. Perhaps now I see that there's an Ursula Deceiver in Patrick's hand already, I'm less surprised.
Yes.
But this Nani cost just 2, thanks to that Grandmother Willow.
Very nice. Love that. Love that. Nani, a stage manager, another new winter spell card that has had a lot of discussion, and we've seen a lot of play going into this new meta, this new format. But that Ursula Deceiver is going into the Inkwell. Maybe he has another one in hand, or maybe he just has other plays he's maybe planning to do instead. But using the Bobby to cater the hand, draw a card and then discard a card.
Yep, Fabrice draws the Rhino off the top, so still neither player, they started off brilliantly, but neither player going for that Tramp just yet. Fabrice certainly doesn't have access to it, but Bobby will be played for 0 ink, thanks to that Grandmother Willow. Of course, the card will need to be discarded. 2 Rhinos for Fabrice, which are so good with the Under the Sea, but without it, they are rather lackluster. So we could be going into a bit of a top deck battle here for, certainly on Fabrice's side. Patrick with that extra card drawn being the player going second, as well as that card added to hand from Nani, has a few more resources in hand available.
Definitely not the best position you want to be in, I think, when you're relying on a top draw, a top deck. But of all the decks that you could be in that situation with, I don't think this is the worst one, because you are likely to get a lower cost card that is still really powerful within this build, within this deck, within this current board state. So yeah, but both players with really, really wide boards here.
Fabrice is also actually threatening that Under the Sea at the moment. The Daisy and the Willow is 3, Lady 4, Grandmother Willow 6, Go-Go up to 8. So even if one of the 1-cost characters was removed, Fabrice has 9 cost worth of characters on the board. So he's certainly threatening that Under the Sea. Of course, doesn't have it in hand, but there's always the potential to draw in it off the top. It's going to be Lady, I think, played there down by Patrick for 0 ink, though, thanks to that Grandmother Willow. And there's the first Tramp of this mirror match. Now, is there enough for Patrick to sing Under the Sea immediately?
I think so. Because, of course...
It is. It's 8 exactly. So if Patrick can find it, that Under the Sea, and we talked about it, it's all about being the first to sing Under the Sea. The Tramp digs so deep that it hasn't been found.
No, what a shame. What a shame, because, of course, as we know, Under the Sea is an 8 cost, but it has the Sing Together ability, which means you can sing it with multiple characters that equal up to 8 ink costs. So, but that is such a shame to not see it. I think it was pretty clear that's what he was digging for.
Yep.
Very unfortunate to not have seen it.
Yeah, absolutely. But also for Fabrice. Fabrice has been unfortunate not to find that Tramp Street Smart Dog in the first place. So, but there's another Tramp coming through. So there is more opportunities to find that Under the Sea. Surely at some point, I think it's been found.
I think that's it. I think that's it. Oh my gosh.
It looks like Patrick's found it.
He got
One card left in hand, but that's all you need.
There it is.
Sing Together, Under the Sea.
Wow, there it is. There it is.
Yep. And
I think that's every single card. Yes.
Yep.
Wow, every single card on the opponent's board gone. Under the deck. Under the sea.
Fantastic stuff. And Fabrice, I mean, look at this. I don't think there's much coming back from this, but look at this, Jen. This is so fun because what Fabrice is doing here is a really subtle but important thing. He knows that he's losing this game, right? He's ready to scoop. But what he's just doing is he's just looking through the information from Patrick's discard to just try and work out what kind of card count might be in Patrick's deck and just gain every little bit of information possible for game number 2. So a really heads-up decision from Fabrice. I would imagine that they don't think they can win from this position, but they just want to get as much information as possible, I think.
I agree. And I'm really curious to know, because we saw there, as he was looking through Patrick's...
That's a scoop.
Oh my gosh, there it is. Fabrice is winning that first match, I think.
Winning.
Sorry, Patrick winning that first match. Sorry, my bad. Well done. What an interesting first game. I mean, with a mirror match as well, you never quite know how it's going to go. And I think as well, especially with this type of deck, a mirror match is... I don't know. I was like, I don't know what this is going to be like, but it was really, really fun to watch.
Yeah.
Really enjoyable.
It's all about who can find that under the sea first. It really does come down to that. Of course, there's opportunities to outplay your opponent with something like an Ursula Deceiver or a Mowgli potentially to get rid of the under the sea. But very often it's about getting that tramp down on curve, finding the under the sea. Both players started off so well, but the big difference was that street smart dog.
Yes, you're absolutely right. As we said, that's just such a powerful card to not only play for so much less than its base ink cost, but also, of course, for that search ability, which did in the end.
Yes.
That's how Patrick got that under the sea. And do you think with this mirror match, you know, we just saw that there, the under the sea happened and the scoop was very, very shortly after. Do you think that, as you said, you know, it's kind of about who gets the under the sea first? Do you think ultimately that is the main clincher for this, you know, for this mirror match?
Yeah, and it can go different ways, but because of the consistency of the tramp, right?
Yeah.
Very often players are just going to leave their characters ready. Interesting to note, neither player quested with their Daisy Duck to begin, because you don't really need the lore at that stage in the game. What you really need is just building towards that under the sea and making things as awkward for your opponent as possible. So the mulligans are so important with this deck. How aggressive do you go? You're obviously going to want to keep a little bit of curve. Fabrice keeping just 2 cards. There's going to be 5 new cards in this alter phase for Fabrice. And Patrick, I might have been a full 7. Maybe it was a 5 there as well. I didn't quite catch it, but both players shuffling up their decks, ready for game number 2. That 1 extra card in hand as well for the player going second, Jen.
Yes.
We often talk about the player going second on the draw. They have a little bit of a disadvantage. But actually, in this case, that 1 extra card in hand could have been really useful. That could have been the difference between drawing the tramp or not, right?
Yes, agreed, definitely. I think you're right, and I think because this is a deck that plays so many like lower cost characters as well, like you know that even if you go second, you've got that extra card, so you have that hand advantage straight from the get-go. But you also know that still on your next turn, you can, you know, get even 2 characters out or 3 characters out or whatever it might be. So, yeah, but we're seeing the lady come down there straight off the bat for Fabrice. Yeah,
and it was Bobby into the ink. There's one thing that's really interesting is Delamoon's Lullaby is inked for Patrick, and it's going to be a lady. Now, Fabrice has access to Mowgli, and we've just seen them draw that tramp for the first time in this series. But Patrick has Under the Sea in hand, so this could be a huge turn 2. But it's actually the Mowgli into the ink instead to get that Grandmother Willow down. But of course it makes sense. This is the line that you want. This is a 0-cost Bobby, and that means that the tramp is going to be online for that turn 3 tramp, which was not possible before the Grandmother Willow was printed in Winterspell.
But I can see in Patrick's hand he does already have an Under the Sea, which of course as an uninkable in a starting hand, not that great, but of course we know that he wants it, he needs it. However, of course, if Fabrice had chosen to play that Mowgli, that Under the Sea potentially gone.
Yeah, absolutely could have. But Under the Sea could have been out of the hand and into the discard. Does Patrick have this Grandmother Willow opening as well? They do, but they still need the 1 drop to go alongside it to also get their tramp through on turn number 3. And they've also managed to achieve it with Bobby Zamiski. Will they discard that Under the Sea, or will they risk it for a biscuit and keep it in hand? It's a big discard decision from Patrick. I would wager they might keep it after seeing that Mowgli inked, and that's what they decide to do.
I loved that absolute mirror right there on the board. Look at that.
Beautiful.
Like, look at that.
The only difference
gorgeous.
is a couple of ones are foil, ones are non-foil.
Yeah.
But it's almost perfect.
I love it. It's so fun. Twinsies.
We are actually not going to see the tramp, but instead the lady shift, and it's Under the Sea. Turn 3 Under the Sea. Surprise. Patrick likely wasn't expecting that. I certainly wasn't.
I wasn't expecting that straight off the bat. I didn't even realize, of course, but of course, we're putting that shift lady down, which is an ink cost of 5, immediately makes it with the 2 from the Grandmother Willow and the 1 from the Bobby. That's 8. That's 8, baby.
Yeah,
you
I
get
say-
that under the sea.
And I say Patrick wasn't expecting it, but to be fair, Patrick is undefeated at the moment as a Dogs player. There's a good chance he's played some Dogs mirrors in his time. And now that I'm seeing it, it makes total sense as a line. If you can get a 1-cost lady down, you don't have to go for the tramp under the sea play. That lady shift becomes a real option. As we do see the Nani come through, add a lady into the hand for Patrick. Can Patrick mount a comeback here? Because that wasn't early under the sea. Patrick might have an opportunity to regain some board control, but Fabrice is certainly in the ascendancy here.
Definitely Fabrice on the upper hand here. But as we know, and we saw earlier, and we can see now, Patrick does still have that under the sea in his hand. So if he can get enough characters on board, there's a potential to then wipe out Fabrice's board. But yeah, will it be enough? Will it be enough? But, you know, it is tricky as well, not wanting to quest in this situation, because you don't want to make your characters vulnerable, of course, to challenging. So, you know, neither player really being able to actually gain any lore in this situation, which is quite unusual for this deck.
Could we ever see a second under the sea? I actually think Fabrice has no cards left in hand here. So all of those cards were sent straight to the discard. But importantly, it does include a Lilo escape artist who might be able to escape that discard pile at the start of Fabrice's next turn. But Patrick, with just Nani as the only character left on the board, is going to need to try and build towards that under the sea very quickly.
Oh yes, not an ideal situation for Patrick. And we've got that big old boy tramp down on Fabrice's board there. I'm like, ooh, I'm excited.
It's a
I'm
tense
excited.
one.
I really like. It's so different to the first game. It feels already. So I'm really keen to see how this pans out. We've got that Rhino there. Give the -1 strength to the lady.
And the tramp combining with lady, which is quite fitting, of course, lady and the tramp. This lady now has the opportunity. It can't quest, of course, or challenge because it was just played this turn. So play passes back on over to Fabrice. No cards in hand, but that Lilo escape artist sat in the discard waiting. It's going to cost, I believe the Grandmother Willow does contribute towards the cost reduction. So I think this Lilo is going to cost just one to play.
Yes, I believe you're correct there.
But you do have to decide on the Lilo in the set stage. So it goes ready, set, and then draw.
Yes.
So if you want to play this Lilo from your discard, you have to do it before you draw a card. But Grandmother Willow will reduce the cost of the escape artist. 1 card in hand for Fabrice right off the top. What's it going to be? Does it cost 2 or less? Daisy questing first for that extra little bit of information to see what card is added to Patrick's hand, if any. It will be a Rhino.
Another Rhino. Okay. I really want to know what Fabrice drew, because you're absolutely right. You have to make that decision about whether you're going to play Lilo from the discard before you draw. And we can see it's a lady, and there she comes down. Okay, that worked out quite well for him.
And we talked about, Jen, it's all about who gets the under the sea through first. But there's a real possibility here that if Patrick could do some shifting, like a shift lady would be the obvious example in this moment in time, and under the sea, there's actually a real opportunity to claw their way back into this game. Potentially, I mean, the lady shift, if you could get Rhino down in the mixer as well, you would need 2 Rhinos, though, to set that lady to 2 strength. So the Floodborn lady is probably going to be safe. But is there a chance Patrick could claw their way back into this one? I think there could be.
I agree. I think there is a possibility. And there's, you see this shift lady.
Is there the under the sea available for Patrick? I think it's been there right from the start. Fabrice inked that Mowgli, remember, on turn number 2.
Yes, yes.
And I think this could be a big moment. This game is not over. It's 12 lore to 0. But I think we might be about to see an under the sea, if I'm not mistaken.
I think we might be as well. He's definitely got enough characters
Tramp
to sing it with them. So, okay.
Rhino's going to take out the lady. And it's Lady and Nani combined.
Yes, there it is. Under the sea.
Can you believe it? The under the sea from Patrick. We said it's all about whoever gets the first under the sea through first. But Patrick is proving us wrong, because suddenly they have the total board control. Fabrice has no cards left in hand. Yes, okay, they're 11 lore behind, but it's total control, but that is about as good a top deck as it gets.
Definitely. I was thinking, you know, Fabrice clearly did that under the sea, cleared Patrick's board, and then thought, hey, okay, this is my opportunity. I'm going to get my board as wide as possible. I'm going to do a lot of questing because I'm on 0, so I'm going to get all the way up to 12 and just hope that Patrick doesn't have that under the sea, which of course we already knew.
Yep.
It was already in hand.
It was
but
there
you
the whole
have
time.
to, because if Fabrice had not chosen to quest, he would still be on no or very little lore, and then would just immediately lose all of those characters. So I think in that situation, I completely understand the risk of going, yep, I'm going to quest, I'm going to make my characters vulnerable, I'm going to get this lore in here, you know?
Yeah, so Gogo was the card selected. Of course, Patrick is privy to that information, so he's going to be playing around Gogo. Now, a lot of people at home, Jen, might be saying, Fabrice, what are you doing? You had Mowgli in hand. Why don't you just play it and discard the Under the Sea? Well, the thing is, everybody, Fabrice doesn't know that Patrick had that card in hand. Often when you play a card like Mowgli or Ursula Deceiver, you don't know if it's the correct play until after you've already played it. So it really isn't quite as simple as that. Fabrice, of course, had to go for this Grandmother Willow line, went for that early Under the Sea, but Mowgli had to be inked in order to allow them to do that. You know, you've got Lady in hand, you've got Grandmother Willow, you've got Under the Sea. That's lots of uninkables. So the choice for Fabrice was not a simple one. And it ended up working out in Patrick's favour on this occasion.
Definitely not. So it completely swung the other way now, where Patrick's in favour, has that nice board. Fabrice, again, in the same position that Patrick was in only a couple of turns ago, with only the singular Nani stage manager on board.
Yeah, and I think, again, we go back to that early Under the Sea from Fabrice, and the reason they've gone for that, which could have looked slightly premature, is Patrick was also threatening to do the same line, right? If Fabrice went a little bit slower, went for the tramp play, and then Patrick did their Shift Lady and sung Under the Sea, Fabrice would have been in a totally losing position. So it's a really fascinating dynamic in this mirror match of both players sort of doing some bluffs, but it's a really good spot for Patrick to be in right now. Fabrice with just 3 ink and only a Nani on the board. It's 12 lore to 6. Fabrice is only 8 away, but Patrick is ticking ever closer.
And it is a rough situation here for Fabrice.
I like that one.
I made that joke earlier and I'm doing it again because it's fun.
I didn't hear it, so I'll allow it.
So I'm curious to know as well. You were talking about that Mowgli. We saw that Fabrice had that Mowgli, put it into the inkwell. If you were in that position that early on in the game, would you have played the Mowgli just in case?
No, never.
No?
No way.
Okay.
No way.
That answers that then. That's fine.
I mean, if I could see Patrick's hand and I was commentating and also playing, maybe I would have.
Yeah.
But of course, Fabrice can't do that. You have to go for that Grandmother Willow line.
Yeah,
you really do.
I kind of thought that's what you were going to say, but I was curious. I just wanted to know.
No, absolutely. It's one of those where you look at it and you're like, what? Why wouldn't you play the Mowgli?
But when you if it's an unknown, which of course it is, then you have to go for that standard line. And you're right, Grandmother Willow is too powerful. You need her down so that you can get all those extra characters on board for cheaper. Like absolutely, I totally get what you're saying.
Anybody that's played a Mowgli or Ursula Deceiver will know that feeling of when you play it and it misses. You're like, oh, I shouldn't have done that.
It feels like such a waste, doesn't it?
So it's a really tricky spot to be in, but Patrick is certainly not in a tricky spot right now. They have made the comeback of dreams as this second tramp comes through. 1 card left in hand. Under the Sea was discarded. It's just going to be that elegant Spaniel to join the party, who would currently quest for 2, thanks to those tramps on the board. So Patrick could take a challenge here. For example, you could go Lady into Nani. But of course, Patrick also knows that Gogo Tamago is in Fabrice's hand. So it's just going to be doing all the calculating here, making sure that they don't slip up and accidentally lose to a Gogo.
Yeah, clearly doing the maths, trying to figure out, do I just go for it? Do I quest, get as much as possible? Where will I be? Is it worth the risk? And he's gone for it. So both players now on 12 lore, but with very, very different looking boards.
Okay, this is fascinating because the second Gogo has been found by Fabrice.
Oh my gosh.
The big problem for them here is they're 8 away and the scoop! Patrick takes it!
Patrick takes it. Second game to Patrick. 2-0 on this match here. This mirror match really, really interesting to watch, really fun to watch. I mean, what do you think of that? That was really fun.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of threw everything I thought I knew about the dogs
Yes,
mirror out of the
that's
window.
how I feel. I'm like, I don't know what to say.
And the most fascinating dynamic was both games were like this true mirror match, right? Of Grandmother Willow on turn 2 and 2-1 drops alongside it as well, right? We're expecting that tramp to come through on turn 3, but there was the decision to shift the lady and then sing that early Under the Sea, because your opponent is also threatening to do the exact same thing. So it was a really interesting dynamic. That Mowgli being inked, it is tough to watch when we can see that Under the Sea is in hand. But there's a lot of uninkables in this deck, right? You've got Under the Seas, you've got the Floodborn Lady. There's all sorts of uninkables, the Grandmother Willow in that case as well. And you often in this Dogs deck end up with very few cards left in hand. But the fact that Patrick was still able to make that comeback is quite extraordinary. Really impressive.
Agreed. It was very impressive. Like, well played for both players, but truly well done to Patrick. Congratulations on the win. And I believe we are going to an interview.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We're going to feature match 2.
We're going to feature match 2. I do apologize. That was me hearing incorrectly in my ear hole. So we're going to our backup feature match 2, I believe. And I'm really excited because I don't know what's on the other table.
I think I do.
You think you do?
But we'll wait and see, just in case I get it wrong.
Yeah,
but I think I have an idea.
We'll wait.
But at this stage in the tournament, Jen, it's really, really high stakes at this point. Both players undefeated, and we have got Jake Quincy from the UK versus Frederick from, I don't want to get it wrong, I'm pretty sure I know it, but I'm now doubting myself.
I'm bad at maps and geography, so I'm not going to take a guess. I'm sorry. You're on your own with this one.
I mean, it's definitely Denmark or Norway.
The chat are going to be screaming at us.
It's definitely Denmark or Norway, and I'm pretty sure it's Denmark.
Okay, I'm going to let you double check that while we see. Here we've got Jake Quincy, Frederick, both on 15 points here.
It's Denmark.
And both wonderful. Frederick from Denmark, wonderful. And so we've got another mirror match, but it's an Amethyst Steel mirror match here. And as we can see, both those Captain Hook Forceful Duelists on board, but 2 different artworks. We've got the Set 1 artwork and the reprint artwork, which is really fun.
Yeah, this is a mirror matchup I'm really excited to see as well, because I think that the Amethyst Steel mirror matchups are some of the most skill-intensive mirrors or any sort of matchups in Disney Lorcana, because both decks are just playing a fair game, on curve, good stuff.
Yeah.
And it's just really about how can you get every little drop of ink out of your deck and just get that little bit of an advantage. As we see Jake Quincy on turn number 3 here playing the Calhoun, hasn't yet inked for turn.
Yes, so, and I agree. I think I've seen a couple of mirror matches of Amethyst Steel before, and I think you're right. You know, there's no kind of, I can get more ink faster than you, or I can play more characters faster than you. You know, it is just that nice kind of like balance and yeah, like, yeah, so it's great. So I'm really, really keen to see how this goes. But we've got that Olaf helping hand there on Frederick's board. I love that card. He's so useful. As we see the Genie Magical Researcher coming down. Another new Winter Spell card with the Boost 1 ability. And for each card under him, he gets 1 extra lore.
Right, and with the Olaf, there's some interesting synergy there potentially as well.
Yes, exactly, because you're exactly right. If you were, for example, to use the Olaf when he leaves play to boost Genie back to your hand, and Genie has cards under him, those boosted cards also go into your hand, so you get a nice little bonus draw there.
Yeah, and we see Quincy taking the Strength of a Raging Fire, which is that 3-cost song or action. And in this case, it was played as an action. It was not sung with no 3-cost characters available for Quincy. No questing happening just yet. It is a 0-0 stalemate, and it's a fight for board control. And here comes Angel, that legendary from Winterspell.
Wonderful. Experiment 624. We love her. Turning those snowballs, turning those cards into snowballs, making damage. She's just so fun. Her ability is so useful, and we see a lot of play with her going into this newer format, this current meta.
Yeah.
And I think because she's just it's just such a cool ability. Like, it's really powerful, but it's also really fun.
Yeah, I love it. It's really good with Doc as well, right? You
Yes.
want to empty your hand at certain moments. We did see the giant Cobra discarded to deal 2 damage to a hook. Quincy responded with a Genie and pass. Quincy not interested in exerting any characters at this moment in time, but that was then Pocahontas discarded the good aim from Angel. Another snowball finds its way onto Quincy's character.
Absolutely. So, both in a kind of similar situation here. I mean, obviously, one less card on Quincy's board here now, but there's a Doc.
It doesn't look like it's going to be triggered.
I don't think he's going to do the ability, no. So not going to discard the hand to draw 2 cards. He's still got 2. Oh, there's another one.
Doc.
And that's why.
And
that's what you want to see.
Are we going to see no trigger again?
Oh.
Is there potentially a 3rd Doc in the hand
You're
of Quincy
joking.
here? We're going to have to wait and see. Cheshire Cat into the ink for Frederick, and it's going to be the Calhoun. And there's the Doc triggering, and Frederick seems to
There
have
it
gotten
is.
that slight advantage. I mean, imagine if Quincy had had an Angel of their own at this moment. They could have discarded a Doc to deal 2 damage with the good Angel
yes,
ability.
exactly.
So
You're exactly
Angel's
right.
really shining here in the
Yeah.
Winter Spell meta as Quincy draws a card for turn.
Yeah, that's another bonus, I think, with Angel that I think we've spoken about before is, of course... being
There's the 3rd Doc.
It is a 3rd Doc.
That's not ideal.
That's really not ideal. Poor Quincy, 3 Docs in hand, not what you want to see. But, I mean, now he does have those 2 extra cards in hand, so hopefully there's something good.
Yeah, and it's certainly far from over. While Frederick has had the slightly better start, Quincy was the player going first in this one, and it's still a long way to go. Frederick does have that first 2 lore on the board, thanks to the Genie on the job.
Magical Researcher there going into the Inkwell.
Yep,
And passing turn, okay.
Yeah, Quincy's still not interested in doing any questing, just wanting to see if he can force Frederick into a mistake and allow himself to make some favorable trades.
Yes, and having... Oh, okay, so Hades looking for a deal, choosing Quincy's Genie Wish Fulfilled.
Genie on the job. I think. Yeah, it's Genie on the job, this one.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. And it goes to the bottom. Goes to the bottom.
No.
Oh, I'm wrong.
It was Wish Fulfilled.
I've been calling it Genie on the job all day.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, everybody.
That's okay. Wish Fulfilled. The
Now-
one that when you play it draws a card and he quests for 2.
Is
He's
there a
evasive.
Genie on the job, or have I made that up?
I don't know.
I think I might have made that up. Never mind. Sorry about that, everybody.
That's okay.
We do see the Hades looking for a deal come through and deal with that Genie Wish Fulfilled. And yeah, no cards drawn therefore, but it's a big, wide board from Quincy, as it is with Frederick. Lots of ready characters, Jen.
Yes, very much so. I think this is the thing. I know Quincy. We know Quincy personally. I have actually played against him a couple of times in a couple of smaller tournaments, and I know he's very much. He likes to be in control. You know.
Yeah.
He loves his control, and I think that's a big part of why he is choosing not to quest. He doesn't want to lose any control. As soon as you quest, your characters are vulnerable. Your opponent can challenge them. Lots of things can happen. There's another Doc.
The 4th Doc. Is it all 4 on board? It's not quite, is it?
It's all 4 on board.
Oh my goodness, it is.
He played 3.
The board
and now
is
he's
so
just played a
wide as
4th
well.
one.
I said, didn't I, at the start, like, these Amethyst Steel mirrors are so skill intensive.
Yes.
And this is quite absurd. We almost need a second playmat at this point, Jen.
Yeah, we really do. Like, I was not expecting that. I mean, you love to see a Doc, of course, as a top deck when you have nothing in hand, but or have very little in hand, but...
There's Demona, and that is a lot of characters which need to be exerted by Jake Quincy.
Oh, wow.
Everything exerted.
Yeah, wow. I mean...
And in this standoff sort of situation, this is surely a big, big moment in Frederick's favour. Being able to now take these favourable trades. It's going to be Hades looking for a deal, dealing with that Calhoun, taking 3 damage counters back as a result. Calhoun is going to challenge a Doc, gaining 2 lore.
Get that 2 lore, yep. Love Calhoun. Such a great ability. Captain Hook getting rid of one of the other Docs. So we've only got 2 Docs left on Quincy's board now out of 4.
One Doc left.
Another Doc going.
One Doc to go. And Angel's going to seal the deal. 4 Docs on the board, 4 Docs in the discard.
Go away, you bold knights. There's too many of you.
Yeah, Olaf also has been banished. So Jake Quincy does have the opportunity to trigger that ability, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. And then it's going to be Genie actually challenging the Hades, which you would imagine there's going to be a follow-up play to make use of that. Perhaps that good aim from Angel, the snowball. That Angel's been the star of the show, hasn't it?
It really has. Honestly, I think she's the star of a lot of shows recently. She's just so good. And you know what I'm thinking? I'm seeing all of these damage counters, and I'm thinking, hey, a Cheshire Cat would be drooling right now, you know?
Yeah, I think you could be right. So we've got a lore guide on the job, just making sure everything is A-OK.
A lot happened. Understandable. We want to check it. We want to make sure everything's correct.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Also, I checked, there is a Genie on the job.
Oh,
it's
yes.
the set 1 Genie.
Oh.
So my mistake. That's why I'm getting so confused.
Yes, I know the one you're thinking about.
The
yes,
Emerald
yes, yes.
6 cost.
Yeah. That's okay.
I'm trying to work on my card names, but I fear I'm getting them wrong sometimes.
No, I think you've got it. I think you're doing really, really well. The thing is, it's a lot of names.
Yeah.
It's a lot of cards to remember. And when there are so many different cards of the same character, it is going to happen.
It's something
gonna
we're working
happen.
on as a caster team. It's definitely not been a strength of mine, but yeah, it's really good fun actually to be trying to learn all of the card names and the abilities and get all the flavor for Disney Lorcana.
Agreed. They're named so well. Like, they're
Brilliantly.
named so appropriately. I really, really love their like secondary names or sub names or whatever you want to call it. I think they're just so much fun. So I agree. It's been really fun just going through all of those. But yeah, we're bound to make some mistakes. Please forgive us.
Quincy has got all of the ink at the ready. It is still only 6 lore on the board for Frederick. Quincy has not managed to muster a single lore as it stands, but they haven't scooped yet. If Quincy felt this was unwinnable, I'm sure they would have scooped and gone straight to game 2. But they think that there's still potential. Now, of course, with Frederick's board exerted like this, it's now Quincy's opportunity to make some favorable trades of their own, but they don't have many characters to work with as Angel has been removed.
Yeah, I mean, a Cobra with the 4/4 stat line, as we just saw, can kind of bump it to something really powerful like Angel and still stick around. But yeah, it is a tricky situation for Quincy with not much on board. You know, can't really deal with all of these exerted characters, all with lots of damage. It's a difficult situation, I think, for Quincy. But he's a fierce player. He's a fierce player.
Yeah, and Quincy's really going for that European Championships qualification. They've already qualified for the North American Championships. They made the trip over to Richmond, getting top 16. So I know it's something that they're very, very hungry for, to get that European Championships qualification.
And I believe he can do it, definitely. He really is a proven strong player.
Yeah, he's beaten me at locals quite a few times, actually. I've got to say, yes.
Every time I've been against him, he's beaten me up. So he's absolutely destroyed me. I stand no chance. I just have fun with it because he's a nice guy.
We have Angel comes through. Angel comes through. Experiment 6-2-4. Some snowballs for Quincy now.
Yes, absolutely. So I think it's going to be, I'm not sure exactly how many cards, is it 3 cards and he's got in hand? I can't quite tell.
I think you might be right.
I think it's 3 cards in hand, so he does have some fuel there for that second Angel ability to turn into snowballs.
It's going to be the Cheshire Cat into the ink. Cheshire Cat inked, and Quincy still just considering their options.
That's interesting. I think a lot of people... Oh, okay, I was going to say, I think a lot of people would play the Cheshire Cat in that. There's so much damage on the board, but it's because he had a second one. So, of course, he's still, that made sense.
Yeah, and doesn't go for that good aim. Does still have 1 card in hand, I believe.
Probably wants to keep it.
You know what? It's not a dock, because we've already seen all 4 of those.
It's definitely not. We know that for sure.
It's going to be Elsa, 5th Spirit, coming through. Of course, exerting a character. It's going to be Angel, who doesn't have resist as it stands, as Quincy does still have that 1 card in hand. So Captain Hook cleans up Angel. Elsa can still challenge with her rush, and it will be taking out the Black Heron.
Yeah, Black Heron, a 2 ink cost, 3/3 stat line. Really good stat line for a 2 cost card, I think. Even though vanilla, no ability, but still really, really good.
Yep, and then it's going to be Captain Hook onto the Cobra. Frederick just looking to get a full board, a nice wide board here, get that full control. Cheshire Cat, the only glimmer remaining for Quincy.
Not an ideal situation, Joe.
Yeah, but it's early days in this match. It's still
It is.
game number 1. Frederick does seem to be in the ascendancy, it's fair to say, as we do start seeing some big questing power.
Go for it.
Olaf's going to join the fun as well with a helping hand.
Yay, I love that because, of course, then, you know, if Quincy did choose to get rid of the Olaf and banish the Olaf when he leaves play, then Frederick can bounce a card to hand. So he could bounce the Genie, wish fulfilled, and then get another card draw. But there's a Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan on Quincy's board.
Yeah, and I think there's still enough ink for this Cheshire Cat boost. Could
I
take a
believe
challenge
so,
with
yeah.
Cheshire Cat and then move the damage from the Cheshire Cat elsewhere.
Yes.
Would be a nice way of dealing with that Calhoun. But also with that evasive Genie, there's not really many opportunities to get rid of that. So Quincy's going to have to do some maths here, make sure that they don't allow Frederick to win if possible. And they have to consider that Calhoun could take a challenge as well, which can always change the maths. And Calhoun will be challenged by the cat.
Don't want him to get that 2 extra lore, but he did have a lot of choices. As you say, he could have hit the Genie, also could have hit the Elsa as well, because she's already got 3 damage, so only 2 more willpower left. But I understand the Calhoun choice.
Yeah, so challenge the Calhoun and then use the boost ability to deal with the evasive Genie.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
As play passes back on over to Frederick, whose board currently quests for 5, which is not enough to win the game.
Not
but
quite.
Demona is exerted. So in fact, the board is only questing for 3. So
yes,
Quincy
good point.
making sure that Stone by Day ability keeps Demona frozen.
Absolutely. We see another Angel Experiment 624 coming down there on Frederick's board.
It's going to be a strength on Demona. 6 damage dealt to Demona in a single swoop. That might be the end for Quincy in game number 1.
I think that's that scoop right there. Wow, what a wonderful card to draw in that moment. Is a Strength of a Raging Fire, the perfect card that I think Frederick needed to remove that Demona with, of course, with a 6 willpower. And it's like, well, hey, I've got 6 characters, so bye-bye.
You know what's not an ideal draw? A non-ideal draw is 3 docks in hand. That is not great to see, especially with that Angel.
Yeah.
But we are going to be going into the second game in this backup feature match. It's not a backup feature match. We've got like a double feature match.
It's a second feature. We give you the first and we give you the second because who doesn't want more Disney Lorcana gameplay in their life?
Yeah, and both players, remember, I believe undefeated up until this point. Certainly 15 points is a really good record.
Yes.
Yeah, we're in round 6. Each player is 5-0. You need a record of 6 wins and 2 losses to make it through to day 2, or in this case, it's actually on Sunday, as we've got 2 sort of big 2,000-player tournaments happening, one on the Friday, one on the Saturday, and then on Sunday, the players that are 6-2 across those days will be making it through. But your score from your day 1 and the Friday main event is also going to still matter when you make it through to that Sunday, because we're going to be cutting to a top 32. So every single result has a huge impact. And you also want to be playing for that higher seeding in the top cut as well. So Captain Hook starts things off for Quincy, who is on the draw yet again.
Definitely. Olaf, helping hand going into the Inkwell. We're going to play that Christopher Robin, that brand new Christopher Robin from Winterspell with the Underdog ability, which we talked about a little bit. Really, really nice new ability that's been introduced in Winterspell, and there is 1 card in each ink color that has Underdog in it. Do you have a favorite?
Well, I thought Christopher Robin was one of the worst ones when I first saw it. I really got it wrong.
He's real good.
He's proven to be great. Like that ability to have a 2 quester on turn 1 is something Amethyst and Steel has not had since Maleficent biding her time was rotated out. There's also Miko now as an uninkable.
Yes.
I think Christopher Robin's the best. Probably.
He's great. Questing for 2, I mean, wonderful. We love that. And there's the Calhoun Marine Sergeant.
And that's such a good combo, Jen. You get the 1 drop down, which quests for 2. Quincy is really forced to try and challenge into this, but then it's just going to leave the Calhoun ready to sweep up the Captain Hook. So this is the importance of having a 1-cost character that quests for 2. Okay, the Christopher Robin's really a 2-cost character, but it costs 1 in this case. So it's really powerful, especially when combined with Calhoun.
Exactly. Captain Hook just banishing that Christopher Robin there. Don't want any more lore from you, thank you. And we've got a Genie Magical Researcher for Quincy and a Cheshire Cat Inexplicable already for Frederick. We're going through this game nice and quick. I like it.
We certainly are, but we're at that point where both player has a 3-cost character on the board, and that means that Strength of a Raging Fire could be a real threat. Both of these, though, these 3-cost Glimmers have 4 willpower. So if Quincy's going to want to take out that Cheshire Cat, they're going to need to play 3 Glimmers alongside Singing Strength, which seems a little bit ambitious. But for example, you go 1-drop, 1-drop Dock, draw into Strength. That would be the perfect sort of situation, I think, for Quincy here.
Yeah, I agree.
But let's wait and see exactly what happens. Of course, also got the option of boosting that Genie if there's a spare ink available. It's going to be a challenge on Calhoun.
Okay, fair enough. I think, at this point, I understand, as we said before, Quincy likes to feel in control. He likes to control the opponent's board.
Wow.
But there's the Vanderchill. We're going to exert the Cheshire Cat there.
Okay, I've not seen many people play this in Core Constructed, but...
No, I think there was one on the feature table earlier. I think
Brilliant.
I heard the other casters mention, I think Ross I heard mention Isis Vanderchill here, another new Winter Spell card.
Yeah, this card was brilliant in my Winter Spell Sealed, but I haven't seen it in Core Constructed. Okay, we know Elsa Fifth Spirit is sort of like a fan favorite, and this has a similar ability. It's uninkable though, but it's a really interesting addition. If you want to play 5 Elsas, Fifth Spirits, you can't, but you could play 4 Elsas and 1 Vanderchill.
Yeah, that's a totally fair point. Not invasive, of course, like Elsa, but yeah, being able to exert an opposing character when you play her can be really, really powerful.
Snowball!
Yay! I love a snowball.
Olaf has been turned into a snowball. Poor Olaf.
Aww.
He offered a helping hand in a way that he did not expect, I think.
No, bless him. But he likes snow as a snowman, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's a quite fitting snowball.
Yeah.
And it deals with the Genie Magical Researcher. Quincy, though, does still have this Vanderchill on the board. Strength inked. There is the Elsa Fifth Spirit.
We were just talking about her.
Do you go for the Angel or do you go for the Cheshire Cat? Those are 2 very tricky cards to deal with. It's going to be the Angel on this occasion.
But that is a tough decision, But yes, I think understandably, just utilized that ability, turning the card into Snowball and dealing that damage. So I think getting rid of it was a good choice. But there's a Dark. I don't think he's going to do the ability. Nope. But he has another Dock in hand, of course, so yeah, that makes sense. We like to do that. You get that little bonus body, you do his ability, but then, of course, you play the second Dock, you discard your empty hand, and you draw 2 new cards. Very nice.
Yep, Frederick passes. They did sing that Strength of a Raging Fire with Cheshire Cat. It only did 1 damage, but 1 damage is all that was needed to finish off that Vanderchill. It's going to be a Calhoun and a Dock. Discarding the Dock, Quincy is drawing Docks by the dozen, and at the same time...
And having that 1 more ink, be able to use there to play that Olaf, which was a nice little draw there from the Dock. Only a 1 cost there, so got that helping hand there in case he needs it. Might be able to bounce that Dock back to hand and play it again.
Yep, and we're going to go Hades. He's looking for a deal. Elsa selected, so Quincy either decides to banish the Elsa or allow Frederick to draw 2 cards. Really tricky decision. I would imagine he might get banish, or it's rather put to the bottom of the deck rather than banished. But not allowing Frederick to draw 2 cards at this stage, but the value from the Hades is just outstanding there. Dealing with an evasive and getting a big unit down on the board. A big character, I beg your pardon, as Olaf then joins the party and lends another helping hand.
Agreed. You can never have too many helping hands, I think.
And Frederick seems to be in a good spot.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think
Strength.
I saw another Strength of a Raging Fire there being drawn into hand. And I think he might have an Angel. Yep, there it is. Angel Experiment 624, another one down on the board.
Yeah, and there's no cards in hand available to be discarded. But that does mean that the Angel is untouchable. Well, she is. She is touchable, but her ability untouchable gives her resist 2 when you have no cards left in hand, which is going to be extremely difficult to deal with.
Yeah. Of course, now the tricky situation, I think, for Frederick, having no cards in hand now, will, of course, next time draw a card into hand. But then it's like, do I play the card or do I discard the card to turn it into a snowball with the Angel's ability and deal some damage?
Yep.
I think it depends so hugely on the card that you draw, I suppose.
Yeah.
But of course, if you then play the card, you can't do her ability, unless maybe you play a Genie and you draw another card. I mean...
Yeah, or like a Dock off the top or something like this.
Exactly.
So it's going to be a big top deck moment for Frederick. Quincy, considering their options, remember, Quincy went first in this game, but Frederick is in the ascendancy, 5 lore to 0 ahead. Those strengths of a Raging Fire, I think, have made a big difference.
Yes, yeah. But, you know, both good sized board. Has the opportunity to utilize the Olaf here.
Olaf onto Cheshire Cat. Calhoun cleans up the Cheshire Cat, giving Quincy his first 2 lore of game number 2.
Choosing not to bounce anything with the Olaf, which I think is understandable.
Look at the tension on Frederick as well.
Yeah.
This is a big moment in this game.
They're playing for a lot. Every player here, we've got 2,000 players today, 2,000 players tomorrow. There is a lot on the line with the wonderful pricing we have available this weekend. So, understandably, taking their time. Very important decisions, but we see that Christopher Robin.
He's joining the fun.
He's joining the fun, exactly. Fun snowballs all around. And I think maybe he's thinking about trying to get rid of the Hades here.
Yeah, considering it. I mean, at this point in the game, right, Quincy knows Frederick has no cards in hand and is in top deck mode. So if Quincy can gain back some board control, it's a very interesting spot. What's the card off the... Oh, my goodness. It's the Wish Fulfilled.
There it is.
You predicted it.
I did. That never happens. Wow, yay.
Angel, of course, could discard the card, as you mentioned,
yeah,
drawn off it, but
I think
decides not
turn,
to.
Yeah.
Christopher Robin with that 3 willpower means it's not the best snowball target.
No, I wonder what that card is as well.
Yeah, but that is a big top deck in a big moment.
Oh, yeah.
Quincy just looking down at the board state, sees 2 docks, an angel and a genie. Christopher Robin is joining the fun, but isn't going to be having much fun just yet.
It's interesting. I was going to say, I want to ask your opinion. So I was looking around earlier, and I noticed, and I heard some people talking, that I think Genie Wish Fulfilled is seeing a little bit less play.
Yes, I've heard about it too.
Yeah.
As Demona comes through, Christopher Robin will be exerted, but Quincy draws 2 cards. Christopher Robin taken out by that angel. No glimmers left. Frederick, big questing.
He's in a very good position here, shooting all the way up to 12 lore there, having cleared Quincy's board completely, and has a nice, wide, healthy board himself.
Yep. Frederick is just a giant cobra away from victory if they quest out the entire board. Can Quincy do anything to stop this? And yeah, Jen, to your point about the genie, as we do see another genie, I have actually heard a story of some Blurple players getting rid of the genie entirely this weekend.
Yes, me too. I heard
Maybe
that.
because of Under the Sea, right?
Maybe you're right. I was really curious to talk to you guys about that because I thought it was such an interesting choice. I think if I was playing Amethyst, I would absolutely be playing genies. It's really interesting because it just seems like such a staple Amethyst card. It's really, really interesting to hear that it's seeing a lot less play.
I think a big reason and why we're seeing it in Amethyst Steel is Amethyst Steel has a pretty good Dogs matchup, but the Blurple players wanting to make their matchup into the Dogs deck a little bit better, and Genie can be a bit of a liability as an uninkable 2-strength character. In that matchup, there's probably things you would much rather play. And I think that's why we're seeing some Blurple players remove it entirely, which is fascinating to see the development of the Winter Spell meta.
It is. It really is. And it's interesting as well. Oh, there is the Giant Cobra, but it's being inked, playing a Palace Guard, and passing turn.
So Frederick at 12 lore, the board quest for 7, so it would just only need a Giant Cobra to seal the deal for Frederick. Hasn't gone for it immediately. Of course, can also use the good aim ability of Angel and turn one of those cards in hand into a snowball to deal with the Olaf, for example.
And he has
or
a
the
lot.
Palace. I wouldn't actually work on the Palace Guard. The Vanish has to be an action.
He has a lot of cards in hand. There's another Demona coming down, going to his all 3 of Quincy's characters.
It was actually discarded by that Angel.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, of course. It was a bit confusing, but Demona the Snowball.
There's just so many cards on the board. I completely misconstrued what was happening.
Yep.
Apologies.
And it's Pocahontas, and it's the Genie as well, boosting just for good measure. And it's time to quest. And Quincy needs a miracle.
Yes.
That's the game.
There's the fist bump. It is done. 2-0 to Frederick. Wow. Wow. I mean, well played from both players, but congratulations to Frederick. What a game. What a game. What a match. I mean, how do you feel about that? We were talking at the start about how interesting an Amethyst Steel mirror match can be. I mean, did that live up to that expectation for you?
It was honestly like so fascinating. We had two mirrors, right? They were both 2-0, and they both went to the player that was on the draw both games.
Yes.
So we just watched 4 mirror matchups of Disney Lorcana in a row, and every time it was the player on the draw that won. 4-0 for the player on the draw. We talk a lot about the play-draw disparity in Disney Lorcana, how maybe it's very advantageous for the player going first, but fascinating to see in these mirror matchups, maybe it doesn't have as much of an impact. And maybe the underdog, Christopher Robin, contributing towards that as well in this second game. So really fascinating stuff, Jen.
Yeah.
And I do believe we're going to be having an interview with the winner from that last round, Frederick.
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am back with a player that you might have just seen do very well on stream. We've got Frederick from Denmark playing Amethyst Steel, just won a mirror match. What's your record right now?
6-0.
So that's 18 points locked for day 2.
Yes, it's so nice.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. What does that do when you finally lock that day 2 invite?
I hope my heart rate falls a bit. It has been quite high. It's my first real DLC, so...
Oh my word.
Yeah, I've been to one other tournament with 200 players, that's it, and this is the first time.
So first Disney Lorcana Challenge then.
Yeah.
You know, 2,000 people today, 2,000 tomorrow. What did you expect coming in?
Not that much. I just had very high hopes that I would get to this point. So.
I mean, right now, I hate to break it to you, you are one of the best players in the room. You are absolutely crushing the competition right now.
Apparently.
I mean, so how is your deck feeling? Does it feel like you're a 6-0 player? Has it been smooth sailing?
The mirrors has been quite hard. But the other matches has been against control, and that has been pretty good.
So what about the control matchup makes it quite nice for you then?
I have built quite a lot into making it a bit aggro, I think. So
nice.
Getting around those later games, yeah.
And then you're getting through that. So tell me about the mirror match then. Obviously, you've not lost a mirror match yet. No. You've just gone and beaten one. What's your strategy in this Amethyst Steel mirror match?
Trying to get some early questings in while keeping the pressure with something that can take out their characters when I have laid mine down and exerted them.
Very nice indeed. So is there anything about your list that you've brought this weekend that you would consider a little bit different, a little bit spicy, a little bit not so standard?
I put in 62 cards.
62 cards?
Yeah, I don't know how many put in more than 60, but I have put in a bit more. So I've splashed some cards just to be able to do different stuff in different matches.
Well, usually people say never go above, never go above.
I know, but I'm a 61, 62 player guy.
So this is a standard thing. You're usually
almost.
But see, this is an important question. Do you think it actually hits your consistency, or do you think you gain enough of an advantage?
Right now, it seems like I get a lot of the advantage, but I don't know. The last bigger tournament, I don't know. The consistency might have been better.
Okay, so you're rocking 62 cards, you're winning. Have you got an MVP so far for the tournament, a card which is particularly excelling?
Pocahontas, I think.
Oh, following the wind?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. How often are you questing for... what are you questing for most of the time with that? What are you hitting?
I have been doing quite a lot of Christopher Robin into Pocahontas, so
getting 3.
5.
Oh, 5?
Yeah, 2 for the Christopher. Yeah. And then in one of the control matches, I had 2 Pocahontas and a Christopher Robin. So 10 that turn, almost.
Oh, that is absolutely beautiful. I absolutely love it. So you're sitting at 6-0. You've got day 2 locked, but we're not done with the tournament yet. We have a couple of rounds to go. What are your expectations or your hopes now that you've had such a strong start? Where do you see yourself going?
Try to go for 8-0.
8-0. See, that's what I love. The confidence there to go, you know what, I'm 6-0 now. Why can't I go 8-0? Yeah. I love it. Any shout-outs you want to give before we finish here?
Yeah, for my buddies home in Denmark who borrowed some of the cards I didn't get. So thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
I love it. You've got all the profile of, you've got 62 cards, which is not that normal. You've borrowed some cards. It's your first tournament. And yet, you've gone past all of that. You're 6-0. You're locked for day 2. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And long may it continue. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. One fantastic player locked for day 2, but there's still plenty of others, so keep watching because we need to fill up that day 2 on Sunday.
Thank you, Ross. We are now going to talk about some upcoming events that we have, and there are still tickets available. You've got to grab them soon. For now, exactly. Disney Lorcana events do tend to sell out quite quickly, so I think you want to grab them really, really quickly. So we have the upcoming Disney Lorcana Challenge in Dortmund.
Yes. First time we've been to Dortmund for a Disney Lorcana Challenge. Not too far away from Bochum, which we did in Season 1. But Dortmund, in that sort of part of Germany, there's lots of cities. Really nice part of the world, I've got to say, Jen. So you can get tickets, still available. I believe it's a big event. It's going to be that Infinity DLC, and you can still get tickets available. Let me tell you, even if you're just interested in doing the side events, there's so much going on here in the building. There's Disney Lorcana artists, Disney Lorcana content creators, there's side events, there's developers, there's all sorts of fun things happening, Jen.
Yeah, I know lots of people who are here today who are either just here as attendees and not actually playing, or people who are playing in tomorrow's tournament, the 2 of 2,000 players. But today they're just kind of doing some fun side events, you know, getting some prize tags and doing all sorts of fun things. There's always stuff to go on, including as well, important to mention, the giant jigsaw puzzle at the other end of the hall. I'm really excited to go and see the progress on that. But yes, they are so worth coming to these events. There's so much fun, it's so much an amazing community, and there are still tickets available for Dortmund Infinity format, which is so much fun. And I believe it's in June.
Yeah,
yes.
I think early June. It's going to be a really fun event, that's for sure. It's going to be the last European Disney Lorcana Challenge of the season before that European Championship. So really looking forward to that. But we've still got plenty of action here in Ghent. Of course, we're on the Friday main event, 4,000 players total. So we're doing another main event on the Saturday. And then all the players who have a record of 6-2 or higher will be battling it out on Sunday, where we're going to kind of keep the Friday main event together as one pool. We're going to keep the Saturday main event together as one pool, and then the winner of each will be playing in a grand final to crown themselves the best of the 4,000 players here in Ghent, Belgium.
Yes.
First time in Belgium for me, Jen.
Me too.
What's been your experience of it so far?
Really wonderful. I've mostly been in this venue, but it's been a wonderful time. But you went in, you got to see a little bit of Ghent the other day.
I actually had a Belgian haircut as well for the first time.
You did, I know.
But no, I had a really good time visiting Ghent. It's a beautiful, beautiful city. I'm so impressed. Lots of brilliant architecture.
Agreed.
Castle was just in the middle of the city, and the food smelled brilliant. There was lots of waffles, lots of fries on the go.
Yum, 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 yum,
so
yum.
I think I need to try and go back to Ghent on Monday and sample some of the waffles, that's for sure.
Me too. I'm hoping to do the same. But I think we have a little deck profile for you, which is very relevant to the first feature match that we saw in this round 6 that we just had, because we're going to go and throw over to a Amber Emerald Dogs deck profile for you.
Perhaps we're not.
Perhaps we're not.
We're going to have it pretty soon, though. But the Amber Emerald Dogs deck is definitely looking like one of the best decks in the format right now.
Yeah.
I've been really, really impressed by it. Now, what was your prediction to win the event overall this weekend, Jen?
My prediction, again, very relevant because of what we've just seen, Amethyst Steel.
Yeah.
What's yours?
I actually went for the rogue pick of Amber Amethyst,
Oh,
which
yes.
has been pretty impressive so far
Yeah,
on
it's
stream.
cool.
We
It's
are
cool.
now ready for that deck profile, so we're going to be sending that on
I
over.
was too excited.
It happens to the best of us.
But
let's have the deck profile.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at Disney Lore Challenge Ghent, and we are asking the question, who let the dogs out? And the answer is a significant proportion of the players here, because this dogs deck is going off all over the board. And, of course, we're going to have a quick chat about it here. Myself, Ross, and the lovely Rebecca.
Hello.
How do you feel about dogs?
I love dogs so much. This is the deck that I picked to win the whole weekend, Amber Emerald, and I think you did too, actually.
I think that's probably why they gave us this to chat about.
I think so, and I would love to chat about this deck because it has been good for a very long time, Ross, but Winter Spell gave this deck some extra oomph. Not that it needed any, but between Grandmother Willow, Ancient Advisor, and Nani Stage Manager, this deck goes bonkers.
And it's just that tiny little extra bit the deck needed. This deck it breaks a lot of the rules. So Grandmother Willow, you can play a character just that little bit cheaper. And then 90 Stage Manager comes in and helps you to find those characters that little bit easier. And it's just those the only two real Winter Spell cards we see transforming the deck, but they work together so beautifully with, we're going to find your cards and we're going to help you play them a bit more easily than you otherwise would.
Absolutely. And the thing that this deck does that is wild to me is that it can play almost an entire game on 2, 3 ink maybe. You don't need a lot of ink to do everything that this deck wants to do, especially being able to bring out that Tramp Street Smart Dog, which is so key to this deck. If you can flood the board with characters in the early game, use Grandmother Willow to your advantage, you can do a lot on a very little ink.
Yeah, you absolutely can. That cost it's 7. It looks very high.
Yes.
It's inkable, which is nice, but 7 looks very high. But it's reduced by 1 for every character you've got in play. So you look at your Grandmother Willow, Ancient Advisor, makes characters that little bit cheaper. Look at things like Lilo Escape Artist, so you can keep playing from the discard pile over and over again, making it easier to keep those characters on the board. And then all of a sudden, you got a whole bunch of characters out, and then Tramp Street Smart Dog comes down, and then, of course, you're filtering your deck so nicely. You don't get a card advantage, but you draw a card for every character you've got in play, discard that many cards, you just fix your hand to have the perfect hand, so you get it out early and then fix your hand to be basically perfect. That sounds unfair.
It is unfair. This deck is doing a lot of unfair things, but in the right pilot's hands, I think we're going to see some really fun things on stream this weekend. I know one of the cards that people are filtering to look for is Under the Sea, that all-important song.
Yeah,
it is such an important card in this deck. And in fact, we see in this deck, that there is Emerald Chromacon in there, but some people are cutting out Emerald Chromacon altogether to bump up their copies of Under the Sea because it is that good right now.
It just takes out all of those low-cost characters, but it bottom decks them.
Yes.
So they're not going to the discard pile from where they can be recovered and replayed by certain other cards in the meta. They are going under the deck, which makes them so much harder to get back again. But it is a bit of a double-edged sword because it's a card that actually works really nicely against this dog's deck. So it's a card which we are seeing all over the place. But if you get it first...
Yes, and I have heard a lot of players say that in the meta right now, it's really about who can play the board wipe first. We have another board wipe out there, the Raging Storm, that is new in Winter Spell. We also still do have that Prince Philip combo out there running around. And then we have Under the Sea in Emerald. The cards, though, in this deck that I want to highlight are Mowgli and Ursula. Those two cards really help this dog's deck to take out those other board wipes or cards that might do damage to these dogs. So those also really key to this deck's success.
I'm really glad you went there, Rebecca, because I agree entirely. I'm a man that likes to play a lot of aggro. And the thing with aggro is you generally go fast at the beginning and then you can run out of steam. It tends to be quite a vanilla, quite a straightforward, quite a one-sided deck. And what this does so well with your Mowgli Man Cub, with your Ursula Deceiver, with your Under the Sea, you're playing a bit of control there. You are hurting your opponent rather than just going full bore. And it has options that a lot of the other aggro decks in the metagame don't really have. And I think that's why it's risen to the top. It won the DLC over in Melbourne there a few weeks ago. Clearly one of the top contenders this weekend.
Yeah, I think that's really key, Ross, that you said. It's not truly just an aggro deck purely. It's got a little bit of combo in there, a little bit of control, and it's really an exciting deck to play. Now, if you were playing this deck, Ross, what other decks would you want to see and maybe not want to see playing dogs?
I mean, I'm very straightforward when I'm playing aggro. I want to see anything that's a little bit slower.
Yes.
Anything that isn't going out of the gate super fast. What I don't want to see... The problem is, because you have a very clear strategy, you've got low-cost cards, they're very teeny tiny small. It means you've got things like Headless Horseman, Terror Sleepy Hollow, things like Under the Sea, even things like Prince Philip a little bit. Anytime you're going wide, board wipe hurts. Raging Storm can be absolutely devastating if you get to that point in the game where they've got enough ink to play it. Board wipes terrify me, and anything that counters these low-strength, low-cost cards. And unfortunately, there are a lot of really explicit counters, and they don't make me happy.
Yeah, I think that dogs, like you or someone said, that it's a bit of a boogeyman this weekend. People know it's good, and they are coming to Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent ready to beat dogs.
Well, they are getting ready to beat the dogs. Can you do it, though? They're out there running around. They're here. Is it going to be 2 DLCs in a row, or is there something that can take it out? Keep watching, because we're going to find the answer.
Welcome back. I am here once again, joined by the fabulous Joe Curley. And before we go straight in, before we go straight into our next feature match, we are going to take a quick minute to look at our fantasy draft.
Yes, okay. Who's in the lead? It's Baker. Jake Quincy, though, we did just see him lose on stream. He's at 66 points, still in the lead. In second place, we're tied, Kim.
We're still tied. Originally, we were tied third earlier, but now we are back up at tied at second.
Yeah, Zan Syed, I think, is doing a really good job for my team, it's fair to say. Rebecca's not far behind, though. We did see Fumbles winning on stream earlier on. And, of course, Cree Gunning, someone you know quite well, is on Rebecca's team. You didn't fancy picking Cree?
No, because I didn't want to jinx him, but also, like,
yeah,
you know, I couldn't choose favorites.
Yeah,
I couldn't pick favoritism.
I respect it. And we've got Ross on 42 points, and Jen is trailing. But Jen said, quite proudly, she's picked a lot of her friends, and I think one of them might be doing particularly well on that team. A lot of this caster fantasy draft, it really comes down to who makes it through to day number 2. But Baker is standing behind me, and he's celebrating, he's fist bumping, he's very, very happy that he is in the lead. But there's a long way to go yet in the caster fantasy draft. Yeah, here he is. He's a very happy man. Who's surprised? I think he always does quite well in these things.
I think so. I think I won last time in Bologna, so I actually have that going for me. But we're going to have 2 fantasy drafts. So we have another one entirely for tomorrow. So if Baker wins today, that's okay. He might not win tomorrow.
Yeah, he certainly might not, but it's a really fun thing we've got going on there. But the players are seated. The players are ready for the next round. And I am ready to see what decks we have on display. We did see in the last round a couple of mirror matchups. Both players have green sleeves on this occasion, so hopefully they don't also have the same in-colour combinations. But I mean, actually, the mirrors in the last round, Kim, they were so much fun. We saw 4 players, 4 matches, because it was 2-2-0s, and every single time it was the player on the draw winning it, which was quite unbelievable.
Whoa. So I believe, what was the other mirror? Because I know you had a dog's mirror. What was the other
Amethyst Steel as well.
Whoa.
Yeah, so we saw a lot of mirror match action, but pretty dominant performances for the player going second in every single match. The Christopher Robin underdog contributed to that quite a bit as well. So I think the underdog cards are my favourite part about Winterspell. And we also saw Angel Experiment 624. I know somebody who pulled an enchanted Angel out of their Winterspell boxes.
I know, I do too.
Yeah, who was it?
It was me.
Nice.
And not to mention, I do have that Angel in my Amethyst Steel deck.
Okay. I'm going to make sure not to play against you then, because that sounds terrifying. Well, that is a big die roll. It doesn't get much better than that. Can we see the double 12? We can't.
We can't, but it seems like our Amber Amethyst player is going to be going into this game on the play.
Yes, we've got 2. It looks like Amber Emerald and Amber Amethyst. I think it's the Amber Emerald deck going first, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, Kim.
I have no idea.
We're going to work it out.
If I'm not mistaken, Joe, is Amber Amethyst not your prediction to win this weekend?
Yeah, it is. It's a bit of a rogue prediction, admittedly. But, yeah, I think it's a deck that's got a lot of untapped potential, Kim. It's one I've been most interested in seeing what kind of route the decks go. Can they play Raging Storm? And I think it seems to be the general consensus, yes. Yes, they can. They've sort of ditched the Monstro combo for now, and they're going a slightly heavier control route with that Raging Storm. I'm really curious if we do see any Monstro combos in the top tables, because that is something we saw Zan Syed utilising very effectively in the previous format. I think that Amber Amethyst is just a very diverse, interesting deck. It's certainly one, if I was playing this weekend, I would be exploring.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a lot of Monstro combo in Amber Amethyst being explored, especially since the inclusion of Grandmother Willow.
Yes.
Being able to utilize Lanterns and Grandmother Willow. We had an Amber Amethyst deck on stream earlier that I had the privilege of casting, and they had 3 Lanterns on board,
I
Joe,
love Lantern.
and they paid 1 for Genie Wish Fulfilled.
That sounds pretty outstanding. We do see the fist bump from the players, and we are ready to go here. Round 7 of 8 on this Friday main event, but there's so much more Disney Lorcana TCG action to come this weekend as Gogo Tomago enters the Inkwell for Kuan from France, and it's going to be that lady on turn 1.
Yeah, I would definitely love to see that Grandmother Willow coming out now for Q1 next turn, because obviously with dogs, you never know what you're going to play against, but that's why I love it so much, because you can just change your game plan. If you don't play the Chromicon version, you just get your Tramp down and you sing the Under the Sea, or maybe you do a Lady Miss Park Avenue shift to be able to challenge and take out your opponent's glimmers.
Yep, it's going to be that Bobby Zemisky Spray Cheese Kid on turn number 2, and that means no Grandmother Willow. So the main line you're looking for as this Amber Emerald player is Grandmother Willow on turn 2, because she's also going to allow you to still play that 1-cost character for free on your second turn, and that's what sets up that turn 3 trap. So no Grandmother Willow is less than ideal, but certainly not disastrous, as Daisy Duck has been discarded.
Yeah, we could definitely choose here to ink a card and perhaps play another Lady Decisive Dog. And yes, that's exactly what our Amber Emerald player is going to do. Unfortunately for our Amber Amethyst player, they didn't seem to have a 1-drop in play. But could we perhaps see a turn 2 Lantern come into play here now this time round? It's going to be World's Greatest Criminal Minds going into the Inkwell. And we're going to exert 2.
Yeah, so Keke with this Iago on turn number 2. That is not something you see every day, Kim.
No, not at all. Our turn 2 Iago, it's not a Lantern, but it's still a 0-3 with Challenger, I believe.
I think it's like Challenger 5.
Yes. And
Challenger 5
Challenger
is huge.
5 can definitely give this Dogs player a bit of hesitance. He's not going to want to quest because this Iago can, with Challenger 4, Challenger 5 is going to be able to take out anything on this board if Kiwon chooses to quest here.
Yeah, one weakness, though, of that Iago, it only has that 5 strength when it's challenging, which means it can be hit by Under the Sea. Clarabelle Contented Wallflower. I know someone that revealed that owes me. I revealed this card. So it's a card very close to my heart. But we don't always see this Clarabelle in the Dogs deck. Nani's kind of outperforming it, I think it's fair to say at the moment, but still finding room for the Clarabelle to get that extra card draw and have a nice singing body on the board. Well, there is the Lantern. Turn 3 Lantern. Usually it's going to be a turn 2 play, but that Mowgli then for just 1 ink. And guess what it's found? Under the Sea has entered the discard. Mowgli is doing the business.
Yeah, exactly what Amber Amethyst here wanted to do, being able to... You know what? You can make them choose between the Under the Sea or the Emerald Chromicon. In this case, they did have Under the Sea in hand. It's going to go straight into the discard. But we do see that Grandmother Willow in hand, and it is going to come into play, meaning this Lady Decisive Dog is going to be able to play for free, and we're going to play 1 for our Tramp Enterprising Dog, meaning one of our ladies is going to quest for 3, and we're going to get going on our lore board here.
That is a big, wide board for the Amber and Emerald Dogs player. Keke, though, does have, of course, that Iago to do some challenging. There's going to be 4 ink available, but thanks to that Lantern, we could actually see the Elsa 5th Spirit coming in with Rush, trying to stabilize the board a little bit. It's going to be the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook into the ink. Are we going to see that Lantern being exerted, combining with Elsa? Of course, Elsa might not be available, but you would imagine that is the ideal play in this position.
Yeah, another card that we did get in Winter Spell is Sven Leaping Reindeer, which could also come into play, but it seems like he did tap the Lantern, and we are going to use 4 ink to pay for Elsa 5th Spirit. It just seemed like we exerted Grandmother Willow, and the Iago is going to challenge into Lady, and the Elsa and Mowgli being used to use...
Yeah. No, absolutely. What a combo. The Elsa Glimmer Foil as well, Kim. You a fan of the Glimmer Foils?
I'm a big fan of the Glimmer Foils. They're so beautiful. And not only that, because they're like foiling around the edges.
Yes.
Oh, I'm a big fan. I have a full playset of my Lilo Escape Artist.
Yeah, I actually
have the Glimmer Foil.
I have the Lilo Escape Arts as well. I need to get myself some Elsa 5th Spirit Glimmer Foils, actually. That's one thing I'm lacking. I believe these might have come out like the day of Bologna, because I remember seeing so many people going over to the vendors to get their hands on them and making sure that their deck had as many Glimmer Foils as possible. Well, speaking of Glimmer Foils, Kim.
Yeah, there's one there on the board. That is Lilo Escape Artist, and I love this card in Dogs in particular, because especially if you're not against Sapphire, there's no way they can really get rid of it, because that Lilo Escape Artist, well, she's going to escape and just keep cycling and cycling.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see the Mowgli entering the discard, as will Iago as well. Big moment in this game. Pretty interested to see how the board is now looking after that, as the turn is passed. Kiwon seems to be in the ascendancy, but that Elsa 5th Spirit is still on the board for Keke.
Yeah, the Under the Sea here would have hit all of the characters on KK's board, but didn't even need it. Kiwon here just building such a wide board to make Kiki have to deal with it then, and only an Elsa 5th Spirit left, but what does he have to play with now?
Yeah, Elsa 2 strength. Could take out the Bobby, of course. But it's going to be the Lantern again being exhausted and exerted rather than Hades looking for a deal. The Lilo's the option. Now, Hades would not put this into the discard, but rather on the bottom of the deck, which means that the Escape Artist would not really be able to, well, it says no place I'd rather be. Well, not the bottom of the deck for that Lilo Escape Artist. But of course, Kiwan has the option of keeping Lilo on the board and allowing Keke to just draw 2 cards instead. So Kiwan doing some calculating, seeing what the questing power is, and actually a big decision to allow the card draw to come through from the Hades looking for a deal. That is a great deal. 2 cards added to hand and a 5-cost character on the board with 3 strength, 4 willpower. Seems like a good deal to me.
Seems like a pretty good deal to me too. And then KK is going to have more cards in his hand now, thanks to that Hades to be able to play with. I do see another Mowgli and a Lantern, and perhaps we may even see the Stitch Carefree Snowboarder coming in next turn.
There is the Emerald Chronicon. In fact, it's the first one I've seen a Dogs player play this weekend. I've casted about 5 or 6 Dogs matches already. Haven't seen a Chronicon yet.
No.
Now, if we think about Amber Amethyst as an ink color combination, probably a weakness of it is it probably doesn't have access to much item removal. You think about Benja, you think about Fred, you think about Archimedes, even Wasabi, but I'm not sure that there's much item removal that comes to mind in an Amber and Amethyst deck. A lot of Dogs players have been cutting that Chromicon. Well, Kiwana's still got it, and that is going to be a real problem to deal with. So the Emerald Chromicon, for those that aren't familiar, Kim, can you tell me a bit about this card?
Yeah, in the Emerald Chromicon, during your opponent's turn, whenever a character is banished, you get to choose a character to bounce back to their hand. So meaning now, if Kiwan really wanted to, he could choose one of his own characters to bounce back to his hand, or like what's happening here, he is going to choose the Hades to bounce back to his hand. And ideally, I kind of like this play because you don't really want to send back the Elsa, because he could replay that Elsa and play it again. Whereas he could also replay the Elsa, or he could replay the Hades here. He won't be able to. It will be Kiwan's choice whether or not it will go to the bottom of the deck or not. But it's already 12 lore to 1.
Yeah, it's a huge swing, and it is going to be the Cheshire Cat Inexplicable, which comes through. That boost ability likely going to be used immediately, moving the 2 damage counters from Elsa onto probably the Lilo, but potentially the Grandmother Willow. But that also means that the Emerald Chromicon will be able to trigger again. And with the Emerald Chromicon coming down from Kiwan, it makes even more sense why they decided to just allow Keke to draw those 2 cards off Hades and keeping that Lilo on the board. Lilo will now be in the discard, no place she'd rather be.
Yeah, and now Kiwan will get to choose a character to bounce back to their opponent's hand. And obviously, the last thing he really wants to do is give back that Cheshire Cat to be able to give him an extra card. But you know what? He is going to do it anyway, but give back an additional card, because right now, he's still in the lead. He still has an advantage. It's 12 lore to 1.
And the thing is with the Emerald Chromicon is you just reach a point where you're just bouncing so many cards back to your opponent's hand. Well, there's no cards in hand for Kiwan, so Mowgli not giving any information. But this is where you want to be with an Emerald Chromicon. You don't need much to cross the finish line. Every time one of your characters is removed from the board, you can bounce back one of your opponents. And this Lilo Escape Artist, there's really no place she'd rather be, as we see a big quest come through for Kiwan. Keke probably just needs the Raging Storm at this moment in time, but the Raging Storm could save them. But that Lilo Escape Artist is just going to continue to be a pain for Keke to deal with.
Yeah, and unfortunately here, Keke is only going to be able to ink a card up to 7 ink, meaning he can't even play Raging Storm.
And the Lantern's not going to help, right? The Lantern is only reducing the cost of characters.
Yep.
So Keke's just going to need to continue to stall as much as possible. As soon as you've played the Chromicon, it's a scoop. That Emerald Chromicon made the difference, didn't it, Kim? It was looking like a tight game, but that's what the Chromicon can do. It can just help you cross that finish line and make things really awkward for your opponent.
Yeah, it's really interesting to know what way the Amber Emerald players have built their decks, because a lot of people shuffle. That was a really nice shuffle. I have to admire that shuffle. A lot of Amber Emerald players are dropping the Chromicon and playing all Under the Sea. However, I feel like I still include the Chromicon in my Dogs deck, because for games like this, especially exactly what you said earlier, Amber Amethyst doesn't have a lot of ways to deal with removing items, whereas in the likes of Sapphire, we have Wasabi, and we have Benja and Judy Hobbs, and a bit of everything.
Fred and Archimedes. Don't forget about Fred and Archimedes in Emerald.
Even our one-drop Clarabelle has the ability to banish items. So there's a little bit of item removal in everything, but I feel like in Amber Amethyst, obviously, an underestimated deck, hence why you probably picked it.
Yep.
And it seems to be able to do enough to control the board, but can't do enough to get rid of items.
Yeah, and for Kawan now, like, they see what they're up against. You would imagine they might be trying to utilize their mulligan to find one copy of the Emerald Chromicon. Of course, one downside potentially of an Emerald Chromicon is if you end up with 2 in hand, it can be a little bit awkward. So it's going to be really fascinating to see how this second match develops now that both players are familiar with their opponent's deck. You can really tailor your mulligan for the matchup specifically. In that game 1, you don't know what your opponent's playing, and therefore you have to just take a more generic mulligan. Now look at this. I love it, Kim. Kiwon has not even looked at their cards. They are just doing what I think Ed Chu has done really well in North America, just watching their opponent's mulligan, trying to gain as much information as possible as the player going second. You have a right to do so, and they're just going to be trying to predict and make a read of what cards might be in my opponent's hand and how should I mulligan accordingly.
It's the stare down.
Yes.
It's like a little bit of villainous stare down. You know, like we're here vibing, but you're going to do a villainous stare down on your opponent, and then it does seem like he is going to alter quite a few cards out of his hand. It doesn't seem like he's only going to keep 2, and the Rhino, 1/16 part Wolf, has been really interesting inclusion because it can help be able to target opposing characters, reduce their strength, and be able to under the sea a whole board.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We are seeing the mulligans come through, the alters from both players here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge. Here in Ghent, Belgium, a 4,000 player event. Plenty more Disney Lorcana TCG action coming your way this weekend.
Yeah, and it's so exciting, especially in particular, because not only do we have one tournament, we essentially have 2 tournaments.
Yep.
So it's like we're having 2 DLCs, and at the very end, they're going to face off for the ultimate world qualification spot.
Yeah, that is going to be a banger grand finals, that's for sure. It's going to be KK going first in game number 2. You're looking for that Lantern on curve, aren't you? Or the Grandmother Willow, perhaps, if it's in the deck. It's going to be the Horseman Strikes into the ink, and it's going to be that Royal Guard Octopus Soldier for the opening player. Pretty good turn 1 up against the Dogs, isn't it?
Pretty nice this time round. We did see Kiki go first previously. He was on the play, did win the dice roll, and we also saw they didn't not have a 1-drop to play, so a much better start off this time round.
Yep. It's going to be Go-Go into the ink. It's going to be that Bobby Spray Cheese Kid coming through, drawing a card, and of course then the option to, well, not the option, you have to discard a card as well. And look at that, the escape artist. There truly is no place she'd rather be. Yeah, exactly what you want to kind of do with Bobby Zimaruski, the Spray Cheese Kid, starting off to just get your Lilo in the discard so she's ready to go. So you, if Kiwon doesn't have a card to play next turn, we can just bring back the Lilo. But it's going to be Mowgli Man Club coming into play. And there's no items or actions in Kiwon's hand, or songs. It is just full characters. Now, while Mowgli is not able to discard a card from Kiwon's hand, Keke does have a lot of information. And in Disney Lorcana, information is power. If you can use all that information to just draw out a little bit more ink worth from your cards, that can make the difference. So Mowgli, certainly not the best use of him, but not useless either. Yeah, but Kiki did know about his Grandmother Willow coming into play. It was in his hand, so it's no surprise that Grandmother Willow is now in play, which meaning this Lady Decisive Dog was going to be able to be played for free, meaning next turn, Joe, we could see a turn 3 Tramp. Yeah, turn 3 Tramp is the best opening you can really get with this deck, because that does also open up the potential to do an early Under the Sea. And of course, Mowgli might have been fishing for that Under the Sea, but if Tramp comes down, you don't necessarily need the Under the Sea in hand, because Tramp digs 3 cards deep into the deck, and that gives you an opportunity to find it at a later point. So that Under the Sea can be so difficult to prevent when you're playing against this Dogs deck because of that Tramp synergy. Yeah, we do see the Tramp in hand, but will Kiwon
play it is the question. We also see a Nani Stage Manager, another great tool to be able to look through the top 4 cards of your deck and find a 1 or 2 cost card. And I know you were saying earlier when we had a discussion about this, and that it's like, what, 99% of the deck is like 1 and 2 cost cards?
Yeah, so the maths is if you have 40 characters in your deck, which cost 1 and 2, then your Nani is going to hit on average 99.1% of the time, which means about 1 in 100 times it's going to miss. And that's pretty good odds. It means it will happen occasionally, Kim, but statistically it's unlikely to happen throughout a whole tournament run.
Yeah, so I have a feeling that Q1 here is trying to decide between, will I just play more bodies to the board, or will I do the thing and play my tramp because I've got really nice cards in my hand?
It is going to be the tramp, so 3 cards drawn, and then 3 cards will be discarded. Hello.
Hello, Emerald Chromacon comes into hand. I have a feeling you might be keeping this card.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Now, imagine the Mowgli coming through on this turn and denying the Chromacon. That would be quite spectacular, wouldn't it?
And
that's probably the only way you can prevent the Chromacon. And maybe that's why Kiki went for this Mowgli. Maybe they weren't even fishing for the Under the Sea necessarily, but recognizing that they have to try and deal with the Emerald Chromacon in some way.
Yeah, and then obviously now Kiki is going to want to wish maybe they kept the Mowgli for this turn, or does he have another Mowgli in hand, or will he top deck another Mowgli to be able to play? Because that would be huge if he was able to discard this Emerald Chromacon.
Yep, 3 cards in hand for Kwan. KK though at 3 ink, no ramp on this occasion. So for 4, what is it going to be a Mowgli? Oh, it's a lantern. Lantern is going to be exerted, and it's going to be the Cheshire Cat then coming through. Lovely foil on that Whisper. I think that's my favourite foiling in Disney Lorcana.
Yes, the nice rainbow foiling we saw come into Disney Lorcana trading card game in Whispers in the Well. And I have to say, I think you're right. I think it's also my favourite.
And it's going to be back on over to Kwan, of course, is threatening to sing Under the Sea this turn. Imagine a Rhino plus Under the Sea, Kim. That would wipe the board, including the Cheshire Cat. That 1-cost Rhino, which can lower the strength of an opposing character by 1. But in fact, it's going to be that Lilo Escape Artist, No Place You'd Rather Be ability coming through. Of course, that happens at the set stage, ready, set. That's when you have to trigger the Lilo ability and then draw. So it's hard to know if it's the right call until after you've drawn, but we are then going to see the Emerald Chromacon. And Lilo Escape Artist synergy with this Emerald Chromacon is so unbelievably good.
Yeah, and thanks to Grandmother Willow, Lilo Escape Artist for Key1 was not going to cost 2, it's going to cost 1 if Grandmother Willow can stay on the board every turn, meaning that if Kiki has to challenge it every single turn and can't get rid of this Emerald Chromacon, it's just going to keep cycling.
Yep. Yeah, Emerald Chromacon has to be one of, if not the most powerful items in the game. I think Snow Fort is another item which is really, really popular, but so many people have been teching in item removal for these Emerald Chromacons. But then interestingly, like sort of the ebb and flow of the metagame, a lot of Dogs players have been cutting the Emerald Chromacon because players have been teching in item removal. But then, because players are taking out the Emerald Chromacon, people are also taking out the item removal. And maybe therefore Q1 said, well, people are taking out item removal, maybe it's time for the Emerald Chromacon again. So it's a real cat and mouse situation, but you can see why the Emerald Chromacon is such a feared item in the Disney Lorcana metagame.
Yeah, because obviously since our post-rotation, we haven't seen a whole lot of item decks, but I feel like it's coming back in the form of Lantern and in the form of Emerald Chromacon. It's not full items, but you have items that just help you kind of, in the form of Lantern, cheat out bigger cards earlier, like your Demona and all those Amethyst cards, especially teamed up in this ink color pairing. I really like it. But we are going to see that Iago with 5 challenger going to challenge into that Tramp. We're going to get rid of it. We're saying no. You're not going to sing Under the Sea next turn.
Yep. Under the Sea has been denied, unless, of course, a Lady Shift would be coming through. That would be the one way around it. We are going to see the Cheshire Cat also being removed. 4 ink still to play with. That Lantern as well. And I don't believe they've inked yet for turn either. It's going to be Mowgli now. Looks like it's taking a quest. So 4 lore for Kwan, and it's 3 lore now for Keke. It's going to be that Royal Guard taking out the Grandmother Willow, but that Chromacon now will finally trigger. You've got the option, of course, of bouncing back a Mowgli, a Royal Guard, or one of your own. It's going to be Mowgli, which would suggest that Kwan doesn't have any non-character cards in hand, but maybe that's a bluff.
Yeah, maybe it is, but the last thing he would want to do if he did have the Under the Sea in hand was send the Mowgli back to Kiki's hand. But of course, Kiki hasn't actually played any cards this turn yet, so could still choose to replay the Cheshire Cat.
Is it going to
and
be
the Mowgli.
Demona with the Lantern? It's not going to be Demona. It's going to be a 5-cost, potentially Elsa. It will be Elsa, the 5th Spirit, that glimmer foil shining ever so wonderfully. And the question is with the Elsa, what do you go for? Do you go for the Lilo Escape Artist, or do you go for the Bobby? Because, of course, you're going to be triggering the Chromicon. So whenever you're challenging into the Chromicon, you have to plan out your turn so far in advance to minimize the potential value of the Chromicon. As the Chromicon player, if you look at Kiwan's body posture, this sort of summarizes how it feels to play the Emerald Chromicon. And then if you look at Keke's on the other side, you're being asked all the questions, and the Chromicon is a very, very powerful tool. And if you don't play around it perfectly, it gets out of hand very quickly.
Yeah, and we are going to choose to bounce back that Elsa 5th Spirit back to hand, which is really interesting because next turn Kiki could choose to play it, but obviously bouncing it back and knowing, well, you can't replay it this turn, but if I give you back the Royal Guard, you still have 1 ink available. You could choose to just replay the Royal Guard if you wish.
Yeah, and I think, again, the Escape Artist left on the board there to make sure that it's not just being summoned back onto the board. It's going to be Nani coming through, 2 Glimmer Falls found, or the Grandmother Willow. It is going to be one of those Lilo Glimmer Falls. Of course, that Under the Sea was not an option to add into hand, but I think, honestly, you're quite happy to put that at the bottom of your deck. A big reason we see some players dropping the Chromicons from their deck is you want to play Under the Sea. And having Under the Sea and Chromicon in the same game, usually you want one or the other. It's rare that you actually end up going for both. So being able to bottom deck that Under the Sea with Nani in this spot is probably good. And you know what else is good? A big wide board full of glimmers with an Emerald Chromicon.
That it is. And we're not going to play our Lilo, other Lilo Escape Artist. We're just going to go into the Inkwell, and we're going to be able to play Daisy, Donald's Date, and our Rhino. We don't even need to target anything because there's nothing on our opponent's board.
Well, there was actually, because the Rhino just did that -1 on the Royal Guard, and then Lilo challenged, which is why there was no damage taken on the Lilo. But that is a big, scary board. Kiwan, 7 law. So they're still 13 away, which is a big old gap. But surely Raging Storm is going to be the only way out of this one for Keke on Amber and Amethyst. But there's not a lot of ink, only 5 available. So Raging Storm is just not close enough at this stage in the game. So Kiwan is in a really, really good position right now.
Yeah, we're going to ink the Mowgli Man Club. Goes into the Inkwell. Kiki could here choose to play Demona. Yes, everything will be exerted, but unfortunately, because he's no other characters on the board, won't be able to challenge. But we do know Elsa, the 5th Spirit, was bounced back to his hand, so he does have that to replay, and that is exactly what he's going to do. Going to exert the Rhino, and we are going to challenge the Lilo.
Yep, and unsurprisingly, the Elsa straight back into the hand. It is often what you see. You play an Elsa, your Elsa gets bounced back, you try it again the next turn, but Keke just doesn't have enough ink to play 2 Elsas per turn, which means Kiwan is really running away with this game, and the Lilo Escape Artist is still there. Bobby comes through, Mowgli's discarded, and guess what? It's more questing for Kiwan.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why I've really enjoyed these Amber Emerald decks, because it's never the same game. Depending on what you're against, you kind of go either Under the Sea route and you try to get your Tramp out, or you can take this route where you get your Emerald Chromicon out and you try to control the board and bounce back all of your opponent's characters. So unfortunately for Kiki, it hasn't been able to keep a character on the board like this Elsa because it's just going to challenge something and be bounced back to hand.
Yep, no glimmers on the board for Kiki. Kiwan is 8 law away. Is the board, it's questing for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 right now. And that would be without even considering that Lady could potentially quest for more if that strength is added up. It's going to be the scoop. Kiwan takes it. The Emerald Chromicon showing why it's one of the most powerful items in Disney Lorcana, Kim.
Yeah, it's such a great game for our Amber Emerald player. One of the predictions from Ross and Rebecca to win this weekend. Obviously, we've seen it do really well. But a shout out to our Amber Amethyst player who also played amazing. And we've seen quite a few decks this weekend. And I'm kind of sad we haven't seen a Monstro in it. But I've been really loving the way that Lanterns and Grandmother Willow have come together. And we're able to cheat out items earlier. And it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it certainly has. And I would love for people in the chat to let us know, is there any item removal that we're forgetting about in Amethyst and Amber? Because I'm really struggling to think of a single option. There might be some really like rogue options, but certainly nothing at the level of a card like Benja or Archimedes or Fred or even Wasabi. Like you look at Wasabi and Sapphire and you think, yeah, okay, Sapphire and Amethyst, it has item removal, but it's not great. But then when you actually compare it to Amber and Amethyst, I can't even think of anything even that good. But we are now going to go into a game, or the second feature match of round number 7. Let's see what is in store for us. We are live in this one, and we've got Michael on Amber Sapphire and Damien on Amethyst Steel. Damien is heavily in the lead. Look at those Baymax sleeves. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, there's a nice bit of Baymax and Disney Lorcana on the board there. And I have to talk about this Scuttle. He's a 5-cost, 5/5 with Ward, but also teamed up an Amber Sapphire deck, meaning this Scuttle, we could just see him sing Let It Go.
Yep. And of course, Ohana means family is often a very popular card in these Amber Sapphire decks as well. Michael with an abundance of ink at 7 ink currently. Don't know if they've inked for turn already. They are going to be challenging this Genie.
Yeah, Genie, Magical Researcher, a Whisper card, and all of the cards underneath him were also going into the discard. And we were talking about this underdog Christopher Robin card earlier, which also, if you're just playing it as a 2-drop, he won 3, but he quests for 2.
Yeah, really awesome card, and I'm really excited to see Amber Sapphire. Now, I actually did have Amber Sapphire as my prediction to win the tournament, and at the last minute, I changed my mind. So it's a deck I'm so excited to see in action as Hades comes through the Infernal Schema. Card has now been inked for turn, so that's going to be Michael passing. Great to see Nakoma on the board as well, just this vanilla stat line waiting out the storm, which is quite fitting considering this deck is likely playing Raging Storm.
Yeah, just a really nice 4-drop after if you don't hit your turn 3. Okay, so you hit your turn 2 ramp, and then if you don't hit your Cinderella Dreams Come True, you can just play your Nakoma to the board, meaning you just have a good solid Glimmer on the board to be able to challenge with, like we've seen here.
Yep, and it's going to be Christopher Robin joining the fun. That Palace Guard going to quest. Had the opportunity to challenge, but look at that. Damien is only 3 lore away, Kim. We've joined this game right live at the tail end of game number 2 potentially, but it is 17 lore to 0. But if there's one thing we know about a control deck, is that control decks can catch up. They're slow to get going, but at this stage in the game, it's just about can Damien cross that finish line. They are 3 lore away. Of course, with Giant Cobra in play, Michael is going to want to make sure they stay 3 lore away.
Yeah, and it's going to be another Hades Infernal Schemer coming in. We are going to send the Royal Guard into the Inkwell.
Christopher Robin it was into the ink, I believe.
Christopher Robin into the ink.
Yep, and Christopher Robin, of course, questing for 2. So that Cobra still on the board, only quest for 1. But if Damien can find a Giant Cobra, of course, we'll need a second card in hand. That would be enough to seal the deal alongside a quest from the Cobra. But these Hades are now taking over the board. Big question for Michael. 1 card in hand. Now, big decision for Damien, because I think it's the only card in hand, right?
Yes.
Now, if you play this Captain Hook, which I think it was, the 1-cost Captain Hook, what's it really achieving? Not much. And then, imagine you draw into the Giant Cobra after you've just played this Captain Hook. So the big decision is, do you play the card, or do you just try and pray for the Cobra off the top?
Yeah, it does seem like he is going to keep the Captain Hook in his hand and then pray that he top decks that Cobra off the top, so at least then he can discard and just gain the 2.
I think it's got to be the right option when you're playing against Michael's deck. Oh my goodness, it's the Blue Mufasa, the legendary Mufasa. We have not seen this one very often, but what a way to close out a game. It is going to be readying the entire Inkwell. I honestly need to remind myself of this card, but 2 cards are going to be picked from the Inkwell at random and are going to be added back to hand.
Yes, and then whenever he quests, you can ready all of the cards in your Inkwell, but when he's played, all cards get exerted. You return 2 at random to your hand.
Yep.
Could it be a Let It Go that maybe he's looking for?
So all of this ink is currently exerted. Just to clear that up,
yes,
all of this ink is exerted right now, and it's when Mufasa quests that all of the ink will be readied. Right?
Yes. And it's looking like Tipo, Growing Sun going into the Inkwell.
There's the pass. Do we have the Cobra? No Cobra, it's a scoop. Mufasa closes the game for Michael, and we go into game number 3, Kim.
How exciting. We joined this game right in on top of the action. I'm so excited to see Amber Sapphire in the limelight, taking control, as it should. I think there's a couple of ways you can build an Amber Sapphire deck.
Yeah.
One being
You're
like...
a big fan of Amber Sapphire.
I'm a huge fan of Amber Sapphire. One being obviously this control version, and then another being like a princess version, and then obviously an aggro, fast-paced moving deck. And this, clearly the control version, and Michael showing the power of how good it can possibly be.
Yeah, and seeing this Mufasa as a closer is really fascinating because we said, right, like the Amber Sapphire deck can be slow to get going, but then once you get going on the board, how do you actually close out the game? And Mufasa is the answer here that's been selected. Now, in a meta with Let It Go and Hades, that's quite bold. Because when you play this Mufasa, you lose ink. You sort of de-ramp yourself. But actually, adding 2 cards back into your hand at that stage in the game, even if you're hit by a Let It Go, maybe those 2 cards in hand are still worth it for you.
Yeah,
Then
for
maybe
sure.
at that stage in the game, you don't want 2 cards in your inkwell, you want 2 cards in hand. So it's such a fascinating option. I would imagine it might be a one-of, because 2 Mufasas in the deck can get very clunky.
Yeah.
You never really play 2 in one game. So when I played this card, it's a card I've played as a one-of, but I don't know if that's necessarily true.
Yeah, and also when you're playing Sapphire, Sapphire does the thing that Sapphire does, and you are going to have a lot of cards in your inkwell, and maybe earlier on in the game you inked something like pivotal, like a Let It Go, or something that you're really looking for, or even could have been at Hades with a Tipo perhaps, and maybe that's something you need to help close out the game. So I feel like all of these Sapphire decks, they take a while to get going, as you said, and can struggle against these faster moving decks, but with the likes of all the new removal we got, not only we got Let It Go back, but we got Raging Storm, and unfortunately it looks like here for Michael, unfortunately his opening hand seems to have 2 Raging Storms in it.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. Also a Mufasa in the mix as well. So lots of expensive uninkables in the deck for Michael that could come back to bite them. Captain Hook, not the best 1-drop to be playing against a Amber Sapphire deck, but the most important thing is it's a 1-drop, and look who's joining the fun. It's Christopher Robin. He's usually an underdog, but he's not so bad as just a turn 2, quest for 2, and questing is what Damien is going to need to win this matchup quickly.
Yeah, and more than likely Damien is going to be able to quest for 3 next turn, because ideally Michael is going to want to hit his turn 2 ramp.
Tipo or Sail are usually the options, and actually, usually we think that Sail is the better option, right? But when you've got a bunch of expensive uninkables in hand, it's quite possible Tipo might be the better option.
Yeah, could definitely help Michael here get rid of one of these Raging Storms into the inkwell to be able to deal with his clunky uninkable.
Yep. Yeah, it is a fascinating scenario we have to see. Of course, these Baymax sleeves, I believe, were available from the Disney Lorcana championships in North America and Europe last season. So they're not something you see every day, but they are absolutely beautiful. That's for sure. We are going to see Ohana Means Family into the ink. Is there that turn 2 ramp?
No, turn 2 ramp, but it is going to be Vision of the Future coming in.
And it does find Sail, which could ramp the next turn. Now, listen, it's not good to miss ramp. Let's be honest on turn 2. But the most important thing is that you still find it for turn 3.
Yes.
It might not be as bad as it looks. It's definitely not good, but it might not be as bad as it looks. But the big difference here is we saw that Nakoma, that 4/6 vanilla 4-cost character for Michael. If you find the ramp on 2, you can play that on 3, but instead Michael is going to have to be ramping on 3 and not playing a big unit to contest the board. So it's definitely not good news for Michael, but it's great news for Damien.
Yeah, definitely great news for Damien indeed, as Michael, now we know he does have the Sail in hand, can choose to ink this turn, meaning if he does have perhaps a Cinder... Oh, not only does he have a Sail, he also has a Tipo in hand. If he does have enough inkable cards in hand, could choose to play the Sail first, ink 2 cards, and we could also play a Tipo and double ramp this turn.
Yeah, that is such a good spot, Kim. That is pretty much the best way to recover from missing turn 2 ramp, is to do this sort of double ramp play and make up for it a little bit. You'd probably still rather just ramp on 2 and play a big character on turn 3, but this is just helping you get that little bit closer to Raging Storm in particular, right?
Yeah, and it does seem unfortunate here that Nakoma it does seem like Michael has Nakoma, I believe, in his hand. It does feel like it's going to have to be one of those cards going into the inkwell, unfortunately. Because I feel like the game plan now for Michael, if he can get enough ink to be able to just play the Raging Storm to deal with Damien's board, might be his ultimate goal this time round.
Tipo with my favorite flavor text in the game. Mom, I think I'm still growing.
He
That's
is
my
still
Tipo
growing.
impression.
It's a beautiful Tipo impression.
Thank you so much. I've been working on it as we do see Christopher Robin, who is yet again joining the fun. We're going to see the boost on Genie, meaning Genie quests for 2, Christopher Robin quests for 2, and Captain Crochet, also known as Captain Hook, quest for 1.
Yeah, Damien really taking the lead in this game so early on. And Michael only on 5 ink. Could ink up to 6? Perhaps if he has a spooky sight. I don't know if he plays it in this, but this would definitely help him out here.
That would be outstanding, Kim. A spooky sight would be the difference maker, right? Okay, you give Damien a lot of ink to work with, but you just give yourself time to build towards that Raging Storm.
Yeah, and he would also give himself an additional ink to help get up to this Raging Storm, with sending Tipo into the inkwell.
Just showing that Tipo is, in fact, still growing.
Yeah, he is still growing, and it might indeed help Michael grow into his inkwell if he did have that spooky sight, but it doesn't seem like it. It's going to be Scuttle, and 5 cost inkable, 5/5, 2 lore, and he does have ward, meaning if Damien did perhaps drop another character to the board, can't even sing strength on it because you can't target a warded character.
Yeah, this card is really good. If you look at Fable, there was a lot of reprints that have the same stat line with no ability. Cards like Winnie the Pooh Honey Wizard, for example. Well, Scuttle is the same, but also has Ward. And Ward is an incredibly powerful keyword, so it's no surprise to see Scuttle seeing play on the biggest of stages here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent.
Yeah, and not only that, because he costs 5 to play, he can also sing a very popular card that we got rotated back into this set and winter spell, and that is, Spessy, do you know what that card is?
I think it might be called Let It Go.
It is indeed.
Let It Go.
So Scuttle being ward, meaning he's most definitely going to survive until the next turn. So if Michael does have a Let It Go, we can definitely choose to perhaps let it go into the inkwell. Or because Scuttle is just a 5/5, we can definitely challenge here and try to get rid of some of this Damien's board.
Yeah, absolutely. Michael now at 6 ink. Can, of course, go to 7 this turn, but Be Prepared, not an option. This is the difference between Be Prepared and Raging Storm. There's a big difference between a 7-cost board wipe and an 8-cost board wipe. Damien has an extra turn to work with. Damien is 3 lore away, Kim. The Genie will quest for 3 on its own. The Christopher Robbins quest for 2. So Genie's got to go. Genie does go. But you've got to get rid of both Christopher Robbins as well. Captain Hook has been dealt with. But one of these Christopher Robbins also has to be removed, or Damien will win the game in the very next turn. It's Cindy. And that's the game.
It's going to be going to Damien. Our Amethyst Steel player is going to be taking the win for round 7.
Wow.
Both of these players already on 18 points, it seems. Both will be proceeding into day 2. But every win counts, because at the end, we're going to be cutting to top 32. So every win, every amount of points that they can accumulate is going to matter. But both players, we will get to see them. How wonderful on Sunday for day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. What a fun match that was. We joined, I think, at the best moment, didn't we? The tension was palpable. Amber Sapphire just about managing that comeback. And look, we know that Sapphire is one of the best ink colours in Disney Lorcana. That turn 2 play of Tipo or Sail, occasionally one jump ahead, is so powerful. But it's also easy to underestimate the downside of Sapphire, which is that you can very easily miss ramp on 2, and suddenly your deck is not as good as it otherwise would be.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to hop on over, Kim, into an interview with one of our winners from round number 7.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, have I got a treat for you? A player who has come to the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent, and not just won 1 game, or 2, or 3, or 4, or 5, or 6. No. 7 games in a row. See when you are 7-0 at a Disney Lorcana Challenge. How does that feel?
That feels really great, man.
You're locked for day 2. That's already there. You're 1 game over. What's the goal now?
8-0, I guess.
Okay, so you go 8-0 today. You're in great position to do so. What next? You come back on Sunday. There's more rounds of Swiss. And then we got Top Cut all the way to the final. How far do you think you can go at this event?
I mean, as far as I can go. I want to go to the top cut, to top 32.
The top 32 to get that European qualification.
That's the first goal for me. And if I can go higher, I will see it. I will be happy.
This is what I love. Every time I talk to a player, the first answer I get is, I want top 32. I want to go to the Euros so I can play more Lorcana. I love it.
Exactly right.
I love the attitude, I really do. So, you're playing dogs.
Right, yeah.
It's a very popular deck. Can you tell me why you picked dogs?
I was about to play purple steel, to be honest. But I think dogs give you more cards in hand, more keys to play as you want from any matchups. And if you want to play a versatile game, versatile decks, you have to play dogs, I guess.
I think very well explained. I think you're absolutely right. So, how has your day gone today? Have the games been quite straightforward, or have there been some real difficult matches in there?
50-50, I think. There's some really difficult some difficult matchups, and there is some easy game because the decks sometimes you have all in hand, and the decks is playing alone. So I feel a bit carried by my deck.
No, I'm going to stop you right there. There is a lot of dogs players in this room. There are very few of them that are sitting at 7-0. Your deck's clearly fantastic. Being played by a master, I think we can agree. Do you have an MVP, a most valuable card from your deck so far? What's really been putting in the work?
I think Nani is a great add from this set, this chapter.
Yes.
And Chromicon is really good for a lot of matchups.
Okay, so we've seen a few players dropping, it's Emerald Chromicon, yeah? We've seen a few players dropping it, not playing it in their dog stacks. What would you say to those players? Do you think they're right, or is it just a personal choice?
I think if you don't play the Chromicon, that means you want to play the deck as a combo deck more than an aggro deck. That's a choice. I respect that.
Okay, really very succinct. I love it. Now, last question then. Anyone you want to give a shout out to who's helped you out this weekend to get to your phenomenal 7-0 record?
A shout out to my team, BKS, and my friends.
Sounds good. Superb. Thank you very much. Well, sounds good to me. Well, 7-0, but job not done yet. One more round today, and then fighting for that top 32 spot to try and get that qualification to the European Championships. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We have got plenty of Disney Lorcana action yet to come.
We do indeed, Ross, have plenty more Disney Lorcana trading card game to come. And before we bring you the next round, we are going to throw it right on over to Rebecca and Baker for an extremely fun Guess the Lyrics.
Yeah, and I already want to, my answer is, if it's Baker doing the first one, my answer is, it's Be Prepared. But we'll have to wait and see. So enjoy Baker and Rebecca with Guess the Lyrics. I'm certainly going to be enjoying myself.
Hello, Lumineers. Welcome back to the lounge. I am here with your very own Lorcana villain, Baker, and myself. We're getting ready to play a little mini game. But before we jump into this, the games today have been so much fun, Baker. Do you have any favorites that stand out to you?
I know my least favorite was when I drew the abomination of Vixen for draw the card. But as long as the audience got a laugh out of it, then I'm happy. Hey, she guessed it and the chat guessed it, so it couldn't have been that bad.
It was
but
there.
That was a bit
semblance.
of fun. I like sprinkling some of these games in among the action. Obviously, the priority is always competitive gameplay, but this is a Disney card game. Let's have some fun,
Right, let's have some fun.
Absolutely.
We're doing Disney trivia out there on the floor in the fan experience area. People are doing collection quests, button trading, lots of fun things going on, meeting the artists. But I'm ready to guess some song lyrics. Are you ready?
I am ready. I'm
Okay.
more than ready. What you know what else I'm ready for is when we get to Infinity format and we've got even more songs in format. Don't forget that Infinity in June, both in Dortmund and in Indianapolis. It's going to be incredible.
It's going to be so much fun.
But yes, we have some songs.
We have some songs.
What's
Okay.
the rules here,
Now,
Rebecca?
let's explain the
Explain
game
it to
so that
me.
way if anyone is watching and you want to play along, we have a bunch of cards here. We do not know
I've never seen
what
these
cards
cards in my
these
life,
are.
ever.
So somebody else picked them, but they are all song cards in Disney Lorcana. And the rules of the game are we'll each take turns, draw a card, and then you have to give the other person either the song lyrics right before or right after the name of the card. and then the other person has to guess the name of the song, the name of the
testing
card.
our song knowledge in general, really, to know what comes before it.
Exactly.
So we'll see how we do. But I'm excited. This is the try not to actually sing challenge.
It is the try not to actually sing challenge.
That
Okay,
gives it away, doesn't it?
We're gonna do some rock paper scissors. See who goes
Okay,
first.
is it
Ready?
1, 2, 3, shoot?
1, 2, 3, shoot. Yeah,
Okay,
ready?
so rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh,
There you go.
okay, you
Broken
go.
the scissors. So
You
I'm
go
picking
first.
first. Let me.
I won't look.
Let me find something. I won't look. This one. I've got a good feeling.
That is a good
about
one.
this one.
It is.
Okay. Okay. For a long time we have been. Oh no. Let me rephrase that. For a long time we've been.
For a long time we've been.
For a long time we've been.
Why is it not coming to me?
For a long time we've been. This is actually a bit of a tricky one, to be honest with you. I'll give you a little clue.
I was gonna say, I might need some clues for this one.
This is a brand new song from
we've
set 11.
From Winterspell?
From
For a
Winterspell.
long time. There weren't a lot of songs in this.
There weren't, no. For a long time we've been. I'll tell you what, I'll give you
man.
another clue of another lyric in the song that comes
Okay.
after this.
Okay.
But the only girl who'd love him is his mother.
Oh, is this from Fox and the Hound?
No.
Wait, oh,
The
okay.
IP has been in the game for a while.
Okay.
But
Oh.
it's the debut of this particular song in Disney Lorcana. So the lyrics that come before it, for a long time we've been. Lyric,
Something,
lyric.
something.
And a lyric later on in it is, and the only girl who'd love him is his mother.
I literally do not know.
How are you doing in chat?
Oh my
Have
goodness.
any of you got
I'm so embarrassed. Okay.
For a long time we've been marching off to battle.
I was gonna say, I think it's Mulan,
It's
and
a girl worth fighting
for girl worth
for.
fighting for. I was gonna say,
And the
okay.
only, I won't sing.
No, don't sing. Well,
That was a
darn.
tricky one.
That was a tricky
I'm
one.
not sure I'd have got
Okay.
that, to be honest.
I had an inkling that it might have been. I was like, I bet it's that Mulan song that I don't know very well.
Yep.
And it was.
There you go.
Oh man, I'm gonna need a redemption
Okay,
song
so
after that.
So is that
Oh,
1-0 to me,
boy.
or does that not how it works? Or do you just get a point if you guess it?
We get a point if we
Okay,
guess
cool,
it.
cool,
so I
cool.
get
So
0
you're
points.
you are net zero right
wow.
now.
Okay.
Right.
Well, you're gonna get this one.
Am I really?
Yes, you are.
Is it Is it El Clasico?
It's new. It's new, and
Okay.
well, I shouldn't say, but
Okay, okay.
you know what? I think these all might be Winterspell. That's a lot of cards for just Winterspell. Okay, so I have to think now. If you paint with all the.
Say that again.
If you paint with all the. Paint. No. Can you? Or it's can you? Can you paint with all the?
Can you paint with all the colors
Of
of
the
the
wind?
wind? The
Yes.
debut of Pocahontas in
That's
Disney
it.
Lorcana trading card game. So that's
okay,
1 point to
you
me.
get a
Baker's on the board.
point. You're
Will
on
you
the
do-
board.
Will you do like first to three? First
That
to
sounds good,
First
yes.
to three.
First-
Okay.
okay.
Right, so we're switching it up. So that's 1 point to El
My
Baker.
goodness.
El
I-
Villain. Okay. Okay. I got to think. I know a lot of lyrics in the song, but what comes directly for it?
Yeah, I have to like think through it in your mind of okay, how do I get to that part in the song?
Give me a moment. Give me a moment.
This is it though. This is my comeback.
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
my
I think you're
comeback
going to get this
song.
one as long as
Okay.
I don't fail here. Okay, we'll go with an easier one. Don't hold it back anymore.
Oh,
Don't hold it back anymore.
let it go.
Let it go.
Let
there
it
you
go.
go. You're on the board.
That was my redemption.
That was your
card.
redemption song. I knew as soon as I picked that up, I was like, as long as I remember the right lyrics, then I'm sure she's going to
You're
get
good.
it.
You're good. You're good.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
So we're 1-1
I'm gonna
at the
take,
moment.
I'll take this one. Okay,
look
this
away.
is well. Okay. Oh, I have to think of the lyrics that come right before it.
Yep. Take a moment.
Let's see
Get
here.
your bearings. I don't want wrong information.
Like
She's thinking. She's thinking. Hope you're playing along at
Is
home,
it-
by the way.
like reindeers in the sky. I think that's the lyrics that come right before it.
Like reindeers in the sky.
Yeah. Someone in chat is gonna.
Like reindeers in the sky. Oh, goodness me. I feel like I'm going to lose a point here. Nothing's jumping to mind. Say it again.
Like reindeers in the sky.
Like reindeers in the sky. So it's got to be Christmas-based, surely. But what Christmas songs did we get? Like reindeers in the sky. So we obviously got the debut of Mickey's Christmas Carol.
I'll give you a hint.
Okay, I'd love a hint.
It's not a new song.
It's not a new
It's not
song.
in Winterspell. No.
Say the lyrics again.
Like reindeers in the sky.
Like reindeers in the sky. Oh, goodness me.
Like reindeers in the sky.
Is it Ruby?
Yes.
Because I think I can picture the artwork, but I'm not sure if this is one of my better known songs. It's because this is one of the Frozen songs, right?
No.
It's not a Frozen
No,
song.
it's not.
Like reindeers in the sky. Goodness me, what other Disney films have reindeers in them?
Well, there's no reindeers in the film.
Right, so that's entirely unhelpful.
Yes.
I'm going down the complete wrong line of thought. Like reindeers in the sky. Oh, goodness me. You know what? I've been told off by chat before for not knowing when to let it go, pun intended. I think I'm going to have to back out of this one. What is it?
It's like reindeers in the sky. You can fly. You can fly.
There we go. Okay.
Yes.
I wasn't
That's
even
a tough
close.
one. That's a tough one.
Okay, so
That
we
is a
are
tough
one
We
and
are
one at the moment. So
one.
this is the
This is
decider
it.
round, really.
This is the
Unless
deciding.
we both get it
unless
or
we're
both
tied.
fail, and then we need like a tiebreaker of some
Exactly.
description. All right,
All
okay.
right, let's go.
Let me pick
Good
another one.
one.
I've got a good
We'll have to keep
feeling
this one
about this one. Okay.
I'm ready.
You're so beating me now. Let the storm rage on.
This is what comes right before it.
Yeah.
The cold never bothered me anyway.
Cold never bothered me anyway. Smashed it, man. Maybe I needed to pick out a harder one for you. Okay, so this is a big moment. This is the tiebreaker.
Okay.
Well, it's not. If I can't get this, then you just
I
win.
just
If I
win.
get it, then
That's-
we need
then
a
I just win.
tiebreaker. Okay.
Oh.
Let's get it. Let's get it. How confident are you I'm going to get this?
Like 100%.
Okay. That's no pressure then.
With all the force of a great typhoon.
Strength of a raging fire.
There,
There
yes.
we go. Okay.
That was it.
So we are 3 and 3. Do we do one more?
One more,
Right, super
one
quick,
more.
super quick round.
Yes,
Super quick
yes,
round.
yes.
Okay, here we go.
All mine ready.
Oh, grab your swords.
Oh, grab your bow.
There you, well, technically it's grab your sword. We keep
Grab
adding
your-
S's, and
sword,
there isn't
sword,
one
sword,
there.
sword.
Let's grab your sword. Okay, yeah, my
Ooh,
reveal card.
okay.
So pressure's on
Okay.
again.
Now I have to think of a good spot in the song to give you some lyrics that go before it. Okay.
You're trying to think of the harder ones.
Exactly, right?
Oh, no.
Let's see here. Give me a moment.
Yep,
Okay, I'm
you
thinking.
can have a moment. I'm anxious, chat.
Yes.
I don't want to lose. It's not a song-related game.
You know what would be funny
What would be funny?
is if I just gave you not a full lyric. Because okay, I'm just gonna say.
So you're making it harder on
I am.
purpose. You're going to take away the word
Ready?
before.
It is gonna be the word before.
I could have just said sword
It's
for
the-
grab your bow, and you'd
I'm
have
just-
never got that.
I'm just giving you the word before, but it goes like this.
Okay.
No, 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 no.
No, 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 no.
No, 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 no.
I started thinking of High School Musical. That is Disney. I was like, I can't say that. Yes, I can. No, 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 no.
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 I had to make
no,
it a little
No, no. Oh, wow.
I'll give you some clues if you want.
Yeah, I'd love a clue.
Okay, not from Winterspell.
Not from Winterspell. No, 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 no.
And the name of the song is actually before and after that. So it's name of the song, something, something, something. No, 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 no. Something, something, something.
Oh, wow. I'm going to lose this. No, 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 no. Who says no a lot?
Chat is.
Mother Gothel. She
Chat's
says
gonna
no a
get
lot.
you.
Was I close with Mother Gothel?
Nope.
No.
Not at all.
No. Pun intended. No, 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 no. Chat, are you getting it? Am I cooked? Am I a fake Disney fan? No, 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 no. Can you give me anything else?
Oh, without giving it away totally.
Oh, well, come on.
Okay, okay. Okay, it is it's a song about no, that was not a good clue.
No.
I will say this card was quite meta. It was played a lot back in Ursula's Return.
Ursula's Return. Okay.
Well, that's when it came out.
So was it reprinted? So is it in core constructed at the moment? Is it legal for core?
No,
it's set
I
to-
forget now.
No. Okay, so it has rotated.
No,
So it's a song that's rotated out.
Emerald.
No. Does it strike a good match?
No.
No, it's Emerald.
Now chat is going to be mad at me if it was reprinted, but I don't think it, I don't think it was.
She's the real villain around here, chat.
I'm pretty sure.
No.
yeah,
I'm gonna have to put my hands up and surrender to your mighty.
What do we not talk about?
Oh, Bruno. Okay, I'm a fake fan, Lorcana fans. I'm sorry.
Bruno.
I'm
No.
ready to hand in my resignation, get a real Disney fan in here. That was fun. Well done.
Well done.
To you. That was
Well
good.
done. Thanks for joining us.
I want a rematch before the end of the
We
weekend.
do need a rematch, maybe. I don't know. I might hold on to my title. I hope you all played along
So
with us
annoyed.
in the chat, though. That was super fun. Thanks for the fun, Baker. Always a joy. We're going to bring you more gameplays. Stick around, Illuminaires.
Welcome. We are about to go into, I think, our final round of the
It
day.
is our final round.
Round 8, I believe. I am very, very excited. How are you feeling, Kim?
I am so excited. We've already had some players on previously who are already on 18 points, still playing because, as you know, there's going to be 4 more rounds of Swiss on day 2, on our Sunday, where players will then will play 4 more rounds of Swiss and then cut to top 32. So every win matters, especially when you're on a fantasy draft team and you need all the points that count, you know? But also, we've seen an abundance of decks this weekend. Oh, well,
Yes.
this weekend, it's only day 1. It's only just
Yeah, but
started,
already,
guys. But
already.
today, we've seen so many decks. And we also took some time to predict. Each of us predicted some decks. And I know that you predicted Amethyst Steel.
I did.
And we've seen quite a few of that this weekend.
I did. We've got Spirit. We've got Strength. I'm very, very excited about it. And we've seen some Amethyst Steel on the feature table today, and I'm feeling good. I'm still feeling good about it. And I think I heard someone say earlier that it is the most represented deck this weekend.
Amethyst Steel, yeah, it was Amethyst Steel, and then below that was our Amethyst Sapphire, and then below that was our Woof Woof and Rebecca's pick, Doggone. And then, of course, under that was my pick, Cow Control.
Yeah.
Emerald Sapphire. I don't think I've seen a lot of it on the feature tables, but I did get a chance to wander around the room, and I did see quite a bit of it. We've also seen quite a range of Baker's pick, Ruby Amethyst, and also Spessie's pick, which I just have the privilege of casting with Spessie, some Amber Amethyst, which I've found so interesting because they've used Lantern, and they've used Grandmother Willow to cheat out the bigger cards like Demona, but of course also play cards like Raging Fire. But of course, Lantern and Grandmother Willow don't work on Raging Fire. You still gotta have enough ink, but using these tools like Grandmother Willow and Lantern to be able to cheat out bigger cards like Demona earlier, I saw one game, one guy exerted 3 lanterns and played Genie Wish Fulfilled for 1.
That feels illegal.
It does.
That's crazy. That's awesome. I love that. And I think that's one of the things about, Amber, I think coming into this Winter Spell format, because we've seen so many amazing Winter Spell Amber cards come out, it's had such a huge shift, I think, for that ink color specifically. And we've seen this almost like a proper comeback, having kind of, I think, Amber Steel songs before being such a strong deck a couple sets ago, and then kind of got hit a bit by the set rotation and various other things. And so it's been really, really nice to see Amber have this big comeback and be so strong with these incredible cards. I mean, being able to play a Genie Wish Fulfill for 1 is just insane.
Yeah, and also talking about Amber, another color combination that none of us predicted. Spessie claimed he picked it and then changed to Amber Amethyst because he wanted Amber Amethyst to do well, is Amber Sapphire, which we also seen a little bit to this weekend. And of course, teaming up cards like Raging Storm and Grandmother Willow, and you can also play Lanterns if you really want, but also you've cards like Tipo and Sail That Azurite Sea, and then being able to ramp up and play more cards like Hades Infernal Schemer, and then you've got Let It Go, and you've got abundance of cards.
Yeah.
You've got Pete Ghost of Christmas Future, new cards, and then you also have even more cards like Moana Curious Explorer, which is also one of the new cards we got this set, and not to mention, she's pretty iconic. Do you see what I did? See what I did there?
I see what I did there? Because she says an iconic version of it.
Because she has an iconic.
I like it. But yeah, you're completely correct. I mean, yeah, I think the Amber Sapphire is a really like interesting combo and makes sense. I think especially with that new board wipe card that we see obviously coming out in Amber in Winterspell Raging Storm, because it is an 8 cost card, which is quite a lot, but of course not really a problem if you've got Sapphire and you've got all of your ink ramp cards like your Tipo and your Sail the Azurite Sea, and you're getting all of that extra ink into your inkwell. You can get to that 8 cost card so much quicker.
Yeah.
So much quicker.
It is also like so interesting that like the meta breakdown, I'll be so intrigued to see tomorrow's if it's different from today, because I know that every single ink color representation, like pairing representation, has been here. So that means that your favorite Ruby Steel was also here this weekend.
Yay, that makes me so happy.
Yeah, but before we get into our round 8, which is coming as soon as possible, we are waiting for players to sit down. I think we have a little segment to show you guys.
I think we do. I think we're going to see some more game-changing cards.
I think so, some game-changing cards. So we'll be right back and go watch this video about some game-changing cards.
Illumineers, welcome back to the lounge. I am joined here by Joe Curley, and we are talking about game-changing cards. Joe, are you ready to look at some Amethyst cards?
Yeah, absolutely. Amethyst definitely got a reputation for being one of the best ink colors. And in Winterspell, it also got some powerful new tools, Rebecca. So I think we've got to start off with Tigger bouncing all the way, which is a very interesting card because you can use it on your opponent's characters, but also on your own. So it's quite flexible in that sense, Rebecca.
Yes, and not just characters either. It's also items and locations. I think most of the time right now we do see it mostly being used on characters, but there is that option there with his splendiferous bounce ability.
Yeah, that's actually something that's really easy to forget. And I've been caught off guard playing a location deck myself, and suddenly Tigger, my opponent, plays it and bounces back a location into my hand. It's something easy to forget about, but a very versatile card. A really interesting option at 4 cost. You can play it in quite a lot of different shells, maybe in an Amethyst Steel deck where you could bounce back Doc. But also, if you want to play it in Sapphire Amethyst or maybe Amber Amethyst, you can get this down as quickly as turn 3, which is really potentially very interesting.
Yeah, definitely game-changing, along with Christopher Robin, who we also see in that Amethyst Steel deck. I think almost every Amethyst Steel deck I've seen has this new Christopher Robin. He is joining the fun. He saw all the fun happening, said, I want to come play too. He is a 2 cost, but he has that underdog ability. So if you are going second, then you can play him for just 1. And a 1/3 who quests for 2 on turn 1 is pretty amazing.
Yeah, I've played a lot of Amethyst Steel sort of aggressive shells in the past, but post-rotation there was no 1 cost character which quests for 2. We got Miko as a new addition in Winterspell, but Christopher Robin is really the star of the show. Okay, it's not a 1 cost character when you go first, but really when you go second, that's where you want that extra little bit of punch. And actually just a 2 cost character which quests for 2 is really pretty respectable regardless of whether you're going first or second. So I love Christopher Robin. I love the underdog ability.
Yes.
I had so much fun with the underdog cards in Sealed, but I think that Christopher Robin has proved himself to be the best underdog in Core Constructed at the moment.
I would agree with that for sure. And now I also want to know what you think about this new Whisper character that we have. Of course, Whisper in the Well introduced this new mechanic of boost. And here we have Genie, the magical researcher, with a fantastic boost ability, which just he keeps getting lore. Every time he's boosted at just 1, he can gain extra lore every time he quests.
Yeah, Genie, really, really exciting. I love cards which can quest for a lot, Rebecca.
Yeah.
And in theory, you could, if you are very patient, quest for 20 in a single swoop with Genie, which I don't expect to see this weekend, but it's a really exciting card. And there's also some really interesting synergy. Doesn't work exactly with Tigger because Tiggers cost 2 or less. But if you can find ways of bouncing Genie back to your hand, there's also ways of adding those boost cards into your hand as well. So that's something to definitely look out for. Like imagine your opponent uses Mother Knows Best on your Genie Magical Researcher. Well, they're not just bouncing the Genie back to hand, but all the cards boosted underneath it as well. So lots of interesting synergies. Also, Pocahontas, Following the Wind, is a really exciting combo we definitely expect to see this weekend.
Yeah, the other interesting thing about that too is if Genie gets played Let It Go on him, or Hades, Infernal Schemer, then all of those boosted cards will also go into your Inkwell. So we haven't seen a lot of those Whisper cards really make an impact on the meta, but Genie definitely one that we're seeing a lot of.
Yeah, really good stat line. Boost 1 makes it quite easy to do every single turn, so I love this one. And Sven, I have to say, the Laughing Reindeer has been absolutely destroying me at moments when I don't expect it. It's got a brilliant stat line, 2 strength, and 3 willpower with rush, but that challenger +3 and evasive means that it can take out so many characters in a single swoop, and of course particularly powerful if you can play it on turn 3 thanks to Grandmother Willow in Amber or Sail the Azurite Sea in Tipo in Sapphire.
Yeah, the idea of Sven being able to come in and take out something like Genie or even an Elsa, which are often cards that are hard to remove, with, like you said, that challenger +3 is a pretty great ability. Yeah. There's nothing that I don't love about the Sleeping Reindeer.
Yeah. Yeah, one maybe little thing about Sven, which does keep him from, being too strong, is that he only has 2 strength when he's not challenging, which means that cards like Under the Sea and Grab Your Bow can swoop him up off the board at a later stage in the game, but he's always going to have a high impact when he's played, and I think it's a really fascinating card to see in the new metagame.
And uninkable too, so really balancing that out. That means that players, when they're deck building, have to make some hard choices there on whether they're going to put this Sven into their deck or not. I have seen Sven in a lot of the Blurple decks. What other decks have you seen this card in?
Yeah, I would say Amber as well. If you play that Grandmother Willow, getting Sven down early makes a big difference. If you're playing Sven at turn 4 and it's uninkable, that's when maybe it starts to feel a little bit slower. Maybe you just prefer to play something like a Genie, which has a bit more questing power. But even as a card that you play like 1 copy of or 2 copies of to catch your opponent off guard, we've seen Frank Carsten recently win Milwaukee with lots of 1 and 2 ofs. And I imagine if Frank Carsten was to be playing Amethyst Steel, I wouldn't be too surprised if he just sneaks 1 Sven in there. I don't know that that's true, but it's the kind of card I could certainly see Frank liking as a 1 of.
For sure. Now, there's something I want to point out about all of these cards before we wrap up, and that is Amethyst is known as being the ink that draws a lot of cards, and none of these cards that we talked about actually have to do with drawing cards.
Yeah, that's a really, really good observation. And Amethyst is such a flexible ink color, so you've got lots of different dynamics, whether you want to go a bit more control or a little bit faster paced, and I think all of these cards sort of fit into that mid-range style, and we can expect to see them in a variety of different shells. So very, very strong cards, that's for sure. And I think Amethyst has plenty of draw in previous sets as well.
They don't give them any more. They do not need any more draw, but Amethyst, definitely one of the stronger inks, and you pair it with anything, and it can be a good deck. We have Amber, we have it paired with Sapphire, we have it paired with Steel. We will see if Amethyst reigns supreme this weekend here in Ghent. Thanks for joining us for more game-changing cards. We're going to bring more Disney Lorcana play to you shortly.
Thanks, guys. We are going to now take a look, I think, at the meta breakdown.
Yeah, we were talking about it. We were talking a little bit about it earlier when we said Amethyst Steel was the most represented deck in the room, and it's none other than your prediction to win and take it all down this weekend.
Oh, yeah. So, of course, I'm very, very happy with this representation. We've got 470 players on Amethyst Steel this weekend. Quite a jump up from the second, which is 416. That's like, I'm not good at maths, so I'm not going to try and figure out that difference between.
It's not much in the difference anyway. But but then it takes quite nearly almost half of a jump between Amethyst Sapphire and Amber Emerald.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, you must be pretty happy as well about Amber. What was your pick?
I am Emerald Sapphire.
You know what?
I am the 4th top, so close enough, Jen, close enough.
Yeah.
But it also is really interesting to know that there's also like even less than half the amount of Emerald Sapphire in the room than Amber Emerald. And we know previously it did take first place and second place in Disney Lorcana Challenge in Richmond. But of course, this is a whole new meta. It's a whole new set. We've had Winter Spell since then. So it's really interesting to see Amethyst Steel really rise back up. And obviously with the addition of our Steel Angel card, making a huge difference.
Absolutely, yeah. It's really interesting as well, like when you've had so many, recent Disney Lorcana events, like we've had a CCQ in the UK just a couple weekends ago, and that same weekend we had a DLC in Melbourne, and like I think there's I was really keen going into this to see what the representation was going to be like, especially for those top ones. So this is really fun. So we've got our Sapphire Steel, and then we've got Amber Amethyst, 106 players on Amber Amethyst, which I think is
It's still,
Joe's
you know what?
choice?
It is Joe's choice, but also I'm actually a little bit surprised. It's a little less than anything else.
Yeah.
If anything, I thought there might have been more Amber Amethyst in the room than Sapphire Steel. But of course, I am a Sapphire girly. I will root for anything with Sapphire in it. And Sapphire Steel above that by just only like no less than like 20 players above that. And Sapphire Steel, I think there's a few different ways you can build it. There is the more control-y version. There's an ally version where you play your Jasmine and all your ally synergies. And then, of course, you have the build I like to call Chicken Noodle Soup, where you play Aerial Sonic Warrior and then you play a whole bunch of songs. And I will explain why it's called Chicken Noodle Soup. But sometimes I go, boom, Chicken Noodle Soup, because when I play Aerial Sonic Warrior to the board, and then your opponent has Dumbo, Ninth Wonder of the Universe, on the board, and they have something else perhaps, and you have at least 4 characters on the board, and then you're going to do maybe He Hurled His Thunderbolts. You are going to be able to sing with Ariel to deal with that Genie Wish Fulfilled. You know, that's going to deal 4, but then also you can use Aerial Sonic's Warrior's ability to pay 2, so you go boom with your song, and then you go boom with your aerial ability to deal an additional 2 damage. You pay 2, and then you deal 2 damage. Or is it 1? I think it's 2. Anyway, and then that is why I call it boom boom, and then it's something I say when I like win, I go chicken soup.
I love it.
Yeah,
Boom,
it feels
boom,
fitting.
Chicken soup.
Yeah.
Chicken noodle soup?
Chicken noodle soup.
Chicken, boom, boom, chicken noodle soup. There's a lot of O's in there.
Sunglasses emoji.
I love it. I love it. That was fantastic,
Yeah.
and I really enjoyed that. Thank you for that
Anyway,
explanation.
Back to the meta breakdown.
Yeah, I liked that tangent though. That was a really fun tangent. So yeah, we've got our Amber Amethyst there, and then we've got Amber Steel underneath that. And as we were saying before, I mean, a lot of those new Amber cards are absolutely, we've been talking about game-changing cards today, and definitely a lot of game-changing cards that have come out in Amber. And also just some in Steel, for Angel, Experiment 624, for example, I think for me at least is one of the shining Steel cards that's come out of Winter Spell. So yeah, like a lot of interest, I think, in this Amber Steel Ink matchup.
Yeah, what I'm really surprised about is that there is more Amber Steel in the room than Amber Sapphire. I really thought since Winter Spell we got so many new Amber tools, we got so many Sapphire tools. I'm really surprised that there wasn't more Amber Sapphire in the room. I thought there would have been a lot more rogue Amber Sapphire, because obviously there's so many ways to build Amber Sapphire. You can do the whole controlling build, which myself and Spessy got to cast over Michael's Amber Sapphire build, and he had a more control version. And then obviously the version I'm really trying to make work, the Princess build, but then you could also do another version that I'm also really trying to make work, and that is a Grandpa B healing deck. So who knows? Why else would they reprint Grandpa B if not for me to build a healing deck?
Yeah, why else? I mean, that's the only reason I can think of.
I think so. And then moving on to Ruby Amethyst, Baker's pick for this weekend, because of course it's Lorcana Villain. Why would you not pick Ruby Amethyst?
Yeah.
And those are his colors. So it's only 67 in the room here this weekend.
It's not.
Well, today anyway.
Yeah, I thought it would be one of those kind of like around this middle kind of area, because I think there are, all those top ones I kind of expected, but I did think maybe there'd be a few more, just because it feels like it's had such a comeback, the Amethyst Ruby combo. But yeah, I mean, but 67 is still a good amount.
67 is still a great amount of people. Roughly 3.7% of the 2,000 players we have playing day 1 Friday main event, and then 50 players in the room, 2.7% on Amethyst Emerald. We've seen a little bit of this in the room today. I think you can build there's kind of 2 versions of this you can also build, where it's the aggressive kind of questy version, I like to call it, where you play Cursed Merfolk, and then you've got your perhaps Flynn Riders and stuff like that, a bit of crazy shenanigans. And then you also have
more control-y version where you play Snow Fort.
Yes.
Where all of your characters get an additional strength, and then during your opponent's turn, your characters have resist 2, which is a little bit of a menace.
Oh yeah, definitely. I was talking to someone just earlier actually about that first build that you mentioned, the more kind of like questy as you call it. And okay, she said, I mentioned a couple of those cards, and I think she was really enjoying playing it. I don't think she said how well she was doing, but yeah, like it seems like a really fun build, and I think just. It's also, I think, a difficult deck to play.
I think so. It feels like it's really, when I've looked at it and tried to play it, because I learned best by doing, so I do try to like play all of the ink combinations, and it feels like really chaotic when you've got like all of these ink casters, and you can do so much, just crazy shenanigans, and then you have to remember, oh, I need to exert this, draw cards, I can exert this to gain lore, and there's like so many possibilities. But I think like the more control-y version with Snow Fort, we're still early on in this winter spell meta since we got all of these new cards.
Yeah.
No, we've had a load of big events, we've had a good few CCQs, but I don't think people have gotten the chance to really experiment. So maybe these 50 players, or was it 67 players playing it here this weekend, are really experimenting and trying to crack the meta with this Amethyst Emerald deck.
Yeah, which is really fun. So yeah, interesting Amethyst Emerald, but I'm keen to see. We'll go back, and there's quite a few more left. So let's go back and have a look at that breakdown again. To see what was next, because so it was Ruby Sapphire is next on the list, which I know I have a couple of friends who were playing today who were on my fantasy draft list, who are all time, like their favorite is Ruby Sapphire, but neither of them were playing it today.
Oh, that's interesting.
They both are kind of known in our community for playing rogue decks, but they've both gone a little bit more meta for this weekend.
Oh, very interesting.
I think they've been doing reasonably well. But yeah, then we have Amber Ruby on 15 players.
And we had, I believe, maybe 1 or 2 Amber Rubies we had on stream today. So I'm actually really excited because something I've been testing a lot recently. I think we had a little game earlier. Was it yesterday? We played a little game where you played Pirates?
No, I played Ruby Steel Locations.
Ruby Steel Locations. And I built my Reuben Sandwich Maker, Ruby Amber, where I just like to build a whiteboard and do amazing things. So I'm actually really excited there was some people who brought that deck here this weekend.
Yeah, really fun. And I did see as well there's also just below Amber
just
Ruby
below that.
is my babe, Ruby Steel. The thing is as well is that like Ruby Steel, it's because I played a deck before set rotation. I became known for playing this Ruby Steel deck that had Super Goofs and Jim Hawkins and RLS Legacy was the main combo in there. And I also had the old Flynn Rider with the Gustav that's huge. So it gets it. Anyway, yeah, so I got quite known for playing this deck, and I just haven't found anything I love quite as much since. But I can't play it anymore because of set rotation. So I need to go to Infinity.
But at Infinity, you can.
I know.
You can do anything you like.
I need to do an Infinity. Yeah. But shout out to the 7 people in this room playing Ruby Steel. You've got this. I believe in you. I really do.
Yeah, and then we also have 3 people on Ruby Emerald and 3 more people on Emerald Steel. Those brave soldiers. Emerald Steel, I'm shocked there actually wasn't more of that, because I feel like combination of Emerald pieces, kind of like John Silver, Alien Pirate, and then you've got the new Chernobog card.
Yes,
and then combination them with Steel, and maybe perhaps they're playing a spicy alien build with Angel and John Silver?
Something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And maybe they're all playing alien decks and it's beautiful.
Maybe.
And I'm really sad we didn't get them on stream.
Yeah,
or maybe we'll have them next. Who knows?
Maybe. And of course, we got a lot more aliens as well, because with the introduction of Winterspell, we got all these more alien characters from the Lilo and Stitch, the series. So that's really fun. So I think we are about to go into our next feature match. And remember as well, speaking of Infinity, there are still tickets available for the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Dortmund in June, which is Infinity format. So go and get your tickets, but let's go and get into our next feature match. There's the QR code. Scan it now. Scan it now. Get your tickets. Get your tickets.
So if you want to be like Jen and play your Ruby Steel Locations deck, build it now and go get your tickets for Dortmund. But right now, we're not going to hold you guys away from any of the action that our players are ready to go. The final round for our day one here at Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent, round 8. I'm so excited. Jen, we've not been in the booth together yet at all. I'm so excited.
I'm so keen. Today was a first for me as well with casting with Joe Curley as well. And I've known both of you guys for so long now. It feels like so long. I mean, I guess it's only been like a year or two, but still, it feels like an age. So it's really, really nice to finally be getting to work with both of you and cast with both of you. And it just feels natural. Natural. We have good chats. We have laughs. It's wonderful. So I'm really, really excited going into this, our final round of today, round 8. And I don't think we know. I don't know what these decks are. Do you?
So I just got information, and I think what it is, the third most represented deck in the room, of course.
Okay.
It is our Woof Woof, or Rebecca's prediction, Dogs Gone. They're gone, dogs go.
Gone, gods.
Yes, anyway,
Dogs.
Amber, I'm going to whisper in case they can hear us, but I don't think I'm as loud as the boys, so I think
We're
we'll
not
be okay.
as loud as some people
anyway,
here.
But anyway, I think we have an Amber Emerald versus none other than Baker's prediction to take it all down. I believe it is Ruby Amethyst. Oh no, it is not Ruby Amethyst. I read it, the deck list wrong. It is Amber Amethyst.
That's okay though, because I'm really, really keen to see this. Because we were just talking about this. So we have Anthony on our Amber Emerald. Probably dogs. I assume dogs. There are other ways you could have those colours, I suppose.
There
but I'm
is.
assuming it's
None that we've
dogs.
seen yet.
Yeah. And we have...
and there is the great sign of sportsmanship.
Yeah.
And what Disney Lorcana trading card game is all about, the magical community. And we're all here just vibing, no matter they're winning or losing. The community is just something that is just... It's so spectacular. It's so magical.
Yeah, there's nothing else like it. It is just so wonderful, and everyone talks about that. So, here we've got Anthony and Benjamin,
I believe I was right, and it is Ruby Amethyst.
Okay, so we've got a bit of a switcheroo here by accident. That's absolutely fine. But yes, it does look definitely. We've got our Amber Emerald, and it does look like dogs. But then it looks like you were correct. I think that is a Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah. Where's Baker? I hope he's watching this in the room. I'm sure he'll be ready to go and ask the winning, or not even if we don't know who's going to win. We don't know who's going to lose. But what I'm intrigued to see, I didn't catch what points they are on. But either case, both players have done amazing. It has been we've on round 8. They've already had 7 rounds of Swiss. This is the final round. Both players, they're smiling, they're chatting, they're having a good time. This is what it's all about. Ruby Amethyst into Amber Emerald. What are we expecting to see here? Obviously, dogs. A lot of dogs.
Yeah, a lot of dogs.
We've got a lot of Amber Amethyst. We've got a lot of these new cards, and obviously a tool that is going to work in favor of Ruby Amethyst is Headless Horseman, because a lot of these cards have really low strength, meaning the Headless Horseman is going to be able to target a lot of them, meaning, Anthony is going to be able to pretty much take control of this board, I imagine. Whereas for dogs, unless we have a Emerald Chromicon perhaps, I don't know if there's a lot of things that Under the Sea can really hit, because we know like the likes of Cheshire Cat and Slushy, they all have really high strength.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really keen. I mean, how do you feel about this matchup? I mean, you've played Amber Emerald quite a lot. How would you feel if you suddenly found yourself up against a Ruby Amethyst player?
I would feel a little favored into it, because in my build in particular, I play a Chromicon. And so I like to play a Chromicon in these particular instances. I play both. I like having both Under the Sea and Chromicon, but it's very interesting for players that are currently cutting it, because there's not a lot of things in Ruby Amethyst that players can target. But of course, we see that Mulan Injured Soldier coming into play, which makes me think that perhaps Laurent, our Ruby Amethyst player here, is setting up for a Mulan Elite Archer shift, perhaps, which in this matchup is, if you can shift it and challenge a load of characters, can really help you gain control of the board.
I mean, yeah, I think you might be right. I'm really excited to see, because I feel like we don't often see that Mulan Injured Soldier straight off the bat. So I'm really, really keen to see what this deck is, what this build is going to be like. But we see we've got here the Daisy Duck for Benjamin and 2 ladies coming straight down there, getting that wide board, as Dogs does very, very well straight off the bat.
Of course, if you don't hit the Grandmother Willow turn 2, you can also just drop 2 1-drops. Why not? That is our Lumiere. Fiery friend.
I absolutely love this card. I think these cards, and we've got Madam Mim, Tiny Adversary as well, is very similar. So Lumiere, he gives all of your other characters +1 strength, and I just think that is so easily underestimated. But when you think about, like, you've got a lot of characters who might only have like 2 strength or 3 strength, and then of course you've got lots and lots of characters who you might be up against. But there's the Grandmother Willow.
Yeah, that Grandmother Willow we were talking about. So it's not going to be a tramp, because obviously if you get Grandmother Willow out turn 2, there's a possibility we can get our 7-cost tramp out turn 3. But it does seem like Grandmother Willow coming out here this turn did, if Benjamin did have a 1-drop, could have played it. But of course not, meaning this turn we could see tramp come down if he does have it in hand. However, it is going to be Cheshire Cat coming down on the board next to Lumiere and our Mulan Injured Soldier for our Ruby Amethyst player, which meaning next turn we could see this damage being moved off Mulan onto perhaps even the Grandmother Willow to be able to get rid of it cleanly.
I wouldn't be surprised if that is the choice that was made. It would make complete sense, because that Grandmother Willow can be a real problem. Like, just being able to cheat out those cards for a bit cheaper is just really, really nice. But we see there's the Tramp. I think the Tramp, is the Tramp come down? I can't quite see the
our
card
Tramp
right
enterprising dog. Unfortunately, he's covered by our Friday main event banner.
Okay.
But that's okay. We knew what was happening. And because we have not only 2, 3, 4, 5 characters on board, but not only that, we have Grandmother Willow's ability, meaning he did not pay 5, 6, 7. He did pay 1. Did he pay 1 or 2?
I have no idea.
I think it meant he only paid 1.
Less.
Anyway, he played not very, but it did mean he was going to be able to draw up to 5 cards. Unfortunately for Benjamin, he's going to have to discard 5 cards. And it's looking like there's 2 under the season in his hand. Unfortunately, here right now, he might have to discard some of them, because it's not going to be much use here in this current this current board state, as well. Only the Lumiere is currently a 2-2, as right now this Lumiere is giving the Mulan an extra strength, making her a 3-3, and our Cheshire Cat, well, he's a 3-4. He was never under the seeable, but now he's currently a 4-4.
Yeah, exactly. So if an Undercity were played now, it would only currently get rid of that Lumiere. But I do, as I was saying before, I think that Lumiere Fiery Friend can be really easily underestimated. I think just having that little extra bump of the +1 strength to all your other characters can go so far. It can do so much in just helping you, potentially challenge your opposing characters and just get rid of them. Just that little extra strength.
Yeah, you mentioned you love Lumiere. Well,
I do.
Here,
Oh
Jen,
my gosh,
why not
yay!
have 2?
I would love to have 2. Thank you so much.
And it's going to be exactly what we mentioned earlier, Jen. We are going to boost our Cheshire Cat, and we are going to move the 2 damage off the Mulan Injured Shoulder to get rid of that Grandmother Willow.
Yep,
So unfortunately for Benjamin, we're not going to be able to, unless he has another one, pay 1 less for a card during each turn.
No, you absolutely called it, and I think that was the right choice from Anthony there, getting rid of that Grandmother Willow, because we can already see Benjamin has such a wide board, then just obviously having that extra ability of getting even more characters out because you can pay less for them. Yeah, I think is the right choice. Most of the time we do see if you can get rid of a Grandmother Willow, you do.
Yeah.
Because it is such a strong card.
More than likely. And our Amber Emeralds player has such a wide board right now, and obviously the aim of our Ruby Amethyst player is going to want to try to take control of the whole game board. And of course, we're only on 4 ink right now. We can ink till 5, meaning we could see Elsa 5th Spirit come out, but also we saw Slushy in hand. We could also see Slushy come out because it's evasive.
I love
Benjamin's
Slushy.
not going to be able to do much against him, which meaning next turn, because Anthony has so many cards on the board, we could see a potential Demona coming out to exert every single one of Benjamin's cards, which ultimately, Anthony then, if Demona comes out and exerts all the cards, we could just see Anthony completely challenging to banish a whole bunch of daisies and dogs.
You're right. You're right. I think it's a really tough situation for Benjamin here, of course, not wanting to necessarily quest. He has chosen to quest with those 2 daisies, so they are now vulnerable, but they were already potentially vulnerable to the Cheshire Cat anyway. But yeah, the thing is that Anthony is now in a position where he could potentially challenge into those Daisy Ducks, create some damage, and then of course utilize the Cheshire Cat's ability to move the damage, or move the damage from the Cheshire Cat, or move the damage from, So it's a tricky situation, but he has got a third Daisy Duck has come out on Benjamin's board, and then Kim's face right now, I really wish you guys could see.
I'm just like, whoa, okay. There was 2 Lumieres on the board, meaning the one Lumiere had 3, and the other Lumiere had 3 thanks to the other Lumieres, meaning this Rhino came in. We are going to reduce one of these Lumieres, making it a little bit easier to get rid of some of the board. So we're going to sing Under the Sea, meaning only the one Lumiere is going under the deck.
Yeah, and I think you saw... Did they have 2 Under the Seas in hand, or did one of them go?
At the beginning, he had 2 Under the Seas in hand. When he played the Tramp the first time, he had 2 Under the Seas in hand, and we did discard one of them. So this would be the second Under the Sea. It makes me think this is the Under the Sea he did keep for this instance. But unfortunately, he kind of needed to do it when he did, otherwise the board was kind of getting out of control. We do see that Elsa 5th Spirit come into play by our Ruby Amethyst player. But what is Laurent Anthony going to choose to challenge? Because we can challenge in here with Elsa to something like she has Rush, but and then we can, obviously we still have ink available. We can, I believe, boost Cheshire Cat and use his ability to move some of the damage over to finish off. But of course, we don't need to do that because Lumiere is on the board, meaning Elsa's not going to hit for 2. She's actually going to hit for 3.
Yes. Oh my gosh. It is so easy to forget. I think about the Lumiere, and I do think it happens a lot just because he's so unassuming, but then it's like, oh wait, no, you have more strength. Whoops. Okay. But yeah, so we see that damage there on the Mulan and the Cheshire Cat that got from that Tramp. So yeah, I don't think he's boosted this turn, the Cheshire Cat, so can still boost and send that damage over to something on Benjamin's side. Whether it's going to happen, I'm not sure. What's it going to be? Who knows?
Who knows? But we could definitely move the damage over. Or it makes me think, well, he has 5 ink. He played the Elsa this turn, so he actually doesn't have any ink. It should be exerted, but doesn't have any ink available. But next turn, perhaps.
Yes, yeah.
Could we see a potential Mulan Elite Archer shift come in? Because if he had a Mulan shift, she would be able to challenge in straight away, deal the same amount of damage to 2 other characters, meaning he could perhaps challenge Daisy or something. And then he could also... deal 2 to the Rhino, perhaps, and deal 2 to the Lilo, meaning, or enough damage to any other characters, because it's the same amount of damage that is dealt to one of the characters, which I would love to see. I think that would be a bit chaotic.
It would be really chaotic and really fun.
So far, oh my God! Did he just draw into the Mulan Elite Archer? However, it seems like, did we challenge or did we?
We're getting
I believe
Rhino
challenged into the Mulan because obviously Benjamin realizes here, there is a potential shift. I don't want this to take out my board, so I am going to remove this Mulan Injured Soldier, which a really clever play here by Benjamin.
Definitely.
However, I do see that Headless Horseman in play, but it is
pesky.
And it is 1 lore to 13 to Benjamin, meaning we will have to get rid of quite a lot of these cards because right now I believe Benjamin is threatening the game.
I think you're right. Again, I'm not very good at maths, but I think you're right.
Yeah, so even
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
even
7,
if we are able to, so a Cheshire Cat can come in here and challenge a Daisy Duck because with this Lumiere on the board, does have 4 strength and another Lumiere on the board, making this Elsa right now, the Elsa 5th Spirit right now, is a 4 strength, meaning that if Anthony really wanted to, he can challenge this Elsa and banish a Daisy Duck straight away.
can be really, really hard to do because Daisy Duck's stat line are 1-4, but that's exactly what
That's
he's
exactly
done.
what he's going to do.
But it is hard to get rid of that Daisy Duck sometimes, especially early on. That's why she's such a staple Amber card.
Yeah,
but
and
wow.
Our damage by boosting Cheshire Cat was going to be moved onto the Lilo Escape Artist. We are going to challenge with the Cheshire Cat. Anthony really taking back control of this game right now, realizing, oh, I have to do something about my opponent's board. It was getting out of control. Our Amber Emerald player is now on 15 lore. Didn't choose to bring back the Lilo at the start of his turn.
And I think it's also a really unfortunate situation for Benjamin because look at how many cards Anthony has in hand. And I think most of those have come from the daisies because Benjamin had 3 daisies on board. And of course, every time she quests, oh my gosh.
There it is. It's the Headless Horseman. We are going to be able to banish all of the glimmers that was on Benjamin's board, meaning now Anthony is going to be able to quest out. He's gaining lore, he's getting back. It is not over yet. Grandmother Willow coming into play for Benjamin, choosing not once again to bring back that Lilo Escape Artist, knowing, well, it comes in exerted, it will most likely just be challenged once again.
Exactly, but it is a really tricky situation. I mean, there's a Bell, accomplished mystic, dealing damage, getting rid of that Grandmother Willow straight off the bat before she can even help Benjamin in any way.
Yeah, another amazing card that got reprinted in Fabled. She is a 5-cost inkable 4/4. When you play her, you can move up to 3 damage onto opposing character. And well, Ruby Amethyst is going to take game 1. It was wild because dogs get so fast, so quickly, and then but really showing how Ruby Amethyst, it's not all gone, it's still there, guys, it's still there. Showing how controlling Ruby Amethyst can still be when you have all of the key tools, you play all that key Amethyst cards that Amethyst has, you're going to draw a load of cards, and then you have a few little Ruby removal tools. It's not in the form of Be Prepared, but we do have Headless Horseman.
Exactly. And I do think it's really, really cool to see that Mulan Elite Archer. She's personally one of my favorite cards. And I think she, especially in that matchup, she can be so incredibly powerful with that ability to if she challenges into something, she can then deal the same amount of damage into 2 other characters, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She's just... So especially against a deck like Dogs, where there's so much on the board, you've got so many things to try and get rid of, so many things to contend with, but they're also all relatively smaller stat lines.
Mm-hmm.
So a little bit easier to get rid of, especially if you've got your Mulan, you've got your Belle dealing that 3 damage, you've got your Cheshire Cat moving damage around. It's just... I think, we went into this and I said, if you as a experienced Amber Emerald player yourself, how would you feel going up against Ruby Amethyst? You said you'd feel relatively
I'd feel okay. But that is because
your build
in my
is
deck
different.
I play an Emerald Chromacon.
Exactly.
I don't believe we saw one. Benjamin might not even be playing one because recently a lot of decks are attacking for item removal. They're playing cards like Wasabi. There's Benja. We've Judy Hops, but of course. In Ruby Amethyst, I don't believe there's very much item removal. I know in Amber Amethyst, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe there's very much item removal. It's normally in the form of, I know, Sapphire, and we have Benja and Steel, and then we have Hideaway, and we have in Emerald, we have You're Welcome, and you're able to get rid of an item that way. But of course, a lot of people are getting rid of all of the Emerald Chromacons and going full in on Under the Sea tactics. And so I'm not sure if Benjamin will have one, because I think if there was an Emerald Chromacon on the board, it may have been a different game completely.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, I'm really keen to see if there is an Emerald Chromacon in this deck build, and if they just didn't see it in that first game, because I do think that would be an absolute game changer, especially in this matchup, because obviously with Emerald Chromacon, every time one of your characters is banished, you are able to then bounce an opposing character to the hand, correct? Yeah. So, you can just kind of it's like they're dealing with your board, but at the expense of their own board. So I do think, that's especially where Amber Emerald is not as strong with, of course, removal as such and trying to deal with the opponent's board, because it is much more designed, I think, at least for the most part, to really just quest. So it does struggle often to deal with the opponent's board, and so that would be obviously an incredible way to be able to just deal with it. It's like, hey, well, you can get rid of my stuff, but hey, I'm going to bounce your stuff as well. So.
I think that's why I really liked Amber Emerald, because there's different ways you can play it, obviously, because you can go full in on the Under the Sea version and get rid of characters that way. But of course, the other way you'd have to play it with Emerald Chromicon, because obviously Under the Sea was not going to do very much against, with the Lumieres on the board, it's not going to do much against the Ruby Amethyst deck here right now, because of all the Lumieres on the board giving extra strength to all of the other Glimmers on their board, meaning Under the Sea was not going to do much. Perhaps that's what Benjamin might have been looking for when he did a tramp into another tramp. I mean, perhaps looking for an Emerald Chromicon, because I believe he does play some in this deck. However, we didn't see a single one last game, so perhaps we will see one this game. He is going to be on the play, meaning a Tramp Enterprising Dogs going into the Inkwell, and Bobby Zimmerowski, Spray Cheese Kid, is going into play. But it's going to be Grandmother Willow we're sending to the discard.
Okay. Very interesting choice. I wonder if it's maybe because Benjamin has another Grandmother Willow in hand. I think in my head that's one of the only scenarios where you would kind of choose, but I may be wrong. Yeah, can you? Yes.
Yeah, I
think
believe
there is
there
another
is.
one. Yeah. So, but we see that Palace Guard coming down on Anthony's board there, just with a little, a nice little stat line in 1/4, kind of hard to get rid of early game, I think, for your opponent. So just a nice body to be there and kind of pretty safely quest early on as we see Benjamin build out that board. There's that Grandmother Willow. We called her. There was a second one there. And Daisy Duck.
Yeah, and inking that 7-cost inkable Tramp Enterprising Dog early on first turn made me think, oh, maybe he does have another one in hand. And yes, he did. I did get a glimpse of it there. But it is going to be followed up by a Lumiere on our Ruby Amethyst board, already making that Royal Guard.
Palace Guard,
yes.
2/4 now.
It is now a 2/4.
I sometimes get the same mix up as well.
Because we have the Octopus and then we have the Royal Guard, the Palace Guard, Royal Guard. I'm so sorry, folks.
No.
But he does have that keyword vanish, meaning if Benjamin is able to target it for anything, it will just poof, it will vanish. But of course, it's still a 2. It's still a 2/4. It is under the seeable. And we do see that tramp coming in, and we do see that under the sea.
There's 2 under the seas.
There's 2 under the seas. Do we get greedy and keep them both? No, I don't think you can. There's too many uninkables. So we will draw up to 3 cards, and Benjamin will have to discard 3 cards. And I'm excited to see what he is going to keep. It's all these little micro decisions that I'm like, oh, do I keep this? Do I keep that? Oh, I don't know. It's like when I play Emerald Chromicon to the board, all those micro decisions of choosing what will I bounce, what will I not bounce. It's so hard. It's so confusing.
It's so important, and we know in this game, we all love this game. We play this game. I'm sure everyone watching, of course, plays this game. But it's those, as you say, those micro decisions can be so important because they can often be the difference. Just one tiny decision can be the difference between whether you win or lose that game.
Even inking the wrong card per turn. Like,
exactly.
Oh, I inked this card. Like we see Nani, Stage Manager, going into the Inkwell this turn. Nani, I find, especially in Amber Emerald deck, such a great card to top deck. If you've no cards in hand and you top deck, just to help refuel your hand. And it is going to be one of those under the seas going into the discard, making me think he did keep one to be able to under the sea next turn.
I believe you're correct. And I don't blame him. I mean, as we said before, currently it would be able to completely clear Anthony's board, but of course we aren't quite at the point of being able. Oh no, because we do have that tramp on board, which is a 7, so we could sing it next turn. Because of course it is sing together card. And it would be able to get rid of both Lumiere and Palace Guard because they're both currently 2 strength. There's the Sisu, though. I think Benjamin has 2 cards in hand. So Sisu is currently has a 3 strength, I believe.
Yes, but with the addition of Lumiere, our fiery friend, she's actually a 4/4.
Yeah, so I was saying before, so unassuming and easy to forget, and I immediately forgot it.
Yeah, but and then, of course, if Benjamin's going to be to choose to sing under the sea this turn, the Sisu is not going to be able to be targeted. But no, it's not going to be that yet. It is going to be another Tramp Enterprising card. perhaps makes me think maybe he's searching for that all-important Chromacon. Oh, I do need to talk about this card. Donald Duck, a 4-cost inkable. When at the start of your turn, each player can choose to draw a card. So you get a card, but also your opponent gets a card. Daisy's Date,
Yes.
I believe. It's
Yeah,
Daisy's
yeah.
Date. Yes,
I
we
think you're
see
right.
this card played a lot of the times in Emerald Sapphire. Not one in particular that a lot of Dogs decks play.
Yes.
However, something Dogs just struggle with if you don't get your tramp out is
Mm-hmm.
card draw. And it is going to be Under the Sea, however, coming in.
A song with the tramp and a bobby. Get rid of those guys. Get out of here. Get under the deck. Get under the sea. Go.
Yeah, and it is going to be a full quest out with the other Daisy. Donald's date. So we have the Donald going for a date with Daisy, and Daisy's going for a date, and they're both in this deck, which actually
I
makes
love
me
it.
so very happy. And
That's really sweet.
It does seem like that Daisy did give Warhound Anthony here a Headless Horseman into his hand.
I think you are correct there. There's 2 Headless Horsemen.
2.
Oh, no.
But luckily for Benjamin, so far, he's got such a wide board.
Truly.
Anthony not yet on 5 ink, meaning he cannot play the Headless Horseman yet. However, we could see it come down next turn, or we could see, I believe that's Jumbo, Ninth Wonder of the Universe in his hand, and maybe he'll choose to play the Elsa 5th Spirit in his hand to be able to perhaps get rid of this pesky Grandmother Willow.
I wouldn't blame him if he did. I really wouldn't blame him. So we're doing some questing here with Benjamin. I think he's just going all out, to be honest. Yeah, it seems like going all out. So I think he's going to shoot up to maths.
Yeah, quite a wide board
13.
state now for our Amber Emerald player. They're not so much Anthony's going to be able to do about this now. Only going to be able to ink up here to 5, meaning we can see an Elsa 5th Spirit, we can see a Headless Horseman, so we could see a Headless Horseman come down. We could banish any one of these characters because they are all 2 strength or less. However, this Headless Horseman coming down, we can clear 1 card, we're going to banish something, but then this Iago is going to have 5 strength thanks to Headless Horseman's ability. When something is banished, it gets an additional strength. But is it going to be enough? No, it's not going to be enough. And our Amber Emerald player is going to take game 2, meaning we're going to game 3. I love a game 3.
I'm so excited.
I love a game 3 because we can never have enough Disney Lorcana.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So I'm really excited. So Benjamin and Anthony both on 1 win here. We will be going into our 3rd match of this round 8 here, day 1 at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent, Belgium. So we're going to go into this 3rd match, and we still haven't seen an Emerald Chromacon. I don't think
we have
in that.
not.
So I
had
think
a quick look at his deck.
Oh,
and
did you?
I'm gonna be really quiet, just in case they can hear us. But I don't think they can hear us. But just in case, he does play 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he does play
So he's just
2,
been
I believe.
so unlucky.
And he's gone through 2 tramps, I believe. Unfortunately, we had to ink 1, turn 1, but he did have another one. So he was able to get his tramp out.
He did do it
exactly when you needed to. He did 2 tramps, I believe. Well, he did take the win. He took the win. But this game, this 3rd game, will we see an Emerald Chromacon? Because this time, our Ruby Amethyst player is going to be on the play.
Yeah.
And Benjamin obviously winning on the play himself. This time round, he's going to be on the draw, meaning he is going 2nd.
Yeah. So I'm curious as to how many Emerald Chromacons do you play in your most recent build?
In my most recent build, which I believe I also called Woof Woof, so shout out to Ross's name for naming his caster predictions.
Love it.
I've been playing 3, but I know a lot of people were going down on the amount of Emerald Chromacons they're playing because so many decks were taking for item removal, and we've already talked about it. There's so many item removal in Emerald, in Sapphire, and Steel. However, in Ruby Amethyst, chat, let me know. I don't believe there's any much item removal in Ruby Amethyst. How about you, Jen?
I don't believe so. I was trying to think of it. I'm sure the chat are screaming at us about all these cards that we're probably forgetting. But hopefully we're not incorrect. I can't think of much right off the top of my head. But yeah, like it's one of those conversations that I think is really interesting at the moment to have is are you deciding to add item removal to your deck to deal with the few problem items that people have been playing a lot, such as your Emerald Chromicons, your Lanterns, maybe a Junior Woodchuck guidebook. You know, it's. But I think we also. I think a lot of the times when I've had this conversation with people, it's been I'm spoiled for choice. I want to have all of these cards in here, and it doesn't feel like I have room for item removal. And so I think generally, my answer is always, as a diehard Steel player, my favorite item removal is Benja. Because he's a really, really good just body on the board. He has a decent stat line. He quests for 2. So even if you play him and there's no item to remove, he's still just a decent character to have in play. He's still a good glimmer. But you also have that option if you need it for item removal. But it's just a really, really, because, you know, a few sets ago, we had our items deck with the Tamatoa being really, really, really strong. So it's just interesting going into this, like, thinking, hey, well, we only have a few now, but they are real problems.
So the question on our mind is, will we see the Emerald Chromicon this time? But right now, both our players starting out, we did see Mulan Injured Soldier coming in for our Ruby Amethyst player, and that is followed up by our Emerald Amber player playing Daisy Donald's Date.
Yeah, so cute. She's got a little teddy bear. I love it.
Yeah, questing for 2. She is a 1/4, but questing for 2 each time. Yes, okay. Your opponent may get a character. Speaking of items, did he draw the item?
We've got this. I think he's played this Junior Woodchuck guidebook.
Oh yes, this item. Not the Emerald Chromicon, but this item.
It's because I literally just mentioned it like 2 minutes ago, so I was like, oh cool, there's one. Yeah, so we've got the Junior Woodchuck guidebook, which almost feels like a new Friends on the Other Side, because it essentially costs, which was a 3-cost action to draw a card, and this is you pay 2 for it, and then you can pay 1 to banish it and draw a card. So it's like a Friends on the Other Side in a different
unfortunately,
way.
not singable, but you can play it and leave it there if you like. But I haven't seen a lot of people doing that. But of course, if you don't have a turn 2 to play, like a turn 2 Glimmer character to play, you of course can just play your Junior Woodchuck's guidebook and just leave it there for a rainy day, maybe a little rainy Daisy Ducks that come down and you might need to draw some answers to.
Exactly. It's very unassuming, and if you're only playing a little bit of item removal, you might not want to use it on a guidebook. But we see the Cheshire Cat coming down there on Anthony's board, and we've already, of course, got that damage there on Mulan, which he might be able to utilize in the next turn, because, I mean, we're already seeing that big board growing on Benjamin's side. It's going to get wide real quick.
Yeah, that it is. Unfortunately, we won't be able to tramp this turn, but however, Benjamin chooses to play 1 or 2. Maybe he has a load more characters to play, and then next turn, if he does have the tramp, we'll be able to draw up to the number of other characters he has in play, and then discard, maybe searching for whatever key pieces he needs to help him win this game.
Yeah.
And then moving on to back to Anthony's turn, I believe. No, not Anthony's turn. We are just, unfortunately, doesn't seem like we had a 1-cost to play.
No.
We are going to just pay 2 for Della Moon's Lullaby. We're going to reduce the strength on Cheshire Cat and draw a card, hopefully searching perhaps for a tramp. I don't believe he had it in hand. But then our other tramp, Street Smart Dog, is going to come in to be able to give our Lady Decisive Dog extra strength, meaning if Benjamin chooses to, we can quest for 3. I think he gave it to the lady. I could be mistaken.
It's hard. Sometimes it's hard to see, isn't it? I lose track, and I get so excited because I was looking at Anthony's hand, so I missed half of that because I love Ruby, so I get really excited, and I saw he's got a Diablo in hand, which I really, really love. There it is.
And the Diablo's no longer in hand.
I love it so much. A little beastly thing. So I was just getting really excited about all those cards. But we see the Cheshire Cat being boosted there to move that damage over and try and get rid of that. I think it was onto the Daisy Duck.
Yeah, we were able to move the damage off the Mulan Injured Soldier onto the Daisy Duck. And then also we challenged with our Mulan Injured Soldier, meaning our Daisy Duck is now banished and just left with one Daisy Duck left on the board for Benjamin, along with a lady and a tramp. It's very fitting. The lady and the tramp are there together.
Yeah, it is. I want them to be next to each other, but it's cool. We can have a duck in between. A duck is fine. We're welcoming here. It's we like dogs, we like ducks.
Yeah, having a look there at Benjamin's hand, I did see an Under the Sea. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough characters in play to be able to sing it.
Yet.
Just having a think about what to do next. We do see a Rhino can help come in to reduce some strength, but no, instead it's going to go into the Inkwell.
There it is.
And there it is. That is the tramp. The tramp at the talk of the town this weekend, I'm sure. There's a lot of it in the room. There's a lot of dogs in general, and Benjamin is going to be able to draw up to 3 cards. We are unfortunately going to have to discard 3 cards, but next turn perhaps, well, not much of this board is under the seeable, so it makes me think, will we discard this Under the Sea and perhaps hope to draw into another tramp? Maybe we're searching for that all-important Emerald Chromacon. Will we see it come out this game?
Who knows?
We didn't have a game 1, we didn't have a game 2. And Benjamin being on the draw this time around, a little disadvantage. Anthony making a good early board control of the game. And next turn, Anthony will be on 5 ink. We could see a potential Elsa 5th Spear come into play. Or perhaps, if he does have it, we might finally see that Mulan Elite Archer.
We might do. I did see that he's got also, I think he's got 2 Headless Horsemen in
There's
hand.
2 Headless Horsemen. That is another card, Jen, we could see come out this turn, which also might be a great card to play because it would, in turn, boost all of the other characters, give them additional strength to be able to challenge in to clear the exerted cards on Benjamin's board.
Yes, exactly. And I think the thing is as well with that Daisy, Anthony could send any of his current characters into that Daisy and that damage would sit there. And then, of course, when you've got a Cheshire Cat, you can then, of course, just move that damage over. You could move the damage you've got. There's the Headless Horseman. I'm so excited.
Yeah, and that Headless Horseman that you mentioned, Jen, coming into play, exactly like you said, he does have 2 in the hand, but it is going to do that thing that the Headless Horseman does. And when an opposing character is banished, it is going to give an additional strength to all the other characters in play, meaning that, well, there's only a lady left on the board now for Benjamin.
Yeah, it's not a great situation for Benjamin. But me and Spessy we were casting earlier on the feature table, and we were watching dogs, and I said, why is that 7-cost tramp so very important? If you don't see it, it's quite disastrous, I think. And I think, would you agree that I think obviously it's got a good stat line, 2/6 can be really difficult to get rid of. Quest for 2, you can get it out for real cheap because obviously it's first ability, but I think that second ability of being able to then go and get some cards and cater your hand, I think is the all-important thing, because you're really trying to look for certain cards, I think.
Yeah, and like Tramp, another high-cost character is our Lady Miss Park Avenue, our 5-cost uninkable 4/4 with 2 lore, meaning when she's played, you can return up to 2 character cards from your discard that cost 1 or 2 or less back to your hand, which also helps Benjamin here refuel his hand a little bit. There was not really many cards in hand, meaning he was going to be able to get more cards and hopefully build back up a board. But also, she has a 4/4 stat line, meaning she's not going to be able to get rid of easily.
No, definitely not. But that ability is just so, you don't want to see it. It's like really scary. I think that's another thing with why getting rid of the smaller ladies on board when you're up against this deck is really, really useful, because of course, she's got a shift, shift 3. So
Yes.
of course you can get her out, and so but being able to then grab more cards back from your discard is crazy. But we see that second Headless Horseman come down and get rid of that other lady. So we've only got that one shift lady left on Benjamin's board right now.
Yeah, and that other lady, Decisive Dog, being banished by the Headless Horseman, meaning that all the other characters in play for Anthony have an additional strength right now, meaning right now, this Diablo or even the Cheshire Cat can take out this lady. However, this lady having 4 strength and 4 willpower of her own, meaning it is most likely going to be a I have no idea what happened there. Yeah, okay, we're back. This lady being a 4-4, it will most likely be a trade if Anthony is going to challenge in with any of the other characters. And he is going to do just that. It is going to be the Cheshire Cat going in and did reveal that a Lumiere was the card under him that did get boosted.
Yes, I think this is the thing that I think we're seeing a similar line, I think, as was it the first game where Benjamin got such a wide board, seemed to be doing so well, and then Anthony just dealt with it. He just dealt with it and now has like a red board. It is a really, really good position here. So I mean, it's this is a tricky situation for Benjamin, I think.
Yeah, and it is now 7 lore to 11. But Benjamin was ahead in lore, but Anthony not far behind anymore. But is that 3 Daisy Ducks coming onto the board?
I loved that way to just, it's just like, hey, I've got these 3 cards. They're all the same. There they are. Just bam, 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 bam.
And
right there.
especially when you know the Ruby Amethyst player has already gone through 2 Headless Horsemen. There's only so many Headless Horsemen you have to play with. We see Demona going into the Inkwell. However, there's still an Elsa 5th Spirit in hand.
There it is.
There it is. There it is coming into play, meaning one of those daisies is going to be exerted, and we are going to be able to challenge into this Daisy Duck.
Yes.
So we are choosing to challenge with the Elsa and the Mulan injured soldier, but Mulan already having 2 damage on her is going to be banished in return.
Sure. So, because I was thinking, hey, Benjamin's on 11, and then if he'd be able to quest with all 3 of those daisies, he would be up to 17. So it wouldn't be far off 20. But of course now, just and Elsa was not what Benjamin wanted to see in that moment. And I think he's got 2 cards in hand, Benjamin. I didn't quite see what they were, but I mean, because now it's a really difficult decision, isn't it? Of like, do I quest with my daisies to get that lore, but then they're going to be vulnerable and they're probably going to be banished, or do I keep them safe, with the potential that they still might get gone? Oh my gosh, there's the Mickey Mouse.
But here's Mickey Mouse, our Amber champion, coming into play. Meaning, yes, our Amber characters are going to have additional strength, but additional willpower, but it is not going to be enough. He's not going to be. Benjamin, our Amber Emerald player, was not going to be able to challenge in to be able to deal with Anthony's board here. So it does seem like our Ruby Amethyst player is taking the win.
I had a moment there where I was like, wait, is that it? Is that it? It was a little bit unclear, but yes, I think that was it. And I believe Anthony took the win there. 2-1 to Anthony, but both players played incredibly well there. And what an interesting matchup.
It was a really interesting matchup, and amazing. Shout out to both our players. They both played amazing. And not to mention, it looks like they were both on 18 points. And if you have 18 points or more, you will be advancing into day 2, meaning we are going to see both of these players again in day 2, meaning I assume Baker's going to be really happy because it means a Ruby Amethyst will be playing on Sunday.
Yes, we were watching a Ruby Amethyst earlier on today on the feature table, and I could hear him just going, come on, Ruby Amethyst, you can do this, you can do this. So I think he's going to be very, very pleased, really very pleased. That was a really, really, really fun round to watch, but we still didn't see the Emerald Chromicon.
We didn't see the Emerald Chromicon. We didn't see it at all, and then unfortunately for Benjamin, it just didn't go his way. But luckily, both of our players will be advancing to day 2 on Sunday, and Jen, that was our last round.
Was it?
Yeah, it was our last round. It was round 8.
Do we have a backup match though? I don't know if we have
I don't know if we have a backup match, but however, it's not the last round because we have 8 more rounds tomorrow.
Yes. And then we have more rounds on the Sunday.
And then we have even more rounds on Sunday. But I hope we have more actions coming up. I have not heard if we have a feature match too, but I assume we do not. That it is our last round, unfortunately, Jen. But I believe we are going to throw it over to Baker and Rebecca.
I think very momentarily, I think they're just getting ready over in the lounge to chat to Anthony, our winner of that round. But just for now, I mean, we talked a lot about the Emerald Chromicon there, and I think I'm really curious to know if Benjamin had managed to find an Emerald Chromicon in that last match, especially, do you think it would have been a game changer?
I think things might have been very differently.
Yeah.
I think things, at one point, Benjamin had a huge board. I think one Emerald Chromicon would have made a very different game. I think, however, our Ruby Amethyst player did such a good job of controlling the board. I'm sure both players would have done differently, but I'm intrigued to know, did he have the Emerald Chromicon, or did I read a deck list wrong? Or did he just not find it with the Tramp? But anyway, that is our final round, but we will be back tomorrow. And Jen,
yes,
it is your first DLC.
I know.
I'm so excited that we got to cast the last match, and thank you guys for watching. And I guess we're going to throw it over to Baker and Rebecca, who are going to close out the show.
See you in a bit.
Kind of challenge here in the beautiful Ghent, Belgium. And that is it. We have come to the end of day one. Well, Friday day one.
Friday day one, yes.
And what a day it's been. Rebecca, have you had fun?
Just a little bit. I've had an amazing time. 8 fantastic rounds. Congratulations to all the players making it to day 2. We still have round 8 actually still going out there. So there's some players who are playing to get that win and in. But yeah, it's been so wonderful interacting with the community.
Yeah.
Lots of exciting things going on this weekend.
I'm gonna make a bold statement. Every DLC has been magical, beautiful, incredible. I think this may be one of the smoothest DLCs so far. Let me know, chat. We will check. Is that based? Is that cringe? Tell us. Have you enjoyed the show? But yeah, it's been wonderful to be here. But there's plenty more Lorcana action over the weekend. But then even further on, of course, in June, we'll be having an Infinity Disney Lorcana Challenge in Dortmund. What an event it's going to be. I'm going to sing B-Prep again, Rebecca.
Yes, you
It's going to be
are.
amazing. There's going to be all sorts of broken things going on.
My goodness, I cannot wait. We're going to have 4,000 players again. It's going to be a huge event. There are still tickets available. Scan that QR code, get your tickets, and join us in Dortmund. I can't wait for all the Infinity shenanigans. There's going to be so many shenanigans, Baker.
It's going to be broken. We're going to see the most powerful plays ever, and I am so for it. So yeah, do please scan that QR code for information to purchase your tickets for DLC Dortmund. What an event it's going to be. But let's get back into the moment. I want to take a moment. We had a little caster fantasy league as normal. Talk to us about it, Rebecca.
Yes, our caster fantasy draft. Something new here in season 2, and we have some updates for you through round 7. So we still haven't updated this for round 8 since they're still playing. And we have, let's see here, Jen is in 51 points. We've got Ross, 54 points. I'm at 63. Spessy and Kim tied at 69 points. And then our favorite Lorcana villain is coming in at 84 points, leading us off. Oh my goodness. The happy dance is well deserved, I think.
Let's go.
I'll let you take this one.
I'm taking it
I'll
home
let you
this
take
time,
this
Rebecca. I
one.
felt so cheated when I picked Frank Karsten and he won the DLC and I still lost to JDZ Quest. JDZ, I know you're in the chat. I'm still fuming about it, mate. I will never let it go, but I'm going to make up for it here in Ghent, and I'm going to take it all the way home. I'm buzzing.
Yeah, now one thing that we have to tell you about the caster fantasy draft is that we actually have 2 fantasy draft teams because we have 2 tournaments going on. So this is just for the Friday main event. We have all new teams for the Saturday main event going on tomorrow. So be sure to tune in, see who we've picked. We have some good players on our teams.
We have some fantastic players, and you're not going to want to miss that. But something else that you guys are not going to want to miss, already teased a little bit on the Lorecast. Make sure you are tuning in live tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. for some very special information concerning the championships taking place later this year. And I'm just going to say it. Oh boy, am I excited for what is coming to the championships. You're going to be excited. You don't want to miss it.
There's so much that we're announcing tomorrow. The European and North American championships are going to blow you away. So like Baker said, 9 a.m. first thing tomorrow. Be sure you tune in for all the exciting announcements.
But with all that said, I think it's time to rest, bring day 1 to its end, but we get to do another day 1 for Saturday.
Let's do it again.
Over. It was so much fun.
Back.
Can we do it all again?
Run this back.
Can we
Let's
just
do
it all
again. Let's do it all again. Another 2,000 players. I'm in.
I'm in, and I'm going to be right there with you. A huge shout out to our wonderful casting team. Of course, Spessy returning, Ross returning, Kim returning. What a debut as well for Jen. Super chuffed for her. I want to thank Fanfinity and all of the production team. A huge operation going on. And of course, our wonderful lore guides doing incredible work all weekend, looking after you as the players. We want to give them a huge shout out. But
Yes.
Rebecca, any final words before I send us out?
No, that's it. 9 a.m. tomorrow. We'll see you here for all the excitement.
We'll see you soon.